Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 60, The Emperor and Her Knight. A spearhead radiating with fiery light pierced pallid flesh. The bony blade's slender, elegantly curved profile flickered and diminished in the darkness like a candle flame guttering in the wind, its inner light dimmed momentarily by the splattering blood. The keening, ear-splitting cacophony of a dozen shattering bottles filled the musty, stale air of the cellar. The green-clad knight took one gloved hand off her spear and held it forward, arm outstretched, palm facing upward. Edelgard saw the signet ring on the woman's pendant rise into the air, pulling itself as far away from her as it could muster like a dog on the end of a leash, and felt the signet ring on her own finger lurch as well, as though magnetically drawn to it. "Come with me if you want to live," she said. Hilda grabbed the knight's hand. "I want to live," she shouted out. Between Edelgard, Ferdinand, and Hubert, no one else was keen on being left in the sprawling cellar of Regan Manor, so they made haste following Hilda and the knight. On her way out of the hallway and into the next, Edelgard saw Thales stumble to his feet, drenched in liquors and spirits and covered head to toe in glittering shards of broken glass. Myriad little lacerations covered every inch of his exposed white skin. For a moment, their eyes met, the one blank white eye peering out from Thales' half-bloodied face, sightless yet all-seeing, met Edelgard's lilacs, and she could feel more than see the twisted, pain-racked sneer his lips twisted themselves into. He vanished into a column of red light, leaving nothing behind but a fading whirlwind of luminous sparks. Continuing onward, Edelgard looked forward. Even though she could only see her rescuer's back, draped in a dark cloak, the figure the knight struck was unmistakably familiar, as was the sight of the lance she held in her grasp and the light it cast in the darkness. The lance's unmistakable profile was that of Luin, the hero's relic of Daphnel, and its wielder could only have been one person if her straw gold hair, even if it were drastically shorter than before, and unmistakable gait weren't already enough to identify her. Edelgard clutched tighter the 2 bricks of Semtex she'd swiped. Was that really Ingrid? Could it possibly be Ingrid? Why did she have an exact, time-displaced copy of her signet ring? What in blazes was going on here? 1,000 emotions battled in her heart for dominance, rattling it against her ribcage. Could it really have been her, now of all times, here of all places? The twisting, labyrinthine corridors of Regan Manor's cellar seemed to writhe endlessly underneath the sprawling estate, yet Ingrid led the way through them with the utmost confidence until she reached a flight of stairs that led to the undercroft, where she borrowed a canvas tarp to wrap up and disguise Luin, and from there into the scullery, where her sudden appearance scared the living daylights out of a handful of young scullery maids who'd been busy cleaning the dishes left over from the 5 great lords' luncheon and preparing for their supper. One of the maids, who'd been scrubbing a stubbornly stained saucepan at the time of the intrusion, yelped and dropped the pan onto her foot in shock. "Good heavens! Where did you all come from?" she shrieked. "None of your business, don't mind me," Ingrid responded curtly, pausing momentarily to crouch down, pick up the saucepan, and hand it to the maid. "Just examining the cellars. Security reasons." The maid took the saucepan from her. "Oh, of course," she said, her peers nodding along as they returned to their work. It was then that Edelgard noticed, in the better light of the scullery, that Ingrid's armor underneath her cloak was not the steel falcon knight armor she thought she'd seen in the darkness, but actually light steel plate and leather in the style of the Deirdre guardsman's armor. She must have been posing as part of the manor's heightened security to infiltrate the place. But why? From the scullery, Edelgard and company quickly found themselves back in the manor's well-lit halls above ground. Ferdinand paused to catch his breath. "Goodness! Saints alive," he panted, doubling over and resting his hands on his knees. "Ingrid Brandel Galatea? Is that you?" Ingrid flinched, then nodded, as though the sound of her name had caused her a moment's pain. "Well, thank heavens you were there to rescue us," he said to her. "There were entire barrels of explosive Almiran black powder down," he gasped and shot straight up. "The barrels of powder," he cried out, pale as a ghost. "They were directly underneath the symposium. We must warn the lords." He grabbed Hilda by the arm. "You, Lady Hilda, with me. We must trust Hubert and Lady Edelgard to get to safety on their own." Before either Edelgard or Ingrid could persuade them otherwise, Ferdinand and Hilda, the latter very much against her will, sped off. Edelgard studied Ingrid in the light of the sunbeams that streamed through the hallway's wide windows. She'd changed. Her hair was cut short and fell to her chin, her bangs trimmed away and brushed aside from her brow, and it looked as though whomever had cut it had not been a very skilled barber, to say the least. There was a shallow notch marring her right ear that hadn't been there before. Her face wore an almost somber look, a faint world weariness in her green eyes. For a moment, it seemed as though she'd aged 5 years in the past month, and those years had not been particularly kind to her. Was it really her? Could it possibly be her? Ingrid grabbed the signet ring floating in front of her and pulled the pendant up over her head, then stashed it away in the satchel at her hip, taking great pains to securely clasp it shut. She took a deep, apprehensive breath. "Hello, Edelgard," she said, her voice small and cracked as her lips tried to pull themselves into a nervous half-smile. "Hello, Hubert." "Ingrid," Edelgard gasped, almost at a loss for words. "It's you. Is it really you? Had it really been just a month since their acrimonious departure?" Seeing her felt as though she hadn't seen her in far longer, almost a year. Ingrid's last words to her echoed in her head, tempering with a rueful pang her joy at seeing her again. "The real Ingrid will tell you that she—" "Lady Edelgard, is something the matter?" Hubert asked, noticing the dark look that had spread across her face. "No," she said, shaking her head and trying to clear her head. "Nothing's the matter. It's just that. Ingrid, out of all the people I expected to run into here in Deirdre, you must be the one I expected the least. I thought for certain I would run into my own father before your path would cross mine again, voluntarily or not." Ingrid just silently, non-committally nodded and glanced away from her. Edelgard recalled how painfully numb she had felt when they had parted ways. "Well, if you were expecting me to have traded places with my counterpart by now, unfortunately for us both, you're mistaken. It's still the same me you left behind." If Ingrid looked at all disappointed upon hearing this, Edelgard couldn't be sure if it was real or just her eyes playing tricks on her. "So I have to wonder, how do you feel about me?" Ingrid clutched her lance close to her, and looked off into the nearest window. "I don't know yet. I'm sorry." Edelgard's blood ran cold. "If we ever see each other again, ask me how I feel about you. The real Ingrid will tell you that she despises you." Those had been Ingrid's last words to her. If Ingrid couldn't tell her that, had her feelings changed? Had she forgotten? Or had she been replaced? She couldn't have been replaced, not after rescuing her from Thales like that. But weren't there now factions of the Agarthans that were opposed to Thales? Could it be that this was a replicant working for that particular faction? Edelgard's mind, as it had so often been in the darkest times in her life, found itself abuzz with paranoia. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. Whatever the truth was, impulse would not win the day here. "You came all this way to save me, yet you don't know how you feel about me?" she asked, probing Ingrid's defenses. The more likely it was that she was an impostor, the farther any further scrutiny would pull her from the correct answer. "It's complicated," Ingrid admitted. "You left me with so much pain, Edelgard, and yet, it's hard for me to say you don't matter to me." Her hand fell to the satchel in which she'd laid the pendant and ring. "When I heard you needed me, how I felt just didn't seem to matter." She sighed. "It's a long story," she muttered. "Whatever your reasons, Lady Edelgard, and I once again find ourselves indebted to you, Lady Ingrid," Hubert said, offering her a polite bow. "All we can do is thank you." "I understand," Edelgard said, offering Ingrid her hand. "Truth be told, seeing you again, here and now, I'm not quite sure I know how to feel right now, either." Hesitantly, Ingrid took her hand and let its weight rest gently in her palm, brushing her thumb over the face of the signet ring that sat on one finger. "It really is the same ring," she murmured. "The same ring, so you were the one who wrote those letters?" Edelgard asked her, trying to ignore the electric tingle her touch sent through her skin, in case it may have been deployed against her out of ill intent. She shook her head. "No, they were already written when I found them, I just delivered them." "It's a long story, I suppose. Everything that's happened since I left is a very long, hard story." "Well, whatever brought you here, as Hubert said, once again I owe you my life," Edelgard told her. "It's Good to see you again, Ingrid. Ingrid managed to smile. It's good to see you again, too, Edelgard. I mean, she glanced away and withdrew her hand. It's difficult. But I'm glad I'm here, a part of me is, at least. I'm glad you're safe. Lady Edelgard. A booming voice rang out through the hall. In an instant, Edelgard found herself snatched up by Holst Goneril's thick, powerful hands. What are you doing here? He asked her, giving her a vigorous shake. Your fiancé and Hilda told me you were on your way out already. The manor's being evacuated. Apologies, Hubert stammered, taking Edelgard and trying as much as he could with just the one hand to extricate her from Holst's grip, but we did get a little carried away, running into an old friend. And you, Holst said, turning to Ingrid and letting Edelgard go free. Didn't you get the news? He asked, jabbing her in the breastplate with his finger and nearly knocking her back. You're with the guardsmen, aren't you? We hired you to help House Regan's guards run security on the estate. There's been an albatross sighting, for the goddess' sake. Get to work. Ingrid looked down at her armor. Oh, this, she stammered, realizing that her disguise had come back to bite her in the ass. Well, I was on patrol here and... Well, you're on patrol wherever the captain and Lady Judith want you now, and they have called an emergency briefing so you can all know right where that is, Holst said, hearing not a single word from her as he grabbed her and dragged her along with him back the way he'd come. In mere moments, he and Ingrid were gone, and Edelgard and Hubert were left in the otherwise empty hallway to their own devices. Hubert cleared his throat. Well, Lady Edelgard, we shouldn't tarry. The others, I suppose, are already outside and, I hope, well beyond the range of those terrible explosives. We should hope that nobody runs into Thales again, especially not the two of us. Briefly dazed, Edelgard gathered her wits about her and nodded. Right, Hubert. We should stay close to the others for our own safety. He frowned. Lady Ingrid's reappearance has you worried, he surmised. That's right, she admitted. For her to come out of nowhere like that with my ring, with those letters, or so she claims. The worst part of it is, though, that I can't tell if it's really her or if she's been. Hubert gulped and spoke the word she found herself too afraid to voice. Replaced, Lady Edelgard. Edelgard nodded. Replaced, she confirmed. There was something she was supposed to say to me. And Ingrid may be many things, but she is far from absent-minded even at her worst. His brow furrowed worryingly. You really think so? Yes. I'll admit that it doesn't make much sense that an impostor Ingrid would have rescued us, but... I'm afraid we can't be too careful, she said. For Ingrid to reappear merely a month after she'd stormed out of her life was simply too good to be true. But that was Lewin in her hands, was it not? Hubert pointed out. Nothing we have seen indicates that those who slither in the dark can copy a person's crest. That's true, Edelgard admitted, but even so, we can't say that for certain. We've never spoken to Vul about how he was able to replicate Seath, who does have a crest, so perfectly that even Rhea could be fooled. And then... Another, more horrifying possibility occurred to her as the scar over her heart, the symbol of Cornelia's attempted defilement of her body and mind, ached as though freshly carved into her flesh. We just can't afford to be anything short of too careful, she repeated, while Hubert shook his head. And speaking of not being too careful, Hubert, I think it's time for us to take our leave of here. She hurried out into the courtyard with him, with her own doubts now hanging heavily on both of their consciences. The courtyard of Regan Manor was now abuzz with activity. The manor had been emptied, and the estate's guards and city militia were now sweeping through every inch of it, especially the cellar, to root out any remnants of the Albatross fiendish plot. In the meantime, the 5 great lords were left to grumble and complain as they stood out on the lawn under the steely grey sky, having been so cruelly torn away from their symposium, but more importantly, their expansive several-course luncheon. Worse, with everybody evacuated, they had to rub elbows with the manor's population of servants, and even worse, though the powerful storm that had swept through that morning had passed through and the rain had stopped, the clouds still hung threateningly and portentously above, an omen of further bad weather to come. While the Alliance Round Table put its business on hold, Edelgard, Hilda, Hubert, and Ferdinand huddled together in a loose circle, speaking in conspiratorial whispers. Black powder, high treason, and fiendish plots, Ferdinand moaned, gingerly rubbing his brow. I wonder if the fifth of the harp-string moon will live on in infamy after such a horrible event. I suspect it would be more infamous if we hadn't stumbled across those explosives in time, Edelgard said. She, Hubert, and Hilda still had between the three of them the 6 bricks of Semtex they had swiped from the cellar, and fortunately nobody else here knew what they were, so nobody made any comment about them. Speaking of, we ought to stow these away, she said, hefting the 2 she was carrying, as soon as we're allowed back into our rooms with our personal effects. Hilda frowned as she studied the manor's facade. Do you really think that his whole plan was to blow everybody up? Ferdinand shook his head and clucked his tongue. That General Molinaro. As kind as that man can be, he certainly hides a devilish malevolence. As aware as we are of his talent for subterfuge and plots of murder, Edelgard said, it does strain the imagination that he would allow such a plot to go forward, knowing that his own partner, Destinova, would be in the manor along with us. But was he not just as taken aback as we were when we learned the truth about Destinova? Hubert inquired. Perhaps he now views his former partner as a loose end that must be snipped away. He sighed. A ghastly affair. And he did once try to kill you, Hilda reminded Edelgard. I know, but it's all water under the bridge, she replied. There was no reason, none that she could fathom, at least Didu had to murder her anymore, now that their goals were entirely aligned. His underground movement is completely decentralized, as he told me. Individual cells pursue their own plans to realize their shared goals, often ignorant to the existence of their neighbors. This was his method to creating a many-headed beast that could never truly be eradicated. In so many words, the left hand never knows what the right is doing. Ferdinand inquired, a wrinkle to his brow. That is madness. It goes against every principle of social, political, or martial organization. But, Hubert added, seemingly picking up on Edelgard's argument, it means that the Albatross could have decided on this course of action entirely independently of whatever orders she may have been given by General Molinaro or Destinova. Well, Destinova wanted something blown up today, Hilda noted, and Edelgard followed her gaze across the courtyard from their conspiratorial huddle to the sight of the 5 great lords, plus Claude, milling about. He and Didu must have supplied her with those explosives. These bricks are agar then, the black powder is almiron, the nitro what's it is, something. She did claim that Destinova taught her to brew that explosive substance, Ferdinand said. Perhaps he did originally intend to have something else destroyed today, only for the Albatross to set her sights on, he shuddered. More personally satisfying targets. Edelgard examined Claude from across the courtyard. As he stood beside his wheelchair-bound grandfather, he looked the part of nothing more than Claude von Regan, with no hint in his appearance or body language that the more sinister Destinova lurked within. Thinking back to last night and his odd conversation with Hilda, it struck Edelgard that he must have been a master of self-control to act as though he were entirely ignorant of his true self. It had seemed from his behavior that he truly had no idea that Destinova was in control of his body. He looked more shaken than anybody else by the discovery of the bombs underneath the manor, and genuinely so. The scar over her heart continued to ache, like a compass needle yearning to point north. Ferdinand von Aguirre. Lorenz's voice sailed across the air as he broke away from his father's side and strode across the courtyard. Ferdinand broke away from the others, standing up straight. Ah, Lorenz. I'm glad to see you out here with everybody else, he said. The sentiments, of course, are mutual, Lorenz said. As effortlessly composed as he was, his slender fingers still sought the edges of the scarlet rose pinned to his lapel to better quell his nerves. I was told by Duke Goneril that you uncovered the black powder reserves underneath the dining hall. I most certainly did, although it was a group effort, Ferdinand said. After all, I would have not exhibited such grotesque impropriety as to sneak into Duke Regan's cellars in the first place. I was, Hubert and I were dragged along by these, troublesome ladies. He eyed Edelgard and Hilda. Lorenz smiled. Ah, of course. Lady Edelgard and Lady Hilda are simply not themselves if they are not causing trouble. In any case, Duke Regan certainly does have an envious collection of wines and spirits, does he not? In light of recent events, one might be able to forgive these women's curiosity for getting the better of them. Hilda rolled her eyes. Nice to see you, too, Lawrence. Of course it is nice to see you, House Goneril's delicate pink rose, he said, taking her hand. There are red marks on your wrists, he said, his brow furrowing, as she pulled her hand away. Are you quite all right? It was an incredible story, Ferdinand said, though quite harrowing. The albatross tied us up and left us for dead next to the black powder. Had my dear fiancée not used her incredible dragon powers to free herself, we all would have been killed. How utterly terrifying! Lawrence gasped, his complexion paling. That albatross is truly the most terrible of fiends. I hope to see her swinging from the gallows before the symposium's end. And to think that she was using black powder. That is the explosive substance the Amirans use in battle, is it not, Lady Hilda? Is it? Hilda asked, doing a terrible job of feigning ignorance. Edelgard could tell from the way she was cringing that she didn't care for where this conversation seemed to be heading, and she couldn't blame her. That is what your elder brother said? I assumed that, as he is so regularly in contact with you, you would know. If that black powder is truly of Almiran origin, then I shudder to think of the political ramifications. Just because the Amirans invented black powder doesn't mean only they can use it, Edelgard reasoned. If it is something that can be invented, then anybody can do so regardless of where they're from, so long as they have the right materials. As Vul had often told her, the devices the Agarthans employed could be built anywhere, by anyone, as long as their inner workings were known, the manufacturing processes were understood, and the materials were readily available. It was because the Agarthans were limited only to Shamhala and lacked mineral resources that they were largely unable to mass-produce such things and could do little more than effect repairs to millennia-old machinery. But they would have had to have learned from those godless foreigners, would they not have? Such knowledge is hardly common, let alone permitted, in our realm. Either way, Lawrence said, I believe Duke Goneril will have some choice words to deliver to them when next he leaves for Fodlan's Locket. And Claude says they have been nothing but peaceful since we refortified the place. What do you think of Claude? Hilda asked him, clearly desperate to change the subject. Him? He is clearly not taking his responsibilities seriously, Lawrence huffed, crossing his arms. Duke Regan looks only a few weeks away from death and ought to have stepped down months ago, yet here he is, leading the Alliance Round Table from a wheelchair, while his grandson sits by his side with his head in the clouds. You mean he isn't paying attention to the proceedings? Edelgard asked. It would be the very least he could do. Were my father in such poor health, I would insist on taking his role in the symposium and letting him rest. But no, he said, not Claude von Regan. The number of times I have caught him staring off into space as though entranced, why, once I decided to speak up and ask him if he had even heard what my father was saying. Had he? Ferdinand asked. Had he? Oh, most certainly, he had. He recited father's entire address back to him, without a single word missed or out of place, and made the both of us look like utter fools. Then it sounds like he was paying attention, Edelgard noted. Oh, yes, he clearly was, but that he refused to look the part shows his utter disdain for these proceedings, Lawrence said. Once again, Claude von Regan shows that he has all of the talent necessary to be a shrewd and capable leader and none of the will to apply himself thusly. I had no idea he and Lady Edelgard had so much in common, Hubert remarked. Edelgard would have glared at him, but knew he was speaking of her counterpart whom she had replaced. In other words, same old Claude, Hilda sighed, sounding almost disappointed. Yes, quite so. Same old Claude. It is tragic to see a house such as Regan pin the last of its hopes to such an irresponsible, lackadaisical heir. Though I suppose it will make it all the more trivial for House Gloucester to take a more prominent position in the future. Lawrence couldn't imagine how wrong he really was, Edelgard mused. In her world, Claude had taken the reins of the Leicester alliance with a subtle, yet cunning hand, playing off the pro-empire and pro-church factions perfectly against each other to maintain a state of perfect equilibrium. Though seemingly lackadaisical, Claude's competency and his uncanny knack for keeping his rivals from usurping him was to be questioned at one's peril, and Lawrence still seemed a long way off from understanding that. Though his analysis that it was indeed the same old Claude was, of course, still completely and utterly unhelpful. "Well," Lorentz said, looking back over his shoulder at the lords, who had begun picking up an argument left unfinished before their evacuation, "it seems as though Father and the others have gone back to work. I would be remiss to deprive myself of even a single word. The four of you, do take the utmost care. Hopefully Commander Judith can bring a swift end to the Albatross reign of terror and bring us back some semblance of security. We must all have tea together once this shadow no longer hangs over our heads." "Yes, of course," Ferdinand said. "I would never pass up an opportunity to share a pot of fine tea with Lorentz Helman Gloucester." With a bow, Lorentz retreated, embroiling himself once more in the political fray. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert asked, "do you think we should remain here, or excuse ourselves? I am certain King Dmitri and Captain Geralt are worried for your well-being." "Not until we've collected at least a little more information about Claude," Edelgard said. She wondered, too, about Ingrid, who was likely in the manor inspecting its every nook and cranny with the rest of Judith's men. And, of course, Thales, who could have been anywhere, though after amassing so many injuries, she could hope with some degree of confidence that all he could do right now was hide in the darkness of some forgotten corner of Deirdre and lick his wounds. It was well into the afternoon that Judith and the captain of the municipal guard came out to announce that the manor had been pronounced safe, and all were welcome to return inside. This was welcome news for all to hear, as the clouds had begun to spit a few flecks of rain here and there had been quite a few worrisome rumbles of thunder from the harbor as a prelude to yet another spring storm to sweep over the ocean and over Deirdre's walls. Nobody, least of all the lords gathered for a meeting of the Alliance Round Table, wished to be caught in the downpour that was surely returning. As everybody slowly filed into the manor and Claude vanished through the front door, Edelgard took the initiative to pursue him, deftly slipping past everybody else into the foyer after him. "A word, Claude?" she asked. "In private?" "Why, certainly," Claude said with a smirk, redirecting himself toward the stairs. "Though, unsurprisingly, it looks like nothing I say would have stopped you anyway, Your Imperial Highness." Insightful, as always. She followed him up onto the mezzanine and into the adjacent hallway. "Now, I believe you know who I actually want to speak to at this moment." He chuckled. "You really do know how to make a guy feel unwanted, Edelgard. Destinova this, Destinova that, I keep telling you, I don't know where future Claude lives," he added with a hapless little shrug. "I think you do," she said. "And if you do, Claude, then it's in your best interest as well as mine that I speak to him, especially regarding the prisoner he was so recklessly keeping in your basement." Claude walked on down the hallway. "Or did you not know where he was keeping Thales?" Edelgard asked, hurrying to keep apace with his strides. There was a brief flash of lightning outside the windows, and the nearby rumble of thunder. Claude turned around, revealing a transformed face, leaner and harder. Now his jade eyes were colder than before, his hair remained the same shade of nearly black-brown, save for the neat, thin sideburns that traveled down along the curve of his jaw, which had seemingly sprouted stark white from his skin. He even seemed to have grown a little, and Edelgard couldn't have been certain whether he was actually taller or if it was simply due to a change in his posture. Though he still closely resembled himself, just from these few changes alone he had become what felt like a completely different person, as much as Kronia had been a completely different person from Monica or Glenn. The way he carried himself was beyond the Claude Edelgard had known during her term at the Officers' Academy, or even the one she had known during the war. There was something unnervingly familiar, far too easy to recognize. "So the dye doesn't immediately wash out, I see," she said, disguising with a flippant quip how unsettling Claude's transformation was to her as she folded her arms over her chest. "Of course. It's as much a part of me as these clothes," Destinova said, playing with the cuff of his sleeve. His hands were ungloved, and Edelgard could see far more scars there than had been there just a few seconds ago, old and new, and when his cuff slipped down his forearm just a little bit, it exposed ghostly pale scars circling his wrist and running up his forearm in neat, straight ritual lines, all too familiar patterns that stood out like lightning in the dark against his tanned olive skin, patterns that sent a sympathetic chill up Edelgard's spine and made her body ache sympathetically in tune with all of the scars that still branded her original body. "Sorry," he added, sheepishly pulling a pair of white leather gloves from a satchel at his side and pulling them onto his bare hands to cloak the scars. I used to wear gloves at all times, but since this world's Claude isn't known for wearing them, I guess I fell out of the habit. Edelgard nodded. Now, what were you saying? He asked, a curious little gleam in his eyes. About Thales. What was he doing down there? She asked. Languishing, I hope. Your hope was misplaced. He broke out and nearly killed us. Oh. Destinova stroked his scruffy chin, frowning. Did you really think you had him restrained? Or did you not know about his unique ability? The ability that lets him run amok when Teach turns back time, you mean? He shook his head. No, I knew about that. It was just a matter of finding a way to put him in a no-win situation. I thought you didn't believe in no-win situations. What I believe in and what Thales believes in, thankfully, are two different things, he said with a cold smile. So, you know about his ability, too, huh? Then why don't you tell me what its drawbacks are? Just imagine I'm Teach for a moment. This is a curious way to extract information from me, Edelgard said. Oh, clever. You always were. She thought about what her Byleth had told her the other night, the last time they'd seen each other. It seemed that in his berserk state, he was truly mindless, not even possessing animal instinct. He made no conscious decisions at all, it seemed, and could only cut the shortest and most brutish path possible between 2 points. He even lacked the presence of mind to cast spells. It would have made him easy to trick, she reasoned, and easy to place into a situation where the use of that berserk state would have been a severe hindrance. And it was possible that he couldn't remain in that state indefinitely, though neither she nor Byleth could say for certain. I'm assuming, then, that we both know what we're talking about, Destinova correctly assumed. I had him in a devilish snare down there that precluded him from using that ability to break down the wall. He must have eventually figured out how to neutralize it. He clapped his hands together. So, any idea where he went? Unfortunately, no, Edelgard said. But are you certain he hasn't been sneaking out for nightly jaunts? It would have explained how she and Hubert had met him in the streets the other night, yet, from both Thales' behaviors, it almost seemed as though neither was aware of the other's existence. Most certainly. I checked on him every night and made sure he was penned in by, well, what I thought was a perfect security system. Are you certain you don't know where he went? He warped away as soon as we injured him, she said, deciding not to mention Ingrid's sudden appearance so as to leave some blind spot in his knowledge, in case it would come in handy later. And now, once again, he's everybody's problem. Well, either way, I'd already gotten what I wanted from him, Destinova said with a non-committal shrug. That's what's important. You sound almost like the Claude I know, Edelgard said. She studied the way his gaze slid off her face. He must have been the same as her. We're the same, aren't we? 2 crests, white hair, too many scars, and too many unearned deaths haunting your dreams, he asked, mustering a mirthless grin. To think there's a world out there where you of all people met my fate, Edelgard. She could have said the same of him, and perhaps been more accurate. And to think, he added, turning away from her, that you want to go back. Is that why you told Hilda and me that the only way home was suicide? Edelgard asked him, feeling a plume of hot anger in her heart. Do you find the fact that there are people in our home world that we miss so hard to believe? Destinova let out a disarming laugh. I wish. He must have had nothing in his own world, she thought. Perhaps he'd died in his world and that was why he'd had nothing, or he'd had nothing and that was why he'd died, but either way, he had learned firsthand that the death of one half of a time-traveling pair had the consequences he'd demonstrated. Was that why he so unnerved her? Because he was a vision of the future she had always dreaded? The anger in her heart gave way swiftly to sympathy, though it was guarded. I'm sorry for you, she said to him. I'm sorry. Khalid. He stiffened. That name no longer has any meaning to me, princess, he muttered. And now, he added, clenching his fist forcefully enough to make the white leather creak, neither does Claude's. Was that an act, then? Last night, this morning, when you acted entirely normal. Can you really say there's nothing of this world's Claude left? I can, he said, shaking his head. You know hermit crabs? They curl up in their shells to hide. That's what this world's Claude is to me. He's nothing but empty artifice, you mean? That's right. A hollow vessel that I use as a shield to protect myself. Nothing more. And you expect Hilda and myself to visit that same grisly fate upon our counterparts. It's the only way. No, Edelgard clenched her fists. No, Destinova, it isn't. Do you honestly believe that Thales told you the truth about that crystal slate he gave you? Are you so naive that you would trust him, of all people? I trust the evidence, Destinova retorted. Again, he looked away from her. Do you really think I'm getting some sick pleasure out of telling you this? The last thing I want to see is your corpse. Or Hilda's. Did you know that Thales came here from my world? She asked him. He came to this world with his tail between his legs because he had failed in mine. Dimitri was his second attempt. And he promised me that if I were to foil him yet again, he would move on to you. Do you realize what this means? In the future, he's going to flee this world, a failure twice over, to try his luck with you. And, she nearly added, it seemed as though the third try had been the charm. But tell me, Destinova, how will he do it without using the device you claim he destroyed? Destinova was silent for a moment. He's going to go back in time and use it while it's still functional. He'll destroy it on his way out. Then can't I go back in time after him and use it myself before he does? That doesn't happen. How do you know? Because it's history now, and history doesn't change, he snapped. I don't tolerate such fatalism, she snapped back. You shouldn't, either. That's not the Claude I know. You're not the Edelgard I know. And of course you don't tolerate fatalism. That way, you don't have to take responsibility for my timeline. Responsibility. You just said it yourself. Thales moved onto my world because you will stop him in this one. My existence is predicated on your victory. I used to think like you, there was no fate but what we made for ourselves. But I learned the hard way how wrong I was. You'll have to learn it, too, eventually. What is your game here, Claude? What are you planning on doing here in this world, anyway? What I couldn't do in mine, he said, bristling at the sound of the name he'd cast aside. He turned his back on her. Listen, Edelgard. I've been wanting to tell you this for years. This time, you need to stay out of my way. I've given you the most painless and convenient way home possible. Either take it, or spend the rest of your life here somewhere quiet. You've done enough for me. Destinova, Edelgard retorted, you're right, we are the same. That means you know what it means to be in my way. You have two choices now, stand aside or be destroyed. So do you, he shot back. He didn't know about the letters, she realized. That could prove an important blind spot in his knowledge. As he tried to leave, she grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him back around. But the face that greeted her was no longer Destinova's. It was merely Claude's. Excuse me, Claude said, brushing her hand aside. That was a great talk we had about Thales, but I've got to get downstairs now before the symposium starts up again. Plenty of work to do, preparing to take on the responsibilities of Duke Regan. Sorry, I can't stay and chat longer. What? She grabbed him by the wrist. CL, what did we just talk about? You told me that future me was keeping Thales in the basement. Good to know, I'll keep that in mind. I told you more than that. She pulled him closer. Listen. Future Claude is possessing your body. You aren't joined at the hip, you're joined at the... What are you talking about, Edelgard? Claude asked, pulling his wrist free and stepping back. You're not making any sense. Look, it's been a long day, you've just saved the entire Alliance round table from going up in smoke. Just take it easy. Give that big brain of yours a rest for once, okay? Claude, listen to me. Destinova is controlling you. Even right now, he's making you. She stopped short. It didn't seem like his words were even registering in his mind. He wasn't listening to her. Maybe it was simply that he couldn't. Was he really just an empty vessel in the shape of a person? Was there really nothing behind his eyes? No comprehension, no thought, just Destinova's mindless defense mechanism? Good talk, Claude said, striding back the way he'd came. See you at supper time. Edelgard was left standing there in the hallway, dumbfounded. If she or Hilda were to perish in this world, was that truly the fate that would eventually befall their respective counterparts, to be nothing but a thin skin of a person, capable of only a facsimile of life, as though they were a phantom trapped haunting the same house for generations, worn like a mask over a parasitic consciousness? There was a muffled outcry from the foyer, not one voice, but several in unison. Hilda rushed into the hallway from the same direction Claude had left in. "Edelgard," she shouted out, coming to a halt beside her, panting for breath. "There's been a wait. Were you just talking to Claude? What did he say?" "It wasn't Claude," Edelgard said, finding it was nearly impossible to look Hilda in her wide, worried eyes. "It was just a facade." "What do you mean, there's been a—" Hilda dragged her back into the foyer, and from the mezzanine they could see Count Erwin Fritz Gloucester sprawled on the tile floor just past the threshold, limbs akimbo, thyrsus still clutched like a scepter in one hand, with an arrow protruding from the back of his neck. Judith and several guardsmen had slammed the front door shut and were rushing to seal the rain-pelted windows as the most prominent noble families of the Leicester Alliance stood in shock in a wide, loose, awestruck half-circle around the corpse. As she and Edelgard gazed down at the scene, Hilda was still catching her breath. "Count Gloucester and Lawrence were one of the last people inside," she said, still panting for breath as she rested her arms against the railing, her eyes still wide with worry. "As soon as they stepped over the threshold." Edelgard stared down at Count Gloucester's lifeless body, and Lawrence kneeling beside him, with a dispassionate detachment that belied her own inner concern and the dragon writhing in fear underneath her skin. It looked as though, one way or another, Didu had gotten his man. The storm returned that afternoon with a terrible vengeance. Rain like an unceasing fusillade of arrows pattered against Regan Manor's roof, filling the entire second story of the estate with the inescapable din, and poured as thick and ceaseless as waterfalls down every window in the manor. The sky became so dark that it nearly seemed as though evening had arrived hours early, lit occasionally by flashes of lightning. Thunder rolled and roared with every flash of light. "I suppose," Hubert said as Ferdinand carefully poured steaming tea from a porcelain pot into a cup tightly gripped in his hand, "that it is some faint consolation that the sniper who loosed that arrow at Count Gloucester had to flee into that." He carefully raised his teacup to his lips, supporting its bottom gently against his left wrist while Ferdinand set the teapot aside and prepared to catch the cup in case it should fall. "Careful now, Hubert," Ferdinand cautioned. "You know I can drink a cup of tea on my own, Ferdinand." "Yes, but all of our nerves are frayed," he said. "I simply wish to be careful." "And the taste, my friend?" Hubert took a sip. "Pleasant enough for tea?" "Thank you," Ferdinand said, taking up the teapot again and pouring 2 more cups for Edelgard and Hilda. Edelgard raised her own cup to her lips, blew softly against the pale amber surface of the tea to cool it, and took a sip. The scent of lavender filled her nostrils, the taste of chamomile graced her lips. The coiled dragon resting underneath her skin like muscles pulled taut relaxed. Drinking hot tea on a cold day while a storm raged beyond the window of Hilda's guest bedroom was a soothing experience like no other, even after witnessing such a horrific event. Even this world's Ferdinand occasionally possessed insight equal to his more mature counterpart, especially when it came to where and when was the best time and place for tea. "Thanks for the tea," Hilda mumbled glumly, clasping her cup with both hands in her lap as she let her gaze drift to the rain-streaked window. Hubert took another sip. "I would, of course, prefer coffee. We all need something to calm our nerves, not excite them. It is not the excitation, but rather the taste I prefer." "Yes, we are all entitled to our own personal madnesses," Ferdinand said, clucking his tongue. "I will take the rest of this to Lawrence. A shared lavender chamomile blend among friends can calm the stormiest heart, I am certain of that. I do hope he is dealing well with recent events. I knew he and his father did not see eye to eye on every occasion, but each cared deeply for the other, as of course a father and son should." There was a sort of haunted weariness that briefly flickered across his face, deepening the darkness of his somber eyes. Hubert started to stand up. "I can." "No, stay here, have your tea," Ferdinand insisted. "You and Hilda can stay here. Simply because I am minus a hand does not mean you must treat me as an invalid," Hubert grumbled, but he acquiesced and sat back down, again carefully raising his teacup to take a sip from it. "Actually," Ferdinand, on your way to visit Lorentz, may I speak with you privately? Edelgard asked. Ferdinand gave her a bemused look. Certainly, Lady Edelgard. Actually, it would be quite helpful if you held the teapot for me. The two of them stepped out into the hallway. Ferdinand gently shut the door behind himself. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of a private audience, your Majesty? There was a sense of unusual and uneasy humility to his tone. It's good that you care for Lorentz's well-being, Edelgard told him. But I'd like to know how you, yourself, are faring as well. Again, Ferdinand wore a bemused look. Well, it was a shocking event, and terrible, and Hubert and I were much closer to it than you or Hilda, but it was not my father who passed, after all. Edelgard recalled Thales's words in the cellar, the way he'd specifically singled out Ferdinand for mockery, taunting him with the evil deeds his father had done in both her own world and this one. The way Ferdinand had just mentioned his own father, unprompted, seemed telling. You said that Lorentz and Count Erwin didn't particularly get along. Did they in your world? I confess I didn't know him very well in my world, but I did immensely prefer Lorentz to his father. Ah. Well. Lorentz has always believed that the nobles of the Alliance are overly quarrelsome, and has always thought his father to be, though a fair and conscientious governor of his own people, responsible for more than his fair share of that fractious political climate, Ferdinand said. And what? Just before Gronderfield last year, the Golden Deer House was sent on a mission into Leicester. Apparently, merchants heading from Gloucester into Regan were being attacked by beasts and bandits, but not merchants going the opposite way. Of course, there was no proof, but a rumor was voiced that Count Gloucester himself was setting these beasts upon people to staunch the flow of wealth into his rival's territory. Just as he had allegedly done to the previous Duke Regan, Claude's uncle Godfrey. Ah, so the rumors abound in your world as well. Since that mission, Lorentz had suspected there was more truth than lies to those rumors, if only due to the late Count's reputation for the most cutthroat behavior. But he still did love and respect his father. Ferdinand kept his gaze far away from Edelgard's eyes. Ferdinand, Edelgard said, it's not like you to have such difficulty meeting somebody else's eyes. This is about more than Lorentz's father, isn't it? Of course it is. It is about Lorentz himself. No, I mean Duke Aegir. Ferdinand looked down at his boots, both hands clasped in a rather ignoble fashion around his teacup as though desperate for its warmth. Oh. I heard what Thales said to you, she told him. Everybody did, I suppose, he said. Is it true? Is that what my father did in your world? Was he truly the type of man who would gleefully torture children? She nodded. He was one of the vilest human men I'd ever met, she said, not mincing words even though they might break his heart. And what he said about Hrym. During the insurrection of the Seven, she explained, Duke Aegir was made interim governor of the Viscounty, and ruled it harshly. People tried to flee across the Ermid River into Ordelia. In my world, I was fortunate enough to have amassed enough political capital to remove him from office and place him under arrest by the time I was crowned emperor. For that, and for my family's sake, I couldn't end his career soon enough. Ferdinand's face had turned white. He took a deep breath, staring with wide and frightened eyes at Edelgard. It looked as though it was taking all of his strength just to hold the teacup he was clasping in his hands. With the windows storm-darkened, the only light in the hallway came from the wall sconces, and it ebbed and flowed across his face like ragged and uneven breaths. But, in this world, is my father doing such horrible things in this world? I'm afraid I don't quite know, Edelgard admitted. I've had suspicions, but they're just that, suspicions. I wouldn't trust your father half as far as I could throw him, but neither can I make an informed condemnation of his character. Ferdinand was silent for a while. Does my counterpart know? He asked her. His voice came out shaking and timid, like a baby fawn struggling to stand on its wobbling legs. She nodded. He knows everything. With the war over and Thales deprived of his influence over the Empire, he's finally in a position to right his father's wrongs. He always said that it was a son's duty to be a better man than his father. But there is a chance my father could still be a good man, is there not? I suppose there's always a chance. He sighed. I am sorry. Is this any way for a noble to behave? My friend has suffered a deep emotional wound, and yet here I am, speaking only of my own pain. You must share your pain with somebody, Edelgard told him. And, of course, it would be tactless of you to foist it upon Lorenz in his own time of need. Ferdinand nodded. Yes, of course. Then speak of your pain to your heart's content before you meet with him. What incredible wisdom you have amassed, Edelgard, he said, mustering a weak smile. I think I may have said all I need to say, so I can thank you for offering me your proverbial shoulder. Besides, it would not do for us to let the tea become cold, he added, gesturing to the teapot Edelgard was still holding for him. Let us make haste to Lorenz's room. I believe he is just a little ways down this hall. As they hurried down the hallway, a crack of thunder so powerful it sounded like an explosion tore through the air outside, muffled by the manor's roof and walls. Ferdinand, startled, fumbled with his teacup, the still steaming tea splashing onto his hand, and with a yelp he dropped the cup to the floor. It spilled its remaining contents onto the rug, but thankfully was cushioned enough that it didn't shatter. Still, though, he immediately took the handkerchief from his lapel and dried his hand. Are you all right? Edelgard asked him as he put the handkerchief aside and bent over to pick up his dropped teacup. I am quite fine, he said sheepishly. That thunder merely caught me at my most vulnerable. Well, the cup seems unharmed, thankfully, and I do believe my hand prevented most of the tea from staining the rug. As long as you did not drop the pot, I think we will be just fine. The two of them reached Lorenz's room. Ferdinand knocked gently upon the door and waited for Lorenz to open it. It didn't take long for him to come to the door and open it, and even though not so much as a violet hair on the heir to House Gloucester's head was out of place, he wore a haggard look on his face that even his sternest composure could not hide. Ah, he said, forcing a smile, slender fingers anxiously drifting to his bare lapel where his signature carnation typically sat. Ferdinand. Lady Edelgard. A pleasure to see you both again. I thought I might offer you some nice, calming lavender chamomile tea, Ferdinand said, gesturing to the teapot. The two of us may share it. I had plenty of it brewed, and Hubert and Edelgard have both assured me that it is perfectly steeped. That is quite kind of you, Lorenz said, and it looked as though some of the vitality had just returned to his face. When you knocked, a part of me thought that the rest of the lords were ready to continue the symposium with me in my father's stead. Of course, as I said earlier, I would be remiss not to fill in for my late father. A rueful tone seeped into his voice, as though he at least partly regretted voicing that sentiment. Of course, Ferdinand said. But the symposium is still on hold for the evening, as far as I can tell. I hear that Claude insisted that no discussions should proceed until Gloucester's heir has had time to mourn. Lorenz looked taken aback. Claude said that. He chuckled and nervously adjusted the carnation upon his lapel. Of all people, perhaps there is yet a spark of responsibility in his body. Or perhaps he had simply stumbled upon an ingenious excuse to give himself a break. You may tell him that I will certainly be fit to exercise my late father's duties come tomorrow morning. I must do my part to take responsibility. Only then may I ensure that justice is swiftly delivered. Certainly you could give yourself more time than that, Ferdinand replied. Time and tide wait for no man, but occasionally, government does, Edelgard added. It's rare for the world to stop when you need it to, but should it grant you that opportunity, I doubt anybody can blame you for taking it. Thank you, Lady Edelgard, Lorenz said. Knowing the family tragedies you have endured this past year, I can tell that your words come from a wealth of experience. He stepped aside and welcomed the two of them into his guest room. Come in. There is a tea set in this room, so no need to provide a cup for myself. And I see a fracture in yours, Ferdinand, put that away at once and allow me to pour you a fresh cup, and of course, Lady Edelgard, I would be delighted to have you as well. Edelgard set the teapot down on the table in the corner of the room, noting that Lorenz was taking great care as he walked through the room to spend as little time in front of the window as possible. I'm afraid I can't join you, she told him. I'll be seeing to Hilda. Of course, Lorenz said as he poured the tea from the pot into 2 cups. He was frowning, despite his attempts at sounding like a jovial host. Do take care, Lady Edelgard, and thank you for your help. Edelgard left Lorenz's room and shut the door behind her, leaving him and Ferdinand to their tea, but she'd hardly gone any farther down the hallway the way she'd came before she heard a voice from around the corner farther down in the opposite direction. It was a familiar voice, and not one she wished to hear. She crept to the bend in the hall, staying close to the inner wall, and snuck a glance around the corner. There she saw Ingrid, still clad in her armor, along with a stout, older woman with steel-gray hair and a young, deathly pale woman with skin as gray as a corpse's and a mop of carrot-red hair. All three of them were drenched with rainwater. "Wait in here," Ingrid said as she opened the door to one of the unused guest bedrooms. "Wait," she says, Kronia grumbled, her arms crossed. "Do I look like a waiter? Do you want me to tell you what you do look like? Go ahead, Ingrid, push your luck." "Hush, Miss Kronia," the older woman said. "Miss Ingrid, are you certain it's all right for us to stay in this room? Duke Regan won't be upset." "What he doesn't know won't hurt him," Ingrid said, ushering her and Kronia inside. "Besides, it's only until the storm breaks." She slipped into the room for a moment and emerged stripped of her guardsman's uniform and armor and dressed in a much simpler outfit, with the wrapped-up hero's relic she'd been carrying no longer with her. "I'll be back soon." She stepped back into the hallway and closed the door behind her unlikely compatriots, fearing that Ingrid might see her. Edelgard hurriedly pulled herself back behind the wall, her pulse racing. What in blazes was Ingrid doing with Kronia of all people? Even if she and Kronia shared a common foe in Thales, Ingrid would never deign to so much as breathe the same air as her after all she'd done to hurt her. Nothing added up. Nothing at all. Keeping herself calm as best she could, Edelgard crept down the hallway to her bedroom adjacent to Hilda's. As a thunderclap roared and lightning split the sky outside, she quickened her pace. She could just hear Ingrid's footsteps over the endless pattering of rain, and they were drawing nearer. "Edelgard!" Ingrid called out. Edelgard had just placed her hand on the doorknob to her bedroom when Ingrid came around the corner of the hallway. "Ingrid," she said. "I'd thought your room was this way," Ingrid added, letting out a relieved sigh. "We really do need to talk. I'm sure you have questions, and I'll admit I could have made a less, enigmatic entrance. Is it all right if I follow you in? Assuming Duke Goneril doesn't catch me and put me back to work, that is." Edelgard smiled. "By all means. You'll be quite safe from that obnoxious brute in my room." She opened the door and held it open. "Go on ahead. Maybe now the two of us can finally relax," Ingrid said, stepping in front of her over the threshold. "Well, as much as we can, given the circumstances." Edelgard studied her as she walked by. The hair, the eyes, the shape of her face, the sound of her voice, it was all unmistakably and heart-wrenchingly her, and yet nothing added up. If those who slither in the dark had taken Ingrid's face for their own and she found herself becoming increasingly certain that they had, then what could her retribution be but swift and terrible? Her crest burned in her blood. Talons silently sprouted from her fingertips. While Ingrid stood in front of her and the door swung shut behind her, Edelgard grabbed her right wrist in her right hand and placed the talons of her left over her throat. "I don't want to hurt you," she growled, "but I will if I have to. Freeze, or I'll slit your throat." Ingrid froze. "Edelgard, what are you doing?" she asked. Edelgard could feel the telltale quivering of her skin beneath the razor edges of her long-since unmanicured talons. She'd meant it as an idle threat, just a way of subduing her, but the dragon inside her hadn't. "You're right. I do have questions for you," Edelgard said. "What have you done with the real Ingrid?" Ingrid turned her head just enough to glance over her shoulder at her. "What are you talking about?" "Let me tell you about Ingrid. Despite our acrimonious parting, she still means the world to me, well, this world, anyway, and if I find out that you have harmed a single hair on her head, I can promise you that the Valley of Torment's searing heat will be a pleasant spring day in Gronder in comparison to the fires of my vengeance. And I am not somebody who says those words lightly. I am not given to fits of petty fury. The real Ingrid would know that. Edelgard, I can explain. Don't try to imitate her. You've incurred enough of my wrath already. Now, here were the 3 fatal mistakes you made that revealed your deception. 3 that you brought your cohort Kronia with you. 2 that you failed to remember what you should have said to me upon reuniting. One, that you even came back for me in the first place. 3 things the real Ingrid Brandel Galatea would never do. Ingrid winced. Edelgard. You even flinch at the sound of her name, Edelgard added, feeling the rage building up in her heart. The dragon inside her pressed against her skin, which felt thinner by the second, as its bestial and instinctive fury harmonized with her own. For all she knew, a replicant could be as benign as Vul, but that all hinged on whatever fate had befallen Ingrid. Had a replicant found a way to mimic the crest of Daphnel? Or had Cornelia passed down her arcane knowledge to an apprentice who had placed their stone heart into her chest to control her mind and body? Now, I'm certain you have places to be, but I assure you, you're not going anywhere until you tell me who you work for and what you've done with her. She remembered the first time she had laid eyes upon Byleth after her 5-year absence. All of the pain of the past 5 years, the guilt, the heartbreak had come to her anew then, tearing through her like a sniper's arrow to her heart. The idea that Byleth might have been a trick or an impostor hadn't even occurred to her, because every day for 5 years she had expected her to return someday. She had known even at the moment of her disappearance that Byleth wished to walk by her side to the ends of the earth. Byleth's return, surprising as it had been, had always been something she'd expected and anticipated. The moment the two of them had embraced each other, Edelgard had known that it was truly Byleth, not a mirage or a delusion of her forlorn mind. But Ingrid had been different. Edelgard had driven her away. She had laid out a path that Ingrid, with her immutable sense of loyalty and justice, could never follow. There had been nothing but bitterness and loss between them. And so the skin beneath her talons was utterly unconvincing in spite of its verisimilitude. Is this all because I didn't tell you how much I despised you? Ingrid sputtered. Edelgard, for the love of the goddess, how did you of all people take that seriously? I was upset, I was frustrated, I wasn't thinking about assuaging your paranoia, all I was trying to do was make certain you felt as hurt and betrayed by me as I felt by you. Well, Edelgard, if that's what you were hoping to hear from me, then that's how I feel about you. I despise you. Edelgard was struck dumb. In an instant, fury ceased to burn in her heart and shame took its place, shame that filled her chest and warmed her cheeks with its cloying heat. She let go of Ingrid, her arms falling limply to her side, and backed herself up dazedly against the bedroom door. Ingrid turned to face her, wearing a furious scowl, her cheeks glistening with streaks of tears. Well, she asked, her voice cracking. Do you still have doubts? Edelgard remembered to breathe. She tried to swallow the growing lump in her throat. How could you think I'd been replaced? I have a crest, Edelgard. You know, one of those things you can't stop ranting about. How can the Agarthans fake a crest? I don't know, but I can't consider it impossible, she retorted. The scar over her heart ached so much that she had to press her hand against it to dull the pain. And besides, there's another way for them to control a person, to control their body and mind, to make them think thoughts that aren't their own. What? Thoughts like what? That I wanted to see you again. Show me your chest. What? Edelgard undid the top button of her blouse and spread it apart to show the edge of the ragged scar over her heart. No one else has as deft a surgical touch as Cornelia. If you're compromised, there'll be a scar over your heart. Show me. Goddess, Edelgard. Nothing you're doing makes sense. Show me that you are who I think you are. With a frustrated sigh, Ingrid did the same, pulling her collar down to show the bare and unmarred skin just above her left breast, over her heart. Edelgard nearly felt her legs give out beneath her. What a fool she'd been. There was a frantic banging on the door. Lady Edelgard. Hubert cried out from the other side, startling her. I heard shouting. Are you in danger? Hilda, something is blocking the door. Break it down, for her highness' sake. Shocked back into her wits, Edelgard leaped from the door and pulled it open. At the exact moment that Hilda tried to force it open, she charged through the open door and crashed into the floor at Ingrid's feet. I am sorry, Ingrid gasped, pulling herself immediately down to tend to Hilda. I didn't mean to shout. Hilda, are you all right? I hurt my shoulder, Hilda moaned. Can you help me up, she asked, and of course Ingrid helped her to her feet. While she stood up, she looked Ingrid up and down and wrinkled her nose. What are you wearing? You're dressed like a peasant. I'm trying to keep a low profile, Ingrid explained. Well, making yourself look like a scullery maid isn't helping, they'll just drag you off and put you to work again. Why don't you come to my room and let me make you look more presentable? I'll pass. Hubert eyed Edelgard up and down, as though inspecting her for any injuries. Lady Edelgard. I suppose you've been investigating. She bowed her head, ashamed. She's the real Ingrid, Hubert. I just couldn't believe it. That is a relief, he said. I doubt Lady Hilda and I would have had much luck fighting a replicant unarmed. Hilda looked up at Ingrid, a livid red rug burn marring her chin, and then looked at Edelgard, then back at Ingrid again, then finally back at Edelgard. You thought she was a replicant? She asked, her eyes wide. I didn't want to take any chances, Edelgard muttered sheepishly, feeling more embarrassed with every passing second. I meant what I said earlier today, Ingrid said. It's been a long, hard month since we parted ways. A lot has changed. I promise I can explain everything, though. Even Kronia. What about Kronia? Hubert and Hilda both hissed in unison. She's my bodyguard, somehow. Ask Dedu, it's apparently on his orders, Ingrid said. You came all the way from Galatea to save me? Edelgard asked her. I was certain that if anyone chose to leave the path I was on, our paths would never cross again. All the way from Gaspard, actually, she answered. I was lucky to arrive here soon enough to deliver those letters. You delivered those letters? Hilda gasped. What were you doing in Gaspard? Edelgard asked. I've left home, Ingrid said with a melancholic shake of her head. For good. I realized almost as soon as I'd arrived that it wasn't where I belonged. I don't consider myself a member of House Galatea anymore. Edelgard was shocked to hear those words from Ingrid's mouth. She gestured to Hubert and Hilda. Hubert, I appreciate your concern, but you and Hilda can go back to the other room now. I don't think I'm in any further danger. Hubert let out a sigh of relief. It seems so, Lady Edelgard. I will let you and Ingrid have your privacy. He left the room, followed by Hilda, who was gingerly rubbing her shoulder and grumbling under her breath about it. Edelgard watched them leave. So, what happened? She asked Ingrid. Actually, I should be going, Ingrid replied, heading past her. I don't want to leave Kronia unattended any longer than necessary. Wait, Edelgard said, holding her arm in front of the doorway. I understand perfectly if you don't want to talk about what happened at home, but you still need to explain those letters, that pendant, who gave you them? Who told you I was in danger? Who told you I needed your help? Okay, this is going to sound insane, but, Ingrid took a deep breath. You did, she said. No, it was you, from the future or, from the past? Your future self from the past, and of course, if it hadn't been for Ash I wouldn't have believed. Edelgard found herself once again beyond words. You met her? Not in person. The package was already waiting for me when I arrived at Gaspard Manor, with the pendant, a letter for Hubert, a letter for Hilda, and a letter for me. A letter for you. She supposed that the letter must have contained instructions on where and when to deliver the other letters and where and when to meet her. But more than that, there had to have been something in it to convince Ingrid to do it all in the first place. What did it say? She asked. The letter told me not to tell you that, Ingrid said, and for a moment she gave Edelgard a smirk that almost suggested she was enjoying the bemused, partly indignant look that had just sprang up on her face. She left the room, but Edelgard followed. Wait, Edelgard said. Ingrid waited. I'm sorry for what just happened here. What I did, I mean my paranoia simply got the better of me. And as you can see, that method I told you about, well, Edelgard pressed her hand to her heart once again. It still ached. For the first time, Ingrid looked sorry for her again. Oh, goddess, she moaned. It's all right, she said unconvincingly. I understand. She hurried down the hall. Edelgard hurried after her. What are you doing? Ingrid asked her. You think I'm letting you walk into a room alone with Kronia, she answered. Ingrid held a hand to her mouth. There was a momentary bright gleam in her eyes. I should have known better than to think you would, she said, obviously trying to hide a smile. She led her to the room she'd picked out. As they crossed the hall, Edelgard observed Ingrid with a renewed sense of relief, despite her own guilt and shame. Your hair, she pointed out. She tried to summon the words she'd meant to say along with that to her lips, but they wouldn't come. She found herself completely tongue-tied. It's, shorter now. Disappointed? Ingrid asked, taking a truncated lock between her fingers. Not at all, I actually think it suits you well. What happened to your ear? She ran her finger over the notch self-consciously. A near miss with a javelin. On our way back home, we were ambushed by the Knights of Syros. They inflicted some heavy casualties. I'm lucky I fared this well at all. That was actually where I met Kronia, and, well, she actually managed to save my life. She opened the door to the guest bedroom and let Edelgard and herself inside. And speaking of Kronia. Kronia was sitting cross-legged on the floor in the center of the bedroom. Hello, Ingrid. She waved. Hello, Edel. You're looking remarkably less feathery than the last time I tried to kill you. Edelgard looked at Ingrid, raising her eyebrows. You really trust her? You, of all people. Ingrid shrugged. Trust is the wrong word. And you trust her? Kronia sneered at Edelgard. You know that's not the real Ingrid, right? She wiggled her fingers menacingly, a wide, sinister grin stretching from ear to ear. We used Agarthan magic to turn her into the Pegasus we rode in on. I don't think you have the self-control to manage something like that, Edelgard responded, forcing herself not to give in to Kronia's goading, if only out of shame for having given in to her paranoia once already. Oh, yes, I do. Perk up your ears a bit. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear it over the rain. She's tied up in the stables right now, crying for help. Or, rather, whinnying for help. Kronia continued to stare up expectantly at Edelgard, licking her lips with sadistic glee, until she finally gave up. Fine. I thought for sure you'd fall for it, she moped. Anyway, you'll be happy to know you're not on my kill list anymore. You're not even on my maim list anymore. Edelgard crossed her arms. Who is on your kill list? Asked Dedu. He's the one who writes it. Oh, after he had me fake my own death he had me kill a whole lot of people for him, Kronia let out a wistful sigh. After a bloodbath like that, I'd face down the Immaculate One if he asked me to. I'm sure he's keeping that in mind. Kronia's pale face somehow turned even paler. That's not funny, she said. The older woman Ingrid had brought with her, who was currently trying to pull herself off of the four-poster bed in the corner of the room, spoke up. So, this is Lady Edelgard, eh? The murderess, kidnapping a Drestian princess who bewitched my Lady Ingrid. While Ingrid's face turned red all the way to the tips of her ears, Edelgard strode over to help the woman up. The very same, ma'am. And you are? Lottie Felt, if you please. Oh, and don't ma'am me, your highness, the woman said with a shake of her head. I'm just one of House Galatia's stable hands or, well, formerly. I'm here to keep Miss Ingrid and Miss Kronia from coming to blows. It's a pleasure to meet you. She gingerly rubbed her back. Goodness, these beds. I sank right into that thing. There must be such a thing as too soft. I agree. There's no spinal support, mattresses should be firm, Edelgard said, nodding. Well, I suppose I can tough it out for a night before we go back to the inn, Lottie said. So, as the three of us are uninvited guests, I suppose a dinner invitation is out of the question. Dinner was a somber affair that night, and most of the 5 great lords chose to have their supper in their rooms rather than risk being in one room together where they could all be wiped out in one fell swoop. In any case, such a development made it rather trivial for Edelgard to request her meal sent up, and a few extra helpings as well, as she'd had a very exciting and strenuous day. Of course, the few extra helpings were for Ingrid and Lottie. Kronia, who decided to stand guard outside the door, turned up her nose at them and insisted she didn't want anything to do with humans' primitive so-called cooking, insisting that Agarthan synthetic nutrient bars tasted better and were healthier, though of course she started changing her tune when Edelgard later brought dessert to the manor's unexpected guests. Ingrid, of course, all but inhaled her food with the voracious appetite she was well known for. While Edelgard shared her meal with them, she and Ingrid caught up. The two of them traded stories, Edelgard of Dimitri's overtures of peace toward Seath and Flayn, the Golem incidents, Cornelia's harrowing return, the hatchlings, the mysterious letter, and the recent adventures in Derdriu, Ingrid of her ill-fated courtship and flight from Galatea. Though there was still some distance between the two of them at first, and Ingrid in particular seemed loath to go into detail and eager to prevent Lottie from doing so on her behalf, there were moments here and there where Edelgard could almost believe that the two of them could be friends again. But Ingrid still remained guarded, there was still a part of her heart she was keeping hidden, a part of herself that she continued to hold at arm's length, a part of her mind she continued to keep the strongest and thickest armor around. But sometimes she would laugh, particularly when Edelgard had been telling her about her egg-hatching experiences, and on those occasions Edelgard could feel as though she'd found herself swept back in time to before the truth had driven such a wedge between them. All through the evening, her heart ached as fiercely as the storm raged. The storm raged on well through the evening, the manor's frame braced itself boldly against the winds that struck it. Outside its walls, Edelgard had suspected that for the entire day the city of Derdriu must have come to a complete halt. The torrential rain and howling winds alone made the streets perilous enough, together, they made them impassable. Spring storms like these were nothing new to port cities, Inber had them on occasion as well. But it seemed that Derdriu, the jewel of the Leicester alliance, truly did have them worse, because the cold northern wind was that much stronger here than the warm southern winds. That night, after dinner, the pattering of the rain against the roof and windows lulled Edelgard to sleep. She found herself awake, though, in the middle of the night to the sound of clear skies and calm winds, or rather the sound of nothing at all. She didn't realize until she noticed that her mattress had somehow turned as hard and solid as hardwood that she'd broken that silence by rolling straight out of bed. She tried to collect her thoughts as she picked herself up off the floor, her eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. Whatever painful dream had driven her from her bed slipped out of her mind's eye like sand through her fingers, no matter how she grasped it. Vague impressions flitted away into the darkness. All she could say with certainty was that she couldn't remember ever having a nightmare that had actually involved Marrays. She shook her head. To think Cronia's stupid little joke had gotten so deep under her skin. "Lady Edelgard, are you hurt?" I heard a noise, Ferdinand whispered from the other bed in the opposite corner of the room, which he was sharing with Hubert. "Don't get up," Edelgard whispered back. "I just fell out of the bed, I'm fine. I think I'll go for a walk down the hall to clear my head. Don't stay out too long. It sounds as though the storm has finally worn itself out. You know what that means, do you not?" She stood up and lit a little flame between her fingers, letting it light her way. "Remind me, if you'd please. Tomorrow, at 20 minutes past noon, we are to be at the municipal courthouse to address those subpoenas." "Oh. Right. The 6th. She supposed she'd meet up with Dimitri, Geralt, and the others there. "As soon as we get that matter straightened out, we will finally be free to leave this tinderbox of a city," Ferdinand said. "And, if you ask me, we cannot leave soon enough. Between Thales and the Albatross, Derdriu seems to utterly despise us. Although King Dimitri will be addressing the Round Table on the 7th, will he not? Or the 8th, I suppose, if they are delayed longer. I think so. But maybe the rest of us can go back to Garreg Mach without him." "Go back to bed, Ferdinand," Hubert mumbled, still half asleep, as he took Ferdinand by the shoulder and tried to pull him back down. Edelgard almost laughed at the sight. Those two were already like a married couple in this world. She opened the bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. The wall sconces still cast their flickering, wavering light upon the corridor. The entire manor was deathly quiet, quiet as a tomb, save for the creak of a floorboard here and there under her bare feet. Her idle feet somehow carried her nearer to Ingrid's room, and there she found Cronia standing guard, clad in the armor Ingrid had been wearing earlier. Cronia saw her approaching and waved, then deserted her post and crept across the hallway to her. "Hello, Edel," she purred, her eyes shining in the dark like a fox's as she paced in a slow circle around Edelgard. "Can't sleep again? Does the urge to go snooping around always strike you in the middle of the night? Or just when I'm around?" Edelgard kept a wary eye on her. "What's the matter? After our last talk, I thought you'd be excited to see me again." Or has being turned into a hideous half-alien beast changed things between us? She asked, leering at her. Edelgard could feel Kronya's gaze penetrating into her very bones and felt the dragon writhe inside her, as though sensing the presence of an ancient foe. As little as she feared Kronya, a part of her felt as though she were a hare in the presence of a fox, because she knew what ran through an Agarthan's mind when they laid their eyes upon a Nabatean, even maybe especially a half-breed abomination such as herself. "Oh, I am excited to see you again, but I suppose seeing Ingrid actually tolerate your presence is just a little unnerving," she said, suppressing the urge to shudder. Kronya giggled. "Well, I'll just say she's learned to tolerate a lot. Maybe even you, Edel." Edelgard did have to admit that she'd felt very tolerated at dinner. Tolerated enough that she could almost truly believe that Ingrid had set all of her animosity toward her aside, and possibly even forgiven her. But no matter how Ingrid had occasionally laughed, or how she had occasionally smiled, there was still a part of her heart that was yet to thaw, and Edelgard could still feel it, radiating cold as a hearth radiated heat. She wasn't yet ready to get her hopes up. "So I suppose we're all on the same side now," she said to Kronya. "Oh, Edel. We've been on the same side ever since Dida recruited me." "And when was that?" "Oh, you remember. He recruited me right off of Garreg Mach's walls." "Right. So, trying to murder me while I was escaping from Garreg Mach. A feint. Look, if I'd wanted you dead, you'd be dead, simple as that. I was forged to be Agartha's blade in the dark, after all. Peerless, unstoppable. I proved myself against dozens of other me's, you know. I'm in the top percentage of Kronias." Edelgard supposed she shouldn't be surprised that Kronias weren't seen by Agarthans as particularly valuable. What a disgusting culture. By the way, I have to admit, I'm curious as to why you're not using Glenn's face. "Oh? Do you think it would be better if I was?" "Oh, Edel. I had no idea you were so sadistic. You really want poor Ingrid to suffer, don't you? Is that ample punishment for leaving you?" "No, of course not." Talking to Kronya, Edelgard thought, felt unnervingly like talking to Thales, but a younger, dumber Thales, like a younger boy innocently setting out to imitate his bully of an elder brother, or not so innocently. "I just suppose I'm trying to put myself in your shoes. Out of practical concerns, fewer people would stare if you walked around with a more human face. And I suppose I can't understand why you aren't taking this opportunity to torment Ingrid, after all the times you've tormented her in the past. You think I like pretending to be one of you disgusting apes?" Kronya sneered at her, her gaze continuing to dissect her. "Or, I'm sorry, one of those disgusting apes, sorry, I forgot you were a lizard now. Anyway, I don't. I'm actually much more comfortable this way." "I see," Edelgard said. Kronya came to a stop at her side. "Say, how many months ago was it? When you had me at your mercy, and you chose to feed me treats like a dog?" "I think that was when I decided." Edelgard looked into her scarlet eyes and recalled exactly how they'd looked, filled with helpless fear, when Solon had plunged his hand into her chest. In that moment, despite everything, she truly had felt sorry for Kronya. To the likes of Thales, she was even more of a disposable pawn than Edelgard. Edelgard had been made into a tool, but Kronya had been born as one. "When you decided what?" she asked. "That I liked you and your stupid friends more than I feared Thales," Kronya answered. "It just took me a little while longer to realize it." She joined her hands into the shape of a heart, her lips curling into a simpering, sardonic smile. "So, now, whenever I cause you or Ingrid or any of your stupid friends any sort of physical or emotional pain, because, after all, I was built to hurt people, and like a scorpion, it's just in my nature, know now that it comes from a place of love." "That must be a uniquely Agarthan courtship ritual," Edelgard snickered, recalling Voul's attitude toward Seath. "What?" Kronya hissed, backing away and clenching her fists. "No. You disgusting, perverse, as if I could have such feelings toward a gaggle of dirty, smelly, ephemeral, primitive, surface-dwelling mud people." Edelgard kept laughing. "A word of advice, Kronya, don't tease people if you can't handle being teased in return." "What kind of an ethos is that? Next you'll say, don't kill people if you can't handle being killed in return, and what sense does that make?" Kronya fumed. "Nobody can handle being killed. That's what killing is. Well, generally speaking, when you change a word in a sentence, you do change that sentence's meaning, Edelgard retorted. Kronia crossed her arms. I've changed my mind, she said. Actually, I hate you. She turned her back on Edelgard and stomped back over to the bedroom door. Wait, Edelgard said, following her. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you. Ever since Dida threw you off the wall, I've been meaning to ask you. What? Kronia muttered brusquely. Why is Claude? Edelgard asked. Kronia scowled at her. You told me that was the question I should have been asking about him. Not who, not what. Why? So, all this time for quite a while, actually, I think long before Didu officially recruited you, you've been privy to some hidden insight into his character, Edelgard said. It's him you're really working for, isn't it? And let me guess he earned your loyalty by telling you something about yourself that only you could know. Kronia's scowl turned into a smirk. You think you're smart, huh, Edel? Yes, I've known about Claude's secret double life for a while now. You knew that Claude and Destinova were one and the same. Kronia grinned. Time travel is a bitch, isn't it, Edel? So, Edelgard said. Once again, I have to ask the question you begged. Why is Claude? It occurred to her at that moment, realizing that Kronia had dual loyalties to both Destinova and Didu, that Kronia may not have been so friendly as she seemed. Perhaps she was waiting for orders to kill her and Hilda and return them to their rightful timelines by force. But no, Edelgard dismissed that possibility for now. Destinova hadn't told her that because he'd wanted her or Hilda to die. He'd told her that because he wanted her to understand what he believed, that there were no other palatable ways home. He didn't want her to die. He wanted her to live. It was just that he seemed very particular about where. Though the pelting rain had some time ago reduced itself to a drizzle, a distant flash of lightning lit up the windows like the parting shot of a retreating army, and seconds later, the low roar of distant thunder rumbled, faint and fleeting. Kronia smirked. Edel, what would you do if you suddenly found yourself in a world that had everything you wanted? Wouldn't you do whatever it took to make it all yours? The next morning, the heavy clouds that had carried yesterday's storm had clustered themselves to the edge of the southwest horizon, and the rest of the sky was a solid periwinkle broken up only by the occasional feathery wisps. Every rooftop, street, and lawn in Deirdre glistened in the sunlight, the rain gutters on the sides of the roads babbled like brooks, and the canals that ran through the city were nearly overflowing. With the storm past, the city came back to life, and on every street at least one person was collecting a bit of flotsam that had been flung into the road by the force of the winds. That morning after breakfast, Edelgard and company left Regan Manor for their appointment with Deirdre's legal system. She had to admit that she was nervous. She was well acquainted with many of Fodlan's various judicial systems across the Empire, Kingdom, and Alliance, but had no experience being a defendant in one of those systems. She'd always expected that if she would ever see a courtroom from that perspective, the charges would be high treason, blasphemy, and various other examples of high crimes and misdemeanors that could be applied to the losing party in a war, not for murder in self-defense, destruction of property, burglary, and, apparently, arson. Being asked to answer for such petty things, somehow, felt even more nerve-wracking. She may have also been nervous because Ingrid was coming along with her and Lottie both riding a dappled grey Pegasus that moved at a slow and leisurely trot to keep pace with Kronia and the rest of the humans. Ingrid seemed to sit in silent, aloof judgment atop her steed, with the disguised and peace-bonded Lewin slung over one shoulder. Every time Ingrid's eyes scanned the others and fell upon Edelgard, Edelgard felt a new blossom of shame in her heart. As nervous as Edelgard felt, though, Ferdinand was more so by far. He had made sure to look his best, but walked like a condemned man on the way to the gallows. So, Kronia spoke up, remind me again why you all have to go to court. Ferdinand looked taken aback. Do they even have courts in Agartha? Oh, the Shamhallan legal system is the best in the world, Kronia said. You see, everyone's guilty of something, so the court's job is to determine exactly what. And once you're found guilty, they break you down into your constituent components and recycle you. It's very efficient. There's probably material from 100 other replicants inside me. A 100% conviction rate, he muttered, further disheartened. That sounds utterly backwards. Well, look on the bright side. Since your human courts are so much more primitive, I'm sure they have a less than stellar conviction rate, she said to him. He shuddered. It's surreal, Ingrid commented. I don't think I've ever heard of a princess having to go to court. Hubert cleared his throat. Well, I'm sure Ferdinand can tell you all about Princess Agnes IV, who was the presumptive heir to the crown before she was accused of blasphemy and put on trial before the archbishop. The damage to her reputation was so great that her younger brother Ionius VII became emperor instead. A woman after my own heart, Edelgard said, trying to keep her own spirits up. And of course, neither are dukes, counts, margraves, barons, etc. above the law, in theory. Officials caught red-handed engaging in corrupt deeds sometimes find the power they wield to be of little avail. Sometimes, Ingrid murmured. If they're caught, I suppose. Yes, the system works, mostly, Ferdinand said, also trying to lift his flagging spirits thanks to Hubert's encouragement. The story of Agnes IV is actually fascinating because, of course, she was a crest-bearer and her father's favorite, and she had the greatest legal scholars in all of Fodlan arguing on her behalf. But she was still found guilty. Lottie asked, leaning over from atop Ingrid's mount. I guess I can see now why King Dmitri thinks the Central Church is so tyrannical, if the deck is even stacked against princesses like that. Well, actually, this is where the story gets interesting, Ferdinand said, his demeanor noticeably brightening. She was actually acquitted of all charges, if you can believe that, and furthermore, the Central Church had to pay reparations to the Empire for the accusations and the onerous trial that ensued. But, as I said, the damage to her reputation. The trial was heavily publicized, and so. Yes, the Church of Syros wanted to make an example of her, guilty or not, Edelgard chimed in, feeling the fiery anti-church rhetoric come to her as naturally as breathing. They made certain to relay every sordid detail of the trial to just about every parish from Fodlan's throat to Fodlan's fangs. They even concocted obviously false and slanderous rumors. Sordid and slanderous enough that the emperor's ministers unanimously pressed him to choose another heir from among his children, Ferdinand concluded. They knew that the people would not accept a ruler who did such things. What kind of false and slanderous rumors? Cronia asked, a twinkle in her eyes. Not ones for repeating in polite company, he said, glancing away. Well, that's okay, Mr. von Aegir, Lottie said. Miss Cronia and I aren't polite company. The rumors tended to involve horses, Edelgard said. Hilda giggled. So, Edelgard, if you'd lost your little war, do you think Rhea would have made up those kinds of rumors about you, too? Edelgard shook her head. I'm certain she would have picked a lower beast than a horse to sully my reputation with. Of course, though, I'd be too dead to care a small mercy. Lottie frowned. What would she do to King Dmitri if he loses the war, then? I suppose he, too, would be too dead to care what animals she claims he was fond of, Hubert said. Ferdinand made a face as though he'd just bitten into a lemon. Oh Lady Ingrid, Miss Felt, Miss Cronia, I don't suppose you and Lady Hilda know the story of Derek von Aegir, my ancestor, and Empress Agnes I, Edelgard's ancestor, and the duel that was fought with the very crown itself at stake? It is one of my favorite stories, and it has quite a wholesome ending, unlike poor Agnes IV's. While Ferdinand occupied his troubled mind with a rambling recounting of his favorite historical episode, Edelgard found she couldn't help but study Ingrid's face. The sunlight made her hair gleam like polished gold, just as always, even if there was so much less of it now. Though she was in commoner's garb at the moment, and though the cut of her hair was crude and utilitarian, her face still seemed to glow in the morning light. She was just as beautiful, and Edelgard was just as love-struck and just as ashamed of it. They soon found themselves standing in the shadow of the courthouse, a looming facade of alabaster and marble that nearly rivaled Regan Manor for splendor. This was not just where Deirdre's legal affairs were handled, but all of the Regan dukedom's most pressing cases, and legal issues that ensnared multiple territories as well. So long as House Regan held on to prominence and Deirdre remained the capital of the Leicester Alliance, this building was the center of its legal universe. It was in that shadow that they found themselves reunited with Dmitri, Didu, Geralt, Leonie, and Marianne, finding the five of them waiting on the front steps. While Ingrid hitched her Pegasus, whom, she had mentioned to Ferdinand, was named Artemis, Dmitri and the others rushed down the steps. He cried out, sweeping her off her feet and wrapping her up in his arms the moment he was close enough to grab her. I wish we were meeting somewhere more auspicious, but it is good to see you again. I heard talk of an assassin who struck Regan Manor yesterday just this morning, and, a troubled look darkened his countenance. I was hoping the sooner you would arrive, the less I would have to worry. Gerald caught up with him and patted him on the shoulder. Told you Her Highness could look after herself, didn't I? That you did, Dmitri said, setting Edelgard down. It was a ghastly affair, Your Majesty, Ferdinand said. Not only was Count Gloucester murdered in cold blood, but there were barrels of black powder in the cellar. It appears that the Albatross was plotting to extinguish Leicester's entire government in one fell swoop. Didu furrowed his brow. Evidently, this was unexpected news. It seemed Edelgard's suspicions that the Albatross had gone off script had been well founded. Curious, he said. It seems one of your men took advantage of the chaos, though, Hubert told him, to carry out that removal you had been speaking of. What I want to know, General, Ferdinand chimed in, glaring at Didu, is why you would remove an ally to your cause. Was House Gloucester not taking Emperor Burkhart's side in the Adrestian civil war, and thus were they not aligned with Faerghus? Didu crossed his arms. His sacrifice is regrettable, but necessary. I have nothing more to say about it. Didu. Cronius sprang to attention, giving him a sharp salute. I mean, General Molinaro, sir. Look, I brought Ingrid with me, safe and sound, just like you asked. I did not ask you to bring her to me. I asked you to keep her safe. And look, she's safe. Now, can I have a new assignment? Preferably one named Thales. Didu's head turned to the blonde woman who was trying not to look at either him or Dmitri. Dimitri's did as well. Dmitri was the first to speak. Ingrid, he said, his voice soft and shocked. You have changed. Ingrid slowly lifted her head. Good morning, she said, evidently thoroughly unsure of what to say or how to present herself toward him. Why? Your Majesty. Ingrid. Leone asked. Oh. You cut your hair. See, I told you long hair was a drawback on the battlefield. I think I speak for everybody when I say it's good to see you again, Edelgard said to Dmitri and Geralt, even if it's only been little more than a day since we parted ways. Geralt, speaking of princesses looking after themselves. Geralt nodded. Your sister's doing better, he told her. We've got her at the inn with a couple of my men and a couple of His Majesty's standing guard, just in case somebody tries to go after them while we deal with this legal shit. That's good to hear. Hopefully this will be a quick affair and we can go back within a few hours, she replied, hardened. She hasn't irritated the wound any further. Not much of a wound left to irritate, he said. It took a few days, and there was that setback the other day, but it's mostly healed now. She can't exactly run around and fight, but she can walk just fine. Another day and we'll probably be fit to release her, if that's what His Majesty wants. Dmitri shook his head. I am trying to convince her to come with us to Garreg Mach of her own free will, but she insists on returning to Rhea. I suspect she still thinks I am plotting something. Perhaps I'll have more luck tonight, Edelgard said. Anyway. Ingrid, Lottie? If I can ask the two of you for a favor, could you please go to the inn we've been staying at and look after my sister in our stead? Since you're the only ones here who can freely leave. What about me? Cronia asked. Edelgard knew full well that putting Cronia in the same room as a helpless half-Nabatean was asking for something far worse than trouble. Oh, I'm certain Didu has a new assignment for you in the meantime, she said, looking to Didu. I do, he said, reaching into his coat and pulling out a handful of envelopes. Go to the rookery across town and send these letters to their respective locations for me. Cronia looked repulsed. What am I, a gopher? You have my permission to kill whomever gets in your way, he said. She snatched the letters out of his hand. Fine. I'll do it, but you'd better hope lots of people get in my way, she grumbled, and without further ado or complaint she stomped off down the stairs. Ingrid gave Edelgard a quizzical look. "What's this about your sister?" "My sister Heidi Marie was here as a liaison for the church," Edelgard explained. "She's now under our custody." Ingrid gasped. "You took your own sister prisoner?" "Protective custody," Edelgard and Dmitri both clarified in unison. "She got stabbed the other day," Leonie said, "by the albatross. We've been watching over her while she recuperates. You know, to keep her safe. With all these terrorists and Agarthans running around, we've all got to watch our backs." "I see," Ingrid said. "I left Eridbar at Gareg Mach as a show of peace and goodwill," Dmitri said, gesturing to the wrapped-up Lewin braced against her shoulder. "If you could put Lewin in service of defending Lady Heidi Marie." Actually, I don't know how she would react to the sight of another hero's relic," Marianne said. "After all." "Oh, yeah, word of warning," Leonie said. "Rhea turned Lady Heidi Marie into a dragon." Ingrid looked aghast. Lottie's jaw dropped. Lady Rhea what?" the stable hand gasped. "That's right," Dmitri mused. "She does have an adverse reaction to relics, and knowing the truth about them, I cannot exactly blame her." "Nor can I," Ingrid admitted. "But even so, I'd be happy to help. Just tell me where she is and Lottie and I will go off to keep her company." Lottie crossed her arms. 2 Adrestian princesses in 2 days. "I must admit," she said sheepishly, "I'm a little starstruck. Would you like one of us to hold on to Lewin for you?" Ferdinand asked Ingrid. "Anybody who bears a crest could do it, so that leaves myself, Lady Edelgard, Lady Hilda, Captain Geralt, His Majesty, Lady Marianne." "That might be for the best," Ingrid said, handing off the disguised hero's relic to Geralt. "Take good care of it." "You don't need to tell the captain that twice," Leonie assured her as Geralt took the lance. "She is at the Red Horse Inn in the southern district," Dida told her. Dmitri reached into his coat and produced a signet ring emblazoned with the Bladid coat of arms. "Show this to our men and they will let you in." Ingrid took it and peered at the symbol etched into the ring. "You really want me to?" "You might not trust my hands," he said, mustering a self-effacing smile, "but I trust yours, and that is quite enough." "All right, then," she said, slipping the ring onto her finger. "Lottie, let's get going. I hope the trial goes well, everybody. With any luck, I'll see you all again later today." After Ingrid and Lottie had taken Artemis and left, Edelgard and the others moved from the front steps of the courthouse to the lobby, and it was there that they whiled away the time until the trial began. At last, after what felt like forever, Ferdinand had always insisted on being early to things, they were all ushered into the courtroom to stand before the judge. After taking only a few steps into the courtroom, though, Edelgard found herself frozen in place, along with everything else, the world froze, and she felt it all burn away. Byleth used her powers no less than 3 more times over the course of the day, which meant that Edelgard and Hilda found themselves fainting no less than 3 times over the course of their trials, which Hilda deftly milked for sympathy, while Edelgard found herself too painfully embarrassed to do the same. Between those worrisome jaunts back home, what could be making Byleth use that power so recklessly all of a sudden, the rest of the court proceedings flew swiftly by, though it was evening before everything was wrapped up. The sun was beginning to dip underneath the western walls of Derdriu, painting the city in shades of gold, when Edelgard and company were freed from the confines of the courthouse. By the time they made it back to the inn, the sky had almost turned black. "What a day," Hilda groaned, yawning. "Did it have to last so long?" "What are you doing, yawning? It wouldn't have gone on so long if you and Edelgard hadn't kept fainting during the trial," Leonie grumbled. "We can't help it, it's a time traveler thing," Hilda retorted. "If it's a time traveler thing," Geralt wondered, scratching his beard. "So Destinova's a time traveler, right? What happens to him? When Hilda and I faint, it's because our minds are briefly returning to our original bodies, in our original worlds," Edelgard explained. "But somehow, Destinova brought his original body into this world." "Right, because he doesn't have one to go back to in his world," Geralt concluded. "So, he stays right here, then. Damn. Thought maybe we could get the drop on him next time. I I suppose that would explain, Marianne said, why he never seemed to have those, fainting spells. A clear advantage over his fellow travelers, but at the cost of being trapped in this world, Dmitri mused. Who knows who or what he has left behind in his own world? I cannot help but think he must be lonely. Edelgard nodded. She and Dmitri were the only people in this world, perhaps, who could fully understand Destinova, and yet Destinova seemed hell-bent on, at the very least, pushing her away. They entered the inn and found Heidi Marie up and about, or rather just up. She was finally well enough to stand and, it seems, walk around to some degree, and so she'd finally left her bedroom and was seated at one of the tavern's tables, having a spirited albeit, from the looks of it, one-sided conversation with Martel, Ingrid, and Lottie. Heidi Marie eased herself up to her feet as quickly as she could muster at the sight of Edelgard coming through the front door. Ellie, dearest, she cried out. You're back. Are those legal troubles all settled? Diplomatic immunity is a powerful thing, Edelgard said, hurrying in front of the others to keep Heidi Marie from overexerting herself. Don't stand up on my behalf, Heidi. Oh, I'm doing much better, Ellie, Heidi Marie assured her as Edelgard took her by the shoulders and tried to gently push her back down into her seat. I'm certainly glad to see you okay. Heavens. Lady Ingrid told me all about what happened yesterday. I can't overstate how happy I am not to see so much as a scratch on you. Try as she might, Edelgard couldn't stop Heidi Marie from wrapping her up in a firm, yet gentle and well-practiced embrace. Of course, I have Ingrid to thank for that. I hope she's been keeping you company. Yes, we've been having a very interesting conversation, Heidi Marie said, stroking Edelgard's hair as she held her closer. Edelgard could feel her weight and knew that though Heidi Marie was bigger and taller than her, she was leaning very heavily against her as though she were a crutch. She stole a glance at Ingrid and Lottie and could tell that they probably hadn't gotten a word in edgewise for at least an hour. Heidi Marie finally pulled herself away and sat back down, brushing her long locks of wavy, fallow hair from her face. Well, now that you're back, Elle, I can rest easy. I wouldn't have slept a wink last night if not for the fine physician you hired. Dida cleared his throat. I hired her, he reminded her. Anyway, it is getting late, she said, and now that my mind is at ease, I do believe it's time. Martel, could you please fetch some scale wax, a claw file, and a curry comb and help me back upstairs? Martel nodded and went out the back door of the inn. Scale wax and a comb? Leonie asked. It's a bit late for that. You're not preparing to leave, are you? Are you sure you can even ride a horse or wyvern in your condition? Oh, not yet, Heidi Marie said. She stretched, lifting her arms and arching her back, then grimaced and sank back into her chair, gingerly rubbing her nearly healed wound. Those are for me. I'm sure I must have looked frightful the other day when I transformed. Oh, but I'm certain Ellie has told you. Edelgard felt as though she'd just been thrust in front of an audience with no preparation. Told them, what? That a dragon must be groomed once a week. Surely Rhea taught you that before you escaped her custody? Your horns and talons never stop growing, even if you stay in human form. Heidi Marie looked down at her hands. Awfully hard to keep yourself well groomed with paws, after all. Ellie, do you mean to say you never told your friends that you needed their help? No wonder your scales were so dirty and your feathers were so dull. Edelgard felt as though she'd just been set on fire. Suddenly, the air felt as hot, thick, and humid as the atmosphere in the Valley of Torment. Did I ask my friends to groom me? And no, well, Burkhard and Gerland offered, but she glanced at Ingrid and felt as though the room had become twice as sweltering, and judging by the way Ingrid's face turned as red as Leonie's hair, she felt the same way. Both of them hurriedly looked away from each other. Heidi Marie's lips and brow curled in a pouty, concerned frown. Ellie, dearest, darling, sweetie. I understand that Lady Rhea transformed you against your will, and that it was a traumatic experience, but even so, you need to take care of yourself. Dmitri frowned. I cannot imagine that Rhea takes a day every week to be groomed. I mean, the Holy Tomb's big enough to hide her, isn't it? Hilda asked. Maybe Seath and Flame go down there once a week to polish her scales and trim her horns. Or perhaps that was why she was so irritable when she transformed in front of us, Dida said. Her horns and claws were very long and sharp. Hyde Mary's expression soured. You may be Lady Rhea's enemies, but I will not sit here and listen to you mock her. Anyway, Elle, with friends like these, it's no wonder you haven't been taking good care of yourself. Martell returned with a bag of equine, Pegasus, and wyvern grooming tools from the stables in back. Lady Heidi Marie, shall we go? He asked. Yes, please, she said, easing herself out of her chair. Oh, but we're bringing Ellie with us. Surely you noticed how badly she needs to be groomed, she added. Martell nodded. Obviously, he said, which only made Edelgard feel more embarrassed. Edelgard could tell that Heidi Marie was intent on digging in her heels as much as necessary and would give no ground and no quarter in her crusade to make her a more presentable dragon. Martell, Hubert spoke up, obviously, as Lady Edelgard's retainer. First off, you have one hand, Martell pointed out to him. Second, you have never preened a Pegasus wings or polished a wyvern's scales. Edelgard noticed the sly look on Hilda's face far too late. Well, Hilda said, crossing her arms, King Dimitri's the only other one here who's a certified wyvern rider. Lottie spoke up, much to Ingrid's visible chagrin. And Miss Ingrid is the only other one here who's a certified Pegasus knight. Dimitri tugged his collar and cleared his throat. Lady Hilda, surely you don't mean to suggest. Well, of course, it wouldn't be right to saddle Martell with grooming two dragons, albeit pint-sized ones, Edelgard decided, leaving unvoiced that she wouldn't want to be groomed by a relative stranger in 100 years. I trust Dee and Ingrid to do it just as well. Heidi Marie smiled, thinking that she had just seized victory. Oh, of course. I can tell that Lady Ingrid knows just about everything about Pegasus husbandry, at least. Martell, is there an extra tin of scale oil in that bag? Martell rummaged through it and nodded. And a bottle of preening oil? Oh, no need to worry about that, Lottie said. Miss Ingrid and I wouldn't have gone all this way without our own preening oil and feather brush. Ingrid sighed. That's right. Of course we're prepared. King Dimitri, Your Majesty, I guess we should take Edelgard up to her room. With their tools gathered, she and Dimitri took Edelgard and led her to her room, while Martell did the same to Heidi Marie. When the door to her bedroom closed behind Edelgard, she let out a sigh of relief. She'd managed to trick her sister. Dimitri stared at the rag and tin of scale oil in his hands. Elle, are you certain you are comfortable with us doing this? If I had to choose anybody, it would be the two of you, she said. But I didn't have you two brought up here for that. Dimitri and Ingrid shared a bemused look. I brought you up here with me so that Heidi would stop pestering me. Oh. Dimitri laughed. Quite sly, Elle. There is something refreshing about seeing you put your strategic mind to use in such petty situations. Wait, Ingrid said. Edelgard, show me your wings. What? Just bring them out. Please. Edelgard found she couldn't quite say no to that. Not to Ingrid saying please, not now, anyway. She let her wings sprout from her shoulder blades and unfurl themselves. Ingrid gasped. Elle. Edelgard felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. What? Your wings look awful, Ingrid told her, striding toward her and circling around her. And your left one it's askew. You're favoring it. Is it hurt? There was a small fracture in the bone, but Marianne healed it. Edelgard shivered as she felt Ingrid's hand slip through her right wing's veil of black feathers. I thought your sister was exaggerating, but no, you've been taking abysmal care of yourself. How many times have your feathers been preened since we escaped from Rhea? Edelgard wasn't quite sure why Ingrid's admonishment cut through her so deeply. Perhaps once or twice. Ugh. Edelgard. Ingrid sighed. Dimitri, get that wyvern polish ready. We're taking care of her tonight. Ingrid. I respect your enthusiasm, Dimitri said, shrugging haplessly, but it is not as though we can force Elle to transform for us. Right, Elle. Elle nodded. That's right, D. Ingrid, I appreciate your concern, but... Ingrid had already circled around her, and placed a hand on her cheek. Before Edelgard could turn away, Ingrid had placed another hand on her other cheek and lifted her chin so that their eyes could meet. For a moment, Edelgard stared into Ingrid's apple-green eyes and saw Byleth's azure eyes instead, though of course it could only have been just a trick of the light. "Edelgard," she said sternly, holding her in place. "You look terrible. I just want to help. So, can you transform for me? Please." Edelgard found herself at a loss for words. Ingrid, you," she sputtered. "Oh, only if you agree to let Hilda and me do something about your hair. You said you chopped it all off with a sword." "I did," Ingrid said. She let go of her. "All right, it's a deal. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable." Edelgard steeled herself. She would have to be strong, she told herself. She would have to be strong for Byleth. At some point during the grooming, Edelgard fell asleep, which, she told herself upon waking, was probably a good thing. When she awoke, she found herself curled up on the floor of her bedroom like a cat, her head resting atop her forepaws, tail curled around herself, wings folded against her flanks. She lifted her head as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The room was empty now, and the inn was silent. It must have been well into the night. It seemed not a creature was stirring, save for her. She had to admit, much to her chagrin, that she felt much better now. The sensation of having freshly polished scales wasn't much different from how it felt to have just had a long, hot soak. And thoroughly preened feathers felt much lighter and less cumbersome, she had to admit, like hair that had just been rinsed with soap and conditioner oil. She silently cursed herself. That meant Heidi Marie, and by extension, Rhea, was right about something. Edelgard began to uncurl herself, eager to return to the human form she was accustomed to, but halted when she noticed a weight resting against her side. It didn't take long for her to figure that the weight was human-sized, so, about as big as herself and human-shaped. Her eyes needed a little more time to acclimate before she could discern the shape's identity from the silhouette. Ingrid was sitting back, leaning against her flank, head bowed, Edelgard's feathered tail laid over her lap, and it looked as though the feather brush was still clasped in one hand. Had she fallen asleep in mid-preen? That meant Dimitri must have finished his work and left her behind. "Ingrid," Edelgard whispered. A part of her didn't want to disturb her. She'd spent the last month thinking that something like this would never happen again, and now that it was happening, a quiet, soft, comforting moment with a dear friend, she didn't want to end it prematurely. Ingrid curled up and flinched, mumbling something incoherent, then snapped awake. "Huh." She turned her head blindly. "Edelgard, is that you?" "It's me." "It's dark, light must have gone out," she muttered blearily, setting down her brush to rub her eyes. "I'm sorry, I must have fallen asleep while I was working." "How do you feel?" "Much better, unfortunately." "Unfortunately? Well, now I'll have to do this every week." "You'd better." Ingrid chuckled. "It's just the two of us in here now. It seems His Majesty didn't fall asleep on the job. I had no idea I was so tired." She yawned. "But I've been tired ever since, well, a long time." "Edelgard, I've put it off long enough," she sighed. "We have to talk. Did you stay here after Dimitri just so that you could speak to me alone when I woke up?" Edelgard asked her, feeling more than a little nervous. Ingrid nodded. Edelgard slipped back into her human form amazingly, though also to her chagrin. Being freshly groomed as a dragon even made her feel cleaner and more refreshed as a human slipped on a nightgown, and relit the lamp with a spark of flame. "Well, go ahead and start," she said, returning to sit beside Ingrid. "It really did hurt when you came clean," Ingrid said, the lamplight illuminating her face. "And for a while I really was afraid of you, and wanted to rid my life of you, if only to soothe that pain." She shook her head. "I didn't recognize you anymore. That frightened me. The Flame Emperor frightened me. Seeing you for what you really are, something so much bigger than me, more powerful than me, something that could engulf me, transform me, shape me into something I didn't recognize. I had nightmares about you almost every night after I set out from Garag Mach, although the nightmares without you were even worse." Edelgard once more found herself at a loss for words as old wounds in her heart ached anew. "I'm sorry. The point is, I'd thought you'd been my peer, Edelgard, but then I found out you're actually 26 years old. 25, Edelgard corrected. And that's what I see when I look at you now. If it's any consolation, sometimes I don't quite feel as old as I should, she said. I wonder if being stuck in a younger body has affected my mind. I've heard that my counterpart has grown much more mature in my world, so perhaps the opposite is also true. She shuddered. That was a frightening thought. Ingrid shook her head. But that's, well, it's not beside the point, but I want to focus on the bigger picture. When I left, I just needed some distance from you so I could untangle all those painful and ugly feelings, so I could see you from a different angle, so I could try to make sense of the world you turned upside down. I've had that distance now, she said. And now, here's what I think. I still care about you, Edelgard. I'll always care about you. And she fell silent. What is it? Edelgard asked. I should tell you, Ingrid said, why I decided to abandon House Galatea. Your arrangement with Nicholas Teufel was untenable, Edelgard recounted, remembering what she had been told last night. In my world, Dorothea had some run-ins with him. I could have told you what an unsavory character he is. Unsavory, though, was putting it lightly. Ingrid had certainly done the right thing by killing him. It wasn't just him. Knowing the truth about crests, about nobility, about the foundations of our society, things you taught me. I just couldn't silently consign myself to a simple life of passing that sin to a new generation. Especially not after I found out. Ingrid fell silent again. Found out what? Her voice cracked. It was my father. He was. Edelgard was quick to put an arm around her shoulders. She'd had this conversation enough times to know what was coming next. He was a co-conspirator in the tragedy of Duscur. He plotted with the other nobles and Lady Cornelia against King Lambert. Edelgard couldn't possibly have known what had been coming next. She was shocked. Ingrid. You didn't know in your world? No. It'll take a while to get a full picture of the nobility's corruption and depravity as we dismantle the system years, decades, perhaps. But, was he corrupt? Was he depraved? I've been asking myself that, Ingrid mused, taking a long, shuddering breath, and he did it all for us. He did it to secure a better life for his children. But the other conspirators cast him aside and threatened him into silence. He sold his soul to them and he received nothing in return. Worse than nothing, we just got poorer and poorer, while the rest of those nobles grew fed off their spoils. She choked back a sob. But in spite of all that horror, he loved us so much. He did. When I think about him, I only remember how he would encourage me. He never really knew about my dream of being a knight, even though Kenneth and Agner did. I didn't want to tell him, but he was the one who taught me to ride, and to hold a sword and a lance. He was the one who always notched his belt to keep my plate full. I think about his smile and despite everything, I still love him. Is that right, Edelgard? Or am I a hypocrite? Edelgard held Ingrid closer, feeling her shudder and tremble, grateful that she would allow herself to rest her head upon her shoulder. From what I've learned from all my closest friends, in this world and in my own, she told Ingrid, the only thing a child can do for her father is pat him on the back or kill him. You have an interesting view of fathers. I've met a lot of interesting fathers. Ingrid sniffled, and it sounded almost like a laugh. Would you mind if I told you about mine? Edelgard asked her. She shook her head. It's all right. I heard his eulogy. No, my father. Oh, go ahead, then. Do you know how the insurrection of the Seven started? Ingrid shook her head. My father decided to consolidate power in the hands of the crown, shifting the balance of power away from the ministry and the noble houses, Edelgard said. In response, the Viscounty of Hrym sought to secede from the empire. He responded with brutal, crushing military force and executed the Viscount's heirs. Knowing the nobility, I can't blame him for wanting to depower them. He was worried about his children, as the balance of power began to shift out of his favor. His dealings with Hrym, though, were far less excusable, but perhaps what happened next was inevitable either way. Everybody he knew and loved paid dearly for his actions. There were days I was supposed to remember, Edelgard said. Days with him, birthdays, St. Chichal's Eve, the feast of St. Cyros, riding a horse for the first time. But my earliest memory, the clearest one, was that of his powerlessness. The sight of him clenching his fists until they bled, unable to do anything but watch as Thales and Duke Aegir butchered his children before his eyes. He couldn't protect us. I saw his love for us in the agony filling his blue eyes. I saw the Emperor of Adrestia reduced to a bawling infant the day I was allowed back into his arms, overwhelmed by all he had lost. What war had not taken from him, and betrayal by his closest friends had not taken from him, a 12-year-old girl stripped him of in an instant. I was furious with him, then, for his weakness, but I never stopped loving him, even at my worst. He did what he could. Unfortunately, it was very little. I forgave him. But he spent the rest of his life hoping that someday he might do enough to forgive himself. Ingrid sat silently beside her for quite some time. "I'm so sorry I hurt you," she then said, her voice muffled as she dried her tears upon Edelgard's shoulder. "I'm so sorry for everything. I was stupid, short-sighted, unreasonable." "Above all, you were hurt," Edelgard retorted. "I'm willing to take responsibility for that pain. But I have to thank you, though. Seeing how I'd hurt you made me more afraid than ever to tell the truth about myself, but it made it clear how necessary it was. I knew then what I was doing to my friends and family was far wronger than I'd known, and that I needed to end that charade. After you left, I told Dmitri, the rest of the Blue Lions, and Burkhart, and the others." Ingrid pulled away from her. "How did they take it?" she asked, a concerned frown deepening on her face. "Largely, they accepted me." "Oh." She sighed. "Now I feel even less justified in leaving." "I don't think you were unjustified at all," Edelgard said. "Actually, I expected it. I knew you were too good for me. Only you could say something so flattering and yet so sad." Ingrid let out a long sigh, her shoulders heaving. "Tell me about Ash." "My Ash?" "Your Ash. What's he done? Where is he right now?" Edelgard took a deep breath. "He's a knight of Hresvelg, a liaison to the Western Faerghus territories and to Brigid. He's saved my life and countless more, so many times that I've lost track of how many. Right now, he's in Brigid with Petra and Dorothea. I suspect Petra wants to someday make him her king. I thought she was smitten with Dorothea." "Oh, she is. She wants to make Dorothea her queen consort." Ingrid furrowed her brow. "Ash has 2 wives. It's more that Petra has a wife and a husband," Edelgard added, watching her look of confusion morph into a smile. Ingrid laughed, though it was short-lived. "It sounds like a storied career." "He sounds like a hero," she said somberly. "And if Ash can stand the sight of you, then," she smiled again, but it was a fragile, fraught smile. "I'm sorry for how I behaved, Edelgard. Can you forgive me?" "If you can forgive me, it's only fair," Edelgard said. "I understood why you reacted the way you did. As Flame Emperor, as ruler of Adrestia, as leader of the Empire's war machine, as a person, I did things you couldn't possibly condone. I expected you to scorn me." Ingrid laid a hand on her cheek. "Edelgard, when I look back on my memories of you, I see a different person now than the one I knew. But, looking at you now, you're not such a monster. And I bet you didn't look so intimidating in your Flame Emperor armor." "I bet I didn't," Edelgard replied, returning her smile as she savored the weight of the hand resting against her cheek. "Running around in armor just too big for me to disguise how small I was. After they recovered from the shock and betrayal, my friends and I would laugh about it, sometimes." Ingrid looked as though she might have laughed, too. "I want to try to know that other Edelgard," she said. "The one I found myself so afraid of. While you're still here, while you still have a chance. I'm willing to try now." "I couldn't ask for anything more," Edelgard said, placing her hand atop Ingrid's. "Ingrid, thank you for giving me a second chance." Hope fluttered anew in her heart, like a butterfly fresh from its chrysalis taking to the air for the first time. Chapter 61, The Inevitable. The next morning, Byleth turned back time again, and Edelgard found herself in a meeting with Hanneman and Linhard. The topic, she quickly figured out, was the spoils from the conquest of Shamhala, which both Hanuman and Linhard were unsurprisingly eager to talk about. Hubert, Ferdinand, and Byleth were in attendance as well, and listening with rapt interest. Though her reason for being here could be nothing less than worrisome, to put it lightly, Edelgard found herself put at ease in spite of herself by the sound of Linhard's and Hanuman's voices and the sight of Hubert and Ferdinand as she knew them best. Having Byleth beside her, though, seemed to have the opposite effect. Edelgard didn't need to wonder for very long why the sight of her made her insides twist with guilt. The nightmares she'd had since Destinova's revelation still preyed on her mind, and now Ingrid was back. Byleth, noticing her distress, rested a hand atop hers and smiled. Surely she'd noticed just from the look on Edelgard's face that she had returned to her original body, even though she had yet to say or do anything. She had always been so attentive and so perceptive. Now, moving on, Hanuman said, the next section of the report from Linhard's division of the Shamhala research team ought to be of particular interest to you, Lady Byleth. It concerns the frozen man we discovered in the citadel where we captured Thales. Byleth's eyes widened. She yanked her hand away from Edelgard's as though she'd just brushed against a hot stove. Edelgard racked her brain to recall what Hanuman was talking about. The battle for Shamhala, something about Thales being subdued while trying to free a man with a sword whip from some sort of glass container. What did you find out? Byleth asked, leaning forward. Well, we now have a concrete theory about the man's identity, Linhard told her. You didn't unfreeze him, did you? She hissed. Professor Sith made an attempt to open the cylinder in which the man was imprisoned, he said. An attempt which succeeded, partially. What do you mean, partially, Linhard? Hubert inquired, crossing his arms. Well, we got him out of the tube, but he didn't wake up. In fact, he was stone dead. No pulse, no heartbeat, no warmth. I suppose there must be a trick to opening the tube correctly, if the man was indeed supposed to come out alive. Once unfrozen, apparently, the body decayed rapidly into black dust, but not before Sith's assistant thought to take a blood sample. Byleth let out a relieved sigh. What about the weapon that was with him? I'm getting to that, Professor, Linhard said, stifling a yawn. He wasn't a morning person, after all, he was barely an afternoon person. Like I said, we think we have a clue about the man's identity. Or, rather, 10 clues. Professor Sith and her assistant found 10 other similar tubes, each with people inside them. They decayed into black dust, Hubert mused. So, were they replicants? I'm getting to that, Hubert. Anyway, Sith's assistant decided to take the blood sample and run it through Professor Hanuman's new compact crest analyzer. He had the crest of flames. Ferdinand gasped. The crest of flames, surely you do not mean to imply that the frozen man was Nemesis himself? And that the Agarthans were holding him in stasis as part of some attempt to revive him? Hubert asked. That is the leading theory now, Hanuman said. Linhard expects that the other 10 people may have been the 10 elites, a theory which is lent credence by the weapons each was interred with. They appear to be identical copies of the hero's relics, except forged from Agarthum instead of umbral steel. That is what Juritzaw's Death Knight armor is forged from, Ferdinand noted. An aimer, right. Edelgard heard herself add. But why would the Agarthans want to revive Nemesis and the 10 elites? What would you do, if you had your very own Nemesis and all of his commanders in your pocket? Hubert replied. Conquest, obviously. I suspect that Thales was planning on reviving them once Lady Edelgard had outlived her usefulness. But Fodlan's already been conquered, Ellie pointed out to him. By, us. What would Nemesis have to do? It sounds like he'd be a little bored. Well, there's Almira, Morphais, Albinia, Srang, Brigid, Dada, Mok, Hubert rattled off, which was exactly what Edelgard had been about to say. Plenty of virgin lands ripe for the conquering. And he would certainly be a more agreeable ruler from the Agarthan's perspective than Lady Edelgard, Ferdinand added. If Thales had planned on deploying these revived corpses to defend Shamhala, then we can all breathe a sigh of relief that we stopped him before he could do so. Yes, Byleth murmured, still lost in her own world, no doubt recalling an incident she had erased from history, which Edelgard had only just remembered hearing about second-hand of Nemesis Resurrection, and of his replica sword of the Creator slaughtering the Black Eagle strike force in one fell swoop. This time, Edelgard reached out and laid a hand atop hers, though a spine-chilling tendril of dread ran down her back like the spectral touch of a phantom. She couldn't help but wonder if this contingency plan existed in the other timeline as well. And if so, when Thales might deploy it. Between the javelins of light and his fugue state, it seemed he had several trump cards too many to contend with. I suppose it's possible they were meant to be revived upon Thales' death, Hubert said. Perhaps he anticipated being captured and executed. The javelins of light kill his executioners. And everyone else around him, Linhard interjected. And then, Hubert finished, with the Empire decapitated, Nemesis and the 10 elites swoop in to claim the entire continent in the name of their puppeteers, the Agarthans. Hanuman shook his head. Well, then, I suppose we can count ourselves quite fortunate that Thales remains at the bottom of the ocean, quite alive and well. Ellie, if I may ask on behalf of the research team, what would you, as Emperor, like done with the remaining 10 elites? Should we investigate how to release them safely? They represent a crucial opportunity to reveal the truth about the Church of Ceros' founding and shed some light upon the history which Ceros hid. No, Ellie said, looking at him as though he'd grown a second head. No, Professor Hanuman. No. Why would you even ask that? We've just theorized that they're weapons meant to be used against us. Hanuman and Linhard shared a glance. Well, Linhard said, it is only Hubert's theory. Let's just leave them for now, Ellie said. Your Edelgard can decide when she comes back. Edelgard cleared her throat and tapped her foot, as she normally did to announce her presence. I can decide right now. Linhard, you said each of the elites were interred with replica relics. Are the relics contained in the tubes along with the bodies? Linhard nodded. Yes, ma'am. So there is no hope of removing them without either killing or reviving the bodies. That is my understanding, Edelgard. I was hoping we could disarm them and revive them under more controlled circumstances, Edelgard said. But it seems the Agarthans intended for them to be ready for combat immediately upon revival. Well, then, don't waste time figuring out how to properly open the tubes. We don't want the foundations of the very system we're fighting to abolish running around and causing trouble. Hanuman wrinkled his brow. You wish for us to just kill them? Yes. One less Agarthan death trap to worry about, in this world at least. We'll have to deal with the possibility that these frozen men exist in the other world as well. She braced her arms on the table and struggled on weak, unsteady legs to lift herself up. Ellie took control and took hold of the crutches resting at her side which Edelgard hadn't noticed while Byleth stood up and took her by the shoulders to keep her from falling. If you'll excuse me, I don't know how much time I have here this morning or when I'll be back, she said, so I will be taking a moment to have a private conversation with my wife. Of course, Ferdinand said. He took the crutch at his side and pulled himself up to his feet, or rather, his foot revealing one leg terminating in a wooden shaft. Hubert was quick to rise in his stead and usher Edelgard and Byleth out into the hallway, taking a moment beforehand to ease Ferdinand back into his chair. When the two of them had left the room and shut the door behind them, Edelgard took a moment to study Byleth. The morning sunlight streaming in from the hallway's tall windows made her ocean blue hair shine and sparkle like the ocean. Her skin nearly glowed, her eyes gleamed, her lips, slightly parted, seemed almost like an open invitation. Edelgard reached out and laid a hand over Byleth's heart, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. Nobody had a heartbeat like Byleth's. No one's heart felt like hers or sounded like hers in all the world, and while a physician might have said otherwise, Edelgard could swear there was a difference, even if it didn't make any scientific sense. What's wrong? Byleth asked her. Her Byleth, her wife, was here in the flesh, standing before her safe and sound. And seeing her, with not a single new scar on her body, none that could be seen, at least, Edelgard couldn't help but reflect on the 4 separate times yesterday she had been sent to this world by the other world's Byleth, none of which had afforded her an opportunity to speak with her. What was happening to the other Byleth that caused her to call upon her powers so frequently? What danger had she and the White Fang assault team encountered that warranted such a thing? Whatever it was, with Edelgard on the other side of Fodlan, there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. Byleth was in danger and there was nothing she could do about it. A lot of things are wrong, Edelgard replied. The nightmare leaped up into the forefront of her mind, as though not enough things were troubling her. Byleth wrapped her arms tightly around her and pressed her to her chest, cradling the back of her head in her hand. I found a way home, Edelgard said, letting Byleth's breast muffle her voice. But... Yes, Hilda told me about it yesterday, Byleth answered. What? You were in meetings all day, but I ran into her while the two of you were back in this world. She told me. Edelgard found herself afraid to look up and meet Byleth's gaze, afraid of what Byleth might tell her. Her heart hammered faster against her ribs. Her tongue cleaved to the roof of her mouth. She knew it was the height of irrationality to expect her nightmares to play out in real life, but the thought of what the next words out of Byleth's mouth might have been filled her with terror. You wouldn't do something like that, would you? Byleth asked. I couldn't do that to Ellie, Edelgard answered, the dread like a heavy fog filling her brain, choking out her thoughts. I couldn't. She wrapped her arms tighter around Byleth, feeling hot tears leak from her eyes. No matter how much I miss you. But if you were desperate, I don't know. I'd never be that desperate, Byleth told her. I miss you so much, Elle. But I would never, ever be that desperate. I know. But the nightmares I've been having. They're lying to you. I know. But, it hurts so much to know that one simple, unforgivable thing would be all it takes to bring me back here, Edelgard took a deep breath. But if I did that to Ellie, you'd never forgive me, would you? No. For a moment, Edelgard felt her hand slip away from Byleth against her will, as though Ellie, hearing this news for the first time, were a boat set adrift from the shore. Perhaps you can say it for me, so that my blasted subconscious will stop making you say otherwise, her words caught in her throat. Elle, if you did that to Ellie, I'd never forgive you, Byleth said. It would be the worst thing you could possibly do. So don't ever believe that you'd have to do that for my sake, she said, stroking Edelgard's hair. Don't ever let yourself believe that. You're strong enough. I know you are. Thank you. Edelgard squeezed her even tighter, pressing her warmth closer to herself. I love you, bye. I love you, too, El. Eventually, Byleth let her go. Is there anything else? This news about Nemesis and the 10 elites. Of course, though that's only recently had a chance to weigh on my mind, Edelgard said, sniffling and drying her eyes. Perhaps because of the vast gulf of time that now kept them separated, Byleth's presence transformed her into a soft, whimpering mess more easily than anybody else, even her siblings. However, there is something else. My friends and I have been receiving letters from my future self, in the past. I'm worried I might be galloping at full speed towards something that will only bring me farther away from home, from you, and I don't want to believe that I might be so powerless to change my fate. Byleth, you can change the future, why can't I? Byleth rested her hands upon her cheeks and gently lifted her head so that their eyes could meet. Don't worry about that, Elle, she said. Just do what you feel is right. But if the time comes and I need to do something I'd never do otherwise because the future demands it, I just dread that day. I've made hard choices before, I've done things I knew were wrong out of necessity before, I've felt powerless before, but, not anything like this, not ever. It's only ever been people in my way, not the universe itself. Byleth smiled. Then show the universe who's boss, Elle, she said. That doesn't sound like what Suthies would say, Edelgard said, taking Byleth's wrists in her hands and letting her pulse sing through them. You didn't marry Suthies. Byleth hugged her again, resting her head on her shoulder. Edelgard could smell her hair. Lavender and rosemary, she murmured, feeling tears well up in her eyes anew. You're using my conditioning oils. I've been using them since the war ended, Byleth reminded her. Yes, but it's been a long time. I don't have many opportunities to smell your counterpart's hair, and I'm certain she doesn't use my conditioning oils. I didn't know what conditioning oil was until I met you. That was obvious at first glance, my love. And yet you fell in love with me anyway. Byleth kissed her on the cheek. You've needed this. I last saw you a few days ago, Edelgard said. Byleth kissed her on the other cheek. You've still really needed this. Yes, I have. Byleth kissed her on the lips. What else is on your mind? Edelgard swallowed the lump in her throat. Her lips still tingled long after Byleth's had pulled themselves away from them. At this precise moment? Nothing. What about right before I kissed you? Well, Edelgard glanced away. Ingrid came back and said she wanted to forgive me. That's good. There won't be any hard feelings between you when you come home, then. Are you certain you're not jealous that I'm spending time with her? Who else could you be spending time with? You, the other you. Somehow, I think I'd be more jealous if you fell in love with a different version of myself. If Ingrid makes you feel less lonely, then be with Ingrid. Right. Edelgard smiled, though it was bittersweet. After all, I can't take her with me. If you could, though, I'd be fine with sharing you, like Dorothea and Ash share Petra. She admired Byleth's optimism, but knew full well that even if it were possible to bring Ingrid home with her, the one person most likely to object to such a polygamous affair would be Ingrid herself. How are they, by the way? Any word? We sent them a letter by ship when you started the crest removal treatment, Byleth said. Or, when Ellie started it for you. And it's been a little over a month, Edelgard did some mental calculations. So it's probably just reached them within the last week or two. I'm sure they'll write back. They'll probably visit. It'd be nice to see Dorothea again, Ellie mused. Edelgard, whatever happens next, just let me stay here until next month, at least. I'd like to say goodbye to her before we both go back to our own worlds. I suppose that won't be too difficult, Edelgard admitted. Byleth chuckled. And what is so funny, my love? Edelgard chided her. It always looks funny when you and Ellie talk to each other. Byleth ruffled her hair. Oh, Elle, your brown roots are coming in. Edelgard suddenly felt every last bit of doubt and distress leave her body. Am I what? Let's get you to a mirror, Byleth said. How much longer are you going to stay here? I don't know. She swept Edelgard up in her arms. Quickly, then. You have to see. Bye, my love, my crutches. There's no time. Linhard and Hanneman's debriefing. There's no time. Byleth insisted, rushing Edelgard upstairs to the master bedroom and setting her down on the chair in front of her vanity mirror. It was plainly obvious at a glance. Nestled among her mane of silvery white cascading over her crown, Edelgard could see a few telltale strands of light, brown sugar hair. And on her brow, right at the edge of her hairline, was a thin line of brown like fresh soil underneath snow. Her hair was already returning to its normal color. She stared, jaw slack, mouth agape, eyes wide, and fresh tears welling up before the ones she'd already shed had even had a chance to dry themselves on her cheeks. She had never thought this day would actually come. She'd spent so many years of her life thinking she wouldn't even deserve it if it did. I don't know what to say, Edelgard croaked. You can start with thank you, Ellie suggested, and while Edelgard had grown used to feeling Ellie take control of her mouth, actually seeing her face move in the mirror free of her control was still more than a little unnerving. Thank you, Ellie, Edelgard said. Thank you so much. She felt exhausted now. She looked up at Byleth. Bye, perhaps we should go back to the meeting now before Hubert starts to worry about us. Byleth nodded and helped her out of the chair, then lifted her up and carried her out into the hall and back down the stairs. As they neared the conference room they'd left, Edelgard caught sight of Claude standing at the far end of the hall, with his arms wrapped around Hilda and Hilda's wrapped around him. He noticed Edelgard and carefully extricated himself from Hilda, giving her a gentle pat on the back, and made his way down the hallway. Your Majesties, he said, giving Edelgard and Byleth a perfunctory little mock bow. Edelgard, I've heard about my counterpart. I'd like to ask you and Hilda to do me a favor. If it's not too onerous of an ask, I'll see what I can do, she told him. After her experiences with Destinova, brief as they'd been, the sight of Claude with a less frosty look in his eyes and his hair was a striking, but ultimately welcome one. Knock some sense into the guy, all right, he said with a smirk. I can't have another version of me going around and making Hilda cry. You and I are the only people who have the right to do that. So give him a split lip or a black eye for me. Or drag him behind a horse like my dad used to do. Your father what? Edelgard gasped. Even mine never did that, Byleth said. He wouldn't go very fast, he assured them. Anyway, this is a matter of pride. You have my permission to do whatever it takes to make him not crazy again. I don't need your permission, she said. If he gets in my way, I'll do whatever I need to do regardless. Oh, I know. But it makes me feel better to know you have it, he said with a sly wink. Good luck. He headed back to Hilda's side, and Edelgard and Byleth returned to the conference room. Edelgard hugged Byleth one more time. Take good care of Ellie. Of course, El. No sooner had she returned to her seat than the world froze and burned away, and Edelgard found herself whisked away back to the other Fodlan. The conference room disappeared, the palace disappeared, Hubert, Ferdinand, Linhard, and Hanneman disappeared. Edelgard's last sight was of Byleth's innocent, unsuspecting face, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was leaving. Even when Edelgard was sent here on purpose and on schedule, the moment her journey came to an end was always difficult to prepare for, more so when it came without warning. She awoke just as abruptly to find herself lying in bed, back at the inn, back in Deirdre. Byleth was gone. It was Ingrid now who sat at her side, the morning light falling upon her golden hair as it streamed through the window. You're awake, she said, her lips gently curling into a relieved smile. Goddess, Edelgard, I'd almost forgotten about your fainting spells. But Hubert told me you had 4 just yesterday. Edelgard sat up. Yes, she said with a nod. Once before the trial, thrice during. Between them, the rest of the proceedings were just a blur. So many times Byleth had used her powers, 5 now over the past day. Whitefang must have landed itself in horrible peril, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it and no way she could know about it. Ferdinand said the trial was quite exciting. Did the defense really end up exonerating everybody and arresting 3 of the Albatross henchmen for burglary and arson in under 6 hours? I don't remember much of that, but Ferdinand isn't known to lie. Ingrid pursed her lips. Is something the matter, Edelgard? You look sad. I do. Edelgard asked, bemused. She lifted her hand to her face and felt her eyes for fresh tears. I could leave. No, it's nothing to do with you, she insisted as Ingrid stood up from her chair. Actually, these fainting spells. She considered telling Ingrid the entire truth, not just about where the spells took her but what caused them in the first place, but half of that truth wasn't hers to tell. That was Byleth's secret, and if she'd never even told it to Edelgard, then she must have had a very good reason for keeping it hidden. There's something that happens to time travelers. You've probably noticed that Hilda and I always fall victim to them at the same time. I did think that was strange, Ingrid said. Sometimes the barrier between our 2 worlds grows thin, Edelgard explained. Our consciousnesses, or our souls, return to our original bodies in our original worlds and leave these empty. We end up cohabiting our bodies with our counterparts for a brief time. Ingrid's brow furrowed. It only happens one way. Sometimes it happens the other way around, but not often. It hadn't happened that way in a long time. Edelgard recalled her Byleth telling her that she was only using that power sparingly now because she feared it was running out. That's strange. This entire situation is strange. Ingrid laughed. Yes, I suppose so. So, you look sad because you've just gotten back from seeing all your old friends. Edelgard nodded. Exactly. I'm sorry, out of all the faces that could have greeted me upon my return, yours is the most welcome. Don't think I'm disappointed. Oh, no, I understand, Ingrid insisted, blushing. I can't fault you for missing your old friends. So you're not hurt or sick, then? No, once I come back I'm generally fine, Edelgard said. She got out of bed and stood up, stretching the morning's aches out of her arms and legs. No sense in lying around any longer. But, thank you for staying by my side. Ingrid smiled. Was it difficult? Edelgard asked her as they both made for the door. Was what? Working alongside Dimitri. Ingrid's cheeks turned a bit redder. Last night wasn't. I'd hardly call it working. So it was fun, then. Her cheeks turned much redder. She averted her eyes, throwing her hand up over her mouth just a little too slow to hide her widening smile. Oh, Welly Edelgard, I'd almost forgotten how shameless you were. Anyway, yes, it was fun, even with Dimitri there. I could have done it all myself, but it would have felt odd turning him away. I just had to grit my teeth and bear it. She opened the door and the two of them found Dimitri standing in the hall on the other side. You're all right, he sighed, relieved. It was just the typical fainting spell, Edelgard told him. Not any sort of sickness or injury. I'm in peak physical condition. That is good to hear, he said, a smile breaking out across his face. He brushed his snowy bangs from his brow. You feel well, then? Better than well, she admitted. Now, don't tell Heidi this, but I could swear that having my scales waxed has made my skin smoother. His brow furrowed. Why should I not tell her that? Because I don't want to give her the satisfaction of being right. Ingrid patted her on the shoulder. Edelgard, do you have any idea how many things you haven't been told for the same reason? She asked her. I suppose I can't deny that I have more in common with my next eldest sister than I'd like to admit, she said, flustered, but... Ingrid, what are you not telling me? Never mind, Ingrid told her, breaking away from her and heading downstairs. Come on down, you missed breakfast. Edelgard supposed she'd get to eat breakfast twice today, she thought as her stomach growled. Dimitri watched her leave. I cannot believe she came back. Neither can I, Edelgard admitted. Yesterday felt like a dream. I have the feeling she has not yet forgiven me as readily as she forgave you. Give her time, D. She has the capacity to forgive you. She'll just need to see that you're worth it. He bowed his head, gingerly rubbing his brow. That is it, isn't it, Elle? I behaved like a madman, dressed up in a silly costume, terrorizing good people and evil alike, blinded by my own animalistic rage, and that stain will always remain on my soul. No matter how many people's trust one earn back, there will always be more people who see the stain first. I understand, Edelgard said. I'll admit that I was a cooler and more collected villain as the Flame Emperor, but in costume and out, I performed the moral calculus again and again to weigh my sins against their outcomes. There are many in Fodlan, after my war, for whom no benefit can outweigh those sins, and I accept that. All I can do is my best to fulfill my promise, to make a better world. All anybody can do is their best, I suppose, Dimitri sighed. I must have faith that I can overcome my misdeeds in the eyes of my enemies. It is the only way I can possibly end this war without taking Ria's life. And if that isn't possible? Edelgard asked him. In the war's final days, I called for her to surrender. Instead, she chose to senselessly murder 100,000 people. That, Dimitri, is the Ria I know. The conclusion you seek may not be possible. Can you accept that? Dimitri's brow furrowed, and his lips curled into a pensive frown. Now that I know the truth about Ria's people, how can I bear to reduce their numbers? I cannot let the tragedy of Duskur repeat itself, but neither can I allow the church to continue on its current path. There's nothing to do but trust in your own strength and the strength of your allies, Edelgard told him. If there is a way to achieve that goal, your best hope for finding it is to trust Byleth's strategic skill. The words left her mouth with utter confidence, but within her mind, she still worried about the 5 times in the past day that time had been turned backward. Perhaps in her own world there had been battles where Byleth had had to call upon Suthi's powers that many times or more, perhaps Arianrod, or Taeltian, 2 of the most grueling and harrowing campaigns of the entire war, but even so, she couldn't help but fear for Byleth and the rest of her students. Dimitri mustered a smile. And when your counterpart returns to this world and all is made right there, surely she will have a wealth of future knowledge as well. He sounded as though he were trying very hard to convince himself of his own statements and only almost managing it. I think you and my counterpart will get along very well, Edelgard assured him. It's funny, he said. The torment I underwent took my past from me, but this world's Edelgard held onto it. It was the same for me, she replied. My world's Dimitri remembered all of the moments between us I had forgotten. The two of us, together, have both forgotten our own histories. He shook his head and clucked his tongue. What rotten luck we have, El. Imagine how happy this world's Edelgard and your world's Dimitri would have been together. Edelgard opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her words faded from her brain. She looked at Dimitri and for a moment could only see his mud-stained face, dirty blonde hair plastered to his brow, staring up at her with hatred and betrayal, twisting his lips and brow and hardening his eyes. Yes, imagine, she croaked. What's wrong, El? Was it something I said? He asked, putting his hands on her shoulders. I apologize sincerely, whatever it was. It's fine, she said. Just that. I told you what happened between us in my world, didn't I? Oh. His face fell. Oh, El, I am so sorry. That thought just came to my lips before I could stop it. I ought to have known it would upset you. It's all right, Edelgard said. No need to apologize. Try as we might, there's no changing the past. We can only move forward. She realized immediately the irony of that statement, that she so strongly desired to alter the course of the future's past, her present. In a perverse way, Destinova might have agreed with what she'd just said more than she herself did. Again, she cursed time travel. It made everything she believed in so damned inconsistent. At least, she sighed, as far as we know. Her stomach growled again. You need to eat, Dimitri said. Let's not waste any more time dwelling on uncomfortable topics. Following Dimitri downstairs gave Edelgard an intense sensation of déjà vu as she found herself greeted with the scent of breakfast and the sight of Heidi Marie rushing as ably as she could, still hampered by the aches and pains of her almost healed wound, toward her. Ellie. You've woken up, she exclaimed, a smile lighting up her round face. Oh, you must be hungry. The innkeeper has put up some adorably rustic chicken dumpling soup and seasoned rolls. And you look so wonderful. Didn't I tell you some thorough grooming would do your body good? Lady Hilda, certainly you see it doesn't. Ellie's hair looks so much more lustrous than yesterday. Oh, it certainly does, Hilda said, a mocking grin on her face. She looks almost as pretty as me now. Edelgard rolled her eyes. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Heidi, but I don't really feel all that different. Heidi Marie rolled her eyes in turn. Oh, Ellie. I can tell from your healthy glow that you're lying. Edelgard supposed her healthy glow didn't lie, but she still wouldn't give in. She simply gave Heidi Marie a hug and went to serve herself some soup. I hate to say it, Your Highness, Gerald said to her as she took the empty chair next to him, but you really do look a lot better. I have no qualms about saying it, Ferdinand chimed in. Edelgard, dear, you look positively radiant. You can act like the better dragon all you want, Your Highness, Leonie told Heidi Marie, evidently compelled by her own competitiveness to speak up on Edelgard's behalf, but she's got a lot more fine control over that part of her than you do. Heidi Marie put her hands on her hips. Oh, she asked indignantly, staring Leonie down. She's a lot more versatile. You've seen Lady Edelgard fight. She can summon her wings or talons whenever she wants. You could learn a few lessons from her. I can do that, Heidi Marie said. It's just that I won't do it in public. I wouldn't want anybody to mistake me for a monster. She sat back down and tended to the dregs of her soup. Ellie, Martel, and I are going to leave later this morning, now that I feel well enough. The physician has told me I am ready, and given everything that's happened, well, you can hardly blame me. I suppose so. Where will you go? Back to Anselm and Ria in Hevering? Or to the Eastern Church's headquarters? Edelgard asked. I'd rather nobody here knew, Heidi Marie replied, tearing her bread and using it to sop up some leftover broth. Of course, I mean no offense in saying that. Your friends have all been wonderful hosts, Ellie, but at the end of the day, you're still enemies of the church and myself. Well, thank you for the compliment, I suppose, Dimitri said. I cannot help but wonder, though, Dida spoke up, if our roles were reversed, if you would have been as kind to us. His gaze lingered upon Hubert, whose hand had fallen to the stump of his wrist as though feeling anew the lingering phantom pain Ria had inflicted upon him. Oh, of course. Heidi Marie insisted. General Molinaro, I'm almost offended by the assertion. Ellie can certainly vouch for the content of my character. I certainly can, Edelgard lied, deciding she had no choice but to head off this potential conflict before it could turn into a conflagration. Of course Heidi would have extended to us all the courtesies we extended to her. All the courtesies and more, in fact. Thank you, Ellie, Heidi Marie said with a satisfied smile. Edelgard had to wonder, though, how much her sister would have leaped at the chance to drag her back to Rhea, at least, if not her and Dimitri both, if it were given to her. Still, there was no point in pondering what-ifs. What had happened, and what had not happened may have happened in some other timeline, according to Vul, but it had not happened here. And that was what was important. If you must return to Rhea, Dimitri said, trying to get back on his previous train of thought, I hope you will be fair in your assessment of us. Oh, I will be, Heidi Marie assured him. King Dimitri, you may be a heretic, but you're far from the devil I took you for. I'm certain Rhea will find herself amenable to a white peace. A white peace? Dimitri narrowed his eyes. The suggestion, seemingly, didn't sit right with him, and Edelgard had to admit that she would have laughed that off as well if Rhea had ever had the presence of mind to offer it. A return to the pre-war status quo, you mean? Lady Heidi Marie, neither my actions nor Rhea's can be so easily undone. If she wishes to sue for peace, I will of course demand some concessions from the church. And if you should eventually wish to sue for peace, Heidi Marie replied airily, clearly confident that the Church of Ceros would gain the upper hand sooner or later, then Rhea will of course demand some concessions from the kingdom of Faerghus. Starting with putting the holy back into its name, I suppose. We will see, Dida said to her icily. Edelgard noticed then that Kronia had yet to return from Dida's assignment from yesterday. Surely it couldn't have taken that long to deliver some letters, she thought. Still, though, she was grateful not to see Kronia here. If she found out that Rhea was making more Nabateans, her prejudice might get the better of her, and combined with her sadism and bloodlust, that would put Heidi Marie in a very dangerous situation. Lady Heidi Marie, Ingrid said, I'm sure you'd be amenable to an escort, at least until you get past the city walls. Artemis and I can follow you. I suppose, Heidi Marie said. Deirdre seems more and more dangerous by the day, we ought not to take any chances, right, Martel? Martel nodded. I'll prepare my wyvern right away. You can ride with me, it'll be safer that way. But I'll have to leave Pollux, then, she pouted. You're still wounded, ma'am. I'm only looking out for your safety. True. I suppose I can trust Lady Ingrid and Miss Lottie to take care of him. Speaking of Deirdre becoming more dangerous by the day, Hubert spoke up, giving a stern look at Edelgard, Ferdinand, and I believe that most of us should consider returning to Garreg Mach now. Yes, Ferdinand said. King Dimitri, I know you plan on addressing the 5 great lords in a few days, but surely you agree that Lady Edelgard, myself, and Hubert should remove ourselves from harm's way post-haste. Dimitri nodded. I do not think you must convince me. Edelgard wondered to herself if there was much point in staying here in Deirdre. She had promised Claude to beat some sense into Destinova, but that had been a rather petty promise, and she really did have no way of knowing what havoc he and the Albatross might wreak next. And then there were the 2 separate Agarthan factions, and the 2 separate occasions on which she'd encountered Thales in which he had seemed almost like 2 separate people. Leaving does sound sensible, she agreed. Yes, certainly, Ferdinand said. I am so thankful you agree. Now that we no longer have any pressing legal troubles, we should leave before some other extenuating circumstance mires us in this city yet again. And we should hope that should we ever return to Deirdre, it is in a less precarious position, Hubert added. As she had her breakfast, Edelgard kept finding her thoughts drawn to Heidmary's impending departure. She owed it to her to tell her the truth about herself, as she had told her siblings at Garreg Mach. Only Heidi Marie, Anselm, Emmanuel, and Dagmar were unaware. Now nearly half of her siblings, and that was too many to keep out of the loop now that she'd decided that her family deserved to know. But if she told Heidi Marie, then would Heidi Marie then tell Rhea? And how would Rhea react? And how could she dance around the topic of the Flame Emperor and the war against the Church of Ceros? Well, then, Heidi Marie said, Martel, I suppose we should get dressed and prepare your wyvern for flight. Ellie, when you're finished, we'll be out back in the stables. Don't rush yourself. Lottie and I should get ready, too, Ingrid said, raising her bowl to her lips to drain every last drop of broth. In that garb? Heidi Marie asked. You'll look out of place. Surely you have proper armor, Lady Ingrid. Just, in case. I do, she said, but it's back at the inn Lottie and I have been staying at. The Dancing Duke. Well, that's not far from here, Leonie said. And with everything that's happened, maybe we shouldn't take chances. Left unspoken was the specific detail of everything that's happened, which nobody needed to hear. Count Gloucester had just been killed by a sniper's arrow, and a very good sniper's arrow, judging by the circumstances, and such things were the banes of Pegasi and wyverns alike. There were nods of agreement all around. Anyway, it probably is time for us to go back there and check out, Lottie said, isn't it, Miss Ingrid? We are running low on funds. Ingrid cringed. She must have taken some money with her from House Galatea, Edelgard reasoned, to have paid for food and lodgings on her journey, but it was doubtful she'd taken enough. She had far too much integrity. Yes, we really should, she agreed. Edelgard, would you like to come with us? I think it'd be better if I stayed here with Heidi, Edelgard replied. Oh. Yes, of course. But perhaps I could ride along with you, she added. To see her off. Heidi Marie smiled. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. You don't fly enough, El. With a little more practice, Gerald said, patting her on the back, she wouldn't even need a Pegasus to fly. While Edelgard stewed in her embarrassment, Gerald certainly seemed to like indulging in his duties as father-in-law. Heidi Marie pursed her lips, as though the sight of a commoner, a distinguished one, but a commoner nonetheless, patting a princess on the back offended her somewhat. That makes two of us. El, are you certain you don't want to come back with me? She is quite certain, Dimitri said frostily. Yes, Dida said. If Nader has returned to the monastery, then he can teach her. Edelgard couldn't say she relished that thought, even though Dida seemed satisfied with his little deadpan joke, or, at least, what she hoped was a deadpan joke. Recalling Nader, though, she remembered, he was here in Fodlan and working for Dida because of Destinova. Like Kronia, supposedly, his loyalties were deeply entwined with that strange, cold, bitter future vision of Claude von Regan. What was Destinova planning? How were all these disparate threads meant to come together? Heidi Marie eased herself up out of her chair. Well, she said, Martel and I shall be getting ready. King Dimitri, I thank you for your hospitality. And I am certain Ria will be put at ease to know that you are not the nemesis she took you for. Dimitri's brow furrowed at the mention of Nemesis' name, as the King of Liberation's complicated legacy sat, like his crown, heavily upon it. Edelgard's thoughts turned to Shamhala, and the prospect that Ria's greatest enemy, unbeknownst to her, may have been slumbering deep within it, waiting patiently to return to life. Throughout the rest of the morning, while waiting for Ingrid to return, Edelgard found herself racked with nervous energy. As she paced in her bedroom, 1,000 disparate thoughts clouded her mind like a swarm of insects, prickly, buzzing, biting. Heidi Marie was leaving. Wherever she would go, whether it would be the Eastern Church headquarters near the foothills of Fodlan's Fangs or Anselm and Ria's base of operations in Hevering, east or west, her path led her back to the Church of Ceros and back to Ria. Given that, and Heidi Marie's unshakable loyalty, Edelgard was left wondering what to do about her secret. Objectively speaking, as a matter of familial fairness, Heidi Marie and Anselm deserved as much as Burkhard or Hedwig to know the truth about where she'd come from. But life, of course, rarely accommodated such things as fairness. If Edelgard told Heidi Marie that, it was all too possible that the knowledge would reach Ria soon afterward, and she could only imagine how Ria would react. Could she really bear to leave her sister out of the loop simply because they found themselves on opposite sides of the war? And on the subject of opposite sides of the war, was Dida really willing to let such a high-value captive part on such amicable terms and slip through the kingdom of Faergus fingers so easily? Or was he plotting something? Kronia had been gone for an awfully long time on a simple letter delivery assignment, unless Dida had given her some new, secret orders that were more in her wheelhouse than acting as a bodyguard. Edelgard took a deep breath to try and calm her nerves, and rubbed her brow. What a miserable experience it was, she thought, to be in the thick of a war and not be privy to the movements and motivations of her side's resident spymaster. Although, true, Hubert had occasionally performed unsanctioned actions for her, they were always things that needed to have been done, even if she wouldn't have admitted it except in hindsight, such as assassinating his father, or poisoning Holst Goneril. She let out a deep sigh. Stewing in her own thoughts would get her nowhere. There was a knock on the door. "Enter," she said. The door opened and Heidi Marie stepped through. She'd gotten dressed in preparation of her impending departure. Now she wore the scarlet uniform and light, ornate armor of a dark flyer. "Ellie? I thought I'd find you somewhere sulking." "Heidi, no, I just had to think about a few things," Edelgard answered, taken aback. Seeing how much closer Heidi Marie was to slipping away from her only intensified the urgency of her dilemma. She could tell her right now, if she could only convince herself that she wouldn't be making a colossal tactical error by doing so. "You always say that when somebody finds you sulking," Heidi Marie teased her, smiling. She took slow, careful, and hesitant steps toward her. "Are you sure you're ready?" Edelgard asked her. "The sooner you leave the city, the better, of course, but I'll be strapped into the saddle right behind Martel," Heidi Marie assured her. "I won't have to do a thing, I assure you. I'll likely sleep most of the way to our destination. I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me which way you're going?" No, Elle, I've got more sense than that." She shook her head. "Just as I have more sense than to ask you if you truly don't want to come along with me." "I wish you could," she sighed, "but..." Her eyes were downcast. "What's wrong?" Edelgard asked her, sensing doubt. Could it be that Heidemarie's faith in Rhea and Anselm had reached its tipping point? "I suppose," she said with another heavy sigh, tossing her long waves of fawn hair over one shoulder to reveal an ear that came to a sharp point, I wish Lady Rhea and Ansi hadn't been so blind to your suffering. Whether they'd been willfully so or not, they made me look like a fool in front of you. Does that at all change how you feel about them?" Edelgard asked her. "Yes, if I must admit," she said. "I suppose even the goddess worldly representative can make the wrong decision. And yet, I can't turn my back on my faith," she added firmly, as though sensing that Edelgard was planning to pounce upon any shred of doubt she expressed. "Both my faith in the Church of Syros, and my faith in whom I believe the rightful Emperor of Adrestia ought to be. They may not be perfect, but if I need to be the person who holds them to a higher standard, then that's what I'll be. You heard Seath the other day. Even he couldn't talk sense into Lady Rhea, and he and Flayn witnessed my suffering firsthand," Edelgard pointed out. "Do you think you can do what one of Rhea's oldest friends couldn't?" "Perhaps not, but so long as Rhea is the Archbishop, to stand by the goddess is to stand by her," Heidi Marie reasoned. "So you admit that you're wrong, but don't want to take responsibility for it by changing your views," Edelgard retorted. Heidi Marie lifted a plump hand to her breast. "Excuse me? I'm saying that I stand for an institution. For the church and for the rock upon which Syros built it." "You know who and what Rhea is," Edelgard said. "Whatever name she goes by, that institution is always her. It is always her standing at the apex of the world. If you doubt her, then you need to realize that she isn't in the business of changing. You'll have those same doubts, and perhaps more, a year from now, 5 years, 10, 50, 100. Heidi Marie crossed her arms. "Ellie, the Church of Syros is going to win in this war, sooner or later. Are you saying that your philosophy, at its roots, is simply opportunism?" Edelgard asked. "The Church has stood for 1200 years. It can stand for 1200 more. Faerghus has no idea what it's gotten itself into. But when this is all over, King Dimitri will have to throw himself before Rhea's mercy. And if you stay on this side, you'll get hurt," Heidi Marie said. "Too bad," Edelgard retorted. "If the idea of meeting your loved ones on the battlefield upsets you, then you should sit the war out entirely. But you've made your choice, haven't you?" "What's gotten into you?" Heidi Marie asked. She and Edelgard circled each other like lionesses preparing to pounce on each other. "How have you changed so utterly in just half a year? Sometimes, you hardly even sound like yourself anymore." "I can't tell you that." "Is it something that happened to you during your term?" "I can't tell you that." Is it something that's been done to you? By Dmitri and his ilk? I can't tell you that. Why not? Because you'd tell Ria. Both sisters ceased their pacing around each other. A fraught silence fell over the bedroom. The air seemed to thicken. Ellie, Hyde Mary's expression softened. Oh, goddess, Ellie. I didn't mean. She reached out and took Edelgard's hands. I'm still your sister. If you need something kept a secret, you can still confide in me. I'm so sorry. I hadn't thought. Tears made her steely blue eyes glisten and glimmer. Oh, Ellie. Before she could protest, Edelgard found herself wrapped in another one of Hyde Mary's hugs. The embrace was, as always, just on the boundary of firm without being cloying, tight without being stifling, warm without being suffocating. Heidi Marie sniffled and ran her fingers softly through her hair. I can keep a secret. I promise. If you're afraid of Ria knowing something about you, then of course I can respect that. In fact, why don't I just say I didn't even meet you here in Derdriu? Would you really tell Ria that? If you need me to, she said, cradling Edelgard in her arms, gently swaying to and fro as though trying to rock her to sleep like an infant. I promise, El. As your closest sister, I promise on Suthi's name, I won't tell Ria anything about what we talked about. A promise is only words, Edelgard muttered, and talk is cheap. How can I have faith that your actions will follow them? Hyde Mary's brow furrowed with concern. El, who hurt you? Edelgard pulled herself away from her. I'm sorry, she said. I'm just afraid that anything I tell you, Ria might. Might what? Her mind ran through the possibilities. Suthi's had domain over time. Ria may have known that. If Ria discovered that Edelgard was a time traveler, would she become more certain than ever that she had a spark of the goddess within her, and try even harder to return her to her clutches? Would she become even more desperate, and even more willing to do heinous things out of that desperation? If that was the case, then she wouldn't dare tell Heidi Marie. She might try to steal me back. I wouldn't let her, Heidi Marie insisted. Ellie, you're my baby sister. I won't ever let Ria hurt you again. Just please, tell me. I can see it in your eyes, that darkness, that coldness you're trying to hide from everybody else. Ever since we crossed paths here at Regan Manor, I've seen it. And it's not right. It's not right for you to have that pain in your eyes, so please, Ellie. I'm begging you. Tell me what's wrong. Edelgard looked away. If you tell me, I'll go with you to Garreg Mach instead. What? Heidi Marie kneaded her hands. I mean it. If you're that concerned that I can't keep a secret for my own baby sister, then I will. You don't mean that. I do. I'll go back with you. I promise. Edelgard felt as though a knife had been plunged into her heart. How could she trust such a staunch and stubborn follower of Ria? But how could she turn away her sister? You can't go with us, she said to Heidi Marie. Why not, El? Every repetition of El felt as though it was digging the knife's blade deeper and deeper into her heart. Because you'd be going as a prisoner. For the kingdom to take an agent of the church prisoner in neutral territory, it would be a disaster. I could go of my own free will. You could say that. Would Anselm and Ria believe it, or would they think you were being coerced? And keep in mind how valuable you are to Ria now, as one of her children. What would she do if she believed you'd fallen into enemy hands? Hyde Mary's face fell. I hadn't thought of that. Wars are awful things, Heidi, Edelgard said. More awful than you think. You say that like you've fought one. We're fighting one right now. I mean, one that's lasted longer than 2 months with one major battle between them, Heidi Marie said, crestfallen. I wasn't even at the Battle of Garreg Mach. Was it that horrible? It was, Edelgard said flatly. The Academy doesn't prepare you for death on that scale. And you're not prepared for it, either, Heidi. I suppose I'll have to be, Heidi Marie said. She took a deep, long, slow breath, placing her hands on her heart, her voice quiet and eyes pleading. Ellie. I swear on the goddess, and you know how much that means to me, I swear on the goddess Suthi's that I can keep your secret. Staring into those soft, pleading eyes of hers, all Edelgard could do was steel herself. She could see the round face they were set in, racked with agony, those eyes filled with pain and fear. She could see that body resting in a fraught repose, fighting for life, every subsequent breath a miracle. Not a word of this to anybody, Edelgard said. Heidi Marie nodded. Not even Martel. Not even Anselm. Not even her voice hitched. She paused. Not even Ansi. This isn't something I'd want anybody to learn about secondhand. Take a seat. She made her way to the bed and sat down on it, clasping her hands expectantly in her lap. Edelgard took a deep breath. If she hadn't only recently nearly watched Heidi Marie die for the second time, she would have had the strength to resist the urge to tell her the truth, but instead, all she could summon was the courage to make what she knew would be a grave tactical error. I'm not the Edelgard you know, she said. And, she added, finding herself needing to draw another breath she'd forgotten to take, I don't mean that in a figurative way. There's another world, another Fodlan not unlike this one, and I somehow exchanged places with the Edelgard from this world, 9 months ago. Heidi Marie's jaw dropped. Nothing but a few bemused blinks punctuated her silence. This world's Edelgard had a much easier life than I did. I lost my family at a young age. You, Joachim, Burke, Hetty, all of you died when I was 12. And until I came here, I hadn't seen any of you for as many years. You. Heidi Marie's words stuck in her throat as her hands, clasped in her lap, curled themselves into balls. You. You're not Ellie. No. I am Ellie, just a different one. Edelgard rubbed her brow, fearful that the hostility she was sensing might not have been her own guilty conscience reflected back at her. It's a different world, but it's still Fodlan. There's still an Adrestian Empire and a House Hresvelg, and I was still our father's 9th child. And we all died. It sounds mad, yes, I know, but please, don't dismiss it so readily. I've told almost everybody else. You, Anselm, Emmanuel, and Dagmar are the only ones left. Edelgard waited for the softness in Heidi Marie's eyes to vanish, even though she hadn't even gotten to the truly terrible part yet and was intent on omitting it entirely if probed. Where's the real Ellie? We're both the real Ellie. I am as much Edelgard von Hresvelg as she is. Where's my Ellie, though? I told you we exchanged places. Edelgard felt as though she were standing on a bed of nails, and the slightest shift of her balance would skewer her upon it. She tried to dispel her paranoia. Everybody she'd bared her soul for, even Ingrid, had come to accept her in the end, but old habits and ingrained thoughts made stronger chains than iron. She's in my world, trapped in my life, and I'm in hers. Heidi Marie let out a sigh. Edelgard couldn't tell if it was relieved or not. You world, your life, without us. Edelgard nodded. She misses you all so much. Her words caught in her throat. The image of Heidi Marie shimmered before her. Before she went completely blind, she saw a shift in the scarlet blur sitting in front of her and felt another firm embrace sweep her off her feet. Oh, Ellie, Heidi Marie cooed, pressing her close, I'm so sorry, that's horrible. Edelgard felt her tense muscles slacken. The scales underneath ceased their anxious slithering. The worst of it was over, she told herself. This was all she would have to say. She felt a shuddering sob escape her chest, and another, and found herself weeping onto Heidi Marie's shoulder. Quivering, shivering, she pulled herself closer as every long useless longing she'd ever had to pay her older sister back for every hug she'd ever given spilled out of her at once. There. Heidi Marie gently ran her palm in slow circles across her back. There, Elle. It's all right. She let out a sharp gasp of pain and stumbled backward. Snapped out of her sentimental stupor, Edelgard came to her senses. What's wrong? She hissed, hurriedly wiping the tears from her eyes. Nothing, it's just, Heidi Marie gingerly pressed a hand to her back, where the blade had buried itself in her. I agitated it, I suppose. I suppose I hugged you too hard, she added with a little self-deprecating laugh. Are you all right? Yes, it's fine. I don't think it's reopened. Besides, it's practically no more shallow than a paper cut now. Her grimace turned into a smile. I'm sorry, Elle. For both of you, this past year must have been quite an ordeal. But why in the world are you so worried about hiding it? Well, Edelgard said, relieved, I supposed you might be more upset that I've been lying about who I was for most of the past year. But you said the others took it well. So why wouldn't I? Heidi Marie pursed her lips. Because I've allied myself with the church. No, it's not that, Edelgard insisted, forcing her legs to walk herself over to Heidi Marie's side. I feel so guilty, I suppose, keeping secrets like that. And why don't you want Rhea to know about it? Do you think it would be even remotely sensible to tell her? Rhea is over 2,000 years old, she knows so much, Elle. Don't you think she might be able to help you find a way back to your own world? Edelgard looked away, cursing herself. Had this already proven to be exactly the tactical blunder she'd feared it would be? Don't tell me you intend to stay here and leave our Ellie all alone in your world, Heidi Marie said with a nervous giggle. No. Of course not. I believe it or not, even though I've lost you, there are people in my world that I miss just as dearly, Edelgard insisted. No, it's because I'm a time traveler that I ended up in this situation to begin with. She felt her scales crawl under her skin. I used my knowledge of my world's future to predict something. It caught Rhea's eye, and the next thing she knew, she believed that I'd somehow been touched by the goddess' hand. The reason why Rhea tried to make me into a dragon was because she wanted to use me as a vessel to revive Suthies. She wants to use me in a blood sacrifice. If she finds out that I'm a time traveler, she might be even more certain that her plan would work, and more desperate to retrieve me. Heidi Marie stared at her. No, she muttered in disbelief. That's why you can't tell her. That's why I made you swear you wouldn't. I don't want to risk her knowing what I really am. I can't risk what she might do to me, or to you, or to anybody else she might be able to use to get to me. You're talking about her as though she's some ruthless tyrant. I've seen her at her worst, Heidi, Edelgard said. I've seen her burn a city full of innocent people who looked to her as a protector, a savior out of nothing more than spite. No. She burned a city to the ground. I was there. I saw it. It was only a few months before I came to this world. Knowing what she's capable of, I don't want to take any risks. Not with my life, not with your Ellie's life, not with the people we know and love. So I need to be certain you can keep my secret. Heidi Marie seemed rattled by the stony, stern look in Edelgard's eyes. I won't, she stammered, trying for a second to rediscover her voice. She took Edelgard by the hands. I'll keep my promise. You don't have to worry about me. Rhea won't know about it. Thank you. Edelgard took a deep breath to calm her fluttering nerves. Thank you, Heidi. I feel like I can say goodbye to you with a clear conscience now. I don't know when I'll find a way to set things right, but, if you're leaving now, we might not see each other again before I do. Heidi Marie leaned in, planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, and smiled. Goodbye, then, Ellie. Perhaps. Goodbye, Heidi, Edelgard said. Perhaps. It wasn't long afterward that Ingrid and Lottie returned, immediately ready to depart. Ingrid now wore Falcon Knight armor, just the very same design she'd worn at Arianrod when Edelgard had struck her down in battle, but the sight of it gleaming in the sunlight no longer stirred Edelgard's heart in quite the same terrifying way it had before. That said, it was overdue for a polishing and showed its days of traveling quite plainly. Ingrid must have left home with very little indeed to have had so few opportunities for upkeep. As Ingrid and Lottie prepared Artemis for flight and Martel did the same for his wyvern, Dimitri came into the stables with a rented wyvern and announced that he and Marianne would be a part of the escort as well, at least until Heidi Marie made it past the city walls. Edelgard suspected that he was just eager to do something. Over the past few days he'd been absent from just about all of the most exciting things that had happened in the city, or at least what he would have considered exciting. While everybody was getting ready, Ferdinand and Hubert were preparing to depart as well, both eager to leave as soon as Heidi Marie was out of their hair, and Geralt and Leonie. Edelgard found Didu and took him aside. Didu? A word, if you may. Have as many with me as you like, he said, following her from the stables into the inn. As long as you do not miss your flight. I can't help but notice that Kronia hasn't returned yet, Edelgard said as she led him past Geralt and the innkeeper, who were, of course, disputing a bill for a week's worth of unpaid for meat and ale, and Ferdinand and Hubert, the former insisting on helping the latter button up his jacket, the latter insisting he could do it one-handed despite how his fingers fumbled, upstairs to his room. "Perceptive of you," Dida said. "You are right. She has not. Are you worried? A letter delivery assignment shouldn't have kept her away for so long, I wouldn't think. Are you? Thales is out there somewhere in this city. Cronia may be Cronia, but even so, I'd be worried about her running afoul of him. Or perhaps she and Destinova are consorting behind your back." Dida let out an almost laugh. "I see. She's loyal to him, you know. Do you worry that if you and Destinova come into conflict, she may choose to be his blade for hire and not yours?" He stroked his chin. "Do you think you might have made the wrong decision, letting her out of your sight so readily?" Edelgard asked. "Do you think so little of her?" "Don't make it sound as though I think her inferior to us," she said. "But, she's impulsive, immature. I think keeping her unsupervised has been a mistake." "You're worried about her now, aren't you?" Dida frowned. "Or, you have a compelling reason not to be worried, which you've neglected to share with me." He nodded. "Since you have made returning home a top priority, I decided that you are no longer on a need-to-know basis. This will all be irrelevant to you soon. I'm glad you're so confident that I'll find a way back home soon. I can always count on you to lift my spirits, Didu," Edelgard said, putting on a wry smile. "So, was I wrong, then? Did you and Cronia have a clandestine meeting at some point that I was unaware of?" Didu put a finger to his lips. "No need to be so coy," she said, placing her hands on her hips. "Although, now that you're in the loop regarding what actually happens when Hilda and I suffer our fainting spells, I wonder if you'd be receptive to an exchange of information. Your curiosity knows no bounds." "That it doesn't, Didu. This past day, I've returned to my world 4 times. Think of all the new information I've collected from my intelligence network, in a world where the war against the Church and the Men in Black has already been won. Information for information. A fair trade, I think, and a small price to pay for putting my mind at ease," Edelgard said. Dida nodded. "Very well. You first." In Shamhala, the Agarthan military appears to keep the salvaged corpses of Nemesis and the 10 elites in stasis using their technology. They have the capacity to revive them, though, of course, in our world, they didn't get the chance to do so before we seized the city. Dida looked perturbed. "Remember the other night," Edelgard asked, "when I theorized that your method of changing society would leave a power vacuum that a determined enough would-be warlord could step in to fill? I do believe the men who raised you as a spy anticipated that. They were poised to let you do their dirty work, then swoop in and steal away the spoils with their puppet king of liberation, just as they were poised to do with me. And perhaps they succeeded in Destinova's world. It is possible. Now, as for Cronia," she said. Dida sighed. "Yes. A fair trade. I had a chance to sneak away and meet with her during a recess in your trial when you and Hilda had fainted. So she's off on another assignment. Yes, looking into the 2 opposing factions of the Men in Black we stumbled upon a few days ago." "Well," Edelgard admitted, "I cannot say that isn't a relief to some degree. So, she's investigating the faction that tried to kill Dimitri and the faction that tried to stop them." She crossed her arms. "I wonder, which faction was it that attacked us at the Four Winds Bar, that Thales was a part of? One that, hopefully, Cronia will provide us with an answer for. And one more thing," she said, just when Dida was beginning to look relieved that the conversation had run its course. "You wouldn't be planning anything untoward with my sister, would you?" He shook his head. "No. I would not want her to come to harm. I know too well the pain of losing family." Edelgard suspected as much. He had seemed genuinely worried, and genuinely contrite, when the Albatross had nearly killed Heidi Marie. "And you don't have any intention of impeding her in any way?" "Why would I? Dimitri wants this war to end quickly, you don't." "True. But then I would have you to contend with." "Oh." She raised her eyebrows. "Am I really such a threat? Modesty does not suit you. We know that you could turn His Majesty against me with a word," Dida said. I can think of other ways to achieve my goals. I will not harass your sister. Now go. Before she leaves without you. Edelgard nodded and made her way to the door. It's funny, though, both of us believe in destroying the aristocracy, and my family, unfortunately, is the pinnacle of that very system. I wonder if I could have had the wherewithal to fight for my ideals in my world if my siblings had still been in it. I wonder if I could have committed myself to transforming the world if it meant creating one without them. I am glad not to have that problem, Dida said. My mother, father, and sisters possessed no claim to the power I aim to destroy. Even if they were still alive, my commitment would not waver. He smirked. In any case, Lady Edelgard, you are intelligent. I trust that you would find a way to preserve your siblings' lives. I can do no less in return. Thank you, Didu. You trust me? He asked. We're too alike for me not to, she said. Perhaps you think otherwise sometimes, but you do have a good heart. She left the room and made her way downstairs and outside to the stables in the back, where Ingrid, Dimitri, and Martel were ready to take flight. It took you long enough, Edelgard, Ingrid said as she hauled herself up onto Artemis' back and took Lewin in one hand. Get on. She offered her free hand to her, and Edelgard took it. With her help, Edelgard mounted the Pegasus, sitting astride the saddle behind Ingrid. Her heart pounded, part of her felt just a little too close to Ingrid's golden hair, which no longer spilled down her back but came to a stop just at the nape of her neck. The ends were split and ragged, the hallmarks of a rushed haircut performed with improper tools. So, Ingrid muttered, I guess after this, you and Hilda will give me that haircut I promised. Well, Hilda will handle it, Edelgard said, blanking out for a moment on what she was meant to do with her hands. I think you'd trust her hands more. I'm willing to admit she's more knowledgeable about hair than I am. If you'd allow it, I'm certain she'd make you look quite fashionable. Ingrid laughed. Where's all this humility coming from, Edelgard? If I didn't know any better, she said, casting a glittering glance and a wry little smile over her shoulder, I'd say you were the imposter. Put your arms around my waist and hang on tight. It should be a smooth ride, but let's not take any chances. She took to the sky, as did Martel and Heidi Marie and Dimitri and Marianne, and the six of them moved into formation as the rooftops shrank beneath their mounts' hooves and talons with every steady, slow beat of their wings. Martel's wyvern, with Heidi Marie strapped in behind him, took the lead, flanked on each side by Dimitri's wyvern and Ingrid's Pegasus, and began to head south to the mainland. Edelgard didn't fly often, since she felt it prudent not to intentionally go somewhere Hubert couldn't follow, unless it was unavoidable, and so taking to the air was still something of a novelty to her. She wasn't used to seeing the people in the streets so far below her, looking for all the world like ants milling around their mounds. It felt to her the way Rhea must see the world and its denizens small, petty, ephemeral. Instead of staring below, she found herself focused on the beats of Artemis' wings, studying the flexing of their muscles, the shifting of their wings. She could feel beneath her shoulders her own wings lying in wait and tensing as though they could hardly wait to do the same. It was actually interesting, studying these winged beasts, to find her thoughts turning to how her own body could replicate their movements. By the way, Kronia's wyvern at the other inn is missing, Ingrid told her as they ascended. Pardon? She took a wyvern along with us. It's not at the other inn's stables. Figures. Dida says she's on a special assignment from him. Goddess help us. Edelgard chuckled. No, I don't think she will. You always were an iconoclast. There's no need to look to gods for salvation, as long as humans can look to each other. She pressed herself closer to Ingrid, tightening her grip as a cold northern wind buffeted them. Part of her felt guilty, but on whose behalf? Byleth didn't mind, Ingrid had practically invited it. On her own behalf, she supposed, because guilty consciences were so often irrational things and not so easily assuaged. Eventually, she mustered the courage to rest her cheek against Ingrid's shoulder and let the Pegasus' slow, steady movements beneath the two of them reverberate through herself like the shockwaves from blades colliding. Like riding a horse, only smoother, there was something almost soothing about it. Ingrid, she said, there's something I'm curious about. What is it? You brought enough money for food and lodgings with you when you left home. Barely enough. That's obvious. Where, if you don't mind me asking, did you get it? Ingrid stiffened. I'm willing to retract my question, Edelgard assured her. No, it's fine, she said, shaking her head. Mr. Teufel was so intent on having my hand, he offered Ken and AG a 10% down payment on the bride wealth he'd offered. After I'd killed him, I found his money and took a little bit of it, just enough to last 2 weeks or so, and left the rest for my brothers to find. That's kind of you. I know. I could have taken more. But I'd wanted to do something for them, and I'd only thought ahead as far as heading to Gaspard. I'd decided I'd figure something out from there. I hadn't expected to receive a letter from you. My future self, Edelgard corrected. Perhaps. If you don't mind me asking, can I ask you about myself? From your world. She felt her blood run cold. What about yourself? I gathered we'd met in battle. That means I was part of Faerghus' army. Ingrid sighed. In your world, was I a knight under King Dimitri? Her gaze drifted to her side, to Dimitri and Marianne atop their wyvern. Edelgard slowly nodded. You were a commander at Arianrod, she said, though it hurt to say. A commander, Ingrid whispered, her tone hushed. Goddess. I was a knight, after all. I wonder if Father gave me Luin and his blessing to fight for Faerghus, or if I had to steal it from him and strike out on my own. I'm afraid I don't know. Did I put up a good fight, at least? Edelgard's memories furnished her mind's eye with visions of Aemir cleaving blood-stained silver armor apart, chewing through flesh and bone. Yes, she mumbled. A very good fight. That's good, at least. It's too bad we ended up on opposite sides, but holding my own against the Flame Emperor, at least for a little bit, is something I can be proud of. The vista of Deirdre stretched before them as they flew southward. Around the guard towers studding the walls, Pegasi and wyverns circled in languid arcs, wings outstretched, and began to converge on them as they approached the southern edge of the city and the bridge connecting it to the mainland. Martel signaled as the mounted guards approached to descend, and the 6 of them landed on the ramparts, accompanied by 2 wyvern riders bearing the colors of the municipal guard. Pardon the interruption, good sirs, one of the mounted guards said, dismounting from his wyvern. Standard procedure to keep an eye on anybody coming or going as the wyvern flies. Of course, Martel said. If you could send somebody to Cardinal Severus Villa and inform him of my and Lady Hydemary's departure. The guard took notice of Heidi Marie and hastily bowed. Of course. Will, E.R. King Dimitri be accompanying you? Not much farther than this, Dimitri said. We have taken the initiative to escort Lady Heidi Marie out of the city for her own protection. With all due respect, Your Majesty, he said with another bow, the Deirdre guardsmen would be happy to take it from here. I am certain you would be, Dimitri said. But this is a show of good faith from the kingdom to the empire. He glanced over to Heidi Marie, his silver brow furrowing as he caught the way she was looking at him. You may certainly accompany us, if you can spare the guardsmen from their standard rotations. Just one thing, the other mounted guard said, dismounting from his wyvern. You too, there, on the dappled Pegasus. If you're leaving the city, I'd like to inspect the peace knot on your lance there. Ingrid gripped her lance tighter. Edelgard sighed. Don't act so guilty, she whispered in her ear. Certainly, sir. We cannot deny such a reasonable request. As the guard approached, Ingrid held out Luin, letting him appraise its shroud-wrapped length. He only needed a moment to examine it. Has this shroud been removed within city limits? He asked sharply, glaring up at Ingrid. This isn't the kind of knot we use. Ingrid opened her mouth, but before she could make a sound, Dimitri spoke up. I can explain. As ashamed as I am to admit it, the knot on Commander Ingrid's lance came loose just the other day, and I took the liberty of retying it. I deeply apologize, I am quite aware of how seriously you take peace-bonding visitors' weapons. I simply did not want trouble. His Majesty may be a good king, Edelgard interjected, but when it comes to tying knots, he has little skill. Oh, I see, the guard said, gently nudging Luin back toward Ingrid. No harm, no foul, then. Sorry for troubling you, Commander. Ingrid's lips puckered sourly. Thank you, sir, she said. "Are we ready to take flight again?" "Just about, ma'am," the other guard said. "Sir," he said, turning to Martel, "who was it you wished for us to notify?" "Cardinal Severus," Heidi Marie spoke up. "Cardinal Reus Aleachum Severus. His villa is in the Western District." Edelgard's nostrils flared suddenly, a foul stench stung her nostrils, acidic, fungal, metallic. It was only a faint whiff, distant and carried on the wind, and though noticeable, not enough to be recognizable. From the look that suddenly crossed Hyde Mary's face, she'd caught the same scent. She could feel wings yearning under her shoulders to burst free and supposed that same impulse might have been slithering under her sister's flesh as well. There was something dangerous close by. Before both guardsmen returned to their wyverns, a third came out from the nearby watchtower, ambling along the side of the ramparts. His gait was unsteady, almost drunken, one hand fell constantly to the parapet for support. The closer he came, the easier it was to see his pale complexion and sweat-beaded brow. He looked feverish. What's all this here, then?" he asked the other two guardsmen. "Nothing worth getting out of bed for, just a standard departure," one said. "Say," the other said, "you don't look too good." "Oh, something I ate didn't, agree with me," he told them. "I told you, McCready," the first guard said. "Stay away from those street vendors. Anyway, we've got it handled, these 6 here will be on their way. You go, throw up in the privy, or something." "We should go," Edelgard told Ingrid. The danger was drawing nearer, she could feel it, she could smell it. The third guard gripped his head. "Ugh, it's bright out." Even Artemis noticed something was amiss, letting out a nervous snort and pawing at the stones beneath his hooves. "Well, thank you for your service," Ingrid said, taking a moment to steady the reins and calm her Pegasus down. "We'll be off now." Artemis with a cry that was more like a screech, Artemis leaped over the parapet. "Whoa. Easy." "I'm sorry, Edelgard, he's not a war horse, he spooks easily." A flash of black leathery wings split the air in two. Edelgard heard a human scream modulate in the blink of an eye to something deep, wet, guttural, gurgling, sonorous and utterly inhuman. When she regained her bearings, Dimitri and Martel had both taken flight as well as had a hulking demonic beast. Its muscle fiber and fascia, gray and black, wrapped itself tightly around twisted and elongated bones. A thick, lizard-like tail lashed whip-like behind it, and its head burned with a single cyclopean eye and gaping maw at the end of a long neck. The tattered remains of a guardsman's uniform still hung from its monstrous shoulders. One of the Agarthan factions had to have been behind this, Edelgard reasoned as she clung tightly to Ingrid. This was one of their tactics, having unwitting men explode into beasts in the middle of battle, spreading chaos and destruction. An agent must have slipped a fragment of a crest stone into him somehow. Was this part of some plot to capture Heidi Marie? Ingrid led Artemis in a slow arc as she and the other two wyverns regrouped, ripping off Lewin's shroud and letting its slender blade burn. "Martel, go on ahead. We'll put this beast down," she shouted out. Edelgard pulled one hand away from Ingrid and held her arm out, prepared to cast a spell. It seemed that on Dimitri's wyvern, Marianne was doing the same. Dimitri clutched the lance the transformed guard had dropped. While the Pegasus panicked beneath her, Edelgard tried to aim another spell as best she could. Fire glanced off the beast's deceptively tough hide. The beast let out an unholy screech and swooped down in pursuit of Martel's wyvern as he and Heidi Marie broke away from the others and sped southward. With inhuman strength, Dimitri buried his lance in the beast's side and wrenched it free. Ingrid thrust her lance forward and struck a blow against the beast's shoulder as she struggled to wrangle Artemis. As she'd said, he wasn't a war horse, and had likely never encountered a demonic beast before. Ingrid barely managed to pull up before the tip of the beast's tail whipped through the air. The beast writhed and twisted in the air like wisps of smoke-given flesh, screeching and belching torrents of miasma into the air. Calling upon her dark magic, Edelgard hurled a lance of silvery moonlight at the beast while Ingrid flew Artemis in an arc underneath it, targeting its weaker underbelly. The moonlight formed a spearhead and buried itself in the beast's flesh, spilling noxious black blood. The beast's razor talons cut through the air as it undulated, dodging as best it could the attacks thrown its way as it continued its dogged pursuit of Martel and Heidi Marie. Ice crystals blossomed on its wings and shattered, gouts of blood poured from its sickly, skinless flesh where Dimitri's lance penetrated its hide. Ingrid gritted her teeth as she tugged one-handed on Artemis' reins. "Artemis, please!" Another lash of the beast's tail nearly swatted her, Artemis, and Edelgard out of the sky. Dimitri's wyvern writhed, sickened by the spells Marianne cast from atop its back. The beast, battered but undaunted, spread its talons and swooped down. There was a flash of blood and the sickening sound of tearing flesh, and with several mighty flaps of the demonic beast's spindly wings it rose high in the air, momentarily silhouetted by the dazzling light of the sun. Martel's wyvern fell to the earth minus its riders, now both gripped in its wicked talons. Edelgard would have cried out, if she were not so shocked that her breath momentarily left her. She watched the demonic beast rise higher and higher, wings like a pirate ship's black sails against the blue sky, and begin to cut a path north over the city. "It's heading north. After it!" Dimitri shouted out, taking command. From the guard towers, alarm bells were starting to ring. "Ingrid," Edelgard said, finding her voice. "After it. Now." Ingrid nodded and pulled Artemis out of his descent, turning him around and guiding him back up over the wall. The streets and buildings of Deirdre raced by below them. Edelgard studied the demonic beast as she, Ingrid, Marianne, and Dimitri closed the distance between them and it. The beast seemed to be moving with definite purpose, as though it still had its human intelligence and was following a predetermined plan. Was such a thing possible? And where was it? "It's heading for the harbor," she hissed to Ingrid. "What? How can it be doing that?" "I don't know, but it is. Why else would it fly back over the city? Get ahead of it, try to cut off its escape." Artemis isn't Buckhart's wyvern," Ingrid reminded her. "But alright, we can try. Hold on." She pushed Artemis faster and higher. As Artemis accelerated and began to flank the beast, Edelgard prepared a strafing run, summoning all the dark magic she could muster. Black and silver weaved in helices around her arm, her veins tingling with the electrical effervescence of potent magical energy. She would have to be careful injure the beast too gravely, she thought, and it might drop Heidi and Martel. As the gap between them and the beast closed, Ingrid drove Artemis into a dive and let gravity pull them downward and momentum carry them forward, like a hawk ready to snatch a hare up off of the heather. They outsped the beast, shifting in front of it and giving Edelgard the perfect window of opportunity to hurl dark magic at its head and neck from below. A blade of moonlight cut through its long neck, silencing its screech as black blood spurted from the gaping wound. Ingrid and Artemis narrowly dodged a gout of black fire from the beast's maw as it began to beat a hasty retreat, but Dimitri and Marianne were ready for it, swooping down on their wyvern from above. With a single one-handed swing of his lance, he severed the beast's lashing tail. The beast plummeted, flapped its wings desperately, righted itself, and circled back, screeching and crying out in pain. Edelgard felt a pang of sympathy for the poor man who had become this thing, but there was nothing to be done but put it out of its misery. "Stay below it," she ordered Ingrid. "Somebody needs to be able to catch Heidi Marie or Martel if it drops them." Ingrid nodded. "The legs, Dimitri," she shouted out. "Aim for the legs." A bolt of lightning tore through the membranous skin of the beast's leathery wings as it doubled back and fled at greater speed toward the northern harbor, weaving with renewed desperation. Its movements were ungainly now, its stub of a tail lashing out and spewing noxious ichor, droplets falling from the ragged holes in its flapping wings like baleful rain upon the streets below. With a cursory glance Edelgard could see mounted guards from their nearby patrols drawing nearer. Now was no time to give in to the temptation of relief, but to see more aid on its way was heartening. As one of the wyvern-mounted guards, wielding a single-headed axe, closed in from the north, the beast unhinged its jaw and swung its head like a battle-axe of its own, its razor-sharp teeth tearing through wyvern and rider alike in a shower of gore. Edelgard saw flashes of light explode against the beast's underbelly as Heidi Marie and Martel hurled spells at it from within its clutches. Awfully bold of them, she thought they were surely counting on somebody to swoop in and catch them if the beast dropped them. "Get under the beast," she told Ingrid. "I don't think Artemis can carry 4 people. He'll have to try." "Sorry, Artemis." Ingrid guided Artemis into position, the shadow of the beast falling over them. They both heard Dimitri shout, "Marianne, take the reins," and the next instant a blue and silver blur fell past the beast, burying his lance in its stomach and grabbing hold of Hydemary's hand. Dimitri hung suspended from the beast's talons while it writhed and screeched, only his grip on Hydemary's hand and wrist keeping him from plummeting to the streets rushing past him underfoot. "Does that man ever think?" Ingrid huffed. "You told him to aim for the legs," Edelgard pointed out. "Stay under it." "I'm trying." She pulled on the reins as she tried to keep Artemis synchronized with the demonic beast's course. "I ought to have pressured you into flying lessons, then you'd know how difficult this is." Edelgard glanced forward as the harbor drew near. There were several ships in port, most bearing the colors of Lester-recognized merchants, but one ship was flying the banner of Faerghus as it pulled out from the dock, and it seemed the demonic beast was heading for its deck. The beast writhed and screamed as an archer peppered it with arrows from atop her Pegasus, but for all its pain, it only clutched its captives tighter. Marianne brought her wyvern down under the beast, flanking Ingrid and Edelgard. "Ready," she called out. The beast felled the archer and another approaching wyvern with a torrent of miasma spewed from its throat. The harbor drew ever nearer, and it seemed the beast was planning on touching down on the deck of the ship from Faerghus as it left the harbor. "Ready," Edelgard said. "We need to break its grip. Aim for the legs." Dimitri climbed up Hydemary's arm onto the beast's ankle, legs wrapped tightly around one scaly knuckle, and drew back his fist. Then, with a single punch, he shattered the beast's ankle bone and shredded its flesh. The talons flexed open as the last dangling sinews holding its foot to its leg snapped like an overextended bowstring, dropping Hydemarie into the open air. Ingrid aimed for the other leg with Lewin, crushing its bones with a single fiery thrust. Marianne reached out and caught Hydemarie and Dimitri as they fell, hauling them onto the back of her wyvern. Edelgard caught Martel by the hand just before he could plummet past Artemis to his death. He took hold of her and Artemis' saddle with a white-knuckle grip, his chest heaving and face pallid. Artemis bucked and whinnied with displeasure. "Calm down, Artemis," Ingrid whispered in his ear as she wrangled him. "He's just a passenger." The demonic beast let out a pained, anguished, and above all else furious scream, twisting and writhing, spewing gouts of blood in all directions in its death throes. Ingrid and Marianne swiftly pulled away, narrowly avoiding its lashing neck and the stump of its tail and the frantic beating of its monstrous wings, the torrents of miasma it spewed in long, acrid arcs in the air, the blood that danced like rain across the sky. "Ingrid," Edelgard said as she and Martel clung to her for dear life, "get to one of the guardsmen and tell them to stop that Faerghus ship from leaving the harbor." "I'd forgotten how bossy you could be," Ingrid muttered. "After only a month away? I must not have left much of an impression." The demonic beast buried its fangs in Marianne's wyvern's neck, clamping its jaws down as tight as a vice. The wyvern's body immediately went limp. The beast, though encumbered, doggedly pressed onward. "Fuck!" Ingrid swore in a rare breach of her composure. "Lady Hydemarie!" Martel cried out. "It's dead set on taking her to that ship alive," Edelgard said. "We still have a chance. Ingrid, keep following it." "Then we can't alert the guards to stop that ship," Ingrid pointed out as she drove Artemis onward. "I'm sorry, Artemis, I'm so sorry. You're getting 3 sugar cubes after this, I promise. If a demonic beast lands on its deck, they might decide to stop it and ask some uncomfortable questions regardless," Edelgard said, looking upon Dimitri, Marianne, and Hydemarie as they clung to the wyvern carcass hanging from the beast's jaws. "If I can focus," Martel said, "I can cast a rescue spell and summon Lady Hydemarie back to my side." "Artemis is laden enough, one of us would have to get off," Ingrid said. Martel looked over to Edelgard. Edelgard looked down at the ground as it gave way to the ocean. "I can't swim." "You can't swim?" Ingrid gasped. "I thought for certain you'd learned by now," Martel said. "No. The ocean terrifies me." "You lived next to the ocean." Now was precisely not the time for a witty retort, and besides, Edelgard was too focused on other, more important matters to think of one anyway. The demonic beast at last breathed its last. Its jaws unclenched just as it passed over the Faerghus ship, dropping the wyvern and its riders unceremoniously onto the deck as its momentum carried it forward and gravity pulled it downward. It hit the surface of the water with a titanic splash of briny sea spray and sank like a stone to its watery grave. On the deck of the ship, Dimitri, Marianne, and Heidi Marie pulled themselves to their feet as black-cloaked figures swarmed up from below decks, and though the ship was still a fair distance away, Edelgard wouldn't have been surprised to see bird-beaked masks on each of them if she were close enough to discern detail. "Martel," she said. "You can cast warp spells, can't you?" Martel nodded. "You want me to?" "Yes. Bring me to the deck of that ship. Now. You and Ingrid can catch up to me later." "Yes, ma'am," he said, and Edelgard felt his hand fall upon her shoulder. She tensed up for a moment, remembering the magic he'd used to try and render her unconscious, but in a matter of seconds she found herself swept up in a white light. Compared to the light that pulled her from one world to another, this one was almost pleasant. When the world came back into view around her, only a blink of an eye later, her boots were on solid though gently swaying wooden floorboards and the ship's billowing sails and towering masts loomed above her. A dozen lightly armored, black-masked Agarthan mages and assassins circled around her, Dimitri, Marianne, and Heidi Marie. Dimitri and Heidi Marie both cried out in perfect harmony. "What are you doing here?" Dimitri asked. "Lightning Artemis load," she said matter-of-factly as Heidi Marie vanished in a flash of light. Ingrid and Martel, now with an extra rider sitting atop Artemis, glided by overhead and turned in a wide arc to head back to shore. "They'll come back for us, but it might be a while." One of the Agarthan mages readied a spell, only for the assassin beside him to draw a sword and plunge it through his head. He dropped to the deck, stone dead. As chaos broke out among the Agarthan's slim ranks, the assassin removed their beaked face mask to reveal Kronia's face, grinning ear to ear. Well. Fancy meeting you here, Edel." It was over in minutes. Blood stained the deck of the ship, and little of it belonged to Edelgard, Dimitri, or Marianne. The four of them quickly settled into the quarter gallery, which was now sans a captain, and began considering their next move. While Marianne tended to a nasty gash in his arm Dimitri had received from punching a mage in the face so hard that the mask and bone had lacerated his flesh, Kronia licked one of her short swords clean the way a cat might lick its paws clean. "Mind the blade, Kronia," Edelgard cautioned her. "What are you doing here, anyway?" "One of Dida's missions, I take it." Kronia peered at her spit-shined blade to see if there were any flecks of blood she'd missed. Edelgard was thankful that Ingrid or Ferdinand, or heaven forbid Felix, wasn't here to witness her unusual way of cleaning used weaponry. They would have either broken down into tears or flown into a fiery rage at the sight. "I'm investigating one of the two Agarthan factions," she said. "Turns out the ones who wanted His Majesty dead were using this boat as a base of operations." "Neat, huh? So, you disguised yourself and snuck aboard?" Edelgard asked. "Oh, it wasn't hard," Kronia said. She crouched down and pulled away one of the other assassin's face masks, revealing a face nearly identical, save for a few scars, a patch over one eye, and a tattoo on her brow, to her own. The face quickly crumbled into black ash, leaving only empty clothes behind, the same fate that met the other fallen soldiers. Kronias are meant to do everyone else's dirty work. You see them a lot in Shamhala. Oh, Marianne mumbled, grimacing at the sight. "Oh, and I brought the other Agarthan faction here. You know, the one that wanted to get rid of this one." "You've been working quite hard, Kronia," Edelgard said. "Surprised?" Kronia asked. "No, just pleased." "So I assume you've already taken this ship?" "With what, all four of us," she scoffed. "The rest are still undercover. They're very keen to find out what this faction has been hiding away in here. Supposedly, they picked up a very important passenger just the other day. Well, with so many of their own dead, the crew is bound to catch on to us soon." Edelgard thought for a moment. She heard footsteps in the distance, muffled by the walls and door enclosing the quarter gallery. The enemy was closing in on them again. "Kronia, I have an idea." "Oh, isn't that cute?" "The mud person has an idea." "It was a hard-fought battle," she continued, "but despite the heavy casualties, a lone replicant managed to subdue two very important human captives. Isn't that right, Kronia?" Dimitri furrowed his brow, glancing first at Edelgard, then at Kronia, then back to Edelgard. "You are not suggesting." How else do two humans in a sea of replicants stay hidden? By hiding in plain sight, she said. Loath as she was to allow herself to pass into Agarthan hands, and no doubt Dimitri felt the same, there was one way for them to evade capture, if they were already captured. Kronia, you'll connect us with the 3 others you brought on board. We'll seize the ship and investigate its contents. Marianne frowned and studied the floorboards very carefully. It's a risk. What if Ingrid comes back and... It's only a matter of time before more Agarthans come up from below decks to investigate who's just boarded their ship. Which do we prefer? Edelgard asked, if they see us as intruders to be fought or if they see us as prisoners who have already been subdued. Kronia, how many replicants are on this ship? Not counting the other faction, there should be about a dozen Agarthans still on board, Kronia said. The rest of the crew is human, a skeleton crew of about 2 dozen. They have no idea they're in the presence of their superiors. Noted. Then we probably don't want to risk further direct conflict with our numbers. Wait, Dimitri said. You said, 2 humans in a sea of replicants. Well, Edelgard said, this faction does want to kill you. If they take you prisoner, they'll likely do just that. She went to the heap of black robes on the floor where the captain had once stood before Kronia had cut him down. Wear this and hide yourself. You can help Kronia bring the 2 of us in. What if they know 3 people landed? We'll say you got thrown overboard. Marianne looked to Dimitri for guidance, perturbed. So just lie down, look unconscious, and stay very limp, Kronia said to her, her fiery eyes gleaming sadistically before her face mask hid them from sight behind tinted lenses. Don't worry. His Majesty and I'll take care of everything. One more thing, Edelgard said. I know we're short on time here, but, before we commit to this course of action, how do we know you're our Kronia? Kronia rolled her eyes. Because I'm the only one you've ever fed a raspberry pastry to. Also, this, she said, tapping on the black teardrop tattoo that descended from her eye down her cheek. Okay, then, Edelgard said. Marianne, get on the floor with me. Dimitri, cover yourself. Kronia, look tired. Dimitri frowned and crossed his arms. She said. Do you have a better plan? No, he admitted, and he took the cloak from Edelgard. Edelgard laid down, ignoring every part of her brain that told her that this was a bad idea, and closed her eyes just as the door to the quarter gallery opened. Her heart pounded in her chest so forcefully, her pulse singing so loudly in her ears that she almost couldn't hear Kronia crowing about her victory to her fellow Agarthans. She forced herself, though, to remain calm when she felt one of the replicants' cold hands burn through her shirt as she was lifted up off the floor by her shoulders and ankles. She forced herself to remain limp, despite the terror racing through her veins, despite all the horrible memories flooding back, the cold, the dankness, the smell, the rats. I think this one's coming to, one of the replicants hissed. Get it to the hold, quickly. What does it matter if it wakes up? It's a surface dweller, nothing more. It took the crew on the main deck by surprise, that's all. Edelgard avoided stirring with all her might, insisting to her lungs that her breath remain even, her heart remain steady. It was unbearable, absolutely, miserably unbearable. She hated this plan already, and perhaps even her pride wouldn't stop her from admitting it. If it was any consolation, Dimitri was with her, and she could trust him to protect her. But the primitive mind, the most primitive and atavistic corner of the mind that rational men in their daily lives so easily forgot about, could not be consoled so easily. And the dragon underneath her, its mirror writhed and slithered uneasily, pressing against her body, desperate to escape. She heard the ship creak around her, the burdensome groans of timber shouldering the weight of the hull and the weight of the sea, the gentle yet disconcerting swaying of the floor underneath her. And finally, she felt herself laid to rest against a hard wooden floor, a musty scent stinging her nostrils. She remained still long after she'd felt the hands leave her body, but eventually, she took the risk to inhale as deeply as she ever had in her life. When she heard no reaction, she allowed herself to open her eyes and found herself lying alone at the bottom of the ship's hold, surrounded by crates and barrels of cargo securely tied down with ropes and tarps to the floors and walls. Lanterns studded the walls, casting a little light into all but the darkest corners. Alone save for Marianne, of course, who also pretended to awaken. They, left us down here, she mumbled. I'm certain Dimitri and Kronia will be back soon, Edelgard said, picking herself up and studying her surroundings. It was unmistakably a ship's hold. She took a cursory look at the cargo, carefully lifting the lid of one crate to find nothing but dried salted meat and another to find heaps of lemons and limes. The ship swayed gently on the sea's currents, and from the sloshing of one of the nearby barrels Edelgard figured it was filled with beer or spirits for the sailors to drink. Perhaps this empty space had been meant to hold Heidi Marie. But where was the ship headed to? Somewhere in Faerghus? Ferdiad, perhaps. Were you frightened? Marianne asked. Terrified, Edelgard replied to her. You must have been. After what the Agarthans did to you and D. Oh, but, I hope I didn't dredge up anything painful. There's little you can dredge up that our situation cannot on its own, I assure you, Edelgard said. Don't worry about me. I once thought I was cursed to bring misfortune upon everybody I met, Marianne murmured. But we keep finding ourselves in these horrible situations, and escaping so handily. Dee always told me I was extraordinarily lucky. Oh? And do you believe it now? Edelgard asked, pacing around the hold to stretch her legs. It felt to her body as though she'd been playing dead or rather unconscious for hours. I suppose. But if I actually am lucky, then, I suppose instead of living in fear that my bad luck will strike my loved ones, I shall find myself waiting for the good luck I bless them with to run out. Do you think luck is like water from a well, and that well will eventually run dry? Marianne nodded. Consider, though, the possibility that luck is not some material you sift out of the ether, but rather something that you create. Fortune and circumstance sometimes work in one's favor, but when it doesn't, all you have are your own skills and perseverance. If you're strong enough, you can create your luck from that, rather than waiting for it to be bestowed upon you. Edelgard sighed. We've certainly gotten lucky today, but was it the goddess smiling upon us? Or was it Artemis' swiftness, Ingrid's skill, your and Martel's magical gifts, and Didu's tactical foresight? Marianne smiled. I suppose it's better to think like that. It might take some work, though, I suppose. Of course. Nobody changes the course of their mind overnight. Even for Ingrid, it took a whole month. I'm amazed it didn't take 2. I'd figured I'd have been blessed if it had taken 5 years or more. They weren't left waiting for very long before the door to the hold creaked open. Edelgard and Marianne hurriedly took their places on the floor, but their nerves were short-lived. Mari, Dimitri called out softly, it's us. Relieved, Edelgard pulled herself up to see Dimitri and Kronia creeping down the stairs, followed by 3 other Agarthans. Surface dwellers, Kronia said proudly, gesturing to the others, I'd like to introduce you to our new friends, Kronia, and Kronia. Each of the other Agarthans removed their masks in turn, revealing faces identical to hers save for a few scars here and there and different tattoos marking their faces. 4 Kronias, Edelgard muttered under her breath. It never rains, but it pours. This one here, one of the other Kronias said, gesturing to the one Edelgard had thought of as the original, is Kronia Generation 5 Unit 612. This one is Generation 6 Unit 47, this one is Generation 6 Unit 28, and I am Generation 3 Unit 53. She grinned a quite unmistakably Kronia-like grin. As you can tell by the numbers, I'm the oldest and most mature. The hag's the oldest one still in service, one of the other Kronias, identified as 47, sneered. Yeah, said 28. A whole 13 years. Edelgard couldn't help but find herself perturbed by the idea that this eldest Kronia was the same age as her little sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. It seems every encounter I have with the Agarthans, I learn something new. Well, that's just to be expected from one of you primitive mud people, 5-3 scoffed. As she descended into the hold she reached into her black cloak and withdrew 2 swords, throwing them to the floor at Edelgard's and Marianne's feet. Take those. Your friends should be here to rescue you soon, and the humans are probably going to stop this boat before it gets too far out, but we're probably going to have to fight our way back up to the deck. So, Kronia, Edelgard asked as she and Marianne picked up the swords, what's this I hear about this ship carrying an important passenger? All four Cronias looked over to her, but 5-3 was the first to speak up. "It's a doozy," she said as she ambled over to one of the crates, lifted the lid, pulled out a lime, and bit into it as though it were a freshly plucked apple. She chewed it, peel, pith, pulp and all, wiping the juices that ran down her pallid face. She took another bite of the lime. Edelgard looked to the Cronia she knew best, whom she supposed was 612. "Do you know? It's Thales," 28 spoke up. "What?" Dimitri hissed. 5-3 threw her half-eaten lime to the floor and stormed over to 28, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her up off her feet. "I was going to be the one to say it," she hissed through gritted teeth. "Thales is here? On this boat?" A look of feral rage gleamed in Dimitri's eyes, which finally looked cold as the ice their color resembled. He stomped over to 5-3 and 28, tearing the latter free of the former and grabbing her by the shoulders. "Where is he? Where is he?" "His quarters location is being kept secret," 5-3 snapped, brushing his hands off of herself. "Also, mind your manners, you little pig. There are two types of humans on this planet, and we're superior to both of them. So this is how Thales plans to escape from Deirdre," Edelgard mused. "But wait, you said he came aboard how many days ago?" "According to the crew, the fourth," 28 coughed, rubbing her throat. Edelgard was nearly dumbstruck. If he'd been here on this boat since the fourth, likely boarding after his encounter with her and Hubert before dawn, then how could he have been bricked up underneath Regan Manor the next day? There had to have been two Thales, just as there were now four, and counting, Cronias. But would Thales' hubris allow him to have another replicant in his image running amok? Does Thales have multiple? Of course not, 5-3 said. An Agastya would never permit an identical model to cause him grief. None of the council have duplicates, 4-7 chimed in. They're afraid the duplicates would battle each other for supremacy. Edelgard supposed that made sense. After all, Thales on both occasions had known and recognized her as his dear niece. So how could there be two of him, then? "How do we find him?" Dimitri snapped. Edelgard could tell from the way he was carrying himself that he was brimming with rage like a pot about to boil over. "And how do we kill him?" "Easy, there, little piggy," 5-3 said, giving him a mockingly simpering smile as she reached out and traced a small circle over his chest. "You know, you'd make a good Cronia with all that bloodlust. Or, at least, you'd be as good as 4-7. Marianne took him by the hand to steady his nerves. "Excuse me? I was the best of my clone batch," 4-7 said. "Best of your batch?" "I was the best of our batch," 6-1-2 retorted. 2-8 rolled her eyes. "You two were 1 kill above the recycle threshold. I was 3. "We can't kill him, anyway," Edelgard said. "Not without significant precautions. He has a dead man's switch connected to the javelins of light. If he dies, he takes everything around him with it. If you aim to do anything about him, you will need to take him alive." "That's impossible," 5-3 said. "The Liberationist faction seized the Javelin's computer systems. We rebooted the entire system and purged all outside code, closed the software backdoors, and this is lost on you mud people, isn't it?" Dimitri crossed his arms. "So he no longer has this dead man's switch?" To say the least, Edelgard found herself skeptical. "Are you certain the dead man's switch is inert?" "We know our own technology better than you, Edel," 6-1-2 spoke up while the other Cronias nodded sagely in agreement. The bickering came to an abrupt halt when a column of red light blazed to life from the floor, swirling sparks coiling and coalescing into a human shape. The light dissipated, and Thales stepped out from it. Compared to the Thales Edelgard had seen yesterday, this man was all but pristine. Not a trace of blood, new or old, not a trace of the wound Ingrid had made in his side, not a trace of the blood-stained hollow where one of his eyes should have been. He was not in the least bit disheveled. He wore a clean slim suit that clung to his thin frame underneath a simple set of dark mage's robes without so much as a loose thread, and the swept back, feathery white hair, beard, and eyebrows that contributed to his owlish profile were all well groomed. He grinned, baring his teeth like a predator. "Well, hello, there, dear Nisi. His words came to an abrupt halt when he found 4 blades at his throat, and his bemused reaction was just what Dmitri needed to shatter his nose with a single swing of his fist and throw him against the wall. Wood splintered underneath him on impact. As he slumped over, Dmitri grabbed him by the throat and the wrist and hurled him to the floor, and while he groaned and pulled himself up, the 4 Kronias moved in to surround him, weapons bared. Edelgard steeled herself. Something wasn't right here. She could feel it in the air, on her skin, in her bones, like the world itself, within and without, was screaming at her. "You're going to pay, Thales," Dmitri growled, standing over him and drawing his own sword, leveling it at Thales' throat. "For what you have done to me, to the people of Faerghus and of Duscur, to Rodrigue, to Felix, to Mercedes, and Ingrid." Thales peered up the lengths of the blades at his throat. "Kronias." His lips curled in a sardonic smile. "How kind of you to join me. Kill this brat." Edelgard could see each Kronia stiffen and flinch, as though forcing themselves to stand against Thales caused them actual physical pain. Their momentary discomfort was all Thales needed to regain his secure footing. Dark fire lanced through the air. Blades cut gleaming steel-blue arcs as they flashed in the lantern light. One of the Kronias fell. Thales wrenched the sword from her hand and swiftly parried a strike from 5-3. "Kronias? Daring to lay a hand on Eurystheus? I thought I would sooner see cats and dogs copulating," Thales snarled, throwing her backward with a burst of miasma. Dark spikes coalesced in the air around him, shooting out in all directions. Edelgard used her own dark magic to narrowly deflect one of the spikes before it could strike Dmitri. "Marianne, Dmitri said, cover me. I'll tear out this dastard's throat." 5-3 picked herself up. 2-8-6-1-2, cover me. I'll rip out this dastard's heart. "Dmitri, calm down," Edelgard cautioned him. "We should focus on subduing him." It was no use. Dmitri was as eager to taste his tormentor's blood as the Kronias were, and while she couldn't exactly blame him, she could wish he'd been able to keep more of a level head. Thales waved his arm and summoned a stream of inky black miasma, and with a flick of his wrist he drew it like paint on canvas across the air. Crates and barrels burst apart as the miasma careened into them. Several of the barrels erupted into flames. As the flames leaped from the cargo to the floorboards, Marianne cast an ice spell, filling the air with frost. As the air cooled, crystals of ice grew upon the burning wood and just as quickly melted, extinguishing the flames. "Darling niece, come join the fun." Thales crowed as his dark magic arced through the air, its coiling strikes, serpentine, forcing Dmitri and 5-3 to keep their distance. "Marianne, keep on top of those flames," Edelgard told her, brandishing her sword and conjuring wisps of black and silver light to run along its length. Something was wrong here. Something was wrong with Thales. He seemed to be barely paying Dmitri any attention, treating him like nothing less than a minor annoyance. She deflected a blade of coalesced miasma, the reverberations rattling every bone in her arm, as Thales closed in on her. "Darling is this your doing?" he sneered. "Raising a little army of disposables against me? My, what fun you've been having in this world. But your Kronias are a poor substitute for your much-vaunted Black Eagles, aren't they?" One of the Kronias threw herself at him, howling like a banshee. With a flick of his wrist he drove a spike of miasma through her head. "Useless," he spat. "Useless, useless, useless. Let me show you how foolish you've been, dear niece." Edelgard struck him, parrying the blade of miasma he'd summoned, but the magic rippling and swirling along the length of her blade leaped off of it and struck him in the chest with bludgeoning force, hurling him off his feet. "This dastard's mine." 5-3 snarled, shoving Dmitri aside as she charged at Thales. "Thales, I'm going to feed your intestines too." He struck her down in an instant, grabbing her by the throat and holding her aloft. With a wave of his free hand he conjured another current of miasma that arced through the air, ripping her arm off at the shoulder and striking Dmitri in the side, hurling him across the hold and into the wall. Marianne cried out as she rushed to his side. You're an older model, aren't you?" Thales snarled as he held 5-3 aloft, letting blood so dark it was nearly black spew from her shoulder. "Much older. My. How you got past the culling process, I'll never know, but I shall see to it that whoever let you squeak by is promptly recycled." He tossed her aside and, just before Edelgard's blade could cut across his chest, conjured a humming blade of swirling black and violet light around his clenched fist. He parried Edelgard's strike, a vicious grin splitting his face. Edelgard focused her mind entirely on her foe. This was the first time she'd ever actually met Thales in battle, and he was just as tenacious of an enemy as she'd expected. His magic was wicked, wild, fangsome, like a wild beast in its strength and fury, but as tamed as a master swordsman's blade. He was in some ways more disciplined a fighter than she'd ever given him credit for, and far more physical than she'd expected. Perhaps he'd wielded a sword in his youth. And she was handicapped. Fire magic, her forte, was inadvisable in a wooden ship, especially with flammable alcohol in barrels all around her. Using her crest would risk exposing her Nabatean side, and while Thales had seen her wings the other day, that was all he had seen, thankfully, and he didn't seem to have connected those to Ryazilk yet. She could only rely on a body that wasn't quite as skilled or as strong as the body she'd always thought she would bring into battle against him, though at the very least she had no shortage of experience. "Oh, I've waited to murder your allies in front of your face for so long, dear niece," Thales crowed. "They're no Black Eagle strike force, and they're certainly no Hresvelg family, but they'll do. They'll do just fine." 612 and 47 threw themselves into battle against him, agilely dancing out of the range of his strikes. "Edel," 612 shouted out. "Make yourself useful and give us a dim opening." Edelgard didn't waste her time or energy on taunts and banter as she repelled Thales' offense, but out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of Dimitri as Marianne tended to the wound in his side. Thales just didn't seem to care at all about him. "But why?" "Uchronias," Thales snarled, decapitating 47 with a single sudden blow and burying his hand in her chest. "This is why we dispose of you after 2 or 3 years any longer, and you might start thinking." Edelgard saw him wrench the black stone out of 47's chest, just as Solon had done to the Cronia she'd known, likely another 612, so many years ago. Black and violet light emanated from the stone, swirling around it like wisps of smoke. "Now," he sneered, "if I have my facts in order, I've no further use for any of you, not even you, Edelgard. Here is where your story comes to an end." So entranced was he by his imminent victory, he was unable to avoid the fist that drove itself into his cheek with such force that several teeth tore themselves from his jaw and buried themselves in the far wall like arrowheads. He skidded across the floor, leaving shallow splinters in the floorboards in his wake. Dimitri clutched his arm as the burning glow of his 2 crests slowly faded from his veins. His fist unclenched, curled in a painful claw, as blood dripped from his shattered knuckles. "Enough," he snarled. Blood stained his white hair red and dripped from his brow, spilling like tears down his cheeks. "Enough of this. Thales, you've run far enough. Now, you pay the price for your sins." "Oh? Did my dear niece tell you about all the heinous things I did to her back home?" Thales forced himself to his feet, spitting blood from his mouth. "This ship is crawling with my men. None of you will make it out alive. As for me..." Again, Edelgard found herself struck by the wrongness of this entire situation. Thales wasn't himself at all. Yet at the same time, he couldn't be anybody else. While magic sparked around Thales' fists, Dimitri tackled him and threw him into the ship's cargo, shattering barrels and crates full of supplies. Hard biscuits, salted meats, pickled vegetables, citrus fruits, and spirits spilled all over him in a veritable avalanche of splintered and shattered wood. As sailing supplies and wooden slats sloughed off him, Thales struggled to gather his wits about him, looking up with wide white eyes at his assailant. It was then that Edelgard noticed a rope hastily slipped with a simple knot over his wrist, and attached to that rope a ward designed to impede magic use. It looked to be the same ward that had for a few days been on Martel's wrist while he and Heidi Marie had been under Dimitri's custody. Thales noticed it at the same time and wrenched his other arm free of the debris. Dimitri stamped down his hand, keeping him from removing the ward. "No. How does it feel to be helpless, Thales?" Thales grinned. "Oh, little Prince Dimitri. I hardly recognized you at first. What an incredible difference that lovely white hair makes. Darling niece, this is the boy whose soul I hear you've been saving? What a frightful sight he is. Speak nonsense all you like, it will not save you. Destinova had the privilege of your earlier imprisonment, but I want to know for myself. Tell me, Thales, how does it feel being so helpless, so at the mercy of those you have wronged? Thales wrinkled his brow, knitting his sharp, bushy eyebrows. Destinova? What a curious name. Is he another friend of yours? You should suffer 1,000-fold for every life taken by your foul machinations. A quick death is a mercy you don't deserve, Dmitri growled, raising his sword. But if circumstances demand it, then I will gladly offer it. To the flames of eternity with you. Edelgard grabbed him by the arm before he could bring it down. Stop, she said. Let me go, he said. Kronia says the javelins of light are no longer under his control, so nothing will stop me. If this world's and my kingdom's justice isn't enough, then I, Dmitri Alexander Bladded, will deliver my own justice with my own hands and my own sword. He wrenched his arm free of her grip. No, Dmitri, she shouted out, dragging him back with all her might. That's not why you can't kill him. It all made sense now. Horrifying sense. Whether or not Kronia was right about Thales' dead man's switch being rendered inert, which Edelgard figured needed to be taken with a pinch of salt, there was another, more potentially wide-reaching reason why Thales couldn't die here. How could she have not realized it right away? Why not? Dmitri snarled at her, and the rage and hatred filling his eyes made him nearly unrecognizable. For a moment, he was the spitting image of the madman she'd slain at Tailtean. For what he has done to you, to me, to us. Javelins or no javelins, he can't die here, she insisted. Don't you see? He can't die here because he hasn't met you yet. There's no telling what the effects might be. Calm down. He's powerless right now, we can take him as a prisoner. Dmitri stared at her, eyes wide, jaw slack. And beneath him, Thales began to laugh. He ripped his hand out from under Dmitri's boot, swiftly severed the ward wrapped around the opposite wrist, and hurled a spike of miasma upward. Edelgard wrenched Dmitri backward with all her might, but a sickeningly anguished cry tore through the air as Dmitri's unbroken hand shot up to cover the bloody gash where his right eye had been. He and Edelgard fell together to the floor. Blood oozed out from underneath the hand pressed to his face as he cried out in agony. Dmitri! Marianne howled, her voice shrill and cracked as it filled the hold's confines with a volume and presence none would ever have expected someone so timid could produce. No matter how far you run, Thales sneered, his corpse-pale face lighting up with sinister mirth as he swatted aside a spearhead of razor-sharp ice, you will still be running along the path I made for you on the day the last of your siblings perished. You will always be the Flame Emperor, my Flame Emperor. And you will always be of use to me. Freed, he vanished in a flash of light, leaving the ship's hold unearthly quiet save for Dmitri's loud and anguished wails. Marianne rushed to Dmitri's side, hauling him off of Edelgard. Dmitri! Let me see you face. Give me your hand, her frantic, worried muttering barely reached Edelgard's ears, it all sounded miles upon miles away from her, as the lanterns illuminating the hold flickered and dimmed and the shadows spilling across the wreckage grew deeper. Across the hold, Kronia 612 was helping 5-3 back up to her feet as the flow of blood from the latter's severed arm slowed to a trickle, their identical corpse-pale faces bloodied and scarred and their red eyes dull and vacant. The hatch burst open, and Edelgard caught sight of the burning glow of a hero's relic before Ingrid, clad in bloodied armor, all but flew down the stairs. Dmitri! Edelgard, she gasped, shocked. They're down here, she called up from the foot of the stairs. The next thing she knew, Edelgard felt Ingrid lifting her to her feet. Her legs could barely hold her upright, she staggered and fell into Ingrid's arms. Edelgard saw Hubert and Hilda follow down the stairs, a sleek and blood-stained ice blade protruding from Hubert's left wrist in place of his hand and a worn and bloodied battle-axe in Hilda's hands. Lady Edelgard! Hubert shouted out. Edelgard closed her eyes and clenched her fists until she felt warm blood ooze out from underneath her fingernails, feeling as though somewhere in the world, far too far away for her to hear, Destinova was laughing at her. Chapter 62, Where the Winds of Limbo Roar. Gareg Mach loomed ahead, a shadow rising up from its perch nestled in the mountains, silhouetted in its eclipse of the setting sun. The dying sunbeams framed its tall, yet battered towers and crenellations. The black, indistinct shapes of wyverns and pegasi on patrol glided in languid arcs and circles as their riders kept watch, waiting for last light to give way to night. It was a foreboding sight, as much as it was home. Edelgard could only wonder, drawing nearer and nearer on the back of Ingrid's Pegasus, what she might find, what had changed in the weeks she'd been away. There had been no further reversals of time, which ought to have been a good sign that the danger had passed and that Byleth and the rest of White Fang were safe. But what that danger had been in the first place still bothered her, and the relative silence of the past few days as she and the others had journeyed from the Jewel of Regan back to the heart of the Okama Mountains filled her with dread all the same. Would she even find Byleth and the others waiting for her? Or had they not yet even made it back from Heavering territory? Back here at Garreg Mach again, Ingrid muttered with a half-resigned, half-wistful sigh as she rode Artemis into a slow glide toward the monastery. By their side, Lottie rode on Pollux, the midnight black Pegasus Heidi Marie had entrusted to them before she and Martel had left Deirdre. As they approached, the mounted soldiers circling the monastery took notice, and two of them converged to lead them down in front of Garreg Mach's front gate. On the way down, Edelgard could see the archers bristling atop the battlements, arrows trained on them just in case they should prove hostile. It was an Imperial soldier who dismounted her Pegasus after they'd all come to a landing outside the portcullis, unstrapping a lantern mounted on her saddle and holding it up to study the new arrivals. "You three will need to identify yourself before we allow you entrance to Lady Edelgard," she said, bowing deeply. "Of course, you and your friends are welcome. His Majesty has been eagerly awaiting your return. I hope your time in Deirdre was well spent, Your Highness. I hear it's a magnificent city." "It's complicated," Edelgard said, dismounting from Artemis and stretching her legs as Ingrid and Lottie did the same and began lightening their mounts' loads. She looked over her shoulder down the darkening road. Geralt, Dimitri, Marianne, and the others ought to be not too far behind, though, of course, they couldn't travel as straightforwardly as the wyvern flies. "It does feel good to be back here." "Raise the portcullis," the soldier shouted out to the guards atop the wall, and with a creaking and shuddering groan the portcullis blocking the monastery's front gate began to rise. Once the gate was clear, the massive double doors swung open, and Edelgard and the others were welcomed back into Garreg Mach's walls. Stepping over the threshold felt, as always, like coming home. "I wonder what everyone else will think about seeing me here," Ingrid muttered. "Maybe they'll just wonder how long it'll be until I leave again." "It depends on who we'll find waiting for us," Edelgard said, stifling a yawn. In a way, she found herself feeling glad, if only a little, to have Byleth on her mind now. It was a relief for something other than Thales to occupy her thoughts. She still couldn't believe what she had done. Days later, the sight of everything that had happened in the hold of that ship felt unreal as it danced through her mind, every detail so vivid and yet so maddeningly dreamlike. She still couldn't believe what she had done, what Thales had said, the sound Dimitri had made so awful, so agonized, enraged and furious yet pathetic when the dark magic had torn through his eye. When she had taken Dimitri by the arm and stayed his hand, had she really done so of her own free will? When the truth had dawned on her, she had moved without thinking. Had she been motivated by caution, as she had told herself before Dimitri's screams had driven their daggers into her ears, or had that merely been her mind fumbling for any post hoc justification that would discount the frightful idea that she had done only what she had been? The floor of the great hall began rushing up to meet her. Just before she could fling her arms out to break her fall, she came to an abrupt halt. "Are you all right, Edelgard?" Ingrid asked her, pulling her back up to her feet. "Thank you, Ingrid," she said, nudging aside the chunk of debris she'd just tripped over with the side of her foot. "I'm sorry, I was just lost in my thoughts for a moment." Ingrid's eyebrows furrowed. "It's not like you to get lost in your thoughts. Or I'd always figured you knew your own mind as well as you knew this monastery. I'd always figured that, too," she mumbled uneasily, picking her bags up off the floor. "But I just haven't been sleeping well." "I'll say, Your Highness," Lottie interjected, rubbing her cheek. "I wasn't going to say anything about it, but just the other night you slapped me in the face while you were asleep." To say the least, Edelgard was mortified. "I what?" "Oh, you know us older folks, always getting up at odd hours of the night," Lottie said with a hapless shrug. "And maybe Miss Ingrid could sleep through a stampede, but you certainly couldn't with all that tossing and turning you do. I thought maybe a snake or a rat or something had gotten into your bedroll, so I crouched down to see if you needed help, and that was when. Edelgard's face grew redder and redder throughout Lottie's story. "Ah, I'm sorry, Your Highness," Lottie finished, concluding her little story with a hasty bow. "I shouldn't have done that. My curiosity got the best of me." "No, no," Edelgard insisted, even further mortified. "I'm the only one who should be apologizing, Miss Felt." "Excuse me," she asked the soldier escorting them, desperate to change the subject, "but you wouldn't happen to have any news from the front lines, would you?" "Of course, Your Highness. I'm not one for handling the details, of course, but Count Hevering's men have been successfully repelled from Arundel, Oaks, and Novelli." "That's a relief," she sighed, glad to hear that Count Burghley's and Lord Arundel had made a difference. "What news of White Fang?" "Well, you'll have to hear it from the Pegasus mouth, or from His Majesty. Their movements are above my station, ma'am. I can tell you, though, that Lady Eisner is." "Byleth is what?" she hissed, grabbing the soldier by the shoulders as the blood in her veins froze to ice. Her bags, momentarily forgotten yet again, fell to the floor at her feet. The soldier stared down at her with fear in her eyes. She's, I in the infirmary." Edelgard's heart sank in her chest. "Ingrid, I'm leaving Miss Felt's tour of the place in your hands," she snapped brusquely, storming off along the well-trod path into the monastery she was so familiar with. "Isn't it a little late for a tour?" Lottie asked. "Wait." Ingrid called out after her. "Edelgard." She knew the way to the infirmary so well that she could walk it blindfolded, and barely paid any heed to anybody or anything she passed by on the way. In no time at all she found herself in front of the infirmary door, and with no hesitation whatsoever she banged her fist against it none too gently, enough for her knocks to resonate through the hallway. What could have happened to Byleth? Why was she in the infirmary? Was it a terrible injury? A shattered bone that may never heal properly? An amputation, even? Or had she suffered a wound so severe that her body had fallen into a coma, one that she might languish in for 5 years or 10 or 50 or 500? It seemed to take forever for the door to creak open. "If you're well enough to knock that loudly," Manuela snapped from the other side, "then you're well enough that you don't need me." "Oh, Lady Edelgard," she gasped, her cranky expression changing instantly into embarrassment. "Sorry, Your Highness, it's been a long day." "Apology accepted." "Where's Byleth?" Edelgard asked as Manuela stepped aside and led her inside. She didn't get very far before she felt a pair of large, muscular arms nearly as thick as tree trunks wrap around her and sweep her up off her feet. "Edelgard!" Raphael cried out, his voice booming across the infirmary, his face as bright as sunshine even in the dull evening light. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? We've all really missed you." "The pleasure is mutual," Edelgard said, trying to worm her way out of his grasp. "You hardly seem very injured, though." "We're visitors," he said as he set her back down. "I know who you're here to see. Don't worry, Professor Byleth is gonna be fine." "Thank you for the assurance," she said. Looking past him, she could see Annette and Ignatz standing in front of one cot in particular. "What happened?" "She's been pretty badly hurt, but she's still kicking," he assured her. "And with Professor Manuela here to fix her up, she'll be good as new in no time." "Right, Professor." Things had gone badly in Heavering, it seemed. The only question was regarding just how badly they had gone. Edelgard took a deep breath and pressed onward, quieting her pounding heart. The infirmary was full, each cot was occupied, but in that moment she only had eyes for one patient. "Edelgard!" Annette squeaked, whirling around and all but throwing herself at her. "You're back. Oh, it's so good to see you again. We all just made it back yesterday. Happy told me all about the crazy things that happened in Deirdre." "Crazier things have happened since then," Edelgard said. "What's the matter with Byleth?" Without Annette blocking her view, she could see now the sight of Byleth lying prone on one of the infirmary's cots. This world's Byleth, still with the faintly luminous mint-green hair the power of Suthies had granted her, looked strangely small and frail as her chest gently rose and fell compared to the Byleth whom Edelgard knew and loved best. Fresh bandages and gauze encircled her head, nestled under the verdant forest of her hair. Her lips were slightly parted, and redder than one might expect, and surely Edelgard's Byleth would have forgiven her for feeling for a fleeting moment the unbearable urge to kiss them. "Oh, Edelgard," Ignatz said, fidgeting nervously with the hem of his jacket as the lamplight and the last rays of dusk streaming through the windows danced on the lenses of his glasses. "It's good to see you again. I'm sorry you have to see Professor Byleth like this." "What happened?" she asked. "She took a bad blow to the head, ribs, and legs," he said, frowning. "The past week, she's had a fever, too. She's been fading in and out of consciousness." Edelgard could feel her heart sink into her chest. Dmitri had been much the same way, ever since he'd lost his eye. For the most part, he'd been completely unconscious, and on those few occasions when he'd been awake, he'd been feverish, his brow burning, lips incoherent, eye glassy, as though his encounter with Thales had regressed him to the state he had been in when he had first encountered the fiend underneath the mountains of Dusker, during the experiments. She'd feared for him, and feared that an even worse sight would await her when she saw what had become of Byleth. This was not as bad as her harried, frantic mind had imagined, but it hardly brought her any consolation to see Byleth like this. "We moved on with Count Bergli's and Arundel's forces to strike at the Holy Empire's army from behind. Things went well, at first," Annette sighed. "We managed to force them to retreat and drive them further westward, deeper into Hevering, but it was hard fought. Catherine was with them, and the professor was hurt, badly. Like Raphael said, I'm sure she'll be fine, but she's..." Edelgard approached the cot, staring down at Byleth. The nearer she came, the more easily the lamplight could show the extent of her injuries. There were nearly healed bruises, faint splotches of gray, blue-purple, and yellowish-brown against her skin, fresh scars, most all but faded but a few lingering, and the bandages, some still with flecks of blood from not yet closed wounds. "Catherine did this?" she asked, astounded. "Without Thunderbrand at her side?" Ignatz looked away. "She didn't need it. Fighting against her, it was like she was a hero's relic. A human hero's relic." "Well, not exactly," Annette added. "Not exactly a hero's relic?" Edelgard asked. "She could turn into a dragon," Raphael blurted out. "Like you. Only, tougher. And bigger." She felt sick. She ought to have known as soon as she'd learned the truth about Heidi Marie that Ria's most zealous and devoted disciple would have been easily the first to volunteer for her twisted experiments. "Was anyone else hurt?" she asked, only then noticing a ragged scar that cut across one of Annette's round cheeks. Annette ran a finger across the scar. "Not as badly," she admitted. "Professor Byleth did so much to protect us," Ignatz muttered, his voice dripping with guilt. "Perhaps she'd protected him most of all." He put a hand to his brow. "Goddess, what are we doing out here, Rafe?" Edelgard envisioned what must have happened while she'd been away. All those times Byleth had turned back time must have been occasions when Catherine's forces had struck. Each time, she must have been making sure that none of her students fell victim to that awesome power, but eventually, perhaps she'd had no choice but to bear the brunt of the assault for their sake. That was such a Byleth thing to do. She had yet to ask her own Byleth about how often or on what occasions she had used the powers of Suthies in battle, but she wondered if perhaps on that fateful day at Garreg Mach 7 years ago, Byleth had fallen into that coma in place of Edelgard herself, or any of the Black Eagles. She wouldn't have known she would have survived, but she also would have known that no one else would have. And this Byleth knew of her counterpart's fate and of the phenomenon of the Nabateans' restorative comas. Was she falling into one right now? Was Edelgard bearing witness to the moment it happened? She knelt down at the side of the cot. Her hands were trembling as she took one of Byleth's and clasped it tightly. It was warm, firm, and soft, all the things that Byleth's hands always were. When she tried to speak, her voice came out tiny, timid, hoarse, and frail, hardly the tone one might expect from either a princess or an emperor, least of all her. "My teacher." A flood of emotions rushed through her, a torrent spilling from her heart that made her entire body want to tremble like an autumn leaf. Seeing Byleth here like this, not hers, but still so uncannily similar, dredged up all the pain of losing her again. Her hand's grip on Byleth's tightened. She closed her eyes and felt her pulse in her wrist, knowing that there was no heartbeat connected to it and feeling that absence in every rhythmic throb of the blood in her veins. If she wished to speak to anybody in all of time and space right now, it would be the other world's Byleth, her Byleth, and this world's Byleth, who was lying unconscious, weak, and broken before her, was the only key to the locked door that kept them apart. Feeling Byleth's hand underneath hers, and what a wonderful hand it was, only made Edelgard feel lonelier than ever. "I'm so sorry," Annette said, softly resting a tentative hand on her back. "She'll be fine," Raphael assured her. "She just needs rest." "Yes," Manuela interjected, tugging fruitlessly on his arm, "and it's a miracle she gets any of it with all of you in here with her. You've been in here since supper. Please go get some rest, she'll be here in the morning." Reflecting upon her vigil at Hydemary's bedside, Edelgard couldn't fault any of her classmates for wishing to remain by their former professor and current commander's side while she was in this state, but Manuela was right, they were in the way, and their worrying wasn't to either their benefit or Byleth's, let alone Manuela's. Edelgard set Byleth's hand down on her chest and stood up, forcing herself to exhibit at least some vague semblance of composure and keep herself from collapsing into a shuddering heap on the floor. "She's right," she told her 3 former classmates, struggling to keep her voice level. "It's about time we got going." "Oh, not you, Edelgard, you just got here," Manuela added. "You can stay a few minutes more, if you'd like." A faint sound turned every head in the room. "Edelgard." Byleth's croak hardly sounded like her voice at all, but Edelgard still recognized it instantly. Her lips had moved, her eyelids had parted just a sliver. "Professor!" Ignatz cried out. With her eyelids only half open, Byleth's Suthy's green eyes scanned the room. She tried to lift her head. "Ow! Don't strain yourself, Professor," Annette said, placing her hands on her shoulders to keep her down. "You're all right. We're all here at Gareg Mach. Professor Manuela's been looking after you. When did we get here?" "Just yesterday night. And everyone's all right?" "Yeah," Ignatz said. "We haven't seen any church forces since we passed into Remire." "Good." Byleth's eyes focused aimlessly on her students in turn. "How do you feel?" Annette asked her. "Like shit," she said. "I'm sorry, the healers were spread so thin, and I did my best, but," Annette's words tumbled from her lips like a brook rushing downhill. "If Merci had been with us out there, we could've, but..." "It's okay," Byleth assured her. "You did well out there. Full marks." "Edelgard, you're back from Derdriu. How was it?" "We can talk about it later," Edelgard said. The sound of Byleth's voice was music to her ears, but its frail timbre made it melancholy music, warm, nostalgic, yet bittersweet. "Ingrid and I just flew in. Geralt and the others can't be more than an hour or 2 behind us." A faint smile tugged on Byleth's lips. Edelgard had half a mind to reach for her hand again, but now that she was awake, the thought suddenly made her own hands feel as heavy as lead. This wasn't her Byleth, after all, as her brilliant mint green hair and luminous emerald eyes indicated, and the words her Byleth had said to her that she somehow felt more jealous of this world's Byleth than she did of Ingrid echoed in her mind. "Ingrid's back." Ignatz gasped, the veil of guilt and sadness lifting from his young face. "Where is she?" I have to show her Bernie, and I need to show her how those paintings turned out." "I have to go," he said, and he left, followed closely behind by Raphael. Annette gave Edelgard a hug. "Well, I guess I should get out of your hair," she said sheepishly, and she followed Ignatz and Raphael out into the hallway. "Good night, Professor. Merci and I are gonna make you so many fresh-baked sweets tomorrow." Manuela let out a relieved sigh. The dull amber lamplight only made her look even more haggard than she was, deepening the creases formed on her face. "It's been pandemonium in here since they returned, hasn't it?" Edelgard asked her. "All the patients here?" "From the Burgleys battalion that accompanied White Fang, yes," Manuela confirmed. "Sorry," Byleth said. "Oh, it's not your fault," Manuela assured her. "It's been a stressful 2 days, yes, but I'm just glad you got back in one piece. A few scars here and there, but no missing bits." She went to her desk and produced a half-empty bottle of white wine and 3 glasses. "None for me," Byleth said. "I think it'll make me sleepy." "Edelgard, are you all right?" "Don't worry about me, Professor," Edelgard said. It hurt to say. You look tired. I was so worried about you. I knew you were in danger, on the other side of the continent, but I was so powerless. Oh, I know how you feel, Edelgard, Manuela said. I could swear the goddess would send a chill down my spine whenever one of my fellows from Middle Frank was in distress. I suppose it was something like that. She filled 2 of the glasses a bit too full and handed one to Edelgard. But it seems it all worked out in the end, didn't it? A toast, she said, to everyone coming back safely. To Byleth especially. The ringing sound their glasses made as they clinked sounded especially hollow. It didn't feel quite as though everybody had come back safely. Alive, yes, but Dimitri had weighed heavily on her conscience all the way back to Gareg Mach. There had only been a few brief moments in which he had been lucid, but in those few moments he'd hardly spoken a word to anybody else. And Edelgard could have sworn the whole way back that whenever his remaining eye would regain its sense of alertness and fixate on her face, it would stare out at her with a single icy, cold, furious, betrayed glare. Not a single night had passed since the incident in the harbor where Edelgard did not find herself troubled by terrible dreams, and always a variation on the same theme. She found herself in darkness, crushing, cold, and familiar. She hung in the air, suspended over the bare and damp stone floor by the monocles biting into her wrists and ankles, chains extending up to a ceiling that vanished into darkness. Her hair, lank, snarled, and matted, fell over her brow like a grotesque parody of a bridal veil. She felt slender fingertips brush against her cheeks, ghosting like tendrils of a chilling breeze. The touch was soft, yet acidic, corrosive. Laughter in her own voice, mocking and derisive, trickled into her ears. Cornelia and Thales were there, circling her like a pair of buzzards around a dying man, and though she found herself suspended in midair, they still towered over her like monoliths in the dark, their eyes flashing like a cat's in the night. Shadows flickered across their faces. For brief moments, Thales became Volkhard or Rodrigue, while Cornelia took on the image of Edelgard herself and leered at her with a gleeful sneer, twisting her own face into something nearly unrecognizable as herself. The chains above her rattled and jangled hollowly, and Edelgard felt herself hit the floor. The stench of rats stung her nostrils as cold fear drove spikes through her brain and heart and down her spine. She had little time to languish before she felt herself yanked roughly to her feet as though by an unknown force. The chains continued their cold, cruel wind chime jangling, the sound a bright yet painful counter-melody to her captor's dark laughter. Edelgard felt her arms and legs move in a halting, stiff parody of walking, all entirely outside of her control, if not for the chains rustling and rattling above her, tethered to her wrists and ankles, elbows, shoulders, knees, and head. Her entire body would have been completely limp. A light down the endless corridor before her caught her eye, a faint beacon in the darkness, a promise of warmth too far away to feel but just close enough to see. Try as she might to push herself toward it, though, the chains spun her on her heel and forced her to make an about-face, turning from the light to a blackness that only grew deeper and deeper. The monocles squeezed tighter against her flesh like fangs, painful enough to make her cry out. The darkness swallowed up her voice. She would often feel herself march along the hallway, into the deeper and deeper darkness, feet aching against the cold, hard stone. Or sometimes the chains suspending her would force her to dance, or pick up a weapon and strike at the shadows. Either way, the darkness would grow darker, the beacon would fade, and all the while, Thales and Cornelia, and sometimes Solon and Duke Aegir, followed along in her wake like extra shadows. Sometimes, Edelgard could see glimpses of her father's forlorn face in the dark, though they were fleeting, and sometimes Byleth's, sometimes Dimitri's, or one of her eagles, or Ingrid, or one of her dying and emaciated half-siblings. The dream was more or less the same every night save for these few details here and there, and every night one of her captors or one of their victims would ask her some variation of the same question. What is a puppet whose strings have been cut? Most of the time, she would try to force an answer from her throat while the cloying darkness and pressing fear choked the breath from her lungs and the haze of pain and shame clouded her mind. Free, she would sometimes gasp. A puppet without strings is free, she would sometimes choke out. No matter how much conviction she mustered in her answer, it was never enough to satisfy the laughter that would ring in her ears. And then only once she'd been marched deep enough into the darkness that the beacon behind her had faded away entirely like a ship at sea falling below the horizon one by one, the chains would snap and fall to the floor, and the corresponding arm or leg would fall limp along with them, until just one held her aloft. And Cornelia would circle around her as she hung in midair and spun lazily from the single chain tethering her to the invisible ceiling. It was usually Cornelia, and reached down into her chest to run her poisoned fingernails over the raw flesh of her heart. "Free? Oh, you stupid child," Cornelia would say to her, or sometimes it was Thales or her father, or Lysithea, or Mercedes with her ghostly white hair, or Happy, or Dmitri. "You idiot little girl." The mockery was always different, but it was always just as cruelly and sharply delivered, like a knife burying itself in her chest, and the pain was always intense enough that the power of speech would vanish from her mind entirely, leaving her with no recourse but a wordless, helpless moan. "A puppet whose strings have been cut," Edelgard's captor would hiss in her ear, squeezing her heart until it felt as though it would burst like an overripe peach, "isn't free. A puppet whose strings have been cut is broken, Edelgard." They would repeat that to her, their laughter growing crueler and crueler, until the sound of her own weeping and sobbing over her broken body drowned them out. While they laughed, she would hear underneath their derisive mirth the baleful squeals and chitters of hungry rats, and hear them scurrying down the lengths of her chains, their clawed paws pricking her bare skin and tails slithering across her shoulders like tiny serpents. And then, like the punctuation on that sentence, a thunderous crack filled the air and the final chain snapped, and Edelgard felt her limp and useless body plummet toward the floor. That was, without fail, when she would wake up. And she woke up that night from yet another variation of that dream, her heart pounding a rapid tattoo against her aching ribs, the scar on her chest burning as though it had been etched with acid, cold sweat plastering her nightshirt to her back and her hair to her brow, the dragon underneath her skin writhing and pressing against her insides while her breath burned her lungs. She awoke to find herself lying in a crumpled heap on the floor, tangled up in the bedsheets she'd dragged with her off the bed in her unconscious writhing. Across the room, one or two of her chicks, who should have been asleep, let out a few soft, curious, or concerned peeps. She felt the phantom pains of her wings and tail, and of a body that was just too long in some ways and too short in others, and it took her a few seconds to realize that they were not phantom pains. Somebody knocked on the door to her bedroom. Edelgard ignored it. She forced herself back into human form, buried the dragon under her flesh, and rose to her feet on weak, shaking legs, taking hold of the nearest bedpost to support herself. Her breathing came heavily and labored as she struggled to compose herself through the lingering, yet still vivid echoes of the fading dream. She was shivering, flushed, and feverish. Part of her could still sense Thales standing in the room with her, hidden in the shadows, sneering at her and mocking her in a voice even she could no longer hear. Her legs gave out underneath her and she fell to the floor in a heap, as though yet again her strings had been cut, with a dull and muffled thump. This was the worst of it. Her dreams hadn't been this bad while she'd been on the road, and had at least been merciful enough to spare Ingrid or Gerald from worrying too much about her fitful sleep. They had been building up, though, night after night, and perhaps this had been the night that the waters had finally flowed over the height of the dam. Somebody knocked on the door again. This time a soft and quiet voice, muffled, drifted through it. "El? I, heard you were back and ANIW wanted to see if you were awake. And then, and noises, and are you okay? Edelgard took a deep breath. "Go back to bed, Hetty," she tried to call out, but her voice barely came out as more than a squeak. Goddess, no matter how dark it was in here, she couldn't let her youngest sister see her like this. She couldn't take that risk. It wouldn't be something either of them deserved to experience, but especially Hedwig deserved so much better than to witness her next eldest sister racked with night terrors, stripped of her composure, broken. For Burkhart to find her racked with night terrors had been embarrassing enough, but Hetty? Fortunately, she heard nothing more from Hedwig except footsteps growing more distant. Edelgard hated to turn her away, but now was not the right time. While Edelgard picked herself up, willing the strength to stand up back into her legs, she heard another, more distant knock on a more distant door and words exchanged too far away and across too many walls to be clearly made out. She had just barely composed herself before the door to her room burst open, and she realized to her horror as Hubert forced his way inside that she had completely forgotten to lock it before going to bed. Hedwig was standing beside him with a cloak draped over her nightgown, illuminated by the guttering flame of a little chamber stick held in her hand with the light dancing off her glasses. Although she was exceptionally tall for a girl her age, she still looked every bit the child she was. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert hissed, "are you?" Before he could continue, let alone before Edelgard could answer, Hedwig shoved her candle into Hubert's single hand, charged into the room, and nearly tackled her to the floor. She cried out, tangling her up in her arms. "I missed you." "I did, too," Edelgard mumbled, trying to regain her bearings. Her heart was still pounding, her pulse fluttering like a hummingbird's wings, and unfortunately for Hedwig, this intrusion was the last thing she needed. But Hetty, it's the middle of the night," she said, extricating herself as gently as she could from her younger sister's iron grip. "Did you sneak all the way across the monastery in the dark?" Hubert fumbled with the candle, careful not to drop it or spill any wax on the floor. "Lady Edelgard, I apologize for disturbing you." "It's all right, Hubert," she said. "Frankly, I was disturbed enough already." Hedwig let go of her. I heard you, us sounded hurt. And you look sss sick, she bit her lip. "It's only the light." "I'm fine," Edelgard insisted, sitting down on the bed before her traitorous legs could pull themselves out from under her again. "It was only an unpleasant dream." Hubert nodded. "Well, no harm in being cautious, is there, Lady Edelgard?" "I suppose not." "I'm sorry if Hetty woke you up." Hedwig nodded along. I am sorry, Hubert. But you've never had a nightmare be bad enough to make you scream like that." "Yes, I have," Edelgard responded, perhaps a bit more tersely and brusquely than she'd intended, "though I'm glad to hear that your Edelgard sleeps more soundly than I do, for what little good it does me." Hedwig looked away from her, her downcast eyes fixing themselves on the dimly lit patterns woven into the rug, chewing her wobbling lip and kneading her hands. I didn't mean to. I'm s. Her lips moved, but no more words came out. She took a deep breath, and then another, and Edelgard realized that in her tense and weary emotional state she had, in fact, spoken much more harshly to her than she'd intended. "Oh, no, Hetty," she said, forcing herself back onto her feet. "Hetty, I'm sorry." She took her by the shoulders and held her as tightly as she could. "I didn't mean." It was too late. Hedwig was already weeping into her shoulder, though at the same time she was clearly trying to push herself away from her. Edelgard cursed herself. She ought to have known better. She ought to have spoken more deliberately, more softly, or even not at all. She knew how to behave herself around Bernadetta. How could she have allowed herself to fail to conduct herself just as mindfully in the presence of her younger sister? Had it really been her decision to make in the first place? "Hubert," she said, "go back to bed. Hetty and I will be fine." "Yes, Lady Edelgard," he replied, and with a curt bow he retreated from the room and closed the door behind himself. "Hetty," Edelgard said, weaving her fingers gently through her hair. She could feel the rims of Hedwig's glasses digging painfully into her shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that." I am sorry," Hedwig sniffled, her voice muffled by Edelgard's nightshirt. Shouldn't he have you UPSS set? "You didn't upset me," Edelgard consoled her. "I was already upset, my nerves were frayed. I should have governed myself more prudently." "No, I was stupid," Hedwig choked. I was stupid enough to think, because you had a bad dream, I woke up Hubert and broke your door." She pulled herself away from Edelgard. Without the candlelight, the room was pitch black, but Edelgard could just barely see Hedwig's silhouette as she reached up to wipe her tears or straighten her skewed glasses. Should Gigi go?" she stammered, her voice quiet and hoarse. Gigi go. "No, stay," Edelgard said, reaching out for her. She fumbled in the dark, but she could find Hedwig's wrist, and with a little more effort, could lift her other hand to her face. She could feel the wetness of her cheek where her tears had rolled down it to her jaw. "Please." Hedwig let Edelgard reel her back in, and Edelgard sat herself back down on the bed and drew her to her side. There, she said, resting a hand gently on her back. There, Hetty." This was why she hadn't wanted Hedwig to come in, where she could see her at her weakest and her worst. But Hedwig was here now, and what had been done could not be undone, until at least some amends were made. Edelgard couldn't bear to let her leave. For too long, though, she let the room remain still and silent save for Hedwig's sniffling and the occasional hiccup. "Hetty," she said, feeling a crushing void where her heart should have been that only made the scar over it ache and burn all the more. "I didn't mean to hurt you. Can you forgive me?" She could barely perceive a nod of Hedwig's head. "Why yes," she mumbled in response. "Yes, but it's MMIFF fault. I couldn't sleep, and IFF felt like I needed to SSCU. "No," Edelgard said, pulling her hand away and resting it in her lap. She supposed she could have been flattered, but to think that only made her heart ache harder. She couldn't describe the full breadth of just how little she deserved her counterpart's family, or rather how much this family deserved her, no matter how much anybody might have insisted otherwise. "It's not your fault. If the you knew were here instead of me," she took a deep breath. "She may not have had a perfect life, but Hetty, you deserve a sister who isn't." Her mind wandered, unbidden, to Thales as it did far too often, especially over the past week. When she'd confronted him months ago in the infirmary and learned that he, too, was a time traveler just like her, he had said, with his usual unnerving confidence, "My flame emperor, you will serve me yet." He'd been pretending then that he'd only just figured out who she really was, but he had actually known all along. When he had uttered those words, he had been referring to what had just happened in Deirdre, what had yet to happen, but would, and what from his perspective already had. Had she ever, at any point in her life, really been free of him? Or merely just? "Isn't what?" Hedwig asked. She took Edelgard by the arm. "Isn't what, El?" Edelgard shook her head. "Do you have nightmares so often?" She nodded. "Are they always this bad?" "Only sometimes. And sometimes they're worse." "Why? Don't concern yourself with my nightmares, Hetty." Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. "I'll go back home soon, and bring your El back, and you'll never have to worry about me again." Hedwig hugged her. But J. Joachim says an L is just a letter in the alphabet, she said, pressing her tightly as though fearful that she might slip out of her grasp like a bar of wet soap. "And you're an L. And if you don't have a Hetty, then I want to be at F for you. Can I please worry about you while you're here? I suppose. I can't stop you if you want to," Edelgard sighed. Can I spend the night in here?" Hedwig asked her. It's cold out tonight, and a long WWAB back to the sea cloisters, and, Hubert TT took my sea candle." Against all odds, Edelgard felt herself laugh, though she'd thought for certain that tonight of all nights mirth would be far beyond her grasp. "Of course," she said. "If you insist. But if I have another bad dream, I might wake you." But then you want to be alone," Hedwig said, and even with the darkness clouding her sight, Edelgard could hear her smile in her voice. She laid down in bed, as she always did, and as she always did, Hedwig collapsed atop her in a pile of gangling limbs, and the two of them slept peacefully past dawn, as though her little sister were an amulet to ward off evil. Edelgard found the next morning that her dreams had hardly troubled her at all. It was amazing to Edelgard just how quickly her chicks had grown in the roughly 2 weeks or so that she had been away from the monastery, and it was only with the light of the dawn sun spilling in through the window of her bedroom that she could fully appreciate how they had developed. All 5 chicks were larger now, some already twice the size they had been before, noisier, had bigger appetites, as evidenced for how eagerly and how frequently they clamored to be fed, and tiny feathers were sprouting even more swiftly from under their downy coats. Some chicks had more proper feathers than fuzzy down now, while others developed more slowly, whatever the rate of their development, though they had all begun to look rather awkward with their patchy coats and adolescent mismatch of over and undergrown bodies. As she helped Edelgard feed them, Hedwig reintroduced her to the chicks with an excited stammer. Ferdinand was, though still the loudest and most talkative bird, no longer the largest. Also, a soldier who had more experience with rearing chickens had identified it as most likely to be female, so Hedwig and Flane had taken to calling it Fernande instead. The new largest chick was proving more energetic than any of its brethren, and apparently Flame had taken to calling it Hedwig. The way the human Hedwig's face reddened when she recounted that, it was difficult to tell whether she was flattered, embarrassed, or both. Hedwig, the person, not the chicken, had named another one, which she was fairly sure was male, and Flame had insisted on naming the shyest and most withdrawn chick after Saint Indek, whom Edelgard supposed she knew personally. As painful as last night had been, Edelgard found that looking after her brood and seeing in broad daylight the smile on Hedwig's face pushed all that lingering pain so far back into the dark corners of her mind that it seemed to all but disappear, at least for the moment. She dressed herself, made certain none of her chicks tried to follow her out of the bedroom. Fernande certainly tried her best, and walked Hedwig across the monastery to the cloisters where she and the rest of the Hresvelgs had taken temporary residence, as had most of the officers and soldiers from the kingdom and empire stationed here. Hedwig was quite excited to show her a spare academy uniform she had taken for herself, though evidently she had gotten cold feet about wearing it the instant she had taken it. She sheepishly asked Edelgard if it was okay to wear it, or if it might offend Hanneman or Seath if they saw her wearing a uniform even though she was too young to be a student. The two of them strolled again across the monastery grounds on their way to the dining hall for breakfast. Edelgard had to admit that in an officer's academy uniform skirt, blouse, boots, jacket, and all she looked much more grown up, even though she surely still had plenty of growing left to do. Poor Hedwig was most likely mistaken quite often for somebody much older due to her height, and a uniform certainly didn't have far to go to complete that illusion. Hedwig certainly didn't need to grow up so quickly, though, did she? She must have worn her perturbation on her face too readily, because Hedwig frowned. Why Yuri OOKWW with me W wearing this, right, she stammered, her fingers kneading the hem of her jacket. Taken aback by her own involuntary emotional honesty, Edelgard forced herself to compose herself. Yes, of course. You wear it quite well. You just look so, grown up in it. Hedwig beamed, but only for a moment. Is that a bad thing? That's for you to decide. But you might one day regret trying to grow up so quickly. Hedwig looked down at her boots. Oh. I was about your age, actually, when I lost you all. From that day onward, I never had the luxury of thinking of myself as anything other than an adult. From that day onward, the welfare of the entire empire rested firmly and solely in my lap. Edelgard left unsaid the burdens of the Flame Emperor's mantle or the harsh upbringing those who slither in the dark had provided her. Agarthans had no concept of children, and it had shown in how they had treated her. It wasn't until I came here for my term at the Officers' Academy that I could have idle days for myself or make friends. You don't have to sprint through your adolescence so quickly, unlike me, after all, you have a choice. But I can still wear the U uniform, right? Of course. It's out of my hands entirely how you grow up, I just thought I'd share some advice. A scream tore through the grounds of the monastery. Hedwig gasped. Flame, she cried out. That's FF Flame, I think. Another scream followed in its wake, and if the first had come from Flame, then the second had definitely come from Seath. Edelgard felt her muscles tense and the dragon under her flesh coil. Were more kingdom soldiers causing problems for Seath and Flame? Hetty, stay here. I'll find her. She stormed off, and Hedwig stormed off in her wake, refusing to leave her side. Judging by the loudness of the screams, Seath and Flame weren't far, and though Edelgard was certain plenty of other people must have heard those sounds cutting through the still morning air, she couldn't be certain who would rush to their aid, or if anybody was nearby enough to reach them first. She and Hedwig found Flame and Seath in the courtyard. Seath had fallen to the ground, his cane tossed aside, and Flame was firmly entrapped in the rough embrace of a corpse-pale Agarthan. Cronia or, more specifically, judging by the familiar teardrop-shaped tattoo that hung down her cheek from one eye, Cronia 612 had one arm wrapped around her waist, hand firmly clamped down on her hip, and her other hand creeping across her cheek with its pale, spindly fingers skittering like spider legs across her skin. Now, Flame, Cronia hissed, a wicked grin making her scarlet eyes sparkle like dewdrops, is that any way to say hi to a familiar face? Oh, Edel. Hey, look. I ran into an old friend. LL let her GG go. Hedwig shouted out, balling her fists and stamping her foot on the ground. Why? I'm not hurting her. We're just catching up, like friends do. Aren't we, sweet little Flaney? Kronia tugged roughly on a lock of Flane's emerald hair and pinched her cheek as she squirmed in her grasp. You remember me, right? From the catacombs? All those wonderful times we shared? Oh, it's so good to see you again. Edelgard suppressed the urge to groan. She'd known that bringing one Kronia, let alone two, to the monastery would be trouble, but Didu had insisted, and both Kronia 612 and Kronia 53 apparently took orders from him now. She raised an arm in front of Hedwig. Hetty, go find General Molinaro and bring him here. He should be on the second or third floor of the main building if he's not in the dining hall. If you don't let her GG go, Hedwig snarled at Kronia, IILL. YULL, you'll regret. Oh, what are you going to do? Kronia sneered back. Are you going to KK kill me, Hetty? Hedwig, I'll handle this, Edelgard insisted. Go find Didu. Kronia, I'm certain that your new boss won't approve of you manhandling a high-ranking prisoner. With a sigh, Kronia loosened her grip on Flane and let her slump out of her grasp and collapse to the ground at her feet. Oh, you're no fun, Edel. I finally get to come back to this hideous place after a miserable month and you won't even let me torment one ugly little beastling. Edelgard felt something roughly shove her outstretched arm aside and before she knew it Hedwig, who had not run off to fetch Didu, lunged at Kronia. Edelgard prepared herself for the worst as she threw herself forward to catch Hedwig and pull her away, but Hedwig reached Kronia before Edelgard could reach her. There was a loud crunching noise as Hedwig's fist slammed into Kronia's nose. Kronia staggered and stumbled backward into the rosebush behind her, a faint trickle of blood rolling from one nostril down to her lip. Her eyes wide, she brought her hand up to her face, brushing her trembling fingertips against her upper lip and pulling them away to find fresh blood staining them. She stared down at the blood, then over at Hedwig, then down at the blood, then over at Hedwig again. Edelgard grabbed Hedwig by the collar and yanked her backward. Hetty, she said sternly. Go find Didu. I'll take it from here. BB but IIJJ just see couldn't he, Hedwig protested, wide-eyed, trembling as she caught sight of Edelgard's serious expression. Oh okay, she mumbled, turning around and scurrying off. By now, others who had heard the screams were arriving. Raphael, Ingrid, and Felix came into the courtyard with a half-dozen soldiers between them in their wake. Vul arrived from the other direction. Kronia grumbled, wiped her bloodied nose on the back of her hand, and stormed off. Edelgard, Ingrid, and Felix stormed quicker. Edelgard cut her off, and with a deftly deployed foot hooked around Kronia's ankle, sent her stumbling. Before she could fall, Felix grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Where do you think you're going? He snarled, his voice icy. Oh, hi, Feely, Kronia said, craning her neck to look at him over her shoulder. A sadistic grin spread across her face. Nice to see you again. Oh, that's right, I never told you I was pretending to be your BR. Felix spun her around and delivered a blow to her solar plexus so forceful that her feet leaped several inches off the ground as she folded like a piece of paper and crumpled to the ground. You don't think Ingrid and I talked? He spat. Ingrid sighed and shook her head. Raphael, let's bring her to the holding cells before she does something else stupid. Pick her up by the arms, Felix and I will take the legs. As the others disposed of Kronia, Edelgard helped Flane up while Vul did the same for Seath. Are you all right, Flane? She asked her. Flane nodded shakily, though her complexion was still milky white and she trembled as though she'd just come in from the cold. For a moment, her eyes stared ahead, unfocused, before her sense of alertness returned and she looked up at Edelgard. Why yes, I believe I am, she said, mustering an utterly unconvincing smile. I am fine. I am going to be just fine, yes. Flane. Are you hurt? Seath barked urgently, hobbling toward her as quickly as his legs could carry him as soon as Vul had pressed his cane back into his hand. His breath was short, his face ashen, his chest heaving, his single eye wide and brimming with tears. Without so much as a word Flane pulled herself away from Edelgard and all but threw herself at him, and it was only due to Vul's timely intercession that the two of them did not collapse in a painful heap on the grass. There, Seath said, holding her tightly. Oh, Flayn, thank the stars you are unharmed. Edelgard and Vul led the two of them to the nearest bench so that the two of them could sit down and regain their shattered composure. I am so very sorry, Vul said, rubbing his temples. Even Kronia ought to have the good sense not to behave like this. Since she will not, please allow me to apologize for her. Edelgard couldn't help but admit that she was frustrated. What in blazes had Didu been thinking, giving Kronia free rein while two defenseless Nabateans dwelt as prisoners in this monastery? And why hadn't Seath and Flayn been escorted? Seath, she asked, surely you and Flayn couldn't have been wandering the monastery unattended, didn't you have an escort to look after you? Yes, Seath said, but when that Agarthan attacked us, they both fled. Tell me their names. I'll make certain their commanding officer is informed and they're swiftly disciplined for abandoning their post. Bertel Schulze and Hartwig Bars of the Boromaz Regiment's 2nd Battalion, he rattled off without missing a beat. Thank you. I'll see to it they face the appropriate consequences for their incompetence, she assured him. He nodded. Thank you, Lady Edelgard. It seems you have returned at just the right moment. He took a deep breath. But what are more Agarthans doing in this monastery? In Derdriu, we made contact with a splinter faction of the Agarthans, she explained. General Molinaro has brought them here with us as representatives of that faction. We believe we can use them against our mutual enemy. The church, he muttered, raising skeptical eyebrows. The Agarthan who took Lord Rodrigue's shape and incited this conflict. Seath frowned. I have no choice but to resign myself to your machinations, he said, but I will offer a word of warning to you and His Majesty. Take care to watch who you choose as your allies. I know, Seath, Edelgard said. Reflecting upon it, she shouldn't have been surprised to see either of the Kronias who had returned with them causing trouble. From what she could tell, the schism among those who slither in the dark had everything to do with Thales and nothing to do with anything else, and so it would have been folly to expect anything but the same old animus against the Nabateans and disdain for surface-dwelling humans from them. For everybody's sake, Vul commented, I hope Kronia doesn't need 400 years to mellow out. He rubbed his brow, letting out a weary sigh. At any rate, Seath, perhaps it's time for you and Flayn to be sent to Fort Mercers. If General Molinaro insists on bringing more Agarthans here, then I suppose we have little choice but to request from Emperor Burkhard a swifter transfer and pray he grants it, Seath agreed. I do not suspect he will oppose the idea. He was planning on sending us there along with your two younger siblings, Lady Edelgard, once you returned to the monastery. Edelgard nodded. Well, then, let's hope it works out. Didu and Burkhard both arrived on the scene, led by a breathless Hedwig. Edelgard was quick to recount to both of them what had happened, and upon ensuring that the prisoners were unhurt, Didu promptly extended to them an invitation to dinner as a token of his apology and then strode off to see to it that Kronia was properly disciplined for her actions. Burkhard, contrasting to Didu's more stoic demeanor, was immediately apologetic and effusively promised that the two soldiers who had abandoned their post would be punished and that Seath and Flayn would be transferred to Fort Mercers within the next few days. Edelgard, Burkhard said, taking her aside once that situation had been swiftly dealt with, it's a relief to have you back here. I'm sorry I didn't have time to receive you in person last night. Don't worry about it, she assured him. I know all too well how busy an emperor's life is. Right. Ah, that's right. You've, been one longer than I have, he mumbled sheepishly. Did you not sleep well? You look exhausted. It's been a little difficult settling in. Well, once you're all settled in, I would like to invite you back to our morning strategy meetings. Hopefully Commander Eisner will be well enough to attend and lend us her skill over the next few days as well. And Dmitri? Burkhard glanced away. Right. That is, troubling. General Molinaro informed me of his injury just this morning, and it seems he is hardly in the condition to exercise the responsibilities of his crown though, goddess, losing an eye. I'd imagine I would have little moral high ground to stand on were I in his shoes. It is a shame that he keeps experiencing these turns that pull him from his duties, though, when his kingdom needs him most. Between you and I, Ellie, he is a good enough man, and earnest enough, but, he paused, floundering for the right word, evidently trying not to say something unkind or judgmental. He certainly does have the most rotten luck. Edelgard was silent as he spoke. Happy told me about everything that had happened in Deirdre before she'd left, he said, clearing his throat and changing the subject. Of course, I see much more has happened since then, and I want to schedule a thorough debriefing with you after breakfast if you are available. She nodded. So, I know about Heidi, he added. I'm sorry. It's hard to believe. We can, he patted her impotently on the shoulder. Well, that's a topic for today's debriefing. Let's try to set it out of our minds until we've eaten. Burkhart stared at Edelgard from across his desk, which was actually formerly Seitha's desk, with wide eyes and a slack jaw. That's what happened in Deirdre, she said. I don't know what to say, he said, setting aside his horned crown and resting his forehead against the palms of his hands. What this Destinova told you is utter madness. Did he really tell you that the only way to go home is to? Yes. And you? First off, I don't believe him, Edelgard said, cutting him off before he could broach the subject. Not that it wouldn't work, but... Ellie, you couldn't do that. Of course I couldn't. I would never. Certainly he must know that, so I suspect he has an ulterior motive for leading us to believe such an obvious lie that there's no other way home than for me to rid this world of its Edelgard. Burkhart stroked his growing gold beard, rattled. If he wishes for you to stay in this world, in our Ellie's body, and leave our Ellie in your world. Yes. I can't fathom why he would want that, but that's the most charitable explanation I can come up with. And Destinova was hiding this Thales person, the man who pretended to be Lord Frildarius in Regan Manor's basement. But, you believe there are two of them? Yes, or rather, one Thales in two places, Edelgard said. The conversation, of course, had to draw her mind to that uncomfortable thought, one so uncomfortable it made her want to squirm. The Thales we encountered in Regan Manor is the present Thales, the one who pretended to be Lord Frildarius for these past 6 or 7 years or so and orchestrated the tragedy of Dusker. The Thales we encountered on the boat is a past Thales, one who has not yet done any of those things yet. The latter is planning, I suspect, to travel back in time and become the former. Burkhart stared at her, dumbfounded. That is, at least, where the evidence leads, Edelgard said, finding her gaze falling to her lap while her hands worriedly kneaded themselves. I don't understand it, he said. I can hardly understand it myself, she admitted. We spend our entire lives knowing that cause precedes effect, and this new idea, the ability for one to travel to the past and for one's future to have already occurred, turns our entire way of thinking on its head. It is as though the ground has suddenly become the sky. Ash's own heroic deeds had inspired him to become the hero he had grown up to be. Had he ever had a choice in the matter? Edelgard wondered, had she ever had a choice in the matter? When Byleth had chosen her side, had that decision already been made for her long before she'd even been born? From the way he shifted in his chair, it was clear that Burkhart could sense her discomfort. It was radiating from her like heat from a flame. Moving on, he said, sharing Edelgard's lack of will to further plumb the disturbing depths of this topic, what in the goddess name are we going to do about Heidi? And if she has undergone this transformation, and Lady Catherine has as well, then surely Anselm has also done so. What are they doing? What in blazes are they thinking? Edelgard nodded. It was reasonable to suspect that Anselm had undergone the same procedure as Heidi Marie as a show of his loyalty to Rhea. It's a sign that they have no intention of abandoning the side they've chosen, she said. Even if they lose the war? Burkhart wondered. Or, are they that certain of victory against us? What are they planning? What do they know that we don't? Heidi seemed unshakingly confident that the Holy Adrestian Empire will prevail against both us and the kingdom of Faerghus. Perhaps that confidence is to convince herself as much as it is to convince us, Edelgard wondered. She knows now that she can't leave Rhea, so the prospect of losing must engender quite a formidable sense of terror. A terror I did my part to assuage, but terror nonetheless. You said she seemed reasonable when you spoke to her. Yes, she said. I'd feared the worst, that Rhea may have somehow brainwashed her, but somebody that strong-willed and stubborn doesn't easily submit to the will of others. He laughed. That's certainly Heidi. He let out a forlorn sigh. Oh, Heidi Marie. McCule's beard, how can we fight a war knowing that Heidi is fighting us back? If you believe your cause is righteous, then you must fight it, no matter who opposes you, Edelgard said, reflecting on all of the former fellow students she'd met in battle who hadn't deserved to die for her ideals. Ingrid, first and foremost, but also Sylvain, Felix, Didu, Dimitri, Leonie, Laurence. Burkhard frowned. His lips pursed worryingly, his blue eyes downcast under furrowed golden brows. He was silent. Ellie, he asked, am I a good emperor? You've been emperor for less than 3 months, she told him. It's hard to ascertain a leader's qualities in such a short time frame. I can certainly say that you're competent. But ask yourself, what is your ambition, and to what lengths do you wish to go to pursue it? What was yours? To tear down the Church of Syros, enact sweeping reforms of the nobility, and create a society where all are given equal opportunities to succeed on merit and nobody is cast aside for their weakness, she answered. He stared down at the surface of his desk. Oh, he said. That sounds, ambitious, he added in a way that strongly suggested that by ambitious he meant impossible and possibly utterly insane as well. I just want to be a good civil servant. I just want to preside over an empire where there aren't any wars or famines or uprisings. I just want peace and quiet. His humbler ambitions, unfortunately for him, had been doomed from the very beginning, but he didn't know that. Peace and quiet isn't always a desirable thing, Edelgard told him. Far too often it simply masks the unpleasant true nature of our society, like spices disguising bad meat or perfume obscuring a rank body odor. That was what I realized when I learned that no matter how good the harvests of Gronderfield are or how prosperous the great noble houses are, there are always still starving children on the streets of Inver. I would rather have upheaval and a chance for a better world than calmness and no avenue for real change. I'm exactly the kind of leader who would get in your way, then. Burkhard let out a mirthless chuckle. You don't exactly approve of me as emperor, do you? Edelgard found it difficult to speak. She opened her mouth only to find that she hadn't chosen the words she'd meant to say yet, and perhaps never could. She was silent just long enough for Burkhard to fill in the silence with the most uncharitable answer he could fathom. I'll admit that I have exceedingly particular tastes in leaders, she stammered, forcing something out, anything, to dig herself out of the pit she found herself in of her own making. At any rate, I sided with you because I couldn't let Anselm take power in your place. He would be nothing but a puppet for Rhea, and I can't abide her having any more power over Fodlan. I'm just a warm body on the throne to keep him out, he asked. Burke, no, I don't mean that. Do you think that when she comes back, our Ellie can do a better job of ruling the Empire than me? Edelgard felt her heart sink into her stomach, because she knew the answer. Ellie had the experience now to be Emperor, and intimate knowledge of her own ideology and the path she'd set Fodlan on. She would be the perfect person to carry out her work in this world, and she knew it, if she ever found her way back to this world at all. The exact words she wanted to speak came to her. Not without you at her side. She wanted to tell him that his acumen regarding the administrative side of the empire was just as necessary as any grand vision, that nothing could be done without somebody who knew how to turn those dreams into a reality the bureaucracy could comprehend. He could easily be the Ferdinand to this world's Ellie. But her tongue found itself tied into a knot before her words could reach it. Burkhard stood up, bracing his hands against the desk, and walked away from her. If you'll excuse me, I have more work to do, he muttered to her as he opened the door. I'm certain you understand. Go ahead and see yourself out, I think it's nearly lunchtime. She felt herself rise up from her chair and hurry after him, and while previously she'd gotten used enough to the unique sensation of being controlled by her counterpart that she could grit her teeth and bear it, what had once been tolerable was now utterly intolerable. Berkey! Ellie called out, grabbing him by the arm. As Edelgard felt herself dragged along unbidden by that unseen force of her counterpart's will, a deep and horrible revulsion welled up within her. It was a sense of terror and helplessness that filled her mind with a stinging haze, mingling with a foreign sense of abject misery that swept through her like a river overflowing its banks. Berkey, wait, Ellie said, grabbing him by the arm while Edelgard's heart pounded in her chest. It's me, I'm here, please, don't leave. He stared at her, bemused and bewildered. It's me. This world's Ellie. I know it's hard to explain, Ellie stammered, clearly struggling against the maelstrom of both her and Edelgard's overwhelming emotions to speak clearly, but sometimes I come back to this body, just for a little bit, so please don't leave while I still have time to see you. He stepped back over the threshold and drew the door shut, pausing just long enough for her to wrap her arms around him as tightly as she could. Burying her face in his chest, she began to weep. Swept along this current unbidden, Edelgard was overwhelmed by her own helplessness, of being reduced to a passenger in her own body with the terrors of the past several nights so fresh in her mind. It was a sense of powerlessness so monstrously strong that it made even her of all people, yearn for a corner of a dark and remote room she could curl up in. The dragon inside her squirmed and struggled, an avatar of the fear that swept through her. Ellie, less experienced in controlling it, had no recourse than to let it spill out of her. For an interminably long time Edelgard felt the warmth of her eldest brother's embrace, but with her head crying out and screaming in her mind, the sensation was impossible to savor. She could hear Ellie speaking, feeling the vibrations of her throat, and she could hear Burkhard replying, but both sides of the conversation seemed to be infinitely far away. After what seemed like forever, Burkhard was summoned from the office. For whatever reason Edelgard had found it difficult to pay attention, and she and Ellie sank to their knees, left sharing a hollow ache in their chest that throbbed with each beat of their heart. "I'm sorry," Ellie said, her voice a hoarse croak that tortuously crawled up through a throat scraped down to its bare, raw nerves. "I wanted to see him so badly, him, or Lindy, or anyone. I'd promised Byleth I wouldn't ask her to waste her powers on me, but it hurt so much that I had to beg her." She curled her arms tightly over her chest, talons pressing sharply against the skin of her arms, and cowered under the feathery cloak of her wings. But how could you say that to Berkey? That he's a bad emperor." "I didn't say that," Edelgard interjected, wresting control of their shared body, if only for a moment. "You might as well have." Ellie paused. "I suppose, he isn't very impressive, compared to you and your friends," she mumbled, "but he tries his best." Edelgard pulled herself up to her feet and took a seat at the front of the desk. "How long are you here for?" "I don't know," Ellie said. "I just told Byleth how desperate I was to see somebody from home." "Has what we learned from Destinova been weighing on your mind?" "What?" "And no. How did you convince Byleth to use the last of her powers to bring you here?" Ellie was silent. Edelgard supposed her silence was a sufficient enough answer. "Ellie. It's not what you think," Ellie sharply and hastily retorted. "I didn't. All it took to convince her was," she sniffled. "All it took to convince her was seeing me cry." Edelgard couldn't help but smile at least a little. That was her Byleth, all right. Like a certain pastry, hard and crispy on the outside, soft and sweet on the inside. "Is something wrong?" Ellie asked her. "I've never felt you so, afraid. I know it isn't always comfortable for us to hijack each other's bodies, but—" "It's nothing," Edelgard said, shaking her head. "I'm merely not as strong as I might seem, that's all. Not today, anyway." She stood up. "As long as you're still here, I suppose I can let you see someone else. I just ask that you leave me in control. Just this time." "You almost always take control anyway," Ellie pointed out. Edelgard sighed. "Just this once. Please." Ellie didn't respond to her. Edelgard stepped out into the hallway. "I think I'll visit Hedwig," she murmured to herself so that Ellie would know where she was going. "If I can find her. I'm certain she'll still be with Flayn, so it's only a question of where she is." She made her way downstairs. The great hall was empty, and her boots left ringing echoes against the tile floor as she walked under its towering vaulted ceiling. "Edelgard." Dimitri's voice cut through the air like a wintry chill. Edelgard turned around and saw him standing in the hall. A swath of bandages wrapped around his head and nestled under the crown of his silvery white hair covered his ruined right eye. His left one blazed with cold fury, intensifying the scowl etched into his face. The edge of a long, ragged white scar protruded from underneath the bandage, streaking down his cheek like a channel of tears. His chest was bare and bore its many scars, his posture stiff, his muscles taut. "D." Ellie gasped in Edelgard's stead, shock blossoming in their shared heart as her pace slowed to a crawl. "What are you up to?" Dmitri snarled, closing the distance between the two of them with measured strides that belied a barely restrained fury. "You're awake," Edelgard said as casually as she could muster. The sight of him standing there before her with such rage burning within him called to mind the Dmitri she had fought with on the fields of Tailtean in her world far more than the younger, kinder, conflicted Dmitri she'd grown to know in this world. This was the Medbor who had torn through an entire battalion single-handedly, screaming all the while about severing Emperor Edelgard's wicked head from her shoulders. "Have you been debriefed yet? You've had a terrible fever these past few days. Shut up. Tell me what you're doing here, sneaking and scurrying this way and that." Thale's little handmaiden, the Flame Emperor. What? Edelgard stammered, and for once she was unsure if she had spoken or Ellie had. Her heart rattled and throbbed in her chest as she felt her shoulder brush against one of the pillars that held up the ceiling's arched buttresses. The world around her suddenly felt unreal, as though she'd stepped into one of her recurring nightmares. Given the fatigue and insomnia that had plagued her for nearly a week now, perhaps she had. Dmitri clutched at his head, gritting his teeth. "Yes," he hissed. "I see her, standing before me. You must think you've made fools of us all, El. How long have you been doing Thale's bidding in secret? What unholy things did he do to you to demand such obedience?" "Dmitri, what in blazes are you talking about?" Edelgard asked him, feeling every muscle in her body tense and coil at once. "Staying my hand was part of your wicked plan, was it not?" he snapped. "Are you proud of yourself for what you've done, Edelgard? Tell me. Have you secretly enjoyed being his servant, all this time you have stood at my side as confidant and sister? As friend and family?" "Dmitri, you're speaking nonsense," Edelgard retorted, tensing up. Dmitri was bristling with anger, a bestial anger, the anger that granted him the moniker of a wild boar, a werewolf, a king of hurricanes and tempests. If he had any designs on harming her, he could do so far more easily than she would be able to defend herself in turn. "You know me. Why would I be secretly working for Thales? I can't imagine. But neither can I watch you roam free while you remain his servant. Dmitri, listen. I've spent my life fighting Thales. I helped you turn against him." She found herself powerless to avoid staring into his single remaining eye, seeing in it the same hateful glare she had seen at the field where he had died. If you had cared at all about fighting him, then why does he still draw breath? How could you have dared stay my hand after everything he has done to this wretched world and your own? I had no choice. Or was that a lie, too? If I peeled away your face, would I find another Kronia beneath it? Dmitri, take a deep breath, calm down, and listen to me. You must still have a fever. My fever broke last night, he growled. My head would be perfectly clear, if not for the howls of the dead ringing in my ears. Explain to me right here why you spared your wretched master's life. I had no choice, he couldn't die yet. Believe me, I'm just as upset about it as you. No, you are not, he snarled at her. Flecks of spittle flew from his mouth. I know you do not believe in spirits, Edelgard. But I carry those who died by Thale's monstrous hand wherever I go. Father, Mother, Rodrigue, Glenn, and a dozen more. I feel their howls for vengeance within me. You cannot ever understand how it feels to carry that burden. I understand perfectly the feeling of being burdened by the dead, Dmitri, Edelgard said. But those are not the spirits of your parents and friends. Do you think our mother would be howling for blood in your ears? Is that the woman she was? No. The only voices you are plagued by are your own, and I know you are strong enough to shut them out. If you wish to blame me for your eye, then go ahead. I accept that blame. If you want to hate me, then I accept that, as well. But I am not Thale's minion. I had a reason to stop you then, and I promise you, I didn't like that I had to do it any more than you do. Dmitri's eye narrowed to a hateful, icy slit. Lies, he hissed. The dead have no illusions, Edelgard. They saw what you did, just as I did. Why did you protect him, Edelgard? Why did you do that? Why? Why did you let him take my eye? Why did you do this to me? His voice cracked. Tears welled up in his eye and spilled down his cheek. He was drawing closer. Edelgard stood her ground. The Thales we met on the ship was not the same Thales who took Rodrigue's form and committed such atrocities. No, if I'm correct, he is yet to become the Thales who did those things. I suspect he plans to travel into the past, just as Ash did, at some point. And killing him before he becomes part of the history he was responsible for could have terrible, catastrophic consequences. She could feel sweat dripping on the back of her neck. Her eyes burned. She almost felt as though she herself were coming down with a fever of her own. Dimitri's scowl only deepened. He brushed aside the tears that had formed in his eye. Consequences, he snarled. Consequences like what? A world where he never murdered father and mother? Where he never conducted his sick experiments on innocent and helpless children? I understood you the first time when you told me Thales had not met me yet, Edelgard, the moment before he tore out my eye. You think you're too clever for anybody else to understand, but I do. I want to know why you stopped me from setting right everything he made wrong, everything he did to me, to you, to Mercedes, Felix, Happy, everybody who is being forced to live with the results of his wickedness. Why didn't you let me stop him? Because none of us understand time travel, she answered. Do you think I know everything just because I come from another world? All I know is that breaking time loops can lead to disastrous effects if one isn't careful. That was why I wanted to capture him alive so that we could keep him from carrying out his wicked plans while we weighed our options. If I'd taught you anything, Dimitri, I thought it would have been the value of caution. She'd hardly gotten the words out of her mouth before there was a terrible rush of wind. Before Edelgard could so much as blink, she found the blurry sight of Dimitri's arm filling her line of sight, his knuckles just barely grazing the tip of her pointed ear as his fist hung just beside her head. Her heart skipped several beats. Her breath froze in her lungs. Veins bulged, muscles drawn taut under the bare skin of his fully extended arm, and then relaxed. His hand began to tremble and slowly lowered itself, his fist uncurling into shaking fingers. He took the hand by his wrist, taking a staggering step backward and then another as he stared down, bewildered, at it with an eye no longer hardened by hatred but now softened by utter shock. He let his hand drop limply to his side, looking down upon Edelgard. He said, his voice coming out as a hoarse and horrified gasp. Edelgard found that she couldn't move. She was rooted to the spot. She felt her wings draped over her shoulders. They'd released themselves unconsciously to protect her in a gesture as vain as it had been desperate, and she could feel the talons digging into the toes of her boots and the horns weighing upon her head as they had done the same. She also, as she opened her mouth, found that she could not speak. At the very least, though, she must have made an impressive show of composure and defiance, not even so much as flinching when his fist had come so close to removing her head from her shoulders. In truth, either she or Ellie, if Ellie were even still around, had been too shocked to even flinch. He said, his jaw slack. I am so. I didn't mean. He slumped down to his knees, his head bowed as his shoulders shuddered and chest heaved. Dimitri, she said, finding her voice, albeit a voice that shook much more than she would have wanted it to. You're still ill. You shouldn't have left the infirmary. She willed herself to walk toward him, forcing hesitant legs to move and shaking feet to lift themselves from the floor. She held out her hand. Take my hand. I'll bring you back up. Dimitri shook his head. No, he said. No, It is best if you do not approach. I'll go to the infirmary. I ought not to have left. He forced himself up to his feet, and even with his shoulders slumped, his back hunched, and his head hanging in a penitent bow, he still loomed over her. Edelgard looked him in the only eye he had left. I am sorry. If it weren't for time travel, I would have let you do as you pleased. I know, he said, averting his gaze. I did not want to accept that you had a good reason to stop me. I was so close to fixing this rotten world. There's more to fix than just Thales' influence. I know. But erasing him would have set so much right. I was too tempted by that idea. I would have been as well, she told him. Perhaps Vul will tell us that I was merely overthinking the situation, and we had no reason to be cautious. But men with egos like his rarely enjoy having words put in their mouths, least of all incorrect ones. If I was wrong, and I stayed your hand for nothing, would you forgive me? She would have said next, if the words had come. Either way, she said instead, I had no choice. Dmitri sadly nodded and trudged past her. I had no choice, she found herself repeating, almost in a daze, feeling the words push themselves up her throat almost of their own free will. The words hung in her mind like monocles clapped around starved and atrophied limbs. Without a word, as though embarrassed to the point that he no longer possessed the ability to speak, Dmitri retreated from the hall, vanishing up the stairwell as he climbed to the second floor of the main building like a wounded beast retreating to its den. As the last of the tension bled from her body, Edelgard felt herself release a long, slow, labored sigh. Do you think he was aiming for us with that? Ellie asked, her hushed tone barely rising above a whisper. That afternoon, Edelgard found herself drawn to the monastery's pond. It was where she often went when she needed to think, in no small part due to the fact that there was always a very good chance that she would find Byleth there. She did find Byleth at the pond, but not at the pier where she usually went to indulge in fishing. Hedwig and Flane, instead, were at the end of the pier, their laughter ringing like bright bells in the air as the two of them struggled to reel in the latest fish that had taken their bait. Byleth, Geralt, and Eloise were clustered off to the side with Seath, the four of them shouting out occasional words of encouragement. Near the pier, Happy was sunning herself, having taken the form of an enormous horned cat she often slipped into when she needed an excuse to loaf around, and Pascal and Joachim were using her flank as a pillow. A rousing cheer rang out from the onlookers as Hedwig and Flane tore free a sizable Ermid pike from its watery home and hauled it up onto the pier, and Geralt and Eloise rushed over to help them secure their catch with Seath in tow, his cane rattling across the cobblestone ground and the wooden slats of the pier. Byleth remained on dry land, supporting herself on a pair of crutches, her clothes failing to hide the telltale glimpses of bandages underneath. Her exposed skin betrayed faded bruises. Professor, Edelgard called out, approaching her. Up and out of bed already? Byleth waved to her. Manuela said I could go as long as I don't exert myself, she said, casting a wistful glance over to the edge of the pier where she was more accustomed to standing. Her green eyes sparkled in the sunlight. Are you all right? I heard that. I'm fine, Professor. No need to worry. Edelgard collected herself, trying to make sense of the troubled thoughts swirling through her mind. She wanted to pour her heart out to Byleth, but if she were being completely honest, it was Suthies she wished she could speak to most of all. I haven't caught you up on what happened in Deirdre, but we made some, distressing discoveries there. Byleth relaxed her shoulders and shifted the weight of her body from one crutch to the other, looking at her with open eyes that were ready to welcome anything she might have to say. What happened? Edelgard told her what happened. Byleth pursed her lips, as though she had just bitten into a lemon, and furrowed her brow. Her gaze never left Edelgard's face, and while somebody else might have been unnerved by its intensity, Edelgard knew that it was simply the face Byleth wore when she was paying close attention to something, and it was one of her favorite faces to see. That is, at least, where the evidence leads, Edelgard concluded. Then it sounds like you did the right thing, Byleth said, cocking her head as she weighed the evidence in her mind. It might break time if past Thales died before he became present Thales. And then Suthies would yell at us, if she could. A morose frown creased her face with the unbidden recollection of her ethereal friend. Exactly. I did the right thing, Edelgard said. When I realized the truth, I knew I had to stop Dmitri from acting on impulse. Yet that one moment of hesitation cost him his eye and allowed Thales to escape. What else could you have done? Byleth asked her. That's the very thing that troubles me, she answered. Even if I'd realized sooner, in the heat of battle I likely wouldn't have had a chance to relay my discovery to Dmitri. And if I had, in his frenzied state he might not even have heard me. Of course, I can ask, what if, all day, but it won't change what happened. Byleth nodded. But what truly bothers me about it, Edelgard said, is that in every encounter we've had with Thales up to this date, if my theory is correct, he's had this knowledge in the back of his mind because while the event may have been in our future, it was his past. He knew that I would have no choice but to intervene to save his life, at the cost of Dimitri's eye. Every time the two of us have crossed paths since then, he's been recalling the sound of his own derisive laughter mingling with Dimitri's agonized screams. She shuddered. She could still hear those screams echoing in her head. It was no wonder that Dimitri had been left in such a fragile mental state. Byleth nodded again. The only time I ever broke a time loop with the daggers was in service of creating an even greater time loop. I changed history in some small way by erasing those daggers, but it was because of that change that everything in Remire happened. I have to ask myself if even that was an aberration against fate, or if it had been predestined all along. If your future is somebody else's past, then, Edelgard continued, I've never believed in fate or destiny. I've scoffed at the idea that the course of one's life should be decided by others. I spent my adolescence in the clutches of those who slither in the dark, told that I had no power to decide the direction of my own life. They tried to break my spirit and make me a slave to their designs, but I struck back against the entire concept of fate against them, against the entire system of the church and the aristocracy that enforced that helplessness on the rest of Fodlan. But the letters sent by my future self. Thales's bifurcated existence, the fact that for time itself to continue on as it should, he, and perhaps even myself, must be thrown into this world's past. I feel as though fate may be more inescapable than I thought. She clenched her hands into fists, feeling them tremble. I did exactly as Thales wanted me to do. Exactly as he had known I would do. If I'm right, then I played directly into his hands, not because he'd proven himself to be smarter than me or cleverer or stronger, but because of some nebulous concept of fate demanding I follow the path it laid out. And I hate it, Byleth. She felt her voice crack. I hate it so much, She felt the utterly unmistakable sensation of Byleth's hand resting against her cheek. Her eyes stung. Her heart bled. Her voice dwindled to a wordless croak. Byleth put an arm around her and leaned into her, guiding her to her shoulder, seemingly oblivious to the sound of one of her crutches falling to the ground with a loud clatter. There, she said, pressing her hand softly to her back. I don't know everything about time or time travel. But I think it's complicated, and there's so much we don't know. It's too early to give in to despair. She stepped back and took Edelgard by the shoulders, helping her stand tall again, or, at least, as tall as she could stand. Edelgard took a deep breath to try and calm herself. A part of her found Byleth's reassurances to be little more than hollow platitudes at best, but the sound of her voice, at the very least, was calming in its own right. You're right, Professor. As always, your insight seems to make clear what was so plainly right in front of me the whole time. The questions Thales and Destinova have raised are frightening, but if we all stand strong and stand together by your crutches, she gasped as Byleth's legs, still weakened from her injuries, began to wobble and crumple under the weight of her body. Byleth grabbed hold of her as she collapsed, and Edelgard swiftly pulled her to her feet. Sorry. Manuela said I can stand without them for a little bit. I guess she meant the length of one Edelgard speech. Oh, that was at most a fifth of an Edelgard speech, Edelgard stammered, flustered and embarrassed, as Byleth leaned heavily against her. I remember when you could barely swing an axe, Byleth said as Edelgard helped her collect her crutches, and the subtle smile that made the corners of her lips twist just so nearly made Edelgard's heart melt. Now that you're up and about, Edelgard said, are you amenable for a time squad meeting? Maybe Vul can tell us all how foolish I'm being, and we can all have a good laugh. Or, she thought, he could tell her that all of the doubts plaguing her mind were entirely correct. Byleth nodded. We're overdue for one. I'm sure he can help us understand time travel better. Edelgard sighed. Between you and me, I'd rather be lectured by Suthies about time travel than him. Byleth glanced down at the ground. Me, too. I'm sorry I spoke too carelessly. It was difficult for Edelgard to fully fathom that Byleth's first real friend had been a fragment of a dead goddess in the shape of a little girl that lived exclusively in her head. But Suthies had been Byleth's first friend, in both worlds. It hadn't been until she'd met Suthies the same night she'd met Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude that she had begun to learn to feel, and Suthies had been a hidden confidant for her far longer than anybody else. Like you said after I lost her, Byleth said, we'll just have to move forward without her. Yes, and if that means Vul must lord his superior knowledge over us, then so be it, Edelgard sighed. Professor! There you are! Annette's bright and cheery voice rang out through the air. She rushed toward them, holding a large wicker basket, with Mercedes struggling to keep up in her wake. "Oh, I hope we aren't interrupting anything," Mercedes said as she and Annette came to a halt before Byleth and Edelgard. As weary and fatigued as she still looked, there was a sharp brightness in her violet eyes. "Should we come back later?" "We can't, merci," Annette protested. "I promised the professor fresh-baked sweets, and these sweets won't be fresh for much longer." "Come on, Professor. Have as many as you like," she said, pulling a cloth away from the wicker basket with a dramatic flourish to reveal a heap of golden pastries oozing with fruit jelly and custard fillings. Byleth took one of the pastries and shoved it whole into her mouth, making her cheeks bulge like a chipmunk's. She said. "They're your favorite flavor, anything," Annette said. "All the jars of jelly and jam left in the pantry are almost empty, so I had to use the last bits from each one for filling. There's strawberry, raspberry, rhubarb, blackcurrant, blueberry, peach, and merci, and I made some vanilla and chocolate custard." "If Professor Byleth doesn't mind," Mercedes said with a gentle smile, "perhaps Edelgard can have one or two, too." Byleth looked at the basket, then at Edelgard, then at the basket again. She mumbled something incoherent through a mouthful of chewed pastry, then swallowed and cleared her throat. "No," she finally said, taking the basket away from Annette. "All mine." "Professor," Annette protested. "Surely you can spare one." "Okay. She gets one," Byleth said, picking out a pastry roll oozing with raspberry filling and pressing it into Edelgard's hands. "As thanks." "Thank you, Professor," Edelgard said. She took a bite of it, her worries cast aside at least for the moment, if only by the crispness and sweetness of the pastry she'd been given and the subtle radiance of Byleth's smile. And she also found herself put at ease, too, by the smile on Mercedes' face. A happy one, unmarred by bittersweet feelings of regret or wistfulness and unspoiled by her often playfully sinister sense of humor. In this world and the other, Mercedes von Martritz, von Rusalka here, or rather von Hresvelg now, had been a young woman resigned entirely to fate, allowing the world to sweep her to and fro like a leaf in an updraft with hardly any complaint or any drive to change her life. But Edelgard had watched her twice now choose her own life above the currents of the world that wished to move her wherever it saw fit. Whatever her circumstances, Mercedes could find her own path in the world, despite everything. That was the truth Edelgard had always believed. So why did that rhetoric now ring so hollowly in her mind, and why did her feelings of renewed confidence feel so fleeting and ephemeral? After dinner, Edelgard went to collect Time Squad for a meeting, though most of Time Squad was fairly up to date. Having been with her in Deirdre still, it was a good idea to have everybody on the same page, but she made a detour to the stables on her way to inform Vul that she was ready. There was somebody new whom she felt deserved a place at that table now. As she'd expected, she found Ingrid at the stables looking after Artemis, but what Edelgard did not expect was to find Hubert with her. It's odd even the most well-trained Pegasus is bound to at least put up a little bit of a fight if a rider tries to bring a man along with her. I'm still baffled by how calm Artemis was when we flew you and Hilda to the ship. It would seem your Pegasus is a very tolerant one. I tip my proverbial hat to him. Ha! I guess there's one man in the world he can stand to be around. He certainly didn't extend the same courtesy to your cousin? Was Martel your cousin, or your brother? My cousin, yes. Oh. Well, you aside, I've always wondered why Pegasi don't like men. I have not. Sometimes I think that perhaps the only reason women in Faerghus are allowed to do anything in the military is because Pegasi don't let men ride them, and maybe the goddess made them that way for that reason. Well, I suppose as long as it's just you. Humph. Whether or not your Pegasus tolerates me, I have never been good with heights. There is no need to invite me on any future rides simply because you find me a rare curiosity. I do hate to interrupt, Edelgard said, clearing her throat. She could sense from his voice that Hubert wasn't very comfortable with this conversation, and as rude as it was to Ingrid, she decided to interrupt it. Hubert, Ingrid, Professor Byleth, and I are having a meeting with Vul, and I'd like for the both of you to accompany me. Ingrid looked surprised and a little embarrassed to see her. Oh, she said. A meeting about what? Now that you know the truth, it's high time you were brought into the fold, Edelgard told her. We and a few others have been meeting to discuss the time travel quagmires we constantly find ourselves in. Ingrid looked down at her boots. And I've stuck my foot right in that quagmire, haven't I? She asked with a sad smile. I'll admit it, being a friend to Edelgard von Hresvelg is an ordeal, in this world or any other, Edelgard said. Hubert nodded sadly. An entirely accurate assessment. Well, I want to know the truth about those letters you sent, or the letters you're going to send, or going to will have sent. Ingrid grimaced and sucked air through gritted teeth, frustrated by the morass of verb tenses she'd found herself muddling through. You will get used to it, Lady Ingrid, Hubert told her, crossing his arms. Or at least, he grumbled, learn to tolerate it. I guess I'm in. Just give me some time to finish up here with Artemis, she said. Where are we meeting? We'll meet up in the northwestern sacristy of the cathedral, just outside the doors to the Holy Mausoleum. Ingrid nodded. All right. I'll see you there. And Hubert, Edelgard said, if you could seek out Hilda and Happy. Hubert nodded. Of course, Lady Edelgard, he said, and he seemed in a hurry to leave the stables as far behind as possible. Ingrid watched him go, a worried furrow knitting her eyebrows. I must have made him uncomfortable, she sighed, patting Artemis on the snout. I guess men don't like being told that Pegasi seemed to not dislike them. I must have embarrassed myself. Did you know he was good with Pegasi? Good with Pegasi? The Hubert I know tends to avoid winged creatures like the plague, his vertigo is so bad, Edelgard said. 20 years I've known him and I don't think I've ever seen him get close enough to a Pegasus to see how it would behave. Even if we hadn't all heard the stories of men getting their ribs crushed for daring to touch one's mane. He was assigned to you when you were 4 years old, yes. In this world, in my own. Well, I guess it's a moot point, Ingrid said with a dismissive shake of her head. Do you really think the goddess created Pegasi to ensure that women would have something to do on the battlefield? Edelgard asked her. Well, that's what Lottie always told me, she said, blushing. I suppose you think it's silly superstition. Perhaps, but it certainly fits together in an elegant way. People do like stories that explain things neatly and cleverly. Perhaps that's what makes this time travel affair so maddening. Once you start doing things simply because a future version of you did them in their past, which is your future, then cause and effect starts to break down, and you find yourself doing nonsensical things for no reason. You're thinking about those letters, aren't you? Ingrid asked. I suppose I am, Edelgard said. Well, you're not going to like hearing this, but those letters, they weren't written recently. The ink was old. They must have been written years ago. She nodded. She hadn't studied the letters closely enough to notice those kinds of details, but it didn't come as a surprise. I was afraid of that. Anyway, I've got to let Voul know that everyone is coming together for our meeting. I'll see you at the Holy Mausoleum. At least we can face this headache that is time travel together. Ingrid smiled. That's right. Together. Honestly, as difficult as this all is, it's nice to be with you again, Edelgard. Yes, while it lasts. I hope I can find a way back home soon. Until then, until I return to a world without you. I want to make the most of the time we have together. As friends. Edelgard offered Ingrid her hand. As friends, Ingrid took her hand. It's been a hard road, coming to accept you for who you are, Edelgard, but, being your friend really has made my life better. I'll be sad to see you leave. But maybe I'll get along with this world's Edelgard, if she's picked up any good habits from her time in your world. She took her by the shoulder. Edelgard certainly didn't expect Ingrid to hug her, but hug her she did. After a few awkward seconds pressed together, though, Ingrid released her face as red as a tomato. Well, I'll see you at the mausoleum once I finish up here, she stammered, brushing her bangs away from her brow. She made her way over to Artemis and began trying her best to pretend that Edelgard wasn't there. I'll see you there, Edelgard told her, and without further ado she hurried along to find Voul. It didn't take long to find him. She had a hunch that he would be wherever Kronia was, and her hunch proved correct. He was in the Knights of Siro's headquarters where their holding cells were, speaking with both Kronia's 612, who was still locked up for her antagonism of Flame that morning, and 53, who was also behind the bars, perhaps because she had done something on her own that had warranted, or perhaps because she had been mistaken for her counterpart and presumed an escapee. Voul had shed his human face of Albus Duer and returned to his natural corpse-pale complexion, and as he stood with his arms crossed in front of the cell's iron partition, the light from the torches in the wall sconces danced off of the metal surface of his artificial hand. "You think you can order us around?" Kronia 53 sneered. "Listen, Voul. I'm not your average Kronia model, and I don't take suggestions from somebody like you. All I am saying is that you and Kronia need to fit in if you are going to be working alongside us. The sight of an undisguised Agarthan replicant isn't a welcome one, especially if you antagonize high-value prisoners." "You mean your friends?" "Well, I'm sorry for not being a race traitor, Voul. My little sister here says you're quite chummy with those beasts." "Oh, you should see him dote on them. It's enough to make your stomach churn, Kronia," Kronia 612 interjected. "It's irrelevant. You need faces and names that won't raise eyebrows. And to act in mature and responsible ways." Even though he was completely undisguised, Voul sounded so much like Seath, with his stern, clipped tones, that it was almost uncanny. "Irrelevant? You act like you have a moral high ground or something," 53 said with a derisive snicker. "Kronia and I aren't changing our faces," Voul, 612 spoke up. "If I ever wear Glenn's face again, Ingri and Feely are likely to have my guts for garters." "It isn't difficult to create new disguises from whole cloth," Voul said. "I could teach you." 53 and 612 both laughed at the same time. The sound of their completely identical voices in unison was uncanny. "You want us to make our own, what? Human personas?" 612 snickered. "Maybe you've spent too long away from your kind to realize," 53 taunted him, "that most replicants don't derive some perverse pleasure from running around in costumes and pretending to be animals." She spat at him. "When I heard there was another replicant at Garag Mach, I was looking forward to recruiting him to the Liberationists. But if you've really gone native, then all you deserve is to wallow in the mud with these disgusting pigmen." "At the very least," Edelgard interjected, strolling down the corridor toward them, "the two of you could stand to pick your own names. It's tiring to refer to you as numbers." 53 and 612 looked at each other, then at Edelgard. "We're Kronia," they both said in unison, their identical voices overlapping in just the precise enough way to give Edelgard a migraine. Edelgard rubbed her brow and pinched the bridge of her nose. These two Kronias were acting exactly like a pair of rowdy adolescents reveling in their newfound sense of freedom and lack of personal responsibility, or toddlers who had just gained the power to walk unaided. Perhaps that was exactly what they were. Kronias, originally made to be servile, finally given far more liberty than they knew what to do with. Of course, they were a couple of utter brats. Voul took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it, his eyes closed. "Lady Edelgard. A welcome change of pace, to be sure. What do you need to ask of me?" "You sound so much like Seath it hurts," Kronia 612 said, stretching her arms against the bars of her cell. "Oh, and hello, Edel. Boy, that ugly little sister of yours certainly does pack a punch. You've taught her well." "Hello, Kronia," Edelgard said as coolly as she could muster. "And hello, Kronia," she said to 53. "Say, Voul, I've always wondered. Your friends call you Voul?" 612 crowed at Voul. "Well, aren't you a little hypocrite, telling us we need to pick new names?" "There's only one of me," Voul pointed out. "And I go by Albus in public." "Do you mind?" Edelgard asked, clearing her throat. "Voul, I've always wondered how you came across that artificial arm and leg of yours." Voul self-consciously held his fleshy hand to his metal wrist. "Ah, this? Crafted by an artisan friend of mine quite some time ago." Kronia 53's remaining hand flew to the stump that had once been the opposite shoulder, feeling for the arm Thales had severed from it. A frown curled her lips and wrinkled her nose. "And is that friend still extant?" Edelgard asked. "Perhaps he is," Voul said. A little light seemed to shine in his cold white eyes as an understanding of Edelgard's tactical approach dawned on him. "That reminds me," I did have to cause some damage to the prostheses when I was disguising myself as Seath, and could sorely use some repairs, he added, wiggling the truncated stumps of 2 severed mechanical fingers. Ah, and perhaps, if these 2 Cronias can conduct themselves properly, my artisan friend could be plied into taking on a commission for a new replacement limb. 5-3 tried to cross her arms, scowled, and settled for placing her remaining hand on her hip. Her narrowing eyes wrinkled the jagged tattoo that ran down from her brow to her cheek where her counterpart's teardrop tattoo was. You people are. Edelgard raised her eyebrows. She doubted any Cronia could abide being mostly armless, and hoped her doubts would prove themselves correct. Very gracious hosts, she muttered, spitting each word out under her breath. Humph. Fine. 612 and I will play your stupid games and make ourselves some stupid human saunas for you. 612 sighed. I warned you about Edel, she told 5-3. She makes life awfully interesting, but boy is she insufferable when she wants to be. Which is most of the time. Vul clapped the dust from his hands. Well, this has been a productive evening. I'll stop by later to see how progress is going. Edelgard, I take it the others are ready and waiting for me. They're on their way, Edelgard told him. Excellent. Let's go. The image of his Agarthan form seemed to ripple and gave way to his human guise. She and Vul headed down the corridor, leaving the Cronias to their work. On her way out, she reminded herself that she should ask Ingrid or Felix to look after Hedwig through the night if she couldn't. The New Time squad converged at the entrance to the Holy Mausoleum in one of the cathedral's 2 side rooms, opposite the one which held the statues of the 4 saints. When Edelgard and Vul arrived, Byleth and Geralt were already there waiting for them, and Ingrid was less than a minute behind. Last to arrive, but not by much, were Hubert, Happy, and Hilda. Ingrid stared at Byleth, Geralt, Vul, Happy, Hilda, and Hubert in turn, then fixed her gaze on Edelgard. They all knew before me, she asked, sounding hurt. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner, Edelgard said. Well, it's in the past, and it can't be undone, Ingrid sighed. Hilda's actually a time traveler, too, just as I am, Edelgard added. All right, Ingrid said. Well, then, shall we begin? Vul asked, pushing the great double doors barring the way to the mausoleum open. Typically they were kept locked and guarded, but with the Knights of Syros gone, most locks in the monastery, save for Ria's deepest inner sanctums and the Holy Tomb, had become merely suggestions. Any particular reason for choosing this place? Geralt asked as Vul led everybody inside. The air was stale and the mausoleum was as dark and quiet as of course a tomb. Edelgard conjured a flame and set the nearest brazier alight, casting some light into the vast chamber. She remembered this place well. Agents of the Western Church, led by the Death Knight and misled by those who slither in the dark, had infiltrated it to seize the burial vault which had supposedly held the remains of the long-dead Saint Syros, only to find the sword of the Creator in it instead. She remembered being there with the rest of the Black Eagles and having to pretend that she didn't recognize Juritzah in his fearsome armor. I've been keeping the items we stole from the Four Winds bar here, Vul said. Quite a secure place, out of the way, easy to miss. Hard to pry the lid off of Syros' burial vault, Byleth added. Right. Those things, Hilda sighed. After the mess with Thales on the boat, I'd nearly forgotten. Thales, Vul's expressions hardened. Yes, it seems I've missed quite a lot for leaving early. You had better explain everything. But first, I'd like to talk a bit about those particular items. I have a theory and I want to hear your thoughts on it. They approached Syros' burial vault, lighting torches and braziers to illuminate the place along the way. When they reached the stairs leading up to the vault, Byleth sat down on the first flight, resting her crutches at her side. You all right, kiddo? Geralt asked, crouching beside her. She nodded. Legs just hurt a bit. They'll be fine again in a few minutes. As long as you're not straining yourself, Professor, Ingrid said. Vul, Happy, and Geralt climbed the stairs to the altar and together heaved the lid off of the great stone burial vault, setting it aside in a cloud of dust, and the three of them brought out the strange liquid-filled jars which held the mysterious hand and eye. I have a contact on the outskirts of Varley County, Vul said, setting the jars down at the foot of the stairs, Who could confirm to us who this hand and eye were taken from? I have my suspicions. It was Thales, Hilda said. Everyone looked at her. What? She asked. When we saw him in the cellar, he was missing an eye and hiding his hand. CL Destinova must have cut off his hand and cut out his eye and hid it in the bar. Right, Edelgard? You noticed it, too, didn't you? I suppose, Edelgard said, though I'd thought it had just been a trick of the poor lighting that I could only see one eye. As for why he'd been hiding one hand, well, she looked over to Hubert, who was self-consciously hiding the stump of his left wrist under his jacket. I suppose it sounds reasonable. But why? Happy asked. Why take those two specific things, and only them? Why not just chop off both hands and take both eyes? I mean, we can all say that Thales deserves it, right? My contact can shed some light on it, I hope, Voul said. I'll admit that it is worrying. If Destinova really did take and preserve these parts from Thales, then he must have had a reason both for doing it, and for keeping him alive afterward. And for letting us take them back to the monastery, Hubert interjected. We have learned so much about this impostor Claude, and yet we still have such a feeble grasp of their intentions. This contact in Varley, Edelgard said to Voul, is, I suspect, the same person you brought up to the Cronias earlier? The one who creates artificial limbs. Hubert glanced at her, furrowing his brow. Yes. He's a specialist when it comes to prostheses and surgery, but of course, Ciro's regime demands he keep his incredible skill and technological know-how quite well hidden, Voul said. I was planning on visiting him anyway. Is he capable of constructing such limbs for humans? Edelgard asked. Hubert's brow wrinkled. Lady Edelgard, flattered as I am. He could do it, Voul said. So I guess our next step is to visit this arms dealer, Gerald said. A deathly silence fell over the group. Happy covered her mouth with her hand and snorted into it. That was almost as bad as Alois, Uncle Gerald. Moving on, Voul said. If you could apprise me on what has happened in Deirdre since my untimely exit. Edelgard apprised him. So, Voul said, stroking his chin as she came to a conclusion, it seems your future self has been in quite an epistolary mood. Further confirmation that we're meant to allow Operation Antediluvian to proceed, to an extent, at least. And it seems Thales' plan is twofold. I'm guessing that in addition to creating a portal to the antediluvian era 2,000 years ago, he also plans to send himself back in time to take Lord Frildarius' place. And, of course, Edelgard, you're going to take advantage of that plan to send your letters back in time so that they can be sent to you and Ingrid. Ingrid held her head in her hands. Wait. Slow down. I was expecting to be confused, but this is making my head spin. I'm with horse feathers, Happy said. Can you draw a picture? Voul sighed. Let me lay out a speculative timeline, using the facts Edelgard has provided. Edelgard, Hilda, you arrived on the 28th of the verdant rain moon, right? It was around that date, Hilda confirmed, nodding along. I speculate that the same date was when your world's Thales arrived in this world as well, trading places with this world's Thales and sending him to your world, he said. Wait, she said. But she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. By that time, he was already Lord Frildarius. Geralt asked. I don't think so. Here's what I think happened. The same Thales who was sent to this world waited out these past 9 or 10 months or so, remaining in the shadows, far away from the action, Voul said. Presumably, he kept tabs on the other Thales and remained aware of the general gist of his actions. And then, in the future, when the time portal will be complete, he went back, or will go back in time to let's say around 1174 at the very latest, just before Cornelia and her cabal of nobles were set to enact their Dusker plot, though it might have been years earlier, disguises himself as Rodrigue Frildarius, organizes the Crest experiments on Prince Dimitri. And from there, Edelgard concluded, dazed and dumbfounded, the rest is history, he finished. Exactly as she had suspected. The universe, once again, seemed to take particular pleasure in spitting in her face. And we're just supposed to let him do that? Happy asked, crossing her arms. Don't like that. I don't like it, either, Ingrid said. Perhaps Edelgard here can tell you what happens if you break a time loop, Vool said. Or I can tell you. I'm sure you remember Riemeyer. The test-scale Lorentzian bridge generator the portal Ash and I fell through only malfunctioned to the extent it did because Edelgard here prevented a time loop the portal was involved in from completing itself. If we hadn't destroyed it when we had, it could have erased all of Riemeyer from history and who knows? Perhaps the blast radius would have even encompassed part of the monastery. Which, as you can imagine, is bad. The world would be entirely reshaped, and not for the better. He shrugged. Now, in this new facility, Research Facility Omega, a full-scale bridge is under construction. If a broken time loop intersects with its light cone, the path it draws through space and time, the results could be far, far more catastrophic. An entire territory could be erased from the past, present, and future, or maybe even a sizable chunk of Fodlan. Try to imagine if an entire fraction of your continent and everybody who had ever lived on it or contributed anything to history was wiped out in an instant. The present would be utterly unrecognizable. Us standing here right now? Why, we might not even have ever existed. Imagine if several of us were to suddenly cease to exist, and the rest of us didn't even notice anybody was missing. Everybody stared at him. Sounds bad, Happy said. Edelgard felt her heart sink into an endless chasm that had opened up in her stomach. She hadn't expected reassurance from anything Vool would have to say, but actually hearing him confirm the devastating consequences she had expected would ensue if she hadn't prevented Dimitri from killing Thales struck her like a blow to the gut anyway. She took a seat on the staircase before her legs could give out from underneath her. For a moment, she was aware of little more than the sound of her own breathing and the beat of her own heart. Wait a minute, Ingrid said sharply. Vool, you mean we have to let Thales carry out this plan? We don't have a choice in the matter? Are we supposed to just stand by and watch while someone else decides our future? Maybe, Vool replied. Time travel is a pain in the ass, Happy muttered. Any talk of stopping Operation Antediluvian or foiling Thales' plan is moot anyway, he said, if we can't discern the location of Research Facility Omega. No leads so far? Byleth inquired. Haven't had any luck finding that, deuterium stuff? Hilda asked. Quite astute. Your communication network is simply too primitive to sift through such information in a timely fashion. I doubt we have years. Hilda rubbed her brow. Edelgard, remember that letter from future Edelgard that was addressed to me? The one that said to meet Ingrid in the cellar? Didn't it say that she could tell us something about Operation Antediluvian that Destinova wouldn't? She asked, studying Ingrid. What? Ingrid asked, wrinkling her brow and her nose. I don't know anything about that. Why would one of the letters say that I did? Perhaps my future self was lying, Edelgard suggested. A tantalizing falsehood to draw us into Regan Manor when otherwise we wouldn't have gone ahead. I will admit that these letters have been cryptic, Hubert said, shaking his head. But none of them have lied. I cannot believe that Lady Edelgard's future self would do such a thing to her own past self. It makes no sense. Nothing makes any sense anymore, Happy said, sighing. Got that right, kid, Gerald said, half-heartedly tooling her hair. Byleth stroked her chin. Maybe, she said, there's a clue to its location only Ingrid knows. Ingrid pursed her lips. I don't know, she said, letting out a little self-effacing laugh. How could there be anything I know about all this that none of you already know? Think, Ingrid, Vool said. While you were away, you didn't happen to hear any unusual news from elsewhere in the kingdom, did you? Well, there's a small village in southern Galatia, near the Daphnal border, that had some sort of plague outbreak, Ingrid said, furrowing her brow. But no, that's just plague. Hey, Gerald said. Back in Riemeyer, before the whole village went to hell, there was a weird illness going around, right? Professor Manuela was worried sick about it. Ingrid shook her head in disbelief. It's just a common plague. They happen from time to time. It can't be evidence of a time travel plot, that would put it squarely in my territory. It sounds like the only lead we have, Byleth said. So, if the research facility is there, Edelgard asked, then what do we do about it? Her words came from her lips sharp and bitter, like oversteeped tea. Are we meant to merely observe Thales's inevitable victory? Is that what destiny requires of us? We don't know, Voul said with a shrug. You don't know? You don't know whether or not we're all little more than dolls dancing to the whims of some cosmic puppeteer. She stood up, feeling her heart race and the mausoleum swirl around her. If we go there, and our actions prove to accomplish nothing more than lead Thales along his so-called predestined path, as they did in Deirdre. Hubert frowned. Lady Edelgard. No. I can't accept that. I won't. None of us want to, Happy pointed out. Look, Brain, whatever happens, happens. We'll just do what we think is right and burn that bridge when we come to it. And if we play right into his hands? If it turns out we were all merely handmaidens of his will? Do we even have a choice in the matter? Kid, calm down, Gerald told Edelgard, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't let yourself get carried away here. Hell, Voul here's Mr. Know-It-All and even he doesn't have a clue what's really going on. Carried away, she snapped at him, brushing his hand aside. You don't understand what it's like to be someone else's plaything. I do. I know how it feels. I know what it's like to have somebody controlling you and not even knowing you're being controlled. Brain, listen to yourself, Happy said. Listen to yourself and realize how stupid you sound right now. I know, between Rhea, Cornelia, and Thales, you've dealt with a lot of fucked up shit, but you're always telling everyone else to make their own way in the world. Yes, and what if I was wrong? Edelgard snarled. Happy stared at her, momentarily dumbstruck and crestfallen. If I'm wrong about that, then everything that follows from that is wrong, too. Everything I believe in rests on the foundation that we have the free will to choose our own lives. Crests, the nobility, all of it. If I'm wrong about this, then I'm wrong about everything. She couldn't keep her voice from shaking. Everything that's ever drawn anybody to my side, she thought about Marianne, Bernadetta, Casper, Mercedes, Ferdinand, Ladislava, Randolph, Sylvain, Happy, Ingrid, Dimitri, Byleth, anybody in this world or her own who'd been inspired by her belief in freedom, equality, and self-determination, and the chilling prospect that she had misled them all about the fundamental nature of the world encroached upon her like darkness flooding a room after the last candle inside was snuffed out. If she was wrong, then everybody she knew and loved was little more than drunk on false hope. Her resolve had withstood so much. It had withstood the truth about Nemesis, the Nabateans, Rhea, Suthes, and Crests. It had withstood revelations she had never been able to conceive of. But this bitter truth that had cost Dimitri his eye and left him half blind, half mad, the same truth that weighed heavily on Destinova's consciousness, warping him from Claude to a person even his closest friend could barely even recognize. She felt herself collapse. It seemed to take forever for her to fall. Somebody caught her before she could tumble down the stairs. She couldn't tell who. She'd buried her face in her hands already, vainly trying to hide her tears. She wasn't sure how much time had passed, but when she regained her sense of self, she found herself sitting in a pew in the cathedral. It seemed, much to her embarrassment, that she'd fainted and had subsequently been carried out of the mausoleum like an unruly infant who couldn't stop bawling through the priest's sermon. Edelgard took a deep, long, slow breath, struggling to force all the shame filling her up into the furthest recesses of her mind. For fuck's sake, she'd broken down in front of everybody. When had she last fallen apart so publicly? When she had been 13, 14, perhaps. Under Thales's watchful eye and stifling constraints, she'd hardly had the opportunity. For the most part, up until now her lowest points had never had an audience. She'd forgotten how horrible it felt to be humiliated so utterly in front of other people. The air in the cathedral was cloying. Just a few dozen or so paces from this pew, she and her friends had fought Cornelia. This was where Cornelia had taken control of her body and tried to escape into a new host fully subservient and utterly oblivious to her will, and if not for the clever observations of a handful of people, she would have succeeded. Hilda sat down beside her. "Hey, Edelgard," she said. "Are you, doing better? Hubert told everyone else you needed some space, but..." Edelgard wiped her eyes on her sleeve. "I don't think I ever properly thanked you," Hilda continued, idly playing with a lock of her pink hair, "for what you did the day after we learned the truth about Destinova. It was devastating. I felt like my heart had been ripped out of my chest and crushed. And you were so nice to me. So, is there anything I can do?" Edelgard stared at her. "I know. Hilda Valentine Goneril, volunteering to do something for someone, the world must be ending." Hilda rolled her eyes. "Within reason, I mean. If you have any manual labor that needs doing, don't go foisting it on me. But maybe I could make some tea for you, or paint your nails, or do your hair or makeup, or do something you want to do and pretend you're doing it for me." Edelgard interjected. "Hey, I'm not good at brewing tea. That's a real commitment for me. Just ask Ferdinand. He's helped me make tea so many times. But I'm serious, I want to pay you back for being there for me when I didn't have anyone else to talk to. I can't really say anything inspirational like you would, but," Hilda shrugged. "I can just sit here next to you, if it helps." Edelgard sighed. "That's a sweet gesture," she muttered, "somehow. Does it help?" "Not particularly, but it's still nice of you to offer." Byleth hobbled up to both of them, her crutches tapping on the tile floor. "Edelgard," she said. Edelgard averted her eyes, terrified of the prospect that she might meet Byleth's and see pity reflected in them. "Professor. Do you need to visit home?" "No." "Yes," Hilda said. "She clearly does." "Don't force yourself, Professor," Edelgard countered. "You're still weak. Don't push yourself. If she turns back time, no one but us will remember seeing you like this," Hilda suggested. "It'll be our little secret." "Strike at my ego, will you?" Edelgard muttered with a bitter laugh. "I'll say it again, Professor. I don't want you straining yourself for my sake." She clasped her hands tightly to keep them from trembling and took a deep, ragged, shuddering breath, keeping her head bowed and her gaze fixed on Byleth's boots. If she were to lift her head, she might have seen Byleth pitying her, and worse, she might have been unable to suppress the urge to beg her to send her home, the same way her counterpart had begged earlier that morning. Byleth shrugged off her cloak and draped it over Edelgard's shoulders. It was only then, after feeling the warmth of the cloak's thick, well-worn fabric, that Edelgard realized she'd been shivering. "That's what I do," Byleth told her. "You and your counterpart both," Edelgard said. "But enough of that. What will you have when you've given everything you have to give?" "My students," Byleth answered. A wretched sob wrenched itself from Edelgard's chest. Byleth set her crutches aside and crouched down in front of her, and try as she might, Edelgard couldn't avert her eyes in time before Byleth took her gently by the chin. "Edelgard," she said. "Your Byleth knows what you need better than I do. I'm sending you to her." "Professor," Edelgard insisted, struggling in vain to suppress the painful, conflicting emotions the sight of her beautiful green eyes filled her with. "Please, no, I don't want her to." Byleth's hand slowly fell from her face. "I don't want her to see me like this. I don't want her to see me weeping and miserable twice in one day. There's only so much I can bear to burden her with, when all I seem to do is burden her." Byleth frowned and pulled herself back up onto her crutches. "If you insist. I won't force you," she said. "Maybe you just need some bed rest. It's late, anyway. Do you need any help sleeping? Manuela can get you something from the infirmary." The thought of rest only conjured in Edelgard's mind the thought of the recurring nightmare she knew was awaiting her, the prison of time, inescapable, that she had found herself locked within. But usually Manuela's stockpile of drafts for treating insomnia kept her dreams muted and indistinct, among their other miraculous properties, usually. She nodded. Hilda patted her on the shoulder. There, she mumbled half-heartedly, clearly not knowing what else she could possibly do to console her from here on. That night, Edelgard sat on the side of her bed, idly rolling a small vial of familiar blue-green colored tonic between her forefinger and thumb, staring at the way the thick glass walls of the vial caught the light of the single guttering candle resting on her nightstand. She'd had nights like this often enough, nights when the only prospect more intolerable than suffering through her fatigue was the threat that sleep, with its myriad nightmares, might prove no respite at all, Nights when falling asleep seemed pointless because it would simply mean that a new miserable day would begin immediately upon waking. There was a rare sort of sleep that never ended, though, and brought with it no nightmares, if she was truly desperate enough to seek it out, or if that was even her decision to make. Somebody knocked on her door. She hoped it wasn't Hedwig. She knew that if Hedwig knew what state she was in, she'd come running to help her. But it didn't feel right to let younger siblings see their elders racked with such torment, even if the worst she felt now, with her outburst long before her, was a hollow numbness so intense that in its own way, it hurt. "Edelgard, are you asleep yet?" Ingrid asked, her voice muffled. Edelgard stood up, set the vial down on the nightstand, and opened the door. Ingrid crossed her arms. "You need rest," she said, crossing her arms. She leaned to the side to peer behind Edelgard into the room, squinting to see by the light of the single candle that kept the room nearly entirely shrouded in darkness. "You haven't taken that medicine Professor Byleth woke Manuela up to get yet, have you?" "If I had, I wouldn't be standing here." "What are you waiting for?" "I just can't bring myself to do it," Edelgard said, glancing back over her shoulder at the inky black rectangle of her bedroom window. "Do I need to force you?" Ingrid asked her, taking her by the hand. "No, I'll take it," she assured her, pulling her hand away. "I'm just afraid I'll dream." A frown creased Ingrid's face. "Have you been upset about this all week?" she asked. Edelgard nodded. "I've spent my entire life wresting away control of it for myself. I don't want to relive those days when I was powerless. If my dreams bring me back there, then I don't want to sleep. It may sound cowardly of me, but if tomorrow is another day like that, then I'm not ready for it to come. So you're just sitting here, pretending that if I stay awake long enough, the sun will never rise." She stifled a yawn. "Yes. It's immature and childish of me. I know. Pardon me if I feel the urge to indulge. I'm not even certain anymore that I have any say in the matter at all." "Can I come in?" Ingrid asked. Edelgard nodded and stepped aside, letting her walk into the room. The door swung shut behind her. "I wish," she said, the light of the candle faintly illuminating her face as she sat down at the foot of the bed, "I knew what to say. I'm upset about the same thing you are, yet it's so plainly obvious that our feelings aren't comparable. No one can truly understand another's pain," Edelgard said with a shake of her head as she returned to the side of the bed. "Even if two people experience the same trauma in the same way, both of them carry with them their own unique perspectives. You can never truly see that from somebody else's point of view, you can only come close. Perhaps just having you here is enough. I find it usually is." Ingrid smiled, despite the sadness in her eyes. "As long as I've known you, you've been the one telling me to shape my life in my own image, instead of letting myself be carried around by others' whims. You wouldn't even settle for me being a knight. Not a knight as I understood it, anyway. I tried to toss all of that aside when I went back home, but being there just made me feel more strongly about it than ever. I can't imagine you of all people would lose faith in your own ideals." "I'm having just as much trouble imagining it," Edelgard said. "Yet here I am, and I find them unable to grant me that courage they once had. Especially since you infect every single person you meet with those ideals, like it's some virulent disease. No wonder the church hates you." Ingrid let out a sigh. I was at my lowest point when I went back to Galatea. Your ideals had filled me up so much that when I tried to set them all aside and resign myself to the life my father and brother wanted for me, I just felt emptier and hungrier for them than ever before. In the end, being there and experiencing all that pain made me realize that all I wanted was to be free to help my home in my own way, using my own skills, not making myself subservient to a world I couldn't stand to be a part of. If I'd submitted to that, I might as well have chosen to die. And I did feel guilty about leaving my brothers, but at the same time, a part of me felt as though if the goddess herself came down from heaven and told me to go back to them or burn for 1,000 years in Alel, I'd spit in her face and tell her, "No, I think you can tell which part won out in the end." In spite of her awful mood, Edelgard felt herself let out a genuine laugh. "Again, I know our situations aren't comparable," Ingrid said, "but maybe this night here is your Galatea. Perhaps it is. I've had plenty of Galatees over the past 12 years, or at least I thought I had, Edelgard said. But this feels different than those. Is it really any different, though? Ingrid wondered. You declared a war against the goddess, Edelgard. You stood up to a world that knew that crests were a divine blessing and proof of the strong's right to rule over the weak as much as it knew that 2 and 2 make 4. Should I declare a war against time, then, next? Edelgard asked her. She didn't make much of an effort not to sound bitter. Maybe you should. Ingrid reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Edelgard, what I mean is that, even if the entire world says you're wrong, even if you start believing you're wrong, I won't. Your ideals saved me from a miserable life. I won't give them up. And I'll fight to my last breath to defend them, to protect you from your own doubts just as I'd protect you against anyone else who tries to harm you. I mean, I can't say it any other way. She took a deep breath, her green eyes steely and resolute. Let me be your knight. Edelgard took her hand and placed it atop Ingrid's. It was so warm. Fresh tears burned her weary eyes, and the fire felt oddly cleansing. Ever since her encounter with Thales, she'd felt as helpless as a child, whether waking or sleeping. No matter how long it had been since he had stripped her down to the bone of everything she'd held dear, the suffering he had forced her to endure had left a permanent scar in her mind. And on that day a week ago, in the hold of that ship, Thales had plunged a blade anew into that scar and twisted it with all his might, leaving her with his laughter ringing in her ears and a psyche bearing old wounds as fresh now as they had been when he had first made them. And just as Dmitri had returned to a feverish, anguished wreck, as he had been in the throes of those experiments and rituals that had given him such scars, so too had Edelgard been thrust into the past, into the prison her tormentors had fashioned for her. Dmitri's greatest flaw was that he was often too tunnel-visioned, struggling to see beyond what was right in front of him. And just as Thales had exploited that flaw, so too had he exploited Edelgard's a mind that, as Dmitri's exact opposite, was all too eager to wrestle with philosophical ponderings and high concepts until it exhausted itself. Thales had enclosed her mind in a cage woven from abstractions that her fatigued mind had seized upon and dashed itself against until it was too weak to fight any longer, tangled up in the knots of fate and determinism and free will. His weaponization of time travel had served as the perfect tactic to reduce her to the state she now found herself in. But while fate was nebulous, the arms Ingrid wrapped around her were solid, and while the brutal, deterministic logic of time travel was cold, her embrace was warm. And Edelgard found herself in those arms, remembering what was solid, and warm, and real. And her weakness would pass, just as it always had, as long as she had people who would stand for her when she could not. The wounds would close, the scars would heal, perhaps not tonight, perhaps not tomorrow, or the next day, but sooner or later it would pass. Byleth, Ingrid, Dmitri, Mercedes, Marianne, and all the others, they were not fools duped into a futile struggle against fate by pretty words and deluded rhetoric. They had all found strength in the promise of freedom from oppression, a promise they would reach out and grasp for themselves. How could she have allowed Thales to make her forget that? For a moment, Edelgard could feel emboldened again. She could feel her own heart again, beating with its familiar conviction, and could feel her pulse ebb and flow again through her veins, flowing with its familiar tenacity. In that moment, she resolved that whether or not she truly had the power to affect anything, she wasn't going to let Thales simply do whatever he pleased. Even if some things were set in stone, even if all things were set in stone, she challenged herself to press onward anyway, with the hope that some things were not inevitable. That was the Edelgard von Hresvelg she would once again be when she regained the power to stand on her own 2 feet. The Edelgard von Hresvelg who was fully prepared to fight, even if it was hopeless, to the last bitter breath. For 12 years now, I've been so afraid of losing control of my life, of becoming exactly the puppet I was meant to be, she said, her voice hoarse. And what happened in Deirdre struck at the very heart of that fear. Thank you, Ingrid, thank you for being here for me, when I was too afraid to burden anybody else with my sorrow. Thank you for helping me remember myself. Ingrid nodded, her lips faintly curling into a smile turned bittersweet by the sympathetic pain in her eyes. I don't want to accept that we have no power to decide our fates any more than you do, Edelgard, she said. I suppose we're declaring war on time now. Edelgard nodded. We're going to plumb the depths of Thales' plot. And if there is even the slightest chink in its armor, the slightest chance that it can be undone, the slightest chance that there is a way to move forward and escape these chains of fate, we're going to seize it with all of our strength. Together, Ingrid said, taking her hand in a firm grip, a hard gem-like gleam twinkling in her eyes. Together, Edelgard said. She reached for the vial on her nightstand. That night, finally, she would feel herself slipping away into peaceful oblivion until dawn. Chapter 63, Return to Varley Manor. For so long, Edelgard had longed for moments when she could afford to be idle and let the fields of her plans and schemes lay fallow, but whenever those moments came, she usually found that it was surprisingly difficult to set her old habits aside and simply enjoy them. Her fingers would ache for want of a quill pen, her muscles would yearn for exercise, and her mind would beg for stimulation. In this world, she had begun to grow slightly more used to having downtime in spite of herself. But now, once again, idleness was something her mind and body would no longer abide. When she ceased to occupy herself, she would find the encroaching darkness awaiting her in the back of her mind, primed to pounce upon her like a beast of prey and devour her. She threw herself back into work. A plan was swiftly concocted with the rest of the new time squad. The White Fang assault team's next operation would be to infiltrate Research Facility Omega and seize control over Operation Antediluvian. But first, the facility's location had to be discerned. Ingrid had provided the sole clue to its location, as tenuous as it was, and while neither she nor Edelgard wanted to believe that Thales's sinister plots were headquartered in Galatea, there were no other leads. Before White Fang was committed to a course of action, the facility's location had to be discerned beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, Vul also still had to meet with his contact in Varley regarding the true nature of the hand and eye seized in Deirdre and the possibility of having more artificial limbs built for Cronia 5-3 and Hubert. Somebody would have to be sent to Galatea under the auspices of a physician to observe the plague-stricken village, record the symptoms of the afflicted villagers, and match them against the mysterious wasting disease that had swept through Remire in the weeks prior to its destruction. In the meantime, Vul needed an excuse to bring the Cronias and Hubert with him to Varley to meet with his contact. There were many thorny logistical issues that had to be untangled. While not plotting and scheming, Edelgard occupied her mind and body in other ways. Chief among them was the reason why the blade of Felix's sword, a long, subtly curved single-edged blade of Srangish make, clanged against her axe. Amid a furious flurry of strikes, her wings unfurled and she leaped back, talons raking the sandy floor of the training hall. Felix pressed onward, lightning spitting from his blade, the look in his amber eyes cold, hard, and fierce like those of a wolf as he and Edelgard engaged in a steely and frantic dance. Edelgard's axe nicked Felix's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Felix pulled back and tossed his heavy fur-lined jacket and thin armor plating aside, throwing out bolts of lightning to force Edelgard to keep her distance, and closed in again with renewed zeal and redoubled speed. Caught off guard by a perfectly executed feint, Edelgard was forced to parry a strike of Felix's sword with her bare hand, talons as thick and as sharp as any wild beast scraping against well-tempered steel. She pushed him back and, readying a strike of her axe one-handed, hurled a roiling orb of flames to the ground at his feet. A plume of sand and sparks exploded into the air. Blue lightning arced through it and Felix charged ahead, flash-melted fragments of blackened glass glittering as they clung to his sweat-soaked skin. Their blades met again, and again, and again, each one probing for an opening until Edelgard made one. Felix, with his cat-like reflexes, was always quick to cover an opening, and Edelgard had both hands on her axe drawn all the way into a sweeping and powerful backswing. Rather than make another swing with her axe in the opposite direction and miss her chance, she let the momentum continue to carry her in a clockwise spiral. The side of her tail slammed with full force into his ribs and knocked him off his feet. Before Felix could pull himself back up, he found the sharp head of Edelgard's axe resting gently upon his throat. He scowled for a moment, then laid himself back down on the floor. "Good fight, Your Majesty," he said. Edelgard stepped back, leaning on her axe's haft as though it were a cane to support her aching body. Every muscle in her body ached and burned. "Good fight, Felix," she agreed, panting for breath. "Good fight, both of you," Byleth said, stepping in between them. The rest of White Fang was watching with rapt attention, some members frantically scribbling notes into their journals. "Felix, you need to watch out for that tail. She got you with that twice. You'd have gotten 2 wins out of 3 if you'd avoided it the second time. I know, he huffed as Annette broke ranks to help him back up to his feet and heal the cut he'd sustained to his cheek and the bruises to his midsection, which were already beginning to appear on his bare, sand and glass-stained chest. I'm not used to someone using their ass as a weapon, though. Sylvain stepped out from the group and collected Felix's jacket from the floor, brushing the sand from its fur collar. I don't think the weighted training clothes are working, Felix, he said. Sure, you get faster when you take them off, but you're tanking your own stamina while you have them on. Edelgard raised an eyebrow as she watched Sylvain heave the jacket over his chest with a grunt of exertion. Excuse me, weighted training clothes? He asked Bernadetta to sew little pouches full of lead pellets into his coat. Byleth explained to her while she tended to her bruises and a few cuts Felix's sword had made. That's novel. Insensible, but novel. Do you need some time to catch your breath before we have another match? Felix asked her, sheathing his sword and taking the jacket from Sylvain. Give someone else a chance, Byleth told him. We've only got one dragon to practice on. Any volunteers? Annette raised her hand before anybody else. I can go next. As long as Edelgard's okay. Oh. I'll give it a try, Professor. Raphael volunteered. Or you can give me a chance to avenge poor Felix, Sylvain said. Felix rolled his eyes. I don't need avenging, Sylvain. I need a rematch. Poor Felix, struck down before his time. Shut up. Sometimes I can still hear his voice on the wind. Shut up. Poor Felix, laid low by Emperor Edelgard's ass. Edelgard groaned. Keep talking like that, Sylvain, and you will be laid low. By my axe. She couldn't help but get the impression, though, that quite a lot of her former Blue Lions classmates were very eager to fight her, and while her brain told her it was because they all now fully knew just how much more experienced than them she was, her gut worried that they may have resented her for what she'd kept hidden from them. Next was Raphael, and then Sylvain, and through each match Edelgard could tell that each subsequent student was learning from their predecessors' mistakes, each adjusting more readily to fighting an opponent with the claws and horns and tail of a beast but the mind and keen awareness of a human. Throughout the afternoon she got 2 wins out of 3 against Raphael, then barely eked out 2 against Sylvain, not just because she was tired, but because he was good. They were all good, of course, her fellow students, but what he lacked in strength compared to Raphael or ferocity compared to Felix, he made up for with the quick wit that served him so well in battle. You'll be next, Annette, Byleth decided once Sylvain had set down his lance. Annette pumped her fists in the air. 3 rounds, same as before. Edelgard, whenever you're ready. It shouldn't be more than 10 or 15 minutes, Edelgard assured her, picking up her axe and returning to the sidelines to sit down on the bench. Rarely did sitting down feel quite so good. Great work, Edelgard, Ignatz said, still furiously scribbling notes. I could hardly keep track of you two out there. Bernadetta leaned toward her, peering curiously at her. As soon as Edelgard noticed, which was almost immediately, she reared back and covered her eyes with her hands. Sorry for staring. It's just, looks like my adjustments. Edelgard nodded. Yes, they've worked perfectly. All the times I've transformed, and not a stitch out of place or a loose thread to show for it. She reached down to brush the sand off her legs, feeling the tough, smooth scales that covered them from the thighs down under her scaly palms. Do you think you could do something about my boots as well? My talons aren't fond of them, but neither am I fond of going barefoot. I've never worked with shoes before, Bernadetta said. But it's all just leather, right? I could open up the toes, or you could wear sandals, she suggested. Sandals? Yes, I suppose I could, Edelgard replied, especially with the weather getting warmer. Ingrid rested a hand on one of her wings. Edelgard, she said. You're due for another, she trailed off, likely deciding that in present company it might be embarrassing to use the word grooming. In due time, Edelgard said. She caught sight of Sylvain's face, which despite its scars and the crooked notch left in his nose had regained much of its former smarminess, and decided as Ingrid probably had that the last person who should know who took care of her feathers was him. After much less than 10 minutes, she stood up again and readied herself for another match, taking her axe with her into the center of the training hall's arena while Annette eased her way into her war cleric's armor and strapped aura gauntlets to her hands. "No axe this time, Annette?" Edelgard asked while she did a few preliminary stretches and some practice swings of her axe. "Maybe later," Annette said. "I bet you could teach me a lot of new tricks you've been hiding from us, though. Maybe we could make a bet." "A bet?" Edelgard cocked her head. "I see. If you get the best 2 out of 3, you want me to teach you all the hidden axe techniques I've learned during my 5 years as a wartime emperor, is that it?" Annette nodded. "Yeah." Edelgard supposed she could do Annette one better, and teach her all the hidden axe techniques Annette had learned during the 5-year war, though she hoped she could hide that fact from her well enough. She didn't look forward to the idea that she might have to be specific over which Blue Lions students she'd known well in her world and which ones she hadn't. It was painful enough with just Ingrid knowing. "And what do I get if I win?" Annette stroked her chin thoughtfully. You know, I hadn't really thought about that." Sylvain let out a sharp, wheezing bark of a laugh. "Well, somebody's confident. Go kick her tail, Annie. Do it for Felix." "Stop telling people to avenge me," Felix huffed, crossing his arms and pouting on the sidelines with him. "I'll make you a cake," Annette said. "A huge one. Though it might have to wait until the pantry gets resupplied." "I suppose that's fair enough." Edelgard readied her axe and dropped into a combat stance while Annette put up her fists. "On the professor's mark." Byleth sat down on the bench, taking Edelgard's spot. "Go," she shouted. Edelgard and Annette fought. For her petite size, though she was only slightly more petite than Edelgard was herself, Annette was shockingly scrappy, and the magic-infused gauntlets channeled her greatest strength, her magic, into the brawling skills she had honed in her final weeks at Garreg Mach under Raphael's and Balthus' tutelage. Raphael spent the entire time shouting words of encouragement to her. After one win from Edelgard and one tie, the two of them fought until their last round came to a halt, both panting for breath. Edelgard rested her hands on her knees, her lungs burning. Annette slumped down to her knees, the metal frame of her armored battle skirt resting on the sandy floor. "Good fight, Edelgard," Annette said, bowing her head. Sweat dripped from her nose. "Phew. Guess I'm baking that cake for you." "Good fight, Annette," Edelgard agreed, her lungs burning freshly with every labored heave of her chest. "I think I might teach you those secret axe techniques, anyway," she added, and then she dropped to the floor like a stone. "Ah, it's all right," Annette said. "The boys softened you up for me. It wasn't fair." "I think that's enough for the day," Byleth decided, standing up. "Ignatz, Bernadetta, we'll put you two against Edelgard in the woods tomorrow, a venue more appropriate for snipers. Then we'll all go over what we learned and how we can apply it to Catherine and any other dragon soldiers Rhea might have. If we want to replicate fighting Catherine, we should have a proper mock battle," Felix huffed. "All of us against her, out on the field where we had our first one." "Edelgard is strong, but every one-on-one is hardly fair," Ignatz said. "What would we learn from that?" Ingrid helped Edelgard back up to her feet while Raphael did the same for Annette. Edelgard weakly draped a wing over Ingrid's shoulders. Every single limb, from her arms to her wings to her tail to her legs, felt limp like wilted vegetables. "Ingrid," she mumbled, "I think I'm too tired to even change back." "Well, it's no wonder," Ingrid said. "All this exercise, and after only 2 nights of decent sleep since we left Derdriu. Everyone, rinse off and break for dinner, we'll meet up in the dining hall," Byleth called out, and then, taking her crutches, she eased herself toward the doors with Edelgard and Ingrid. "Thank you for doing this, Edelgard," she said. Edelgard collected the boots she had set aside to better use her talons in battle. "If I can serve as a teaching aid, it's my pleasure. It's just a shame we don't have more dragons to practice against," Byleth said. Then she thought for a moment. "Well, not really." Edelgard's eyes caught a flash of green. In the distance she noticed, standing beside the open doors of the training hall, Seath, accompanied by Ferdinand and another, hopefully more dutiful imperial soldier. "Speaking of dragons," she, Byleth, and Ingrid met him at the doors. Seath was wearing his usual stern frown. "Professor," he said with a curt nod. "Lady Edelgard. Lady Ingrid. How long have you been there?" Byleth asked him. "More than long enough," he said. "Edelgard," Ferdinand said, pushing past him, "are you all right? Will you be needing to see Professor Manuela for any bruises, fractures?" Edelgard waved him away. "I'm just sore," she assured him, and she knew that by tomorrow morning at the latest she would likely feel even sorer. "I cannot say I approve of what I have witnessed, Professor," Seath said, his tone as clipped and terse as it typically was when he was reprimanding somebody. "I understand," Byleth said, nodding. "Do you?" he asked. "Watching you teach your students how best to fight and kill my own kind." "Well, I hardly think Professor Byleth would want her students to kill Lady Edelgard," Ferdinand pointed out. "That is correct, is it not, Professor? But that is the desired result, is it not?" Seath asked. "That these students know, these soldiers learn to fell my kin in battle? I cannot sanction Lady Edelgard's use toward such purposes," he said with a sad shake of his head. "Though, admittedly, I have little say in the matter anymore." "And what are we supposed to do to combat Rhea?" Edelgard asked him. "Would you rather we lay down our arms and refuse to raise so much as a hand toward her and the half-Nabatean soldiers she has made, even in self-defense? In other words, to surrender at the mere sight of a dragon on the battlefield?" "Yes, that would be nice," he admitted. "But surely even you can see that humans cannot accept such reasoning." "I suppose I can," he said begrudgingly. He cleared his throat. "Well, on an unrelated note, Lady Edelgard, I have been meaning to speak to you in private. If I may." "I can't see the harm," Edelgard said. "I would like to speak to you in my office, if it has not been commandeered." "I believe," Ferdinand interjected, "it is being used by His Majesty, Emperor Burkhard." "Well, then, the Archbishop's chambers." "Dimitri's convalescing in there," Byleth said. A flash of irritation puckered Seath's lips. "Ah. The cathedral, then. It's a bit far, for both of you," Ingrid said. He sighed. "The pond, then." It was overcast out, there weren't likely to be as many people there as there had been yesterday. "I'll be along as soon as I've finished washing up," Edelgard said, finally mustering the strength to return fully to her human form. She rejoined with Seath after washing up and getting a fresh change of clothes to speak to him in private, for a loose definition of private, guided along by their entourage until they came to a bench overlooking the little reservoir resting against Garreg Mach's inner walls just before the marketplace. With the sky so grey, the smooth surface of the water had turned steely. After Byleth and Ingrid had gone off to the dining hall and Ferdinand and the Imperial soldier had taken themselves aside to stand guard at more of a distance, Seath spoke. "I do apologize for keeping you from your supper," he told Edelgard. He took a deep breath. "I have, of course, heard the news about your sister Heidi Marie. I suppose Vul couldn't wait to tell you." "No, he could not," he sighed. "I will admit, the idea that Lady Rhea is still doing to others what she did to you both surprises and unnerves me. She must have taken the chalice of beginnings and a collection of creststone fragments with her when she fled this place without confiding in me. I must admit that I find myself quite conflicted about it. On the one hand, I am not comfortable with her reckless experimentation. Yet on the other, if she is bringing more Nabateans into the world, then they are my kin all the same. The thought that the kingdom and imperial army may slay more of us in battle is terrifying to conceive." "I understand," Edelgard said. "Pardon my earlier bluntness on the subject. Lady Edelgard, if you will, think for a moment about the demonic beasts roaming Fodlan. A beast may become such a vile creature if it should ingest a fragment of a creststone or otherwise come to have one in its body. Ask yourself how so many creststone fragments came to be spread to all corners of this continent," Seath said. "After the massacre at Xanadu, Nemesis and what would later become his 10 elites traveled the length and breadth of Fodlan, striking down one Nabatean clan after another. Every nest of demonic beasts across the land is a living testament to a Nabatean who was killed in that general area. I suppose that is why the Knights of Syros go out beast hunting," Edelgard reasoned. "Not just because demonic beasts are a threat to humans, but so that their crest stones can be collected, and knowing Rhea, I take it she was more concerned with the latter than the former. Is that where Rhea's collection in the Holy Tomb comes from? Most of it, Seath said, nodding. So you can see how, although Rhea created the Church of Ceros out of our own best interest of survival, it has also done much good for the people of Fodlan. Yes, but largely incidentally, Edelgard retorted. And it has done much ill for the people of Fodlan as well, not only incidentally but purposefully. He crossed his arms. I admit that there are matters we could have paid more attention to and done more about, but in terms of broad strokes, I strongly disagree. I should hardly find myself surprised, she said. But I digress. Well, then, Seath, do you think Rhea would lay down her arms and surrender to our terms in exchange for having you and Flayn safely returned to her? If such a thing were possible, this war could end quite easily with no loss of Nabatean life. Seath shook his head. I doubt Rhea would be swayed by such a thing. Or rather, it is Ceros whom I think would not be swayed. Oh. Allow me to educate you on how I first met Ceros. As I believe she has told you, she was the only survivor of the massacre at Xanadu. I met her some time later, after I and my wife were forced to flee with Flayn from our home on the Rhodos coast. She had been wandering for quite some time at that point and had honed herself into a frightful living weapon. Not a thought was in her head save for vengeance against Nemesis and the death of all who served him. She was quite unrecognizable compared to her modern incarnation of Lady Rhea, but, reflecting on it, there is somebody she reminds me of. And who would that be? Edelgard asked, though she had a very good idea of who Seath was talking about. Your stepbrother, he said to her. King Dimitri. Tell me, Edelgard, do you think any force in this world or the next could persuade Dimitri to surrender and kneel before Lady Rhea? No, she admitted. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. He would only fall to his knees, if his head fell to the floor along with them. Seath nodded grimly. Precisely. That was exactly my assessment of Ceros when I met her, years before she met Wilhelm Paul Hresvelg and founded the Adrestian Empire. During the war, her obsession with vengeance never wavered or weakened in the slightest. It only grew stronger. It propelled her in every battle. It was clear that she would rather die than suffer defeat. That burning hatred never left her. Even today, it is clear that it remains within her, and that it always will. He sighed and hung his head. The one thing she could never abide was the thought of living in a world where she had failed. Edelgard had felt the same way. She had known from the moment she had taken the first step of her plan to save Fodlan from both the Church and the Agarthans that she would give anything, every life at her disposal, even her own, especially her own, to her cause. She had known that she would not have been able to bear to live in a world where she had failed. She had known that if the Knights of Ceros or the Kingdom of Faerghus army or both would have stormed her palace or routed her on the battlefield, she would not have permitted them to take her alive, to subject her to the horrors of imprisonment and whatever vile retribution they might take it upon themselves to visit upon their helpless captive while she awaited her eventual trial and inevitable execution. She felt a horrible pang in her heart, and she could feel that the darkness she had found there the other night that had come so close to breaking her was back. Was she already living in such a world? No, she clenched her fists and told herself no. She couldn't allow herself to give in, to accept that wicked fatalism that had already nearly destroyed her. Lady Edelgard, Seath noticed, his brow furrowing, his one remaining green eye glistening with concern, I apologize for upsetting you. Pardon my bluntness on the subject. Edelgard took a deep breath to steel herself and calm her nerves. Thank you for your concern, but I am fine, she said. However, Rhea does live in a world where she has failed, doesn't she? Seath raised his eyebrow. The children of the 10 elites, ignorant of their ancestors' atrocities, still continue to use the hearts and bones of her kin as weapons. Those who the Agarthans still slither in the dark, probing the myriad weaknesses of the society she has built. The remaining Nabateans continue to live in hiding. Ah, he said. You do have a point. By the time the war had ended, I had already retreated to Xanadu with Flayn to watch over her convalescence. I know not of those early days in which the Empire and the Church solidified its hold over Fodlan, save for what Lady Rhea has told me. But there is some sense in what you say. Perhaps that failure to do right by our people is what has made Rhea so obsessed with reviving Suthis and creating more Nabateans. She couldn't live with her failure. But as one of the last of her kind, neither could she die, Edelgard said. She has wallowed in that despair, then, for nearly a dozen centuries. But this war, this strike against her, has rekindled the fire of Ceros within her. And it is that fire that makes her so intractable an opponent. Now that this war has begun, either Lady Rhea will die or Dimitri will. Neither will bend, but only break. That is what troubles you. Yes. And, I take it, you as well. I do not wish to see more Nabateans die. I do not wish to see any of my kind die for any reason save for the exceedingly mundane. Seath shook his head. And I am certain you do not wish for your sister Heidi Marie to die in battle. Nor do I wish to see any of my other siblings, including Dimitri, meet their end opposing the Church of Ceros, or any of my classmates. Of course, if I were to meet my end opposing the Church of Ceros, that would also be the death of a Nabatean, would it not? Edelgard asked. Yes, Seath said. Yes, you are correct. So, logically speaking, you should not oppose the Church of Ceros. You would like that, wouldn't you? She retorted. But even if you can look past the harm the Church of Ceros has done to the people of Fodlan, I cannot. Anyway, perhaps there is still some way this conflict can still be resolved peacefully, she suggested, though her mind kept turning to Ferdiad in flames. It may not be apparent to us now, but none of us truly know what the future may hold. Perhaps, though it may be optimistic of me to say so, even Saint Ceros can be persuaded to lay down her sword. If it is impossible, then it is impossible, but if it is even remotely possible, then there is a chance. None of us truly know what the future may hold. She clutched that thought like a talisman. Mentally, she pressed back against the encroaching darkness. There was still good cause not to yield so readily to an immutable pathway of time. She had to remember that Ingrid was still standing with her, as long as she couldn't stand alone. And Byleth, too, in this world in her own, and happy, and... There was a distant sound of laughter, and Edelgard and Seath both turned their heads in the direction of its origin to find Hedwig and Flame dashing into the greenhouse, followed by Hedwig's retainer Kasia, an imperial soldier, and Joachim, the three of whom seemed to have resigned themselves to being the two girls' chaperones. A smile played across Seath's face. Flame and Hetty do get along quite well, don't they? Edelgard asked, feeling just as eager as he to change the subject. Yes, indeed, he said, nodding along. Ah, it has been so long since she had a friend. I had forgotten how it feels to see her with one. That, Edelgard thought, was obvious. Not counting the time she was asleep, if you had her before the War of Heroes began and the Adrestian Empire was founded, she must be at least a century old by now, she reasoned. Is that how long Nabatean adolescence lasts? No, he said. More like 150 to 200 years after one has first quickened, of course. Growing up as a full-blooded Nabatean sounded like an utterly grueling and miserable experience, Edelgard thought. Imagine being an adolescent for 200 years. She supposed immortal beings must have experienced the passage of time quite differently, but all the same, it sounded quite intolerable. As long as her adolescence supposedly had lasted, though, Flame must have had no choice, despite Seath's wishes, but to grow up quite quickly coming of age in the shadow of a genocide in front of a backdrop of war and oppression. That forced upon adulthood may have been disguised by the sheltered life she had led since then and her father's insistence upon grasping futilely at her innocence as though it were sand trickling through his fingers, but Edelgard had a feeling it was still there, buried deep down within her. As immature as Flame was in dealing with other people making her the perfect counterpart to 13-year-old Hedwig, at least for now she had always spoken far less childishly to Edelgard about her fears and the pain hiding in her heart. Perhaps Flame was already an adult, or at least as much of one as she could be without her father's insistence on stunting her growth. After all, had she not dragged Vul, in his guise as Seath, herself through the snow to bring him safely back to Garreg Mach? That, she supposed, had been the real Flame, not a dainty and delicate little girl, but a survivor with an ironclad spirit. Of course, being a survivor with iron in one's blood did not preclude one from having moments of weakness. Edelgard knew that well from her own experience. But Flayn is quite close to adulthood, Seath admitted. In another few years, perhaps a decade at most, she will be fully grown. I suppose that in another few years, perhaps a decade at most, you will be saying the same exact thing, Edelgard said to him. I would appreciate it if you did not lecture me on the subject of fatherhood, he huffed. Of course, like all adolescents, Flayn was always in a hurry to grow up, he continued. After she awakened from her sleep, I suppose I pushed back quite hard against that. After everything she had witnessed in battle, I wished more than anything for my child to be a child again. Were it so easy, she muttered. After she woke, he mused, I never gave her much of an opportunity to seek out others, I feared too much for her safety. If Vul had not taken my place, I would never have allowed her to make friends with Lady Hedwig. It seems his, significantly more lax parenting has made my daughter much happier. And now here she is playing, just like she would with my brother's children 1200 years ago. Edelgard found herself smiling. I suppose there is some lesson to be learned in that. A more mischievous side of her considered telling him what she had told Ingrid about fathers, just to see the horrified look that he would have on his face, but thankfully she had more than enough self-control to keep it to herself. Ah, yes, I suppose it is amusing, Seath said, crossing his arms, oblivious to what she was actually smiling at. Just the other day, she said to him, realizing she now had to come up with a less insulting reason to have been amusing herself at his expense, I'd been telling Hedwig that she didn't need to grow up quite so quickly. So we are not so different, Lady Edelgard. But at least Hedwig will be an adult in 5 or 6 years or so, she added. We humans have such short lives. We have to savor them, if we can. Those humans, Seath corrected. Edelgard let out a disarmed laugh. Do you think me being half Nabatean makes me just as immortal? It is hard to imagine what else you might be, he said. She felt her heart sink into her stomach. Pardon me, Seath, she said, standing up. This has been an enlightening conversation, but I've put off dinner for long enough. Oh, he said, taking hold of his cane and easing himself up off the bench. Yes, one must eat. I do apologize if I have disturbed you. No, not at all, Edelgard lied. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, Lady Edelgard, even if we cannot come to an agreement on every little thing, Seath said. I, too, hope that perhaps Lady Ria's and King Dimitri's fates are not so unavoidable. For all his faults, Dimitri does have an earnest heart, it seems, and a desire to do right by those he cares for, despite his past wickedness. Edelgard felt her gaze drawn upward to the monastery's looming central building, specifically to the third-floor balcony terrace that was connected to Archbishop Ria's bedchamber. Supposedly, Dimitri was still in there, having made his enemy's den his own to curl up in and lick his wounds. Seath shook his head, a frown deepening the lines and faint scars etched into his face. But to think he would take Lady Ria's bed. There is something perverse about that. Edelgard tried to count the number of times she and Byleth had slept together in that bed during those last 6 months of the war after her awakening and failed. Something perverse indeed, she mused, thinking about how apoplectic Seath would be if he knew that. Something perverse indeed. The doors to Dimitri's impromptu bedroom seemed cold. Edelgard wondered if the foreboding feeling, the chill that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end and raised goose flesh on her skin, emanated merely from Dimitri's chilling melancholy, or if it was because she had once known this room as a prison when Ria had taken her to once again reshape her body into something new and monstrous. Nevertheless, she knocked on the door in front of her, expecting nothing but hoping for a response. Dimitri's surly voice emanated from within, muffled and distant. If it is official business, I defer you to General Molinaro for the time being. His tone was weak and passionless. Didu is swamped with more than enough paperwork for the time being, Edelgard responded. He has enlisted Felix and Sylvain to help him muddle through it all so that he can get back to his spycraft, a much better use of his finely honed skills, if you ask me. There was no reply, but she could hear a frantic shuffling and stamping of feet within. Then there was nothing. Dimitri, Edelgard said. You've pushed even Byleth and Marianne away again. Do you really think you're strong enough to struggle through this alone, if you cannot even muster the strength to look your friends in the eyes? You of all people should know better than to be here, Edelgard, Dmitri coldly answered. Edelgard crossed her arms. I understand, D. I know what it's like to be afraid of yourself, afraid of what you could be capable of. Do you think you're the only person here who has feared that their darkest thoughts might explode from their body? I nearly murdered you. Nearly. Dmitri was quiet for a handful of seconds more. I cannot let Marianne see me. Why not? She loves you, Dmitri. The two of you wish to wed each other. I followed you both to Deirdre for it. Because she merely thought she was a beast. But Edelgard, I am one. If my fist had traveled only an inch to the side, the stain your brains had left on the floor would not yet have been scrubbed off yet. He sighed. I may not have been there to see the thing that Mercedes transformed into when Cornelia took hold of her, but I know that it was a function of her crests. That same beast dwells within me. And within me, Edelgard said, in my own world, in my own body. Dmitri, no two people feel the same pain in the same way, but if you shut out everybody who tries to sympathize, you'll be completely alone. And when you're alone, there's nobody to help you stand on your own feet when the burdens you carry become too great. Byleth taught me that. Dmitri was quiet again, giving her no response. There are some people who go their whole lives without feeling the unconditional love others take for granted, she added. Once I thought that I was doomed to be one of those people. But I was not, and neither are you. There are people who won't give up on you, no matter how far you fall, people who can help you lift yourself back up. What if I had told you that I had meant to strike you? That your response, somehow as arrogant as it was helpless, had so enraged me that I had truly intended to murder you where you stood. I would say that you were a poor liar, Edelgard said, though you always have been. At such close range, you would have had to have been, she almost said, half-blind. Suffering from a severe concussion at best to miss me. You were trying to frighten me away, weren't you? Naivete does not suit you, Edelgard, Dmitri replied to her. Stay away from me. Leave me here and go to those who deserve you. Our classmates, Ingrid, Byleth, your own world and your own people, leave me here and go back to them. It would have been truly naive of me, she retorted, to shriek as though I'd just seen a rat and scurry away with my not-so-proverbial tail between my legs. We stared down the Immaculate One. She chuckled. Do you think I would be frightened of you? You should be, he growled. Enough of this. As much as I wish you had all the free time in the world to wallow in your guilt, you have a duty to your people. A duty to your kingdom, to all of Fodlan. To the people you have led and those you have misled alike. I know that in your current state, it must feel like an impossible burden to carry, but with me helping you, surely that would make it only half as impossible. Dmitri was silent. I have already had dinner, Edelgard threatened, and my schedule for this evening is completely empty. I can stand here all night. It was an empty threat, every inch of her legs was sore, and that was just the beginning. But Dmitri didn't know that, nor did he need to. There was the faint sound of movement within the archbishop's bedchamber, and finally, the door slowly swung open. Dmitri was on the other side. His one eye, red-rimmed, swollen, and inflamed, sat in a sunken socket ringed with pallid gray that hung over his cheek. His white hair fell, lank and snarled, over his bandaged brow. He was hunched over, shoulders slumping, chest sunken, dressed in two-day-old bedclothes that were rumpled and smelled sourly of dried sweat. Edelgard felt her heart break. The sight that greeted her was one she had last seen in the mirror of her bedroom, when she had just been released from her captivity underneath the imperial palace. Goddess, Dmitri looked exactly as he must have looked on the very day Thales had unleashed him upon an unsuspecting world. His dry lips parted so agonizingly painstakingly that the sound of them separating was almost audible. Edelgard, he rasped. Thank you, Edelgard replied. I know just how hard it is to let me in. He nodded and turned his back to her, trudging back into the room. Edelgard followed him inside. The sight that greeted her was of a room in shambles. Dmitri had actually completely dismantled Ria's massive plush four-poster bed, the ornate wooden frame of its canopy had been snapped and splintered like twigs and the silken curtains reduced to ragged scraps, the mattress had been ripped in half and all of the bedsheets piled up in one corner of the room. I am sorry you have to see this room in such a state, Dmitri muttered, still not looking at her. This room was yet another prison for me, Edelgard replied. Desecrating it could only lift my spirits. I had to destroy the bed. Otherwise I might have slept on it, he explained. She reached out for him, but he recoiled, like a cat that didn't want to be pet. Do not touch me, he snapped. I fear what I may do to you. Edelgard, you were correct. I had only thrown my fist to frighten you away. But as soon as my knuckle grazed your ear, I realized how much force I had put behind that blow, and how swiftly your life would have come to an end if I had possessed an ounce less of self-control, or if you had flinched in just the wrong way. Edelgard withdrew her hand. Do you see now, Edelgard? He shook his head. Father's voice is quiet now. I can think again. And what I think is that we will keep meeting like this. I, brought low, filled with a pain I fully deserve for my horrible deeds, and you, offering me succor. Every time I will be brought lower and lower, and every time you come to my aid I will take more and more from you. I will never give anything back in return. Edelgard, you should go and devote yourself to finding a way back home. Leave me in this world. You still feel your father's presence in your head, him and the other ghosts. Yes. You may not believe in ghosts, but I do. I must. What choice do I have? And your father always urges you to seek vengeance. He nodded. Was your father a vengeful man in life? She asked. No, he said. He was patient, and kind, and gentle. He cared only of being a good father and a good king. Then why is he exhorting you to burn yourself on a pyre of vengeance? Edelgard asked. If your father wished to speak to you from beyond the living world, wouldn't he be telling you to be the king he raised you to become? You don't understand. He shook his head. You don't understand at all. I understand the temptation to think the dead would want you to avenge them. I understand how much you want to believe you know what they want. But I've lost enough myself to understand that nobody speaks to you from beyond this mortal coil. I know how difficult that is to accept when you miss them so much, but you, Dmitri, are giving life to those voices, not them. You have to teach yourself to let them go. Dmitri bowed his head, still pointedly avoiding her gaze. Do these speeches soothe your own troubled mind, Edelgard? Admittedly, yes, a little, Edelgard said. Dmitri. I know you're in unfathomable pain. But the kingdom of Faerghus needs you. Fodlan needs you. I know how cruel it might seem to remind you of that. But to wallow like this, drowning yourself in your own guilt, acting as though you exist in a universe comprised solely of yourself and your own pain, is simply irresponsible when you have duties to perform. She walked in a slow arc around him until she could see his face. Dmitri, you're not helping anybody right now, she said, once again offering him her hand. Least of all yourself. Reach out to me like the human you are. When humans reach out for each other, there is nothing they cannot overcome. He stared down at her open hand. People aren't as strong as you think they are, he said to her. People are never as weak as you expect, she retorted. He stood there, silent, a crumbling monolith looming over her, his single eye glistening as tears thawed its icy blue and rolled in a single neat channel down his cheek. Even now, he whispered, his voice hoarse, as his shoulders began to quake. Even here, when I stand before you like this, you would still reach out your hand to a wretch like me. It's because you stand before me like this, Edelgard said to him, that I would still reach out my hand to you. Because I knew somebody who would give me their hand when I needed it most. Dmitri very slowly raised one hand and brought it close to hers. Their fingertips brushed against each other, their touch lingering for only a warm fragment of time, a soft and subtle fraction of a second. His lips curled and pulled the corners of his mouth into a tormented smile. We have a thorny path to walk from here on, Edelgard told him. Perhaps a narrow path, or perhaps not even a path at all. Thales seems to have done his best to ensure that. But even so, whatever we find waiting for us at the end, we have to press forward and believe that the challenges that lie before us can be overcome. We have to walk that path together. He reached out, his movements even slower now, even more plodding and careful and cautious, and the tips of his fingers touched her cheek with the lightness of feathers and brushed a lock of her hair from her brow. Thank you, El, he sniffled, wiping his eye on his sleeve. His voice was now little more than a hoarse croak. "Thank you." He retreated from her, still too wary to do much more than give her the lightest touch, as though she were a glass vase and he a clumsy boar. He choked back a sob as he slowly sank to his knees. After everything I've gone through, he asked himself, everything I've suffered, how can I still be so weak? You must be so weary of seeing me laid low like this, over and over again. On the contrary, I expect it, Edelgard told him, crouching down in front of him and resting her hand on his heart, feeling it beat under the clammy skin of his muscular chest. You've heard it so many times before, I wager. Suffering builds character, strengthens the mind, hardens the body. Those who benefit the most from inflicting such suffering love to dress their selfishness and sadism up as benevolence. But what it actually does, those horrific things people like you and I have endured, is leave a hairline fracture right here in our hearts. A single weakness, amid all that strength and hardness, and when something strikes at that fracture in our hearts, right there, it's enough to make us crumble to pieces all on its own. I've been so selfish, he muttered. I was so lost in my own pain I never stopped to consider yours. It's an easy pain to get lost in, she said. It's understandable that sometimes, you need help finding your way through it. Even I needed a hand to take hold of. She reached down and took his hand. As long as I am here, I don't mind taking hold of yours, Dmitri. Dmitri rested his head upon her shoulder, and Edelgard remained with him until the last of his tears had been shed. Eventually, she retreated from the room, closing the doors behind her and making her way down the hall. Byleth and Marianne were both waiting expectantly for her. I think he's ready to see you again, she told them. Edelgard had avoided visiting her world in her Byleth before, when she had been in the throes of the worst her earlier fragile mental state had at the time had to offer. But once she had gotten, while far from over it, to the point where she had at least been managing it fairly well, emboldened by how well she'd handled herself with Dmitri earlier that evening, she felt well enough to ask the other world's Byleth to send her home. After all, she was tired of having her wife worry about her, having her wife be afraid for her, asking her wife to act as a salve for another fresh emotional wound. She was tired of demanding, of imposing, of taking so much while giving so little. Even if it didn't bother Byleth to give and give and give, it bothered her. This time, she told herself, she would be the salve her wife needed. It was only fair and long overdue. And besides, Edelgard had long ago had to admit that she did often try to help herself by helping others. It was a quality that she, Byleth, and Ingrid all shared. Fortunately, she came to her world to find work to be done. It was staring at her, in fact, in the face. She was at her desk, staring down a mound of reports from various regions of Fodlan. Byleth, Ellie sighed, leaning back into her chair, can we put this off until tomorrow? There Byleth was. Right there, at her side, sliding into place as Edelgard's field of vision shifted. Her eyes really were so much brighter than the other world's Byleth, her lips fuller, her smile warmer, yes, warmer even than that. Or perhaps it was a trick of the light, a quirk of the lamps casting their warm glow on her face. No, Byleth said with a rueful shake of her head. There's a meeting tomorrow. Bright and early in the morning. Ugh. I know. Ugh. Yeah. Why can't we reschedule? We're the Emperor and her wife. We can't have other people in the government thinking we're lazy. The Black Eagles all know. Besides them. Edelgard cleared her throat. Excuse me. Oh, good. Ellie said, sitting up straight. Edelgard's here. She can do all the work for me. You came at a bad time, Elle, Byleth said while Edelgard took control and took a look at the daunting pile in front of her. Goddess, Ellie must have been putting this off for days. She sifted through them. A few regional quibbles and squabbles in the Eastern Empire, formerly Leicester, a report on the resettlement of the refugees from Shamhala, something about a few of them wanting to go back underground and make a new city called Neo-Shamhala, another quelled minor uprising in the former Frildarius territory, which apparently all of Edelgard's least favorite members of the nobility had fled to. Ellie made a gagging sound in her throat. Another one, she sighed. You have to wonder why the people living there give those parasites the time of day anymore. The nobles don't even do anything, they just take their food and their money and... Edelgard schemed the report. and set fires to village infrastructure while wearing imperial uniforms. Trying to foment a revolt, are they? And under the flimsiest pretenses. She stroked her chin. Well, if imperial soldiers are doing such heinous things, they certainly need to be disciplined by their superior officers, and disciplined publicly so that the people know their actions do not reflect the will of the emperor. Perhaps we should delegate this to Hubert and have him handle the details. All right, Byleth said, taking the report. We'll set that one aside. What's next? The two of them continued working their way through the reports. There were more headaches from the former Fair Gus and Lester, of course. Poring over them, Edelgard reflected that she was walking in the footsteps of Emperor Lycian I and Syros, who had brought Nemesis former territories under the banner of the Adrestian Empire and the Church of Syros following the end of the War of Heroes. She stole a glance at Byleth, briefly meeting her beautiful gaze. If she was having the same headaches the second Emperor of Adrestia had once suffered through, then did that make Byleth her Syros? Surely not. Byleth may have been created as a vessel for Rhea's aims, but she had grown to be so much more at her side. She and Edelgard were not following in their predecessors' footsteps. If the lineage of Hresvelg and Syros was a melody, then the two of them were the counter-melody. If the lineage of Hresvelg and Syros were dissonance, then the two of them were consonance. What are you thinking, El? Byleth asked her, jolting her out of her reverie. Oh, nothing, my love, Edelgard said, fixing her attention back to her work. I, had to rest my eyes for a moment. At Ellie's insistence, this is such tiring and tedious work. By staring at me? Well, the sight is so refreshing, my love. With a smile, Byleth leaned in and pressed her lips gently to Edelgard's cheek. Edelgard worked through the blood rushing to her head, feeling a giddy smile plaster itself to her face. Are you enjoying the work? Byleth asked her. It's nice to be in control of my empire again, if only for a while, she answered. If it's not too much of a strain on the other Byleth, perhaps we can do this more regularly. Though I'd hate to overuse her power if it turns out she needs it later. Byleth pursed her lips. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Edelgard chuckled. It's fine. I'm fine. I know something's wrong. You always get this way when something's wrong. Do I? Oh, no, my love, don't worry about me. Is something bothering you? No, nothing's bothering me. What's bothering you? No, you tell me. You first. No, you. No, you. Just tell me what's on your mind, bye. Ellie told me you had a severe reaction when she took control of her body. And about what happened to Dimitri, Byleth said sternly. It's true, Ellie spoke up. I told her everything. Byleth put a hand gently to Edelgard's shoulder blades and slowly began to rub them. Tell me what's wrong. Oh, it's all right, I'm fine now, Edelgard insisted. I'm simply enjoying being here with you, working hard on important matters and taking my mind off. Off of what? Byleth asked. I don't want to burden you with my problems, Edelgard said, shaking her head. I want to be here and spend time with you. That's all I need. Now, if you have anything you want to talk about. I want to talk about you, Byleth answered. Edelgard sighed. Bye, I know this whole situation is difficult for all of us, for me, for Ellie, for you, and I don't want you to hide your own pain from me. I miss you, that's all, Byleth told her. She draped her arm over her shoulder. I want you back, and I want to be alone with you again. That's something we can't have until you're back in this world and Ellie's back in hers. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. None of us know what's going on. You're doing your best. Am I? Byleth gave her a stern look and clasped one of her hands, lifting it up off the sheet of paper it had been resting on. I was your teacher. If you were doing a bad job, I'd tell you. Edelgard mustered a laugh. My love, if you insist. She pushed the paperwork aside and placed the cap on her inkwell. But did I not tell you, when you gave me your ring, that I would not allow you to take my burdens for yourself? From that point on, we were meant to carry our burdens together, yours and mine and yours. What I mean is that my darling, my love, You are my wife, the light that first shone upon my life, not a pack mule. I just miss you, Byleth insisted, and Edelgard felt the unspoken mass writing behind her simple words and realized that with Ellie still inhabiting this body, she likely couldn't speak as freely as she wanted to. For as inured as Ellie had become to this world and this world had become to her, Byleth was bound to feel some resentment she likely didn't even know what to do with over the young girl who spoke with her lover's voice and wore her lover's face and was always there, constantly, across every intimate moment she and Edelgard were granted during this period, making every embrace and every kiss weird and constantly teetering on the very precipice of too much when too much was precisely what the both of them so strongly yearned for. Edelgard took Byleth's face in her hands, caressing her cheeks, and leaned in toward her, closing her eyes and gently nuzzling her nose. If that was all Byleth could say, then that was enough for her to understand. That was a burden she could carry for her. I miss you, too, my love. But I'm here, however briefly. However long this moment lasts, our vows are renewed, I'll carry the weight of your loneliness, and you can carry the weight of my. She trailed off. The words struggled past her lips. What's wrong? Byleth asked, putting her hands atop Edelgard's and gently lifting them from her cheeks. Edelgard steeled herself. Just tell me, when Suthies was with you, did she ever tell you anything about fate? Fate. Byleth's brow furrowed concernedly, her lips pursing. A future you may be unable to change. Edelgard felt a pang of sorrow in her chest, but it wasn't coming from her. Suthies told me once, Byleth said, eyes downcast, that if I tried and tried to stop something but happening but couldn't, then it was fated to happen. And even her power couldn't change it. She took a deep breath, chest and shoulders heaving. So there are some events even the goddess cannot prevent from happening. It was, after Dad. Oh. Edelgard felt her heart break. Oh, bye, my love. Oh, bye, I'm so sorry. She reached out for her, resting both hands on her quivering shoulders, and guided her head to her own shoulder. I'm sorry. You must have turned back time so many times to try and save him. Byleth nodded. I'm so sorry, bye. Edelgard held her close and laid a hand upon the nape of her neck, letting her fingers entwine themselves in her hair. I'm so sorry. I didn't wish to dredge up such memories for you. Byleth shuddered under her touch. The first time Edelgard had ever seen her weep had been when Gerald had died. How could she have been so insensitive? Is he still around in the other world? Byleth murmured, her voice muffled by Edelgard's red cloak as she buried her face in it and wrapped her arms tighter around her. Yes, Edelgard answered. How is he? He's doing great. He and the Blade Breakers have been looking after me. I suppose that's how I'd put it. He always liked you, Byleth said. Edelgard found herself letting out a disarmed laugh. He. Really? Byleth nodded. A little. The me he knew wasn't even my best self. Maybe he was just humoring me, then. He's a great man. I told you he was one of the first people I told about being a time traveler, didn't I? He accepted it so readily. I'd thought he was just drunk, and he'd laugh it off when he sobered up, but Dad doesn't get drunk. Even if it's only in the other world, Edelgard said with a sigh, even if it is only temporary. I'm so glad to have him as a father-in-law. I'm so glad that Gerald was your father, in this world, in that world, in every world. Byleth lifted her head and looked up at her with tear-reddened eyes. How do you know? What do you mean, how do I know? How do you know he's my father in every world? You've only been to 2. Edelgard laughed and reached out to dab away the tears welling up in Byleth's eyes with her sleeve. My love, if somebody else had been your father, you wouldn't have been you. Getting to better know the man who made you who you are, has been an experience I have so badly wished I could share with you. Me, too. Byleth took her gently by the wrist. When Dad was killed, she said, I turned back time again and again, until Suthies and I couldn't take it anymore. It must have been a dozen times I watched that dagger slide into his back. Maybe I could have done it one more time, and that would have been enough, if I could have withstood the sight one more time. I wonder if Suthies told me that some fates couldn't be changed so I'd feel better about giving up. Was she usually one to spare your feelings? No. Well, then, there you have it, Edelgard sighed, her heart heavy. Does it upset you that much? Byleth asked her. I'm not sure if we have any control over our actions anymore. Since we last spoke, I was forced to spare Thal's life when Dimitri and I had him at the tips of our blades, all because the future in which I'd spared him had already happened. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. I'm worried that even the greatest power I know isn't enough to alter the future, when that future is already someone else's past. Byleth embraced her anew, guiding her ear to her bosom to hear the soothing throb of her heartbeat. Even Suthies never said I didn't have a choice, El. Edelgard felt Byleth's fingers thread themselves through her hair. She closed her eyes. Hearing that from her, those words spoken with her voice, with such a familiar tone and cadence, such a warmth bred from such intimacy only the two of them truly shared, she could feel a renewed spark within herself. Just being with her was all she needed. That was the strength she derived from Byleth, her Byleth. You're right. I've sworn to find a new path to freedom, no matter how narrow it may be. If the goddess herself blesses my course of action, then I mustn't fail. She laughed. Is this what faith in the goddess sounds like? That's my El. Edelgard could hear the smile in Byleth's voice, and it warmed her down to her very core like nothing else. When I decided to stand by you, I was afraid. I was afraid that what you wanted to do was impossible. But even then, I didn't regret it. Even if we were chasing a futile dream. Because it meant I would be with you. Really? Edelgard opened her eyes and lifted her head. Byleth's azure eyes drew her in, and the entire world seemed to fall away around her. Even you were afraid that our path would lead to nothing but pain. I knew what I'd be giving up if I stayed with Rhea, Byleth said. Edelgard felt the warmth of her hand on her cheek. You. And I'd have traded everything else in the world for that, I think. The next thing she knew, their lips had met, and they remained pressed against one another warmly, wetly, for what felt like a blissful eternity before the two of them pulled away. You truly felt that way? Edelgard asked, dazed. Byleth smiled and slowly withdrew her hand, letting her fingertips glide with a feathery touch over Edelgard's cheek. From the moment I saved you in Remire, some small part of me already knew. Edelgard was speechless. Ellie wasn't. This, she gasped, is so educational. Now, she added, sitting up straight, while I'm still here, why don't we try to get a little more work done, so that Ellie won't have such a terrible burden this evening? Byleth laughed. I can't tell if you said that or Ellie. It was Ellie, Edelgard snapped, flustered. Is what I would say, Ellie added, if I had no sense of responsibility at all, which, as you know, my love, I do. Professor, my love, let us get back to work. Byleth laughed harder, and Edelgard had no choice but to join in, not just because Ellie found it so amusing but because the sound of Byleth laughing so hard was so rare and precious that it couldn't be anything other than infectious. Edelgard attended the next morning's strategy meeting with Burkhart, refreshed and reinvigorated. Byleth's lingering warmth had tremendously aided her sleep, though she'd still needed a lower dose of Manuela's insomnia medicine, and the dragon under her skin, its feathers preened and scales polished, was slumbering so lazily within her that she could actually forget that it was there. Burkhart welcomed her, Hubert, and Ingrid into the Cardinal's room and offered them both a seat at the U-shaped table around which Edelgard remembered having so many strategy meetings with her Black Eagles in her own world. The three of them were the first to join him. Edelgard almost tried to guide Hubert to his usual spot at the table, which she remembered clearly was covered in ring-shaped coffee stains from his morning coffee ritual, before realizing that, of course, none of those stains existed in this world, and besides, Burkhart's retainer Victor was seated there, on the right-hand side of the head of the table. Byleth was next to arrive, and with her came Dimitri and Didu. Since Edelgard had spoken to him, he had cleaned himself up. His clothes were clean and freshly washed, and the gauze covering his missing eye had been removed and replaced with a slim black eye patch that hid the ruined organ but not the full extent of the scar that ran like a lightning bolt from his brow to his jaw. His white hair, save for a few sparse locks falling over his brow, had been tied back into a short ponytail. King Dimitri, Your Majesty. Burkhart welcomed him with a polite and formal bow, as one ruler to another on equal terms. It is good to see you up and about. And General Molinaro and Commander Eisner as well. You must be feeling better. He couldn't hide the way he briefly, subtly cringed at the sight of Dimitri's new scar, though. Marginally, Dimitri grunted, taking a seat near, but not next to, Edelgard. But war demands sacrifice from us all. I hope I have not missed too much. Now, to begin this morning's meeting, Burkhardt said, returning to his seat as everybody settled in, I can see that Lady Ingrid has joined us here today at Edelgard's behest. Lady Ingrid, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ingrid took a deep breath and rose to her feet. Emperor Burkhardt, she said with a bow. I would like to ask something of you. Anything at all, ma'am, he answered, offering her a genial smile. In your letter to me, you spoke of your desire to aid and support House Galatea. While I was home, I received word of a troubling emergence of plague in the southern region of the county. I would humbly ask you if, perhaps, a small envoy of imperial officials could be sent to Galatea Manor to coordinate with my brothers in lending aid to the afflicted villages. Burkhardt frowned, troubled. Well, of course, Lady Ingrid, a promise is a promise. I've spoken to Professor Manuela, Ingrid added. She has offered her support for the operation and her willingness to participate. Apparently, the symptoms of the afflicted are similar to the disease that swept through Remire last year, before the village was destroyed. I see, Burkhardt said. I will discuss that matter with her. Of course, it would be a shame not to have her here, but sadly, there is only one of her. Regardless, I have every intention of repaying your house for producing an heiress as incredible as you, Lady Ingrid Brandel Galatea. I understand, Ingrid said, barely hiding a guilty wince at the sound of her full name. Is there anything else? He asked her. She stood absolutely rigid. She glanced down at Edelgard, then back over at Burkhardt. No, sir, she said. Not at this time. Though, if I may have an audience with your majesty later today. I'll see if I can fit it in my schedule, he said. Please, take your seat. Ingrid offered him another bow and sat back down, raising a weary hand to her brow. And now for further new business, Burkhardt said, I wish to discuss with you a new development in the Empire's internal politics, given that one of Commander Eisner's former students and King Dimitri's former classmates is tied quite heavily to it. Byleth's ears noticeably perked up. Her green eyes were more alert, her posture stiffer. You, might be aware that several months ago, I asked of Count Varley to take his daughter, Lady Bernadetta von Varley, as a consort so as to have his loyalty, he explained, though Prince Anselm made a far more enticing offer that won his support instead. However, given that Lady Bernadetta has so clearly expressed her disapproval of the entire situation and, defected to the kingdom, that offer has fallen through. Bernadetta was nearly captured on the battlefield, Byleth spoke up. It seems obvious to me that Anselm isn't taking no for an answer. Of course not, Burkhardt said, because once Bernadetta fled to Fhirdiad, Count Varley lost any reason he had to lend his support to him. My intelligence leads me to believe that he still fancies himself a kingmaker, a man whose influence will determine which faction, ours, or Anselm's, the kingdoms or the churches, will have the dominant position in this civil war. So, Edelgard concluded, you're thinking of reminding him that your offer still stands, and that unlike Anselm, you wouldn't have to take Bernadetta hostage to have her ear. There was something slightly amusing about the idea that Bernadetta's father, for all he despised her, needed her so desperately to cling to the position of kingmaker. But for the most part, she could only feel sorry for Bernadetta. It all came down to marriage with these nobles, marriage, and inheritance, and Bernadetta deserved more. And since I have yet to choose a new wife from among my consorts since Cornelia's long overdue passing, Burkhardt added, that should only further sweeten the pot. I intend to meet with Count Varley in person about it. House Varley supplies arms to the entire empire. If I can have that man in my pocket, then surely this civil war will come to a swift end. Didier raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. So, you're going to Varley Manor? Edelgard asked. This was the opportunity she needed, an excuse to travel to the county of Varley to meet with Voul's mysterious arms dealer. That is my intent, he said with a nod. I don't think he would deign to come to us, as a matter of pride. No, of course not. He wants the two battling emperors to come crawling to him and kiss his ring. If you think it would be a good idea, I would like to bring Lady Bernadetta with me. Otherwise, he might not believe that we have her here with me. Every single person in the room save for Burckhardt and Victor cringed. Byleth raised her hand. Yes, Commander Eisner, Burckhardt said. Why isn't Bernadetta here to discuss this with us? She asked, blunt as ever, having spent her life too ignorant of power to conduct herself the way nobles expected commoners to behave and being too stubborn to learn the proper way to behave now. You're talking about marrying her and she isn't even in the room. Edelgard nodded along. Of course, you're right, my teacher. This is a decision Bernadetta should have some say in, Burckhardt. Burckhardt was taken aback. Please, don't mistake me for a chauvinist. I, did inform her last night that I wished for her to join us this morning. Or, well, I told Pascal to pass the message along to her, since she kept avoiding me. At any rate, I figured I would discuss the plan beforehand with you before discussing it with her. I will not commit to it without significant buy-in from my fellow advisors and Lady Bernadetta myself. Edelgard collected herself. She knew that Bernadetta would be loath to see her father again, but there were few other opportunities for her and Hubert to bring Voul and the Cronias to the arms dealer. It is a good idea, Burckhardt, she said. It won't be easy, though, for Bernadetta to agree to it. I would ask that Hubert and I accompany her, at the very least. I doubt she would want to come near Count Varley without somebody she knows well and trusts by her side. I would ask to accompany her as well, Ingrid said. However, I doubt Count Varley would allow me to set foot on his estate after the shouting match we had during my last visit, she added, her cheeks reddening. Surely we can arrange something, Burckhardt said. Edelgard, if you could speak to Lady Bernadetta about our travel plans and get her on board. I'll see what I can do, Edelgard said. Excellent. He clapped his hands together. Now, moving on, there is the matter of Seath and Flayn. In light of recent developments, he said, I wish to relocate those two to Fort Mercers post-haste. Since Hedwig and Pascal are to be brought there and looked after by House Burgleys as well, it only makes sense to bring them together. I suggest we travel south to Varley, meet with the Count, and then continue southeast to Fort Mercers and complete the loop through Ordelia back to Garreg Mach. Are we all in agreement over that route? Edelgard nodded. I am, she said. I wish to do and I could accompany you, Dmitri spoke up. But there is too much to do here. Bernadetta would have wanted that as well, Edelgard mused. Didu may have been a commoner, and a Duscurite at that, two things Count Varley loathed, but his intimidating demeanor might cow even that man. Well, then, that is settled. We shall finalize our travel party and depart as soon as we are able, Burckhardt said. And now, on to the matters of the church's recent movements in Heavering. The door to the cardinal's room flew open. Emperor Burckhardt, I'm sorry. Bernadetta cried out from the other side as she all but leaped over the threshold, disheveled and still dressed in her nightgown. She dropped to the floor onto her knees, bowing her head. I got your message from Prince Pascal, but I overslept. That's totally it. Bernie wasn't afraid that you wanted to execute Bernie or drag Bernie back to Varley Manor or... Byleth, Edelgard, Ingrid, and Didu were at Bernadetta's side in an instant. It's all right, Edelgard assured her, resting a hand gently on her back to soothe her as she struggled to breathe through her panicked pleas for mercy. Emperor Burckhardt doesn't mean you any harm. He just has an offer to make for you. When she finally calmed down, Bernadetta took a deep breath. An offer? From the Emperor. Edelgard looked over to Byleth. Byleth looked over to her. Both of them knew that Bernadetta wouldn't like what she would hear next. Burckhardt cleared his throat and explained it all to Bernadetta. Oh, she said. That sounds really, unfair, your majesty, to the other consorts. I mean, they've been in the running for months since Cornelia, exploded, and it would probably make Baron Oakes and Viscount Novelli and Countessa really angry for you to snub them. What if one of them tries to assassinate Bernie? I can't. Bernie doesn't want to be another dead wife for Emperor Burckhardt. Burckhardt stared at her, jaw slack, eyes wide. No, Bernadetta gasped, new horror dawning on her face. Bernie, you idiot, you've incurred the Emperor's wrath. Edelgard, please, save me from your brother with your time travel powers. Before Edelgard could respond, Bernadetta had hidden herself behind her, clamping her hands down on her shoulders. Bernadetta, it's all right, she said. I have no intention of forcing you to marry my brother. Actually, this whole thing is just a feint. What? Burkhard said. Ellie, this is... Exactly. A feint, Edelgard said, rather forcefully, to encourage him, she hoped, to shut up. We won't really make you Burkhardt's wife. It's all just an act, for the purpose of stringing Count Varley along as possible. We only need to keep him neutral long enough to put down Anselm's rebellion and end the civil war. Think of it as acting in a stage play. Just like Dorothea. Bernadetta stared at her with wide grey eyes. She gulped. Oh okay. I guess I can do that. But you're coming with me. Of course, Ingrid assured her. Edelgard and I are both coming with you. Bernadetta nodded. Well then, why yes. I can do it. Brave Bernie can do it. Let's go pull the wool over my father's eyes. That is the spirit, Bernadetta, Didu said. The meeting came to an end not long afterward, and while Bernadetta couldn't wait to scurry away and prepare herself for the ordeal to come, Edelgard found herself lingering. Wait, Burkhard said as she left the room behind everybody else. She waited. What is it? Oh, I'd just like to apologize for the other day, he said with a contrite slump to his shoulders. I was under quite a lot of pressure and I suppose I let my worse impulses get the better of me. Edelgard had to think for a moment to remember what he was actually apologizing for. No, she said, shaking her head, that was my error. I was very stressed, and I let my worse impulses get the better of me. I didn't mean to imply that you were. Of course not. He rested a hand on her shoulder. And you didn't, I just overreacted. I'm sorry. Sometimes I've trained for this position my entire life, he said with a hapless shrug. I understand, she replied. It's all right, I was the one who erred, and I'm more than willing to apologize for it. Good, he said. I mean, I'm glad that neither of us holds anything against the other. I'm thankful you're here to help me. But, he paused, a discomforted squint narrowing his eyes for a moment. If, Ellie, this world's Ellie should temporarily return again, you'll bring her to me, won't you? Of course, Edelgard said. Thank you, Burkhard said. He let out a weary sigh. I wish you hadn't gone over my head and told Lady Bernadetta that my plan was a feint. How long do you really think I can string Count Varley along without taking her hand in marriage? You'll think of something, Edelgard assured him. I said that because Bernadetta wouldn't have agreed to the plan at all otherwise. In fact, I doubt she would have stopped screaming all morning. Burke, I know Bernadetta much better than you do. Trust me. Oh. His face fell. I suppose you must know her well in the other world. I do. Surely you don't think I'd make a poor husband for her. Has she married anybody in your world? Not yet, and as I'm sure will come as no surprise, I'm rather fond of the idea of marrying for love, Edelgard said to him. If the two of you come to enjoy each other's company, then by all means. There was a brighter look in his eyes as she said that. Oh, he said, smiling slyly. You married Lady Ingrid, didn't you? She felt her breath freeze in her throat. No. No, not her. Not there, it would have been, impossible, she stammered, flustered. I should speak to Bernadetta and make certain she feels prepared for this plan. Yes, of course, he said, chuckling, as he reached out to gently tousle her hair. And you'll do a better job than me. They both went their separate ways. Burkhard went downstairs, while Edelgard made a beeline for Voul's little corner office tucked away on the second floor and, not finding him there, learned from Hanneman that he was across the monastery in the Knights of Syros holding cells, which she should have expected, given that the Kronias were still there. Kronia 612 had been released for good behavior and then promptly returned for bad behavior. She crossed the monastery grounds and made her way to him, prepared to explain to him that they'd secured a way into Varley territory to meet with his arms dealer friend, but ran into him halfway there. He, in fact, had been going out to fetch her, because the Kronias had apparently finally created their new disguises. She filled him in on the way, and in no time they arrived at the cell both Kronias were waiting for them in. "I don't see why we both have to be in here," Kronia 5-3 muttered. "Because," Vool said, "if we keep one of you on the inside and one of you on the outside, the one will try to free the other." Kronia 612 laughed. "Are you kidding? If this little brat gets locked up, she deserves it," 5-3 sneered. "Besides, surely it can't do any harm to let me out." She tapped on the one shoulder with no arm attached to it. "After all, I'm mostly armless." Vool rolled his eyes. "She's made that joke 24 times over the past 2 days, he whispered to Edelgard. "I don't suppose Kronias are known for their senses of humor," Edelgard muttered back. "Well, then, Kronia 5-3, was it? Why don't you go first?" "Oh, all right," 5-3 grumbled, standing up. "They've shown you what their disguises look like, right, Vool?" Edelgard asked. Vool shook his head. "No, they said they wanted to surprise you." That was foreboding if ever anything was. The image of Kronia 5-3 flickered and rippled, and with a wave of violet sparks underwent a transformation. The tone and complexion of her skin changed from a deathly grayish to a healthier olive tone, the identifying tattoo on her cheek disappeared, and nothing else changed. Not a single other thing changed. Her hair was the same bright carrot red, her eyes the same gleaming, threatening, hooded red, her grin still sinister in its cold cheer. 5-3 ran her hand down her side from her chest down to her thigh, tracing a sultry path down the curve of her bosom and hips. "Well, Edel? What do you think?" "Normally, Kronias don't have much of an imagination," 612 scoffed. "Especially ones that get assigned to soldier or janitor duty. Infiltrator Kronias are a pretty rare breed, actually," she bragged, rising to her feet. "No imagination?" 5-3 scoffed. "I like how I look. I'm only making one tiny concession for the stupid humans, and that's it." "Well, go on. Show Miss Bossy and her pervert friend your costume. After all, you put so much work into it." "Oh, all right," 612 said, lifting herself up onto her feet. "Are you ready, Edel? I think you're really going to love this." Edelgard had the feeling that she wasn't. She had the feeling, in fact, that she was going to feel precisely the opposite way. The other Kronia's shape changed, and when the dancing sparks all died out, Edelgard was left staring at an image of her younger sister Hedwig. Her heart skipped a beat. Her breath froze in her lungs. Her pulse throbbed, singing in her ears. It felt as though the ground had given way beneath her feet. She clenched her fists to keep them from shaking. All the while, Hedwig looked at her from behind the bars with Kronia's sneer twisting her mouth and Kronia's sadistic glimmer gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Vool groaned. "Edelgard, I'm so sorry. I should have expected that Kronia here would have done something stupid." "What's wrong?" 612 jeered, doing a little pirouette. "Aren't I cute, Edel? Aren't I adorable? Oh, www would it hhh help if I sssss stuttered." Edelgard took a deep, long, slow breath and approached the holding cell with slow, measured steps, clenching her fists all the tighter. 612 continued to leer at her with Hedwig's face. The sight made her stomach churn. It made the blood rush from her head. It made the corridor swirl drunkenly around her. "Gee, for such a tall little girl, she sure is underdeveloped, though," 612 commented. "I can't believe she's 10 years older than me. I should have given her some proper curves." "Kronia," Edelgard hissed, her voice as level as she could make it and iron cold. "Put that face away. Now." "Oh, you don't like it?" 612 pouted. "I thought you loved your overgrown baby sister. Doesn't this face bring you joy? I'll admit it's a rush job, I didn't get the ears or the teeth right, or the—" "I think you misunderstand your position here, Kronia," Edelgard said, mustering the aura of the Flame Emperor, ensconcing herself in imagined layers of armor and robes to hide herself, her turmoil, her raw and beating heart, from the world. We don't need two of you. 612's expression turned from a facetious pouty curve of her lower lip and furrow of her eyebrows to something more resembling dull surprise. What? Do you think you can simply do as you please? Do you think you're that indispensable? Hey, Edel, no point in putting on the Thales act, I know you too well, 612 said, mustering a nervous laugh. I know you're just a goody little two-shoes. Edelgard reached between the bars of the cell, grabbed a fistful of Kronia 612's collar, and yanked her forward, slamming her into the bars. She said, icily enough that even she felt a chill run up her spine, am not so good as you might imagine. Would you care to find out just how bad I can really be? At last, Kronia 612 looked afraid. It's not what you think, she stammered, her tongue tripping over her words. It's not that at all. It's not disrespectful. It's, a tribute. Yes. The way your baby sister Hedwig punched me in the face yesterday. She's got guts. Gumption. I have to respect that, and this is how I can show it. I don't mean anything by it, I swear. I know better than to expect you not to insult my intelligence, Kronia, Edelgard said, dismissing her words the way a swordsmaster might parry a novice's clumsy attempt at a strike. Why else would you take Hedwig's face, other than because she's one of the few people who can get as close to Flayn as she wants without anybody batting an eye? 612 mustered a strained grin. Who, me? Hurt little Flayn? No, we're buddies. I just like teasing her. Make a new face, Edelgard said, pressing her firmly against the bars. Never wear that one again. If I ever see you wearing my sister's face, or Glenn's, or the face of anybody I know, you had better hope that Dido can keep you safe from me. Maybe he can. You'll have to be lucky every time. I will only need to be lucky once. 612 nodded. Okay, whatever you say, Edel. I'll make my own face. I was just having fun. I mean, I wasn't going to use this face forever, that would have just been stupid of me. I just thought it would be fun to scare you. Edelgard let go of her and let her crumple to the floor. 612 coughed and rubbed her throat, her disguise sloughing off of her in a flurry of sparks. You've spent so long looking down on us surface dwellers, she told her, that you never concerned yourself with human emotions. If you continue to act as though every person you meet is merely an object for your pleasure or amusement, you're going to find out very quickly the consequences of such behavior. And not everyone will be as forgiving as me. I told you, 5-3 scoffed, rolling her eyes. Keep it simple, stupid. Voul glared at 612, arms folded sternly over his chest. I'm sorry, Edelgard, he said, sadly shaking his head. If I'd known. Without a word, Edelgard turned her back on the Kronias and strode back down the corridor from whence she'd came. When she exited the building and felt the sunlight upon her face again, feeling as though it had been months or years since she'd last encountered it, the loathsome swirl of emotions that wretched incident had inspired with her became a maelstrom. She collapsed to her knees and dry-heaved until the tiniest dregs of acrid bile spilled from her mouth. Varley Manor was just as foreboding and imposing a sight as it had been when Edelgard had gone there months ago to meet with Anselm. Its wrought iron ornaments upon its edifice spoke to the harsh, mountainous coldness both of Varley and the master of its house. Adorned with the metal fruits of its land, it glowered at the approaching towers as it loomed ahead, just as it always had. But it was another older brother of hers now who had brought her here, another proposed marriage given to the young crest-bearing daughter of the Count, another new ordeal for poor Bernadetta to endure. Burckhardt stood tall next to Bernadetta, but the slight trembling Edelgard noticed in his hands as they hung at his sides and the worried way he kept reaching up to scratch at his cheek suggested, just perhaps, that the thought of meeting with Count Varley was nerve-wracking for him as well, though not as much as it was for the young woman he was looking to marry. Edelgard and Ingrid hewed close to Bernadetta, offering their presence as a source of morale for her, standing beside her as straight-backed and sturdy as strong steel bars. Ingrid had worried that Count Varley might recognize her and not permit her into the manor, so had donned a simple disguise that, it seemed by the way she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, she was still trying to convince herself would be sufficient. The cold silvery steel armor of a falcon knight and its seafoam and teal accents had been eschewed for imperial crimson and gold, her cheeks would turn just as crimson whenever Edelgard and Burkhardt brought up how well those colors suited her. Hubert and Victor von Vestra flanked the four of them, sable shadows in the evening gloom. Hubert kept his left arm buried in his coat so as to hide his missing hand, though there was a good chance that Count Varley already knew. He saw no reason to flaunt such weakness. The four of them, after a long wait at the front gates, were allowed into the manor's courtyard. The sun was low in the sky, dusky light spilling over the manor's sharpened eaves and gleaming in its windows. As the sky darkened, the crisp outlines of the mountains rising in the distance and the old garrison to the north began to become indistinct. And then, in the courtyard, they continued to wait until the evening air became chilly and bitter. At last, the doors to the manor swung open and Count Varley strode out over the threshold, descending down the steps to the ground. Slim, pale, with granite eyes behind his glasses and flecks of violet amid the steely bristles of his hair and beard, he cut a shape that almost seemed supernatural in its sinister coldness. If a replicant were ever to replace him, unlike Lord Arundel and Cornelia, who had exhibited such stark changes to their personalities, nobody would ever think that something was amiss. "Emperor Burkhardt," Count Varley said, and as flat as his tone was, it was easy to hear quotations around Emperor. "What an unexpected surprise. Your letter only arrived a day behind your carriage, Your Majesty." Nonetheless, in spite of his contempt, he offered a deferential enough bow. "Count Varley, I do apologize." "Pardon me for being excited," Burkhardt said. He rested a hand on Bernadetta's back, right between her shoulder blades, in a rough approximation of the way she liked her back rubbed when she was nervous. Bernadetta tried not to cringe. "I know you rejected my previous offer for your daughter's hand, but the situation, and my terms, have changed since then, and I wish to waste no time in making them clear to you. Perhaps we can work out a new deal." Count Varley's glare lingered on Bernadetta. Edelgard could see from the way Bernadetta's lips narrowed into a tight, thin line that staring back at him was taking all of her effort. "Perhaps we can, Your Majesty. I must warn you, though, I've no room in my estate for guests, especially ones as esteemed as you, and we have already had supper, so, regretfully, I have nothing to feed to you, sir." "Oh, I understand completely, Count Varley," Burkhardt said. "I am truly sorry for our late and sudden arrival. Rest assured, we have taken up lodging already in the next town over and ate before we came. You are not obligated in any way to provide any sort of hospitality toward us. All I ask is a moment of your time tonight and a moment of your time tomorrow." Edelgard tried to contain her disappointment. Burkhardt was already rolling over and showing his belly. True, they'd had no plans on staying on Count Varley's estate from the very beginning. It had been one of the terms Bernadetta had laid out quite clearly, but he was clearly failing to recognize that the Count saw himself as a law unto himself, a power that stood far above him. It was sometimes prudent to feign weakness when dealing with one with a large ego and short temper, which described Count Varley to a T, but Burkhardt did not exactly feign it. "Perhaps I can spare a moment," Count Varley said, and it was so clear from the sardonic pleasure lacing his voice that he was reveling in his newfound political might. "Come inside, then. We may have a brief chat tonight over tea, and perhaps a light meal tomorrow afternoon." Burkhardt bowed. "Thank you, sir. Count Varley, the honor of meeting you is all mine." Count Varley turned around and led them inside. "And do my eyes deceive me, or is that Princess Edelgard among your number, Your Majesty?" he asked. "Your eyes do not deceive you, Count Varley," Edelgard said. "How swiftly your loyalty seems to change," he remarked. "And that other one there, the blonde one?" Ingrid gritted her teeth, but remained silent. "She does seem quite familiar." "Ma'am," he asked, studying her with his cold eyes, "tell me, have we perchance met before?" "This woman is a cousin of mine," Burkhardt answered in her stead. "A third cousin, as a matter of fact, on my mother's side. Does the name of Dame Herun von Morgaine ring a bell? Doubtless you have met her at some palace function." Count Varley frowned. "The name is new to me." "One can hardly expect you to recall the name belonging to every hand you shake," Edelgard said. Ingrid bowed. "It's true. I wouldn't expect you at all to remember me, Count Varley. As I recall, we spoke little more than 2 sentences to each other." He stroked his beard. But you do sound familiar, Lady Heron. I'm flattered you recall my voice so strongly, Ingrid said. At last, he seemed convinced. Very well. A pleasure to remake your acquaintance, Lady Heron. Wait here in the parlor, a servant will return with our tea. I'll see to it she fetches it. With that, he left them alone in the parlor to take their seats. Victor rubbed his brow. Your Majesty, he said to Burckhardt, it seems Count Varley may have gone mad with power. Yes, he's found himself quite a large pair of boots, Burckhardt agreed, and endeavored to fill them quite successfully. I know some of you may be displeased by his behavior. Edelgard, Ingrid, and Bernadetta all shared a glance among themselves that seemed to ask, May. But do try to be polite in acquiescing and keep your thoughts to yourselves, at least for now, he continued. We are here uninvited, after all. Edelgard took Bernadetta by the shoulder, recalling their last visit to this manor. Anselm had toadied up to Count Varley, too, but there had been a slyness to his behavior. Burckhardt was just too guileless, too afraid of causing offense. We may say whatever we wish once we are beyond the gates again, Victor grumbled in agreement, clearly displeased by the lack of respect offered to his liege. Do try to hold it in until then. If there's any silver lining to his attitude, it's that Count Varley's attitude makes it all too easy for us to keep our guards up, Ingrid said. That's right. We have to assume that Anselm and the Holy Adrestian Empire have their own plans to sway him to their side, plans that may be in motion as we speak, Edelgard said. That's why I'm glad you brought your cousin Heron here to act as my interim retainer, Burckhardt. Ingrid smiled uneasily. Well, as a favor to family and to the Emperor, how could I refuse? I dare say Hubert and I together could fend off an entire battalion of the Knights of Syros if it came to it. Let's, not tempt fate, Burckhardt said, tugging at his collar. Bernadetta stared down at the rug and idly kicked her feet as she sat upon one of the parlor's several sofas. It wasn't long before Count Varley returned, now with a young man in tow. The young man was roughly the age of some of Edelgard's older siblings, likely within a year or two of Burckhardt, and in many ways the unsympathetic steely eyes, the thin face, the glasses, the short bristles of violet hair was his father in miniature. Bernadetta looked up, her jaw slack. Eugen. Eugen showed barely a hint of recognition toward her, wearing a scowl much like Count Varley's on his face. I know she may not look it, but that young girl is your half-sister, Bernadetta, the Count informed him. Amazing what combing one's hair can do for one's appearance, isn't it? Quite, Eugen sneered. Bernie, I hardly recognized you. You almost look like a woman now. Bernadetta kept staring, mouth agape. You were not raised in a barn, girl. Shut your mouth. Count Varley snapped at her. Eugen, it seems Emperor Burckhardt here has taken pity on my only daughter, and on our humble house. Eugen bowed curtly to Burckhardt. Pleasure to meet you, your highness. The pleasure is mutual, Burckhardt told him. No need to stand on ceremony for my sake, I am but a guest in your lovely manor. By the way, those suits of armor in the hall, they date back to the War of the Eagle and Lion, don't they, Count Varley? The designs are quite evocative of that time period. But I would swear they almost look brand new. I must commend whichever servant is tasked with polishing them. I'll let him know he has His Majesty's approval, Count Varley said, and he and Eugen took their seats. The tea arrived soon afterward. Edelgard made a point to only pretend to sip it, just in case some plot was in the works. It never hurt, after all, to pass up good tea offered by the enemy. Taking her lead, Ingrid, Hubert, and Bernadetta did the same. Much to Edelgard's chagrin, Burckhardt did not so surreptitiously abstain. The thought had probably never occurred to him that while everyone's tea had come from the same kettle, there were plenty of poisons meant to paralyze or force into an unwelcome sleep that could take the form of sugar cubes or simply be used to coat the inside of a teacup before the tea was poured. So, Eugen von Varley, Burckhardt said, I do believe we've only crossed paths once or twice before. You are the Count's firstborn son, correct? Eugen is my firstborn and heir, Count Varley said, answering in his son's stead. What he lacks in a crest, he makes up for with his strong character and intelligence. A normal person might have shown dismay to hear his own father speak of him so dismissively with such a backhanded compliment, but if anything, Eugen smirked at the sound of it. Bernadetta, meanwhile, curled up so tightly that she seemed poised to burrow into the sofa she sat on. It seemed her older half-brother could take any slight that was hurled in his direction as long as he was merely collateral damage in Count Varley's war against his daughter's self-esteem. "Well, then, we are not so unalike," Burkhardt said. "I, too, am a firstborn, and without a crest. I must say, Count Varley, it is quite wise of you to make such a decision." "Wisdom?" Count Varley scoffed. "No need for empty flattery, Your Majesty. How much wisdom does it take to look at this shrinking violet of mine and decide that the leadership of one's house ought to rest in more capable hands?" Burkhardt was taken aback. It was clear from the bemused look in his eyes that he was actually shocked by how much his attempted compliment had backfired. Count Varley's iron gaze focused on Edelgard for a moment before moving away. "Your Majesty, isn't that why your father made you the crown prince, despite having two crest-bearing heirs?" he asked Burkhardt. Burkhardt was trapped. Count Varley had seized upon his strategy of appeasement and was now goading him into making a choice: insult his sister to her face, or continue to butter up the one man who was standing between him and a more advantageous position in the battle for control over the Adrestian Empire. "It had nothing to do," he answered, "with a lack of character or competence on my crest-bearing siblings' parts," he answered, much to Edelgard's relief. "No, of course not," Count Varley replied, disappointed. "Of course not, Your Majesty. I'm sure your late father had his reasons. As for me, well, the people of Faerghus may be inbred, uncultured savages, but they at least understand one thing: if your only crest-bearing heir is your daughter, you may as well not have one at all for all the good she does you. You trade her away to another house, and all she's good for is giving you grandchildren, who, with any luck, will bear your crest but not your name." Edelgard reached over her side and wrapped her hand tightly around Ingrid's to ward off whatever impulse either of them might suddenly find themselves possessed by to do something exceptionally regrettable, such as murder. Nonetheless, Ingrid ground her teeth together so violently that the sound must have reached Count Varley's ears, because his attention turned toward her and a sly, foxish smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Lady Harun, is something the matter?" he asked with an innocent tone that completely contradicted his cruel sneer. Edelgard squeezed Ingrid's hand even tighter. "No," Ingrid said. "A momentary discomfort, that's all. I'm having some trouble digesting something I ate on the way here." "Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, Emperor Burkhardt, Your Majesty, I must thank you for your revised proposal. To speak frankly, your original proposal was insulting," Count Varley said. "To think that I would ever agree for my crest-bearing daughter to be a mere consort, and my grandchildren merely, well..." He set his teacup down, leaned forward, and steepled his fingers. "Indeed," Eugen interjected. "I hardly want my nieces and nephews to be legitimized bastards." A fraught hush hung over the parlor. Ingrid and Hubert had both leaped to their feet while Edelgard bit her tongue. Burkhardt's jaw had just about dropped to the floor. Victor stared, wide-eyed. Bernadetta hid her face in her hands. And as Eugen's words rang in everybody's heads, Count Varley turned as white as a sheet, and then, as the color returned to his face, turned a livid, apoplectic shade nearly as purple as the hair his children bore. "Boy," he snapped, rising to his feet and yanking Eugen roughly by the wrist, "you and I will have words." "Emperor Burkhardt, Your Majesty, I do apologize," he said, far too furious at his son to put on a contrite tone but also knowing that the unexpected outburst had at last put him on the defensive. He was shaking, and Eugen, his younger mirror, suddenly looked as fearful of his father as Bernadetta. "Why don't we further discuss your offer tomorrow? I don't want to keep you out too late. Bring my daughter with you. Other than your Vestra, that should be all. I wouldn't want to bore your sister and your cousin with all the minutiae of our negotiations. The servants shall see you out. Good night, Your Majesty." With that, he stormed out of the parlor, dragging Eugen behind him. For a moment, Burkhardt was at a loss for words, as was everybody else. "Well, then, thank you for the tea, Count Varley," he mumbled half-heartedly, dazed, as he drank the last dregs of his tea. "We, shall be off. Let us not linger." As he and the others were escorted by the servants from the manor, a sharp yet muffled crack rang out from deep within its interior, silenced abruptly by the slamming shut of the front door as they stepped out into the courtyard to find night awaiting them. It was only then that Bernadetta took a long, slow, deep breath, straining her lungs nearly to the point of bursting, and let it out. "Oh, no," she moaned. I didn't know he was going to be here. I'd almost forgotten you even had a brother," Ingrid noted as the six of them headed for their carriage. "You've never talked about him." "And for good reason." Bernadetta snapped. "Actually, I've hardly even seen him over the past 10 years or so. He went to Garreg Mach when he was 15 and enlisted in the Navy right afterward. Bernie doesn't have much to say about him." "Well, he seems like a chip off the old block," Ingrid said. "I can see why you don't talk about him." Edelgard could see in the dim light of the manor's lantern-lit facade the fury barely hidden behind a mask of steely composure and knew that her thoughts were turning toward Sylvain's late brother Miquelon, another elder son raised to resent and to torment his younger sibling for their crest. "If Sylvain were here," she added, immediately confirming Edelgard's assumption, "I don't think hell or high water could have stopped him from slugging him in the face, at least before Count Varley got his turn." "Did you see the way his face turned white?" "Eugen's, or Varley's?" Victor asked. "What a sight." That little slip of the boy's tongue was enough to rattle the Count so. "Yes, it seems he has all of his father's cruelty, but little of his restraint," Edelgard said. "At least it worked out in our favor this time. Still, though, to think House Varley has such a man for a scion. I think we can all agree that Bernadetta here would be much more well-suited, wouldn't we?" Hubert scratched his chin. "Count Varley's proposed meeting reeks of a trap, does it not, Lady Edelgard?" She nodded. "It most certainly does," Victor agreed. "Though, Lord Burkhart, your Majesty, if you—" "I suppose it is suspicious," Burkhart admitted. "And yet—" "Perhaps you know better, Ellie, but would Count Varley really set a trap for us if he still thought he could get something valuable from us? I mean, we arrived so suddenly and with such little warning." "True, but perhaps that's why he asked you to come by tomorrow. He needs the time to prepare," Edelgard said. "I can see him setting a trap for you only if Anselm has already promised something even more valuable," she added. "Such as, for example, a good reason to remove you from the playing field." "Oh, no," Bernadetta gasped. "He's going to kidnap Bernie and hand Bernie over to Anselm." "No," Ingrid said, resting a gentle hand on Bernadetta's shoulder. "I think Bernie is going to have a bit of an upset stomach tomorrow morning. A very upset stomach, actually." "Right, Bernadetta." That's right," Edelgard said. "She was already feeling a bit under the weather as we left." "Unfortunately, she'll have to rest the whole day," Burkhart chimed in. "I'm sure Count Varley will be disappointed that she can't hear us haggle over her like a trinket in the marketplace, but these things simply happen." He shook his head and sighed. "The real question is, can I bear to put up with that ass for another day? Can I speak to you at the front of the carriage?" The six of them reached the carriage out front. Burkhart and Edelgard took the driver's seat, the other four went inside, and once everything was in order they rode out down the road to the nearest town. Burkhart asked, staring out at the road by the light of the lanterns illuminating the way as he held the reins to the horses, "You must have had to put up with Count Varley's loathsome attitude in your world, did you not? How in blazes did you get your way past him?" "The same way I got past anything else that stood in my way," Edelgard said. "I destroyed him. Once I'd been crowned emperor, I had him stripped of his title and put under house arrest." Burkhart stared at her, mouth agape. "Oh, on what charge?" "For the house arrest? Corruption. It was easy enough to justify. His role in the insurrection of the Seven was sufficient grounds. Once I had Duke Girth, Count Hevering, and Count Berglis all on my side and Marquise von Vestra, indisposed, I had just enough political weight behind me to do it. Both he and Duke Aguirre were removed from power. I could have done far worse to them and been justified, but I couldn't help but show at least a little mercy. After all, I'm only human." Burkhart stared at her. "Well, I am not sure if I have the political clout to arrest him. Though I must admit, it would be nice to be rid of him," he said, turning his focus again to the road ahead. In the night, his eyes were dark save for faint pinpricks of reflected lantern light. I'm sorry about what the Count's son said. Edelgard shook her head. Don't you fret about that, Berk, she assured him. I've been called worse things than a bastard to my face, and doubtless even worse things behind my back. It merely annoyed me that it would have been imprudent of me to retort. Such thick skin, he said. An emperor must have thick skin, and bear all manners of slings and arrows. Yes. It doesn't bother you, does it? That father only had 2 of us in wedlock. It doesn't matter at all to me. She sighed. The point had been moot, after all, once she had been Emperor Ionius IX's only living heir. Quite a few of the more conservative nobles looked down on the practice of taking consorts outside of marriage, he said. Not many, but a sizable enough block to cause trouble here and there. I hope they haven't gotten to you, or the rest of our half-siblings, but, sometimes I do wonder if they might resent Gerland and I, just a little, for being the children of father's wife. I can assure you that I, at the very least, have no hard feelings whatsoever. I had always assumed, well. She trailed off. What? He asked her. I'd heard the story of how my mother and our father met many times, she said, and I'd always thought, they must have truly loved each other. And I knew father had loved his wife, even if their marriage had been arranged decades ago. I feel as though father had more than enough room in his heart to love more than one woman with all his heart. Do you think he had 8 hearts? Burkhard chuckled. No, not in any literal sense, Edelgard said, smiling. Well. I think having a big heart is indeed a necessity for an emperor, he said. I want every woman I take for a consort to feel loved as well, even if only one can be my wife. Actually, she admitted, it's funny, but I find myself in a similar situation. Don't tell anybody, but I'm already married in my world. He gasped. To whom? To Ferdinand. No, I let Hubert have him to himself. My wife is, well, that's irrelevant. But when I came to this world, I started falling for Lady Ingrid. Yes. Edelgard could feel herself blushing. And I still love being my wife just as strongly as ever. I wonder if father felt the same way when he took his first consort, or when he met my mother. You really are father's daughter, Burkhard said, smiling, the awkwardness and discomfort of the meeting with Count Varley set aside. In every world you're in. Edelgard rested her head on his shoulder. Thank you, Berk. After Burkhard had retired to bed for the night, Voul's mission began, and Edelgard, Hubert, and Kronia 5-3 followed him past the outskirts of the town they had found lodging in, into the mountainside woods in which his arms dealer friend supposedly resided. Accompanying them were Ingrid, Bernadetta, who couldn't sleep if she tried, Annette, who had come along for moral support at the former's request, and Mercedes, who'd insisted she was well enough to travel and wanted to go where Annette went. Remaining behind at the inn were Ferdinand, Joachim, and the Emperor's guards to keep watch, given that not only Burkhard but also Hedwig, Pascal, Seath, and Flane were staying there, and while Hedwig had started proclaiming that she would serve as Flane's knight to her last breath, she was far too young to make good on that proclamation as yet. The woods were dark and dense, the trees gnarled, their branches stretching overhead and roots weaving down below. There was a light but persistent fog that snaked through the canopy, making the full moon's light up ahead hazy and the stark contrasting shapes of its face indistinct. The eerie environment carried a heavy, oppressive atmosphere all through the twisting, narrow pathways as Edelgard and the others rode deeper and deeper inward. And Voul, Ingrid said for the umpteenth time as they crossed over a narrow ravine that split the forest in two, you are certain this friend of yours lives within these woods? Yes, for the last time, yes, Voul sighed. Most certainly. It's a little cabin just up ahead. A cabin in the woods, Mercedes sighed. Oh, how exciting. And all this fog on the night of a full moon. Bernie, you must be getting so many ideas for frightful news stories. Why yes, lots. Bernadetta stammered through chattering teeth as she clung to Edelgard from behind. Just think, Mercedes mused, I might not be the most frightening thing in this forest. Now is hardly the time for silly scares, Edelgard said to her. She felt as though the gnarled branches up ahead that formed the twisted canopy were weaving their way into her brain, clogging her head and slowing her thoughts. The gentle breeze rustling through the leaves called to mind all too easily the skittering sounds of rats' little claws on stone with far too much verisimilitude for her comfort. "There!" Voul hissed, bringing his horse to a stop at the head of the pack. "Look! From this angle." Edelgard rode up beside him and followed the arc of his outstretched arm. It took some maneuvering, but soon she saw a faint glow in the distance. "It's a beacon," he explained. "It's only visible from this angle. Do you notice something strange about it?" Edelgard squinted and studied the distant light for a moment until she realized something unsettling about it. "It's constant. There's no flickering, no wavering. Torchlight or lamplight would flicker. A candle's flame would gutter and spark. Even the light cast by a mage's white magic would vary in intensity as the magical energy weaved through their body." "A hallmark of artificial light," Voul said. "That's how we know it's the right way." They pressed onward, following the strange and constant light. Sometimes when the pathway weaved, the light slipped behind a tree trunk and winked out, but it always returned, and soon enough, it drew nearer, 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 growing stronger and stronger until at last a small, squat cabin nestled under tall and gnarled trees presented itself, wreathed in a thin, sheer curtain of fog made ethereal by the silver moonlight. The canopy over the cabin's roof was so thick and overgrown, and the trees so tightly clustered around it, that even in broad daylight it would have been nigh impossible to spot from atop a Pegasus or wyvern. The strange and constant light had bisected itself. It shone from two windows placed on either side of the front door. For a moment, Edelgard felt as though she were being watched, as though the windows of the cabin, lit by that eerie light, had suddenly become the eyes of a great and intelligent beast and the door its mouth. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, frowning, "I don't like this." "So, this is where your friend lives, Voul?" Annette asked as she and the others rode closer and hitched their horses to the posts outside. "Do we wait out here? It'd be rude for us to invite ourselves in, wouldn't it?" Mercedes let out a gleeful little gasp. "Let's go inside." "It's the middle of the night," Bernadetta said as Edelgard helped her down from their horse. We aren't going to wake him up, are we? What'll he do to us if he does?" "Oh, don't worry," Kronya said. "Replicants don't need to sleep. We only do it for fun. The lights are only on at night, so this place isn't easy to find by day anyway," Voul said, dismounting and untying the saddlebag from his horse. "And it also means he's awake," he added, "and most likely working on something. Follow me inside." He opened the door and led everyone into the cabin. Edelgard found herself drawn like a moth to flame to one of the outward-facing windows, where the source of the light presented itself. On a table sat a bulb-shaped glass container that burned with a light that had the amber timbre of lamplight but was so intense it nearly resembled sunlight. When she squinted she could make out beyond the powerful glow a loop of thin wire coiled within the bulb, and a wire that snaked off the table into the shadows. The sight was so alien, so exotic, it was almost mesmerizing. "Don't look directly at it for too long, Your Highness," Voul said, taking her by the shoulder and pulling her back. "You'll go blind." She blinked away the spots that danced before her eyes. "That's Agarthan technology, isn't it? There were lights like it in Remire and Gaspard. What did you expect to find in an Agarthan engineer's house?" Voul asked her with a sardonic little grin. "We can take our disguises off, right?" Kronya grumbled, scratching irritably at her cheek as though she wished to scrape away all of the healthy-looking skin that hid her true face with her bare fingernails. "Please say yes." With a deafening bang, the cabin's front door flew open. A guttural, gurgling, all-too-human scream tore through the still air. A man-shaped creature lurched into the cabin, jaw slack, face pale, sunken eyes beneath thick brows nothing but solid white orbs, milky and opaque. In one white-knuckled grip was a massive two-handed axe held high, its crude blade spattered with the same dark stains that covered the creature's rumpled clothes. Annette and Bernadetta together let out a single sharp scream that harmonized with itself. Edelgard and Hubert instinctively readied themselves to defend themselves, fire leaping to Edelgard's hand and ice to Hubert's. Ingrid immediately had her lance ready to thrust. The armor layer underneath Mercedes' clothing began to glow with a violet light that bled through her cloak. Kronya simply laughed, though, as her disguise faded away and her hand searched for the knife strapped to her thigh. Voul, too, laughed and dispelled the glamour hiding his true face. The assailant swung his axe downward and buried its head in the floorboards, then threw his head back and began to laugh as well. As their scream faded, Bernadetta and Annette began to nervously chuckle along. Hubert looked to Edelgard for guidance, loosening up and letting the ice crystals that had begun to form around his hand dissipate into a cloud of fading mist. Edelgard remained tense, her wings pressing into her shoulder blades as they begged for release, but let the fire in her hand die out. "Vool, you goetic dastard! The hell are you doing all the way out here?" The assailant raised an eyebrow. "And with humans? Damn it, if you'd told me you were bringing ladies with you, I'd have put a clean shirt on at least." He quickly donned a human disguise, and the gauntness and sallow complexion of his face immediately faded away. In its place was a new face with a strong brow and a jawline that made the expression lantern-jawed seem like an understatement if ever there was one. He was tall, dark-haired, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, though he was far from breaking the mold like Raphael or Dida did. "I can hardly send a messenger owl your way," Vool retorted. "Anyway, these are my friends, and this is Hephaestus." "Heph, for short," Hephaestus said. He crossed his arms. "Still getting chummy with humans, huh, Vool? You just can't help yourself, can you?" Ingrid slowly lowered her lance, convinced that the danger had passed. "Why, you knew Ash, didn't you?" she asked. Hephaestus looked her up and down. "Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants," he mused. "Pretty nice suit you got there. Primitive, sure, but your people have got some nice artistic sensibilities, at least." He sidled up beside her, planting one hand against the wall. "Sure, I knew an Ash once. Nice kid. I can tell you more about him, if you let me study your, craftsmanship." It was clear from the disgusted curl of Ingrid's lip that she already regretted asking him anything. "I'm sure we'll have plenty of time for small talk later," Edelgard said, breaking the awkward silence. "We're here for your help, Hephaestus." I got it," he said, making the wise decision to back away from Ingrid. "You want me to make an arm for this Cronia you've got here?" He scratched his chin. "So, you got something to make it worth it for me." Vool set the saddlebag he'd been carrying down on the floor and opened it, pulling out the 2 glass jars which held the hand and eye they'd found in Deirdre. "Build us what we need built," he said, "and I'll let you study these to your heart's content." Hephaestus' eyes lit up as they took in the sight. "400 years, he muttered, "and you still know how to play me like a damn fiddle, Vool." Chapter 64, The Wavering Blade. An icy, prickling dread seized Edelgard as she and the others descended behind Hephaestus into the root cellar of his humble little cabin. She had no expectation of what she might find in what he referred to so casually as his workshop, and so her subconscious mind concocted deep-seated horrors as swiftly as her conscious mind could drive them away. The wooden stairs creaked incessantly as she, Hubert, Ingrid, Vool, Cronia, Annette, Bernadetta, and Mercedes filed down them. The cellar seemed to be subdivided into several chambers, and the one the stairs led to was surprisingly vast, calling to mind the sprawling catacomb-like layout of Regan Manor's wine cellar. The walls and floor, of course, were stone, and broad wooden beams held up the ceiling, which was also the cabin's floor. A few more shining glass bulbs hung from the rafters, linked by cables that snaked from one to another across the ceiling and down the walls like overgrown vines. Save for a few intermittent flickers, the glass bulb's light was eerily constant, and even the way in which the lights flickered was utterly alien compared to the light from candles, torches, lamps, and lanterns, or even beacons conjured by use of faith magic. As her boots met stone, Edelgard's eyes roved across the chamber and came to rest upon a workbench that took up the length of an entire wall. Intricate constructs of metal were sprawled across it, the light catching the cold blue-gray gleam of steel, the ruddy shine of copper, and the colors of various other metals Edelgard was not well versed enough in metallurgy to identify by sight. From racks on the wall above the bench hung limbs of many shapes and sizes, arms and legs with clockwork muscles peeking out from the gaps in their metal skins, skeletal hands and feet gleaming like polished blades. "Oh," Annette said, mustering a nervous giggle, still recovering from the fright Hephaestus had given her. "I get it. Arms dealer." Huh. She clung to Mercedes' side, their arms interwoven, while Bernadetta hid behind the both of them. "Hold on a sec," Hephaestus said, heading for one of the back rooms. I'm going to check on a few things and come right back. Don't touch anything. He left the 8 of them crammed into the room, vanishing behind the doorway. Another strange and constant light sprang up immediately beyond the threshold. There was a hollow thump and a clatter and an annoyed ouch from within the other room. So, Edelgard said to Vul, this is the man who replaced your arm and leg. With his glamour lifted and his disguise dispelled, the metal sheen of his forearm and hand was clearly visible, and the intricate machinery underneath the steel skin seemed to be a close match for one of the limbs hanging on the walls. Vul nodded. He's a little eccentric, but he does good work. Ingrid crossed her arms. And he isn't allied with Thales or... He's a scientist. Like Professor Hanneman, Hubert mused. Funny. From his build, I would have taken him for a blacksmith. Well, he is, Vul said. He has to forge all these metal parts himself, you know. Your people don't have the proper industrial manufacturing base. Neither does Shamhala, Kronya said, rolling her eyes. She scratched at the bandage covering one of her pallid, ashen cheeks. She'd accidentally cut herself there, she'd said. Ugh, this is boring. So, all his arms are right here, she asked, striding over to the workbench. I think one of these might suit me just fine. Ingrid grabbed her by the shoulder. Excuse me? Hephaestus said not to touch anything. You're excused, Kronya said, wriggling out of her grip. I'm just going to touch with my eyes. It's quite something, Mercedes spoke up, for an Agarthan to be living out here, all alone, for so many hundreds of years. He must be lonely, and perhaps a little mad. Well, he keeps busy. He has to mine his own ores, Vul said, especially for metals that you surface dwellers don't know exist yet. And refine them, and purify them, and forge them into machine parts. He has to spool his own copper wiring and make his own bioplastics and synthetic rubber for cable sheaths. It's very involved and labor-intensive work, and one limb could take years to manufacture. You could say he's a holistic artisan entirely self-sufficient, the way only a replicant could be. Am I correct in assuming he left Shamhala to pursue his passion? Edelgard asked him. I wonder how many more rogue replicants might be lurking in the remote corners of Fodlan. There was another clatter and Hephaestus stepped back into the main room, clapping dust from his hands. That's right, lady. Shamhala's no place for anyone who wants to build stuff. It's fine if you want to repair the same old shit every 50 years. Making shit from scratch is a lot more satisfying. Hubert stiffened. Mr. Hephaestus, I do realize that we are guests in your abode, but I would ask you to speak less casually to Lady Edelgard. It's all right, Hubert, Edelgard assured him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hephaestus. Hephaestus corrected. And that goes for you and Lurch over there. Hubert's brow furrowed. Lurch. Hephaestus moved on. So, that's one metal arm for the Kronya here, something to replace Lurch's missing hand. Hubert, realizing the stump of his left wrist was visible, sheepishly shoved it back into his jacket. And, Hephaestus drew closer to Vul, a dark expression clouding his face. Vul lifted his metal hand, showing 2 truncated fingers. Of course, I thought you'd notice. I seem to have misplaced a few bits. And I noticed a little bit of a limp. You wrecked your leg, too, huh? I wouldn't call it wrecked, it's still mostly functional. How'd you do it? Oh, you know, normal wear and tear, Vul said, withering under Hephaestus' stormy glare. Hephaestus jabbed a finger into his chest. A couple missing fingers, he scolded him, is not normal wear and tear. I had to remove a few pieces as part of a disguise, Vul explained. You're not an infiltrator. I wasn't the last time we met. Hephaestus groaned. This is how you treat my craftsmanship. I get no respect. I let you walk again and... In my defense, hasn't it been 200 years since I last needed you to repair them? Vul asked. Listen up, pals. Dunno if Vul has told you this, he told everyone else, but after I gave him that arm and leg, he had to come back at least once a year for almost a decade because he kept breaking em. Do I look like I run a fucking business, Vul? Get 10 repair services and the 11th is half off? I'm an artist, not a sales clerk. I'm sorry, Hepf, Vul said, cowed. I ought to have taken better care of your work. We would all be humbled, Hepf, Edelgard said with a polite bow, if you would spare us a few of these creations you have put so much work into. As you have correctly identified, there are 3 among us in need of your services. If the hand and eye we have brought you is a suitable trade, then so be it. Well, Hephaestus scratched his chin. I've never installed a prosthetic onto a human before, it might be a little tough to manage. I might need something else from you to even out the trade. Perhaps it would help if you knew the context behind that hand and eye, Edelgard told him. We believe, if our theory is correct, that their significance may be greater than any of us could imagine. Hephaestus strode past her and made his way to Mercedes, looking her up and down. Hey, baby. What's that under your cloak? Do I detect a hint of arcane crystal? Mercedes blushed. Oh, you are astute, aren't you, Hepf? But a lady doesn't show just any man what's under her cloak, does she? I could be persuaded, if you agree to help my friends, she said with a keen, pleasant smile. Show me the goods and I'll do whatever you ask, Hephaestus said, immediately wrapped firmly around Mercedes' finger. Mercedes parted her cloak to reveal the armor that still covered her from the neck down, its scintillating crystalline sheen sparkling in the light. The blood-red jewel of the hero's relic embedded in the breastplate shone dully. What do you think, Hepf? Hephaestus fell to his knees and let out a low whistle. Yeah, that's arcane crystal, all right. A crystal lattice interwoven with carbon fiber for added flexibility? And interfacing directly with the hero's relic. Huh. I thought I smelled Nabatean when you guys walked in here. Edelgard felt a part of her she hadn't realized had been tense loosen itself and relax. That's Agarthan work, Kronia told him. Or so my little sister says. Looks like we're building interesting new things now, aren't we, Hepf? There are little hooks and clamps on the plating, Hephaestus noticed, prodding at the armor. That's where the second layer of armor attaches, Mercedes explained to him. The outer layer can slide open for dramatic effect. With tiny servo motors, I bet. Hoo boy. He rubbed his hands together. Got any schematics? Afraid not. All right. Hand over the armor, too, and I'll do everything you need, he said, no questions asked, no complaints. She can't do that. Annette protested. She'll, I'll die if I remove this armor, I'm afraid, Mercedes told him, her smile fading. The crystal armor redistributes healing magic from the Raphael gem throughout my body. If I'm separated from it for too long. Hephaestus stood up. Well, damn. That's rough, baby, he said, patting her on the shoulder. I'll just have to study the armor with you in it. To say this was inappropriate was an understatement if ever there was one. Oh, goddess, Ingrid muttered, cringing. Do you honestly think so little of us? She asked Hephaestus. I doubt we can agree to such terms, Edelgard agreed. Wait a minute, Hepf, Vul said. You just said you'd never installed a prosthetic on a human before? But I just now recall that when Ash lost his thumb, you deigned to replace it. In fact, right there on the wall, I can see the very hand you took that thumb from. Sure enough, Edelgard noticed, one of the arms on the wall above the workbench was missing a thumb. You couldn't have remembered that sooner? Ingrid asked him while a sheepish grin crawled across Hephaestus' face. It was over 350 years ago, Vul countered, and I didn't recall until I saw that prosthetic right there. Ash lost a thumb. And you forgot. It was only a thumb. Okay, Hephaestus said, throwing up his hands. I've done prosthetic work for humans before. But it's harder, okay? You humans are, fragile. There's more that can go wrong. But you have done it, Edelgard said. So you are not inexperienced, and our original trade should suffice, shouldn't it? He nodded reluctantly. I want to know everything about those body parts, he admitted. So do we, she said to him. Unfortunately, there's only so much we can tell you with any certainty. Your keen scientific mind will have to do the rest. All right. Here's the deal, he told her. Vul, Kronia, and Lurch, I'll do my work on you 3, but it's not gonna be done like that, he said, punctuating his statement with a snap of his fingers. These prostheses aren't bespoke, and they won't be, unless you want to wait a year. Also, I might have to shave off some extra bits of your stumps for maximum compatibility. And the wires have to link up to your nerves. That means surgery. That means convalescence. It'll be a couple days, at least. Kronia's hand flew to what remained of her shoulder. Shave off the extra bits, she moaned through gritted teeth, her eyes wide. My prostheses aren't totally modular, Hephaestus said. You haven't got enough shoulder to attach one of them to, so I'll need to get rid of the rest. You know, smooth out the installation area. His voice sounded to Edelgard as though it were miles away. As soon as she had heard the word surgery, all of her senses seemed to have receded into a vast, cold abyss. Visions of the cold, cruel Agarthan scalpels that had cut such neat, even lines into her body and those of her siblings, leaving scars that had ached years, a decade even, after they should have gone numb. She got a hold of herself. Hubert, she whispered, taking him by his arm and taking notice of the pallid complexion of his ashen face. The idea of an Agarthan blade piercing his flesh and altering his body struck her heart itself. I'm sorry for pushing you, you don't need to do this. Hubert took a deep breath, his brow furrowed with worry. I didn't think so. But I do so hate not being able to button my own shirts or cut my own food, he muttered with a resigned sigh. If this is what it takes to have a hand again, then I suppose I can endure it. He didn't sound certain in the least. Would it be easier if you attached that other hand, Mr. Heph? Bernadetta spoke up, nervously raising a hand as though addressing a teacher. The one in the jar. No, Hephaestus answered. And then I wouldn't be able to study it. So, how are we gonna work this out? I can do the installation tonight, and Voul's work will be easy enough, shouldn't take more than an hour, but Lurch and Kronia here will have to stay behind at least until tomorrow night. Edelgard tried very hard not to shudder. The thought of leaving Hubert of all people behind with an Agarthan, alone, underground, enclosed by cold stone walls, defenseless before a gleaming steel blade that could part flesh like paper. Heph, she asked, forcing herself to be strong, may I speak to you in private? Sure, Hephaestus said, and he led her into one of the other chambers of the cellar adjacent to the one he'd stashed the hand and eye in. This room was lit as well by glass bulbs mounted to the rafters, and was bare save for a sparse operating table and trays of gleaming surgical instruments. Edelgard forced herself not to panic at the sight of them, though the dragon inside her writhed and begged for release, her eye stung, and every single ache she remembered from the scars she didn't have throbbed at once. Though it was drier and better lit, this might as well have been a perfect match for the room where all of that had happened. Could she really consign Hubert to even a night here, let alone a few days? Could she trust this mysterious Hephaestus who seemed so eccentric and mercurial? Is this the most appropriate place, she asked, to perform such an operation on a human? By your own admission, you have less experience with them, and they are, as you said, more fragile. She forced her mind to go elsewhere. A proper, more well-stocked infirmary would be more suitable for human patients. One that is, above ground. One where healers can stand by in case something goes wrong. Hephaestus grinned. You really don't want me to work on Lurch on this table, do you? He asked, rapping his knuckles against the operating table's cold, hard surface. Do you really have that little faith in me? I'm Voul's old buddy, aren't I? Come on, it's cleaner than anything you mud people can come up with. This is going to be a delicate and painful surgical operation, is it not? Connecting all that metal and wires to sensitive human flesh? Edelgard asked him. Are you certain of your capability to manage the pain? To prevent infection? Those are things you replicants don't worry so keenly about, aren't they? But for us humans. Hephaestus nodded along. Bad experience with surgeons, huh? Only with ones who do their work where the sunlight cannot reach, she said. But that's beside the point. Doesn't sound like it is. Yes, congratulations, you've found me out. In so many words, I want Hubert to undergo a procedure like this in a more comfortable environment, and I'm willing to bargain for that. Hep, since you seem to have little loyalty to Shamhala, I must ask what could persuade you to lend your technological and medical genius to the Adrestian Empire. He furrowed his brow. Huh. Your prostheses could do so much good for people the world over, she explained, the better to keep her mind off those wicked blades. Instead, she thought about this world's Ladislava, who'd lost an arm by Cornelia's hand and whose budding career as an imperial guard had been cut short. She thought about her world's Ferdinand, whose leg had been torn off by Thales. She held those two to her heart like talismans, and all the soldiers she'd seen who had returned from the battlefield crippled and maimed. And with the support of the Empire, you wouldn't have to scrounge everything together yourself. Right now, there is a war being waged against the Church of Ceros which has kept humanity so stifled for so many years. In that war, hundreds or thousands of people will lose arms or legs, never again able to go back to the lives they led before. With the Emperor's backing, your technology could give them back so much that they had lost. With a shake of his head, Hephaestus let out a flippant laugh. Hell of a recruitment speech. So, who are you to be making an offer like that to a guy like me, huh? What are you, the Emperor's kid sister or something? Yes, Edelgard said. Oh. Think about it, she insisted. You may not have realized it in your self-imposed hermitage, but the world is changing. We surface dwellers finally have a chance to grow beyond the childhood Ceros has forced upon us. You could be a part of it. You won't have to live in the dark and work in the shadows anymore. Excuse me for a moment, Hephaestus said, and he left the room. He returned moments later with two hollow tin cylinders open at one end and joined at their bottoms by a length of string. He pressed the objects into her hands. Here's some technology for you, kid. If you hold that string perfectly taut and speak into one of those cans, whoever's holding the other one can hear your voice as if you were right there next to him. Isn't that neat? He asked, tooling her hair. You could help people, Edelgard said, retaining her composure as she brushed his hand aside and set the cans down on the operating table. I don't build arms to help people, Hephaestus told her. I build arms because I like building arms. And I like scrounging for all the resources myself. I like sneaking into the mines in the middle of the night. I like doing all the forging and refining. I like blowing my own glass for these light bulbs, and making my own copper wires and tungsten filaments, and making my own plastic and rubber. I mean, why does a swordsmith make a sword? To cut people down? No. He does it for the beauty of it. And because he's great at it. Why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. There was her angle of attack. Hephaestus had left himself wide open. He wasn't quite so different from Linhard, though his boisterous attitude belied that comparison, and Edelgard knew the trick to bringing out the best in him. And have I got a mountain for you? She answered as coolly as she could. Just think of all the new things you could learn as a member of the world, rather than a lone ascetic craftsman. The hand and eye Vul and I brought to you, that's only the beginning. You won't believe how many interesting things are happening out there, beyond your simple little cabin in the woods. He rolled his eyes. I understand your apprehension. In Shamhala, there is no innovation, just endless maintenance of the same 2,000-year-old technology. That's why you left and struck out on your own. But here on the surface, the Church of Ceros has spent 12 centuries strangling every new invention in its crib. You had nowhere to go but this cabin, nothing to do but build these machines for your own pleasure. But I swear that the world is changing. You can step out of this cabin and find a place for your passions in a wider, richer world. While she spoke, Hephaestus dismissively mouthed the words to her speech. Yeah, yada yada yada, I get it, lady, he said, crossing his arms. Just think about what I have to say, Edelgard said. I will come back tomorrow night. She turned her back on him. Wait, Hephaestus said. Yes, she asked, slowly turning around, knowing that her bait had finally been taken. You and Vul need to tell me more about those body parts. Oh? Isn't it best to start your research without any preconceptions? Edelgard asked him. Well, why I need to know the circumstances to form a hypothesis, he said. I need to have all the relevant information. Vul and I would love to tell you, she assured him. Perhaps, over tea tomorrow morning? It's been a long day, and my mind will be quite refreshed in the daylight. If she was going to further convince him, it would be on her own turf, not his. I don't exactly have room for you and all your little friends to stay over. I figured. Fortunately, I do have room for you to stay over. Hephaestus took a deep breath and exhaled, wearily rubbing his brow. You're a pushy little, he grumbled, wagging his finger at her. What the hell, fine. I'll think about it. But I'm more of a coffee drinker myself. Where in blazes, Edelgard wondered, did Hephaestus get coffee? Oh, that's fine, she said. We have coffee as well, so long as Hubert is amenable to sharing his personal supply. Who? Lurch. She watched Hephaestus squirm. I suggest you get on his good side. Rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room Burkhard had rented in the humble little inn the next town over from Varley Manor as he stood before a mirror and allowed two of his guards and Victor to help him look over himself and see to it that not so much as a single tassel ornamenting his cape, suit, and ceremonial armor was out of place. Hedwig and Pascal and their respective retainers, who'd shared the bunks with them, had already gone downstairs with Hubert for breakfast. So, he said to Edelgard, you brought another Agarthan over. This one isn't going to cause any further harm to Seath and Flane, is he? He's been here all night, and hasn't caused any trouble, Edelgard assured him, stifling a yawn as she dressed herself in much humbler clothes than her older brother, all the better to keep a low profile with. Last night had been long and her sleep short, and even after Hedwig had all but shaken her awake at the crack of dawn and Ferdinand had arrived at her bedroom with a hearty breakfast resting upon a tray in his hands, she had yet to dispel her fatigue. At the very least, he doesn't seem to care all that much about some irrelevant 2,000-year-old blood feud, unlike Cronia. Well, keeping him in line will be your responsibility, he said. I don't think I have any reason to doubt your skills at managing people. It's just that this entire Agarthan situation makes me anxious. To think I almost married one. At least you can count yourself fortunate that you haven't known about them as long as I have, Edelgard said. And hopefully soon, they won't be an enemy worth worrying so much about. But on to lighter topics. Do you feel ready for tea with Count Varley? I suppose I do, Burkhard said, slowly turning around in front of the mirror to observe himself. Victor, Lady Ingrid, and two of my guards will be accompanying me in case anything happens. Good. After last night, Varley might be a little more defensive and vulnerable than usual. He chuckled. His son certainly did make an ass out of both of them. He's threading a very delicate needle, Edelgard said. He wants to remind you of the power he holds over both you and Anselm, but he also doesn't want to be too overt in his disdain, hence how mortified he was last night when his son said out loud what they were both thinking. Now is the time to put pressure on him and gently remind him who really holds all the cards here. Don't push him too hard, but push him, and be firm. Victor chuckled. Lady Edelgard, you make it sound as though we are holding his daughter hostage. What we have is better than a hostage, Edelgard said. We have an ally. Indeed, and a good one, Burkhard said. Everybody tells me what an impressive sharpshooter Lady Bernadetta is, and how well she does under pressure. Wouldn't it be better if she were the head of House Varley? Yes, although she's a little inexperienced for the position in her current state, with some good mentorship, though, her capacity for leadership would surprise you. It would make things much easier, wouldn't it? Most certainly. If Anselm had his way, he would certainly be maneuvering to put Bernadetta in charge of House Varley on the basis of her crest alone. Really? Burkhard asked. Amazing, Victor muttered. Your Majesty, you and Prince Anselm actually agree on something for once. You know he puts crests above all else, Edelgard said. Burkhard nodded. Yes. Like the people of Faerghus. Although. Yes, even the noble houses of Faerghus tend to treat crest-bearing women quite differently, Edelgard said, thinking of Ingrid and the fate that might have awaited her, the same fate that Hanuman's younger sister had met. I should commend Anselm for only being a crest chauvinist and not a male chauvinist as well. He's quite pure in his ideology in a way even the staunchest traditionalists often aren't. My point is, though, that if you could let that fact slip, she suggested to him, then perhaps I can make the idea of allying with Anselm unthinkable, Burkhard said, his eyes lighting up. I doubt anything frightens Count Varley more than the thought of his poor daughter taking up his position. you certainly are incredible. He thought for a moment. I just wonder if he would believe me at all, or if he would just simply brush it off as slander. You and Anselm have slandered each other quite a lot, Victor reminded him. Yes, we have. But even if he doesn't believe you, you can still plant a seed of doubt in his mind, Edelgard said. Remember, it's best for the negotiations to be drawn out. Right. The longer they go on, the less chance there is that Bernadetta and I will actually have to marry. I'd hate to break a promise to a good friend of yours, Burkhart said with a sigh. Well, then, everything seems to be in order. I only hope I can do what we've discussed well. Making a plan and executing it are two very different beasts. Edelgard nodded. Making a plan requires little more than paper and a pen. Executing it requires blood, sweat, and tears. Let's hope there is no blood this time, Burkhart said, tossing his cape over one shoulder. And no tears, not in front of the Count, anyway. Followed by Victor and his guards, he strode out of the bedroom, and Edelgard followed him out. There were a few more rooms down the hall, all with 3 pairs of bunk beds each, and Pascal and his retainer dutifully stood guard outside the room Bernadetta had chosen so as to keep her company. He had been keeping her company a lot, and always turned red in the face whenever anybody pointed that out. He smiled and waved at Edelgard and Burkhart as they both headed downstairs, where the rest of his traveling party was still concerning itself with breakfast. There, Burkhart spoke a few hushed words to Victor and to Ingrid, and together with his guards the 5 of them set out to meet with Count Varley. Edelgard, meanwhile, was to have a tea date of her own with Hephaestus, but before she could make her way to the table and greet him, she found Seath standing in her way. He and Flane were in disguise more so than she was, dressed modestly in hooded cloaks to better hide their status as both important members of the Church of Syros and as Emperor Burkhart's prisoners, but he still carried himself with all the authority he'd forgotten he no longer had. "Excuse me, Lady Ed ma'am," he said, his tone as stern and as sharp as the gleam in his eye. Edelgard glanced over at Hephaestus while he, Voul, Hubert, and Cronia conversed. Had he already caused trouble? Had Seath already figured out that he, too, was an Agarthan? As though hanging around Voul and Cronia did anything to hide it, he might as well not have been wearing his human disguise at all. "You may speak to me," she said, bracing herself. Seath was taken aback for a moment by the way she had addressed him. If you may please intercede," he said, "I ask you the things this Heph has been saying to Flane." She put a finger to her lips as a warning, lest his voice carry too far. "What kinds of things?" He called her babe, for starters, and I am afraid that is only the beginning, he said to her with a sad shake of his head. He has made references to flowers. You are an educated woman, so you know what that means. They are so cunningly oblique, though, that I fear if I speak out, I will simply be considered paranoid. This man is a master at couching his lustful advances in a honeyed tongue. Or perhaps a flower was just a flower. Edelgard had the feeling from last night's experiences that Hephaestus focused less on double entendres and more on single entendres, and that if he really did have any amorous remarks to make toward Flane, he would have simply made them. "I'm sure he meant no harm," she assured Seath, "but I will see to it he makes no further lewd remarks toward her. He isn't used to being around people, he will merely need some gentle reminding of the proper way to conduct himself. Lady Edelgard, look at him. He is a large adult man, with a head full of wickedness, and Flane is." Edelgard picked Flane out of the crowd. She was surrounded by Ferdinand, Hedwig, Annette, and Mercedes, who seemed to have appointed themselves her protectors of a sort. Hedwig had insisted on disguising herself as an imperial soldier and carrying a sword, and had refused any other form of disguise, despite everybody else's protests, and due to her height the uniform almost fit, though despite how tall she wasn't anywhere near broad enough for it yet. Well guarded, by the looks of it, she finished for him. "Innocent," he corrected. She raised her eyebrows. As much as she preferred Seath's company to Rhea's, Edelgard found herself wondering what the Church of Syros might have looked like if he had been the one to take the reins over Rhea, if he had been a leader rather than a mere advisor. Doubtless Fodlan would not have looked much different. Or perhaps it would have been even further stifled under his paternalistic reign, if he were to treat the entire continent the same way he treated his daughter. He wouldn't have been as negligent or aloof as Rhea, perhaps, for better or for worse. No matter how Seath tried, innocence could never be regained. Happiness, yes; innocence, no. Never. Edelgard knew that well enough from personal experience. Though there were times when she found herself wishing to indulge in just a little childishness here and there, the prospect of having it forced upon her day in and day out was undesirable, to say the least. No wonder Flayn had often chafed under Seath's watchful eye and stern parentage. "You don't need to fear for her safety," she told him. "I assure you, she's more protected with us than she is with you. Don't you worry, I'll see to it Hep doesn't try anything untoward with her, and I'm sure Vul will as well." "If you can, I can only be grateful," Seath said. His eye kept roving toward Kronia. "And please make certain that she will not." "Has she been a problem?" Edelgard asked him. "It is the way she leers at us," he said, "and poor Flayn especially. Otherwise, she keeps to herself, much to our relief." She rubbed her temples. "And I thought 5-3 was supposed to be the mature one," she grumbled. "I'll have a talk with her about her behavior," she assured him. "And you can rest easy knowing there will be none of her ilk at Fort Mercers." "I can only hope so. There always seem to be more of them wherever we turn," Seath said. "And I do not wish to take the risk that all of them are as kind as Vul." Satisfied that he had at least caught her ear, though he clearly still had his misgivings, he withdrew and returned to Flayn's side, and Edelgard made her way to Vul and Hephaestus' table. "Would anybody care for some tea?" she asked them. "I would," Kronia said. "Not you. I'll deal with you later." "Thought you'd never ask, Princess," Hephaestus said, nudging Vul in the shoulder. "This little dastard here is being coy." "Edelgard said we would tell you over tea," Vul told him, "and she is a woman of her word." "That's one way I'd describe Edel," Kronia grumbled, crossing her arm over her chest. "Careful, Hep, or she'll make you change your face." Hephaestus looked her up and down, clearly undressing her, though there wasn't much to remove with his eyes as he studied her physique and the face she had taken on at Edelgard's and Vul's behest, a face exactly like her own, except with a more lively olive tone to her skin. "Looks like she did a pretty good job with you," he said with a shrug. "I can live with that." Realizing her barbed remark had backfired, Kronia shot back, "And no, I made this face myself." "Oh, sounds like she's not so bad, then," he said. "No, I mean," Kronia glared at him, then at Edelgard, then at him again, hissing a deep breath through gritted teeth. "Where's your sense of pride as an Agarthan?" Hephaestus laughed. "I left that shithole willingly, babe. You think I have any Agarthan pride? I'm proud of two things, me, myself, and I." He counted on his fingers, then pointed them vehemently at Kronia. "3 things. 3 things. It's clear you don't have much pride to speak of from the way you were talking to Flayn earlier," Vul scolded him, once more unconsciously, Edelgard assumed, letting the time he'd spent pretending to be Seath bleed into his voice. Hephaestus laughed and slapped him on the back. "I'm going to put your leg on backwards so that whenever you try to walk, you can only spin around in place," he said. "Hubert, if you could get Ferdinand to prepare our drinks for us," Edelgard said, patting Hubert on the shoulder. He nodded. "Of course, Lady Edelgard," he said, rising to his feet. "As for you, Kronia, I need to speak to you for a moment." Kronia glared up at her, pouting. "No," she said, looking pointedly away from her. Edelgard took her by the arm and hauled her up out of her chair. "You misunderstand. I wasn't asking," she explained, pulling her along. Kronia yanked her arm free. "Ugh. No need to drag me, Edel, I'm missing an arm, not a leg." "No thanks to you." Edelgard let go of her and crossed her arms. "I'm told you've been upsetting Flayn." Kronia glanced over her shoulder at Flayn. "Bah," she scoffed. "I haven't even touched her. If that little animal is so sensitive that just existing is enough to upset her, that's not my problem." "Kronia. Need I remind you that I have 10 siblings?" Edelgard asked, arching her eyebrows. "I know all the little tricks you could possibly use to torment people without so much as laying a finger on them. Left unsaid was that Thales and his ilk had taught her that lesson far better than any of her siblings could have, though perhaps she'd learned it as a child from Justine or Joachim and had simply forgotten it along with so many of her other memories. Is it so wrong to look at her? Kronia asked. I'm a replicant. I've never seen a real, live spawn of the Fell Star in my entire life. It's a novel experience. And how, Edelgard asked, have you been looking at her? You know I wouldn't dare touch her, right? Kronia turned her head and stared pointedly at Flame while she had her head turned. Not with that brave little soldier standing by her side. She let out a sinister little giggle and licked her lips, her gaze still fixed on the girl's shining emerald-toned ringlets. I've never heard of a princess who wanted to be a knight before, but... To say the least, you aren't helping your case, Edelgard said. If this was the way Kronia had been staring at Flame, then it was plainly obvious why Flame was being made uncomfortable by it, and why Seath had feared for her safety. What I mean is, considering what your baby sister did to my counterpart though, obviously, if 612 had seen the blow coming she would have easily skewered her first, and considering how protective you are of said sister, Kronia grinned. I would be some kind of idiot if I so much as said boo to them, wouldn't I? Yes, Edelgard said, but the way you leer at them is pushing your luck. Kronia laughed. I should have known Seath had been talking to you about me. My ears were burning. Well, she said, cupping a hand around the truncated end of her shoulder, I'm not causing anybody any harm, you silly little goose, and nobody can say I can't stare at them if I want to. Just think, Edel, if you hadn't insisted on bringing Hepf over here for tea, I could have had that surgery. I'd have been out of your hair and that little girl's beautiful green curls for a day or so. Maybe even more. She looked Edelgard dead in the face, her eyes gleaming ruby pools of gleeful malice. So. I'm going to stare at people however I want. You're the one who says actions have consequences, right? So just think of this as the consequence of your actions. This, and, of course, the fact that your vassal over there still has to do everything single-handedly, she added, glancing over at Hubert as he and Ferdinand came back with their hands three between them full. Edelgard kept a straight face. Of course, she shouldn't have been surprised that Kronia resented her for not condemning her and Hubert both to Hephaestus' surgical table immediately. But she'd needed Hephaestus here, to talk to him on her turf and on her terms, to make certain he could be won over into doing things her way. Putting Kronia in his custody would only have kept him firmly ensconced in his little cabin and the prison of self-imposed solitude he'd crafted for himself. You can put on self-righteous airs if you want, she told Kronia, unfazed, but you and I both know how petty this is. One would hope to think that with 10 years more experience than your counterpart, you would be 10 years more mature, though perhaps I was mistaken. If you so much as put your toe over this line from here on out, you will learn firsthand how an imperial soldier is disciplined. Do I make myself clear? Since when were you the one in control? Kronia sneered. Listen, Edel. I work for the Shamhallan liberationist movement. Not the Empire. Not the Kingdom. Not you. I'm only with you right now instead of among my own kind because we cut a little to deal with to do. You're not in charge of me. I'll look at whoever I want, however I please, and you'll have to deal with it. Sorry. Not sorry. Regardless, right now, you aren't surrounded by your Agarthan peers, but by humans, Edelgard reminded her. And as long as you are here within our ranks, as part of our unit, you'll abide by our rules. You might not consider yourself to be under our jurisdiction, but you are, and if you think Burkhardt and I have any interest in turning a blind eye to your behavior simply because you are not one of us, then you are mistaken. As a group, we flourish only through mutual respect and tolerance, lacking those, we are weak and ineffective. We all must do our part, and that, Kronia 5-3, includes you. Further insubordination will result in discipline. Kronia rolled her eyes. Okay. I've learned my lesson, Edel. Great job. You're a wonderful leader, an inspiration to us all, and a credit to surface dwellers. Now go drink your hot leaf piss before it gets cold. And you won't ogle Flame anymore. Ogle? No, I won't ogle. Or leer, or make bug eyes, or bare my teeth, or stick out my tongue. Is that good enough? That'll do, Kronia, Edelgard said, suspecting that she had only won this argument out of attrition. It seemed Kronia 5-3 found her annoying. But if that was her only path to victory, then so be it. Thank you for understanding. She left Kronia and went aside with Hubert to have tea with Hephaestus and Vul in a side room to the inn's main hall. Hubert did deign to share with Hephaestus his favorite blend, which both he and his counterpart in her world claimed possessed a sharp, invigorating taste akin to dark chocolate. She, who unlike Ferdinand had yet to develop a taste for coffee, took his word for it. Edelgard and Vul had bergamot tea, taking sips between their tandem recounting of the events by which the hand and eye, which Vul still kept in the saddlebag at his side, had come to be in their possession. When she had drunk her tea down to its dregs, Edelgard finally felt invigorated. A late start to the morning, but as her father had once told her, mornings did not truly begin until one had drunk their first cup of their favorite tea piping hot. The dregs stared up at her from the bottom of her cup, a soggy mass of black tea leaves dotted with golden flakes of bergamot rind and midnight blue cornflower petals. The taste of the tea still hung on her lips, its scent lingering in her nostrils, the strong, bold flavor of the black leaves, nutty, almost bitter, the sharp, refreshing notes of sweet lime and bitter orange from the bergamot oil infused in the leaves and the rinds, the barest hints of a floral touch from the cornflower petals. "Damn good coffee," Hephaestus remarked, setting his cup down. "And how is it, Hephaestus, that you have developed such a taste for coffee?" Hubert asked, "given your rather ascetic furnishings?" "I go into town every once in a while," Hephaestus said. "Sometimes a man needs a new pair of pants, you know. Sometimes there's a merchant from, what's the capital called again?" "Inber," Edelgard told him. "Yeah, that's it." "I mean," Hubert asked, "where do you get the money?" "Use your imagination, kid." Hephaestus slurped the last few dregs of his coffee. "So, Princess, Vul. These body parts you think they're from Thales, huh?" "That's the conclusion we've drawn," Edelgard said, nodding, "given where we found them and our encounter with Thales' past self, or rather, his present self. Time travel's a bitch, huh, Princess? But as for why we discovered them in their curious hiding place, and why Thales was seeking to reclaim them, we can only imagine," Vul said. "Well, if it's his hand, why wouldn't he want it back?" Hephaestus asked. "Look, don't you two worry your pretty little heads, I'm sure I'll turn up something. At the very least, reading the serial number from the parts shouldn't be hard. Give me a few days, and I can probably tell you how old the parts are, too. Down to the day. And maybe a few other things. Anything you could tell us could potentially bring us closer to understanding why these body parts have been separated from their owner," Edelgard agreed, "and why my future self was so keen to have them in our possession. Perhaps these parts contain the key to defeating Thales once and for all." "We can only hope," Vul said. "Yeah, I don't give a shit," Hephaestus said with a dismissive laugh, "but hey, you guys are interesting, I'll give you that." "So," Edelgard said, "have you thought about where you'll be conducting your surgical operations?" Yeah, I got it." Hephaestus rolled his eyes. "Lou Hubert's big brother started yapping in my ear as soon as he caught wind of it, started demanding that he supervise the operation and bring along house whatever's personal physician, all kinds of crap like that," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Of course, Victor von Vestra was dead set on looking after his little brother. "And these terms, you accept them?" Edelgard asked him. Hephaestus put his hands to his heart. "I'm a man of my word, Princess. Look, I go where those body parts go, all right? As long as you can carry my equipment with us. It takes more than a quill and parchment or whatever you're stuck with for me to do my work. It should be easy enough to load it all into a carriage or wagon and bring it along with us to Fort Mercers," Edelgard said, glad that Hephaestus was being so cooperative. "We can have the surgery performed there before we loop around back to Gareg Mach." He smirked, as though he knew something she didn't, which she supposed he probably did, but she would cross that bridge when she came to it. "We may need to procure an extra wagon," Vul said. "Lady Edelgard, you haven't seen all of his cellar." Although the sky was cloudy and the clouds were an ominous gray, the sun shone brilliantly wherever the clouds broke, and perhaps Edelgard's heart had grown too soft over the years, because that was all the evidence it had taken for Hedwig to convince her that Flane and Seath could stand to get some fresh air and stretch their legs, especially if it looked likely to rain later. And, of course, Mercedes and Annette thought that taking a walk around town was an excellent way to spend the rest of the morning, and Edelgard had been left with no choice but to admit that exploring the town could provide an opportunity for some intelligence gathering, perhaps, and also that if too many people left the inn at once, Seath and Flane would not have been quite so protected against Kronia, even with Vul watching over them. The town, due to its proximity to Varley Manor and the seat of House Varley's power, was larger and more bustling than one would expect for a town resting in the southern foothills of the Okama Mountains and surrounded by crisp alpine scenery. The brisk late spring air felt warm and almost electric, though its heaviness threatened rain. This town had the distinction of hosting one of the best and most skilled tinsmiths in the empire, or so people said, and Annette and Mercedes, who had taken charge of the unofficial walking tour of the town, had decided that they would be remiss not to visit the shops that sold his wares and at least do some browsing. Flane was delighted by the sight of the town, which bore no small resemblance to Garreg Mach, and everything it had to offer, and Hedwig hewed close to her side. After the blow she had given Kronia 612 in Flane's defense, Hedwig had grown quite fond of the idea of being Flane's protector, and Flane swooning over her knight had done absolutely nothing to dissuade her, although Seath, Edelgard, Kasia, and Burkhard had all tried. Although if one came close enough one was bound to realize that Hedwig was too young by far to actually be a soldier, the one thing she certainly did not resemble in that outfit was a princess. To say the least, Edelgard found herself ill at ease at the sight of Hedwig with a sword at her hip and a soldier's leather and steel armor hanging from her narrow shoulders, though she assured herself that it was all artifice, like an actor dressed for a play or a singer dressed for an opera. That sword, though, was not a blunt stage prop under its sheath, though with Hedwig's lack of training it may as well have been, and its presence burdened her mind. From the tinsmith's shop they wandered, and found their way to a woodworker's shop displaying softwood sculptures and furniture carved from the native conifers of the Okama Mountains. The scent of pine resin hung, almost cloying, in the air. Flane had been drawn to the shop by the sight of some very well-carved and well-painted representations of Tutate's Loach, and had been insistent upon seeing if there were any other artful representations of fish inside. While they browsed, Annette's eyes lingered on the shop's shelves, coming to rest on a pair of wooden dolls carved and painted to resemble an axe-wielding brigand and a warlock with an open tome in one arm and another hand outstretched. She let out a wistful sigh. "Oh. Those are cute little things, are they not?" Flane asked her, still grinning. She had a large wooden cutting board cut into the silhouette of an Ermid pike in her hands, which she had been trying to ply Ferdinand into buying for her despite both his and Seath's insistence that they were not here to buy things. "They look so colorful as though they might simply leap to life any moment." Annette smiled. "I used to have a pair of dolls like these," she remarked, gently lifting both off the shelf, one in each hand. "Well, they weren't painted. My father carved them himself for my birthday once, when I was little." "Oh, I remember those," Mercedes exclaimed, a sparkle in her violet eyes. "You kept them right on your nightstand while you were at the Royal Academy." And then Constance. "She tried to paint them with paint she'd cast a magic spell on," Annette said sheepishly. "She said they'd change colors with the seasons. Instead, they just, shriveled up, like dried mushrooms." "She was so sorry," Mercedes said. "She spent 3 days and 3 nights poring over every grimoire in the library, trying to figure out what she did wrong." And then, Annette concluded, her demeanor brightening once more as she set the dolls back down on the shelf, "she spent a week whittling her own dolls to replace them, and they looked so terrible that none of us could stop laughing for a day. I laughed so hard that I started coughing up blood," Mercedes said. "Annie and Constance thought I was going to die." She patted Flane on the back. "But there are much worse things to die of than laughter, aren't there?" Flane's eyes were wide. Why yes. As far as dying goes, laughter certainly is not the worst way to go." Eventually, they left the shop and moved onward. Flane got her fish, and in their exploration of the town came upon its church, the most lavishly decorated and splendid building in town, of course, and outmatched in this general area only by Varley Manor further up the mountainside. Flane was spellbound by the sight of it, and at her insistence the party escorted her inside. It was quiet in there, save for the town priest and a few of her acolytes shuffling around the altar as they prepared for the afternoon mass. The church's patron saint was Saint Indek, like many of the other parishes in Varley, and behind the altar was a marble frieze depicting the saint wielding an ornate longbow. Looking at the saint's profile, and then to Seath and Flayn, Edelgard recalled how the statues of Sikal and Sethleen at Garreg Mach vaguely, but not so vaguely as to be unnoticeable, matched the likenesses of their real-life counterparts. How similar was the real Indek, she found herself wondering, to the image carved into the marble, or to his statue at Garreg Mach, or all the other myriad depictions of him in churches and chapels and storybook illustrations across Fodlan. It was no surprise that with so many variations on one person's appearance, nobody had enough of an idea what the saints really looked like that they could look at Seath and Flayn and discern their true identities. By the same metric, Edelgard was right now even more invisible. Few people in all of Fodlan ever had the privilege of meeting a princess in person, and unlike the saints, whose rough approximations of their visages were spread far and wide, not that many more people than that were privileged enough to see portraits of her. Nobles were, to commoners and nobles of considerable distance, indistinguishable from anybody else in every way save for the clothes they wore, the way they carried themselves, and how they introduced themselves. It was incredible how much a simple change of clothes disguised her without finery or ornamentation. She was simply one brown-haired girl in a town full of them. What a novelty it was to not have such a distinctive hair color as ethereal Snow White, and Ferdinand was simply a red-haired boy. Much to his chagrin, Edelgard could tell how much it pained him not to introduce himself. Similarly, even if Annette and Mercedes were not quite so thoroughly disguised, as young nobles of Faerghus they were both quite unfamiliar faces in Varley. Edelgard doubted that anybody in this town could even recognize Bernadetta on sight. What would people think she had looked like 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now? It depended on how history remembered her, she supposed. The reputation of a saint compelled their artists to depict them as unparalleled in their beauty, and she couldn't say she had any expectations that any future depictions of her might be saint-like. Of course, the official portraits of kings and emperors were bound to be flattering. How would future generations' paintings depict her or Dmitri or Burckhardt instead? Nothing is out of place or broken here in this church, Flayn mused, sounding both surprised and forlorn. Though her voice was quiet, it echoed as it became lost under the church's high-vaulted ceiling. She still clutched the wooden fish-shaped cutting board, her fingers curling tightly around its edges. Edelgard could tell that her thoughts were wandering to the way the soldiers from Faerghus had treated them and their iconography at Garreg Mach. Some of them, witnesses to Rhea's monstrosity and drunk on victory and propaganda, had tried to take their rage against the church that had lied to them out on the cathedral and the monastery's vast collections of religious paraphernalia, caring not about whether such deeds would be blasphemous or heretical. Byleth, with the support of the rest of Whitefang and the imperial soldiers, had done what they could to prevent such vandalism and had done a good job of it until the kingdom soldiers had, for the most part, burned through their rage. I doubt the townspeople feel any need to commit any sort of vandalism, Edelgard said in response to Flayn. There are likely people in this village on both sides of the civil war, but I don't think either of them consider themselves enemies of the Church of Ceros, or of their own faith, though I dare say they probably think that of each other. I haven't seen anyone in Faerghus destroying their own churches, either, Annette said. Everyone's just angry at the central church. The Western Church was pretty quick to formally ally itself with Dmitri. Well said, Ferdinand replied with a sage nod. Despite everything, he said, gently curling an arm around Hubert's, I would not say my faith in the goddess has waned at all, only in the Church's leadership. Even knowing what we all know about crests now? Annette asked him, her voice merely a whisper. I still find myself quite certain, he replied, that there is a goddess who loves us, watches over us, and shepherds our souls from life into death. Simply because the Church has lied about some things hardly means everything they teach or do is worthless. One must not throw the baby out with the bathwater, after all. Seath and Flayn both seemed put at ease by that answer, Seath especially. Hubert, though, frowned and bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the floor. Edelgard gathered from his troubled expression and the furrow of his brow that his answer, if he had wished to voice it, would have been far more complicated than Ferdinand's. She'd watched her own world's Hubert lose his faith once, and while he had been younger then, his face fuller and softer, he looked then much as he did now. Hedwig slowly, hesitantly, nervously approached the altar, with Flayn at her side, taking halting steps forward until the priest took notice of her. Good morning, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with? She said to Hedwig, her tone and eyes softening considerably as she looked her over. Oh, you're awfully young for a soldier, aren't you? Hedwig said. She looked away. No, I'm not, she mumbled, clearly trying through sheer force of will to deepen her voice. She couldn't. Excuse us, Reverend, Flane said, taking her hand. Would it be okay if we prayed here? Well, certainly, young miss, the priest said. Just take a seat in whichever pew you'd like. Our next mass is at noon, if you would like to stay until then. Thank you, Hedwig stammered, and she and Flane retreated to one of the pews. She looked over expectantly toward Edelgard, the sunlight which filled the church dancing on her glasses, and beckoned her onward. Edelgard was so taken aback by the gesture that for a moment she simply stood stone still, until she realized that this was something she and Hedwig did often enough, at the very least, that she was expected to be familiar with it. She went over and knelt down beside her, flanking her on the opposite side as Flane, and the three of them bowed their heads and clasped their hands. Small churches like these were so different from Garreg Mach's Grand Cathedral, or Inber's Cathedral of St. Cyros, or the Cathedral to the Four Saints in Fhirdiad. Built of brick and wood, and mainly wood, the high ceilings were lower, the stained glass windows less ornate, the walls closer together. Compared to Garreg Mach, to stand in the middle of one of these village churches was a much more intimate experience, akin to being a guest in someone's home. Not that Edelgard found herself feeling any closer to Suthies here than she did in any other place of worship. Don't know what to pray for, Hedwig mumbled sheepishly, looking to Edelgard and then to Flane and then back to Edelgard as though seeking guidance from either of them. There's just, so much. Edelgard wished she had as much guidance to give as her little sister expected her to have. You don't have to pray for anything, she assured her, knowing how much Hedwig had to worry about and how heavily all of those worries were weighing on her mind, swirling around in her head like the whipping winds of a tempest. Just let your thoughts flow through you. Something will come to you, sooner or later. That, after all, was what she had learned to do instead of praying, and it served the same purpose. In fact, Edelgard considered that to let one be alone with one's thoughts was no different than praying to a saint or a deity. The goddess Suthies did not answer prayers, but perhaps with her help, people could find the answers within themselves if they only took the time and the effort to reflect on them. Manuela had once taught her that. In her silence, her own form of prayer, she felt her own thoughts and worries course through her like the blood in her vein. The lingering doubts and fears of a future that was not hers to choose, the fresh scars of puppet strings anchored in her flesh, the ache of a vast loneliness. She distracted herself by musing about Flane, studying the way the sunlight made the lustrous sheen of her emerald hair gleam like fields of polished gems. There was something amusing about the sight of her, here, knees bent, head bowed, hands clasped, in a church dedicated to a man whom she and her father had once known personally and who had, in all likelihood, been a relative of hers. Perhaps right now, lost in her own thoughts, Flane was recalling the time long past she had spent as one of the great saints of the Church of Cyros, and the man in deck had truly been as opposed to the half-remembered, fully mythologized bits and fragments that had been passed down through the veil of the Church to humanity. It felt as though for the first time Edelgard found herself truly realizing the depths of the rich history that dwelt within Flane's mind and body, as deep as the marrow of her bones. History, and of course, with history came atrocity. For a moment, Edelgard found her thoughts drifting away from her own fears and slipping months into the past, to Xanadu, to the journey the Blue Lion's house had gone on to escort Seath and Flane to Xanadu. She recalled that night overlooking the ruins of the Red Canyon, the night when Flane had crept into her tent and confessed to her the deepest of her fears. Back then, for a moment, Edelgard had felt such a sudden and surprising kinship with her that to accept her as a friend had seemed so easy as to be almost unconscious. Hedwig bowed her head deeper, holding her clasped hands against her brow, and muttered a prayer so quietly that it would have been coherent to even the most sensitive ears. All the while, the sunlight made the steel armor plates and helmet of her borrowed soldier's uniform gleam and the light brown hair that hid underneath her helmet shine like polished bronze. We don't often see soldiers passing through Varley, the priest commented, drawing nearer. From the tone of her voice, it was impossible to tell whether or not she was patronizing Hedwig for her disguise. Are you part of Emperor Buckhart's escort? Nervous, tight-lipped, Hedwig nodded. Sunlight flashed and glinted on the lenses of her glasses. I hadn't thought the rumors of his arrival had been true. One of the acolytes this morning claimed to have seen his wyvern land at one of the inns last night, but I'd thought he was just seeing things. Excuse me, Reverend, Flane spoke up. What do you think of His Majesty? The priest seemed taken aback. Well, as long as both he and his brother place their faith in the goddess, it behooves me to keep my own opinion to myself. I conduct masses for everybody in this town, one side or the other. It is all I can do to keep people from losing their faith altogether. Her attention returned to Hedwig, and as benign as her gaze seemed, it was still enough to make Hedwig squirm. Some people are very public about their allegiances in this town, ma'am. You've done well not to mark yourself. Excuse me, Edelgard spoke up. What do you mean by mark, exactly? Are the two factions identifying themselves? Some do, the priest told her, mostly those who would rather attend taverns than services. You may see people in town who wear a beige cloth tied around their sleeves with a sprig of dried lavender, those would be Lord Buckhart's faction. Others may wear a green band around their arm, she said, resting a hand midway up her bicep. Those would be Lord Anselm's faction. Now that she knew what to look for, Edelgard recalled that she had seen such colored armbands here and there among the townspeople, though probably fewer than 1 in 10 were bold or foolish enough to wear them. She racked her brain if she'd seen anybody in the inn wearing either color. Those zealous enough to wear their hearts on their sleeves in such a contentious time would no doubt eagerly play the roles of spies and informants for their preferred factions. She didn't think she'd seen anybody in the inn with those colors, but that thought brought her little relief. The party eventually broke apart into two groups as the morning bled into the afternoon. Flane and Hedwig were getting hungry, so Hubert and Kasia agreed to escort them with Seath back to the inn while Annette and Mercedes lingered along with Edelgard and Ferdinand in the shops. Soon after they had split up, though, they decided to rejoin the others at the inn. They'd had their fill of fresh air, and with the afternoon pressing onward, Burkhart would likely be back from Varley Manor very soon, if he wasn't already. Edelgard, Ferdinand, Annette, and Mercedes had just begun to cross the town square, though, when a shout cut through the air. Why don't you go back to Faergus? All heads turned to the source of the commotion, frantic gazes coming to rest upon a middle-aged man and a woman near to the point of coming to blows, if the redness of their faces and the spittle flying from their lips were any indication. A crowd was gathering around them, and murmurs were spreading through it. Edelgard and the others kept their distance and continued onward, the argumentative pair's shouts ringing in their ears. You dolt, I've lived here my entire life. I'm a subject of the Empire, same as you. Same as me? Ha! And yet here you are, bowing to a traitor and a heretic? Clearly you belong with those northern heathens. Heretic? To see the corrupt Central Church for what it is, that's no heresy. At least I don't bend my knee to a demi-usurper. You'll see. When Count Varley casts his lot with Emperor Anselm and Prince Buckhart's head rolls across the floor of the throne room, you'll see. How can you support that witch of an archbishop? After what she did to Princess Edelgard. Are you so stupid that you'd believe Faergus propaganda? I bet you actually think Lady Rhea bewitched her and transformed her into a hideous, scaly beast. Annette patted Edelgard on the shoulder. Don't worry, Edelgard, she whispered. You're not hideous at all. I know, Edelgard whispered back. She continued to observe the argumentative pair through quick glances over her shoulder, and as she'd suspected, spied the corresponding colored armbands around both the man and the woman's sleeves, green for the man, brown for the woman, with a dried sprig of mint and lavender tucked into each band, respectively. While the two townspeople continued to hurl invective at each other, Ferdinand shook his head sadly. The price of Count Varley's inaction, he muttered. That odious man. Can he not see that his attempts at playing kingmaker have only exacerbated the divide in his own county? It is just like what we saw in Arundel, all those months ago. I doubt this dissent would simply go away if Count Varley merely picked a side, Edelgard said. All that resentment and division would still be there, people would merely keep it hidden. Fuck you, the argumentative man shouted out. I'd like to see you try, Needledick, the argumentative woman retorted. Several of the pair's neighbors started to try and hold them back with little success as the both of them began shouting expletives of increasing vulgarity at each other. Hidden is better than exploding, Ferdinand pointed out to Edelgard. Keep something hidden long enough, and it explodes, she retorted. We can't just stand aside and watch if another riot is set to break out, Annette said, aghast, coming to a halt and turning back around. Can't we do something? If we simply stepped in, Ferdinand agreed, we could help de-escalate the situation. What is our duty as nobles but to? If we are to keep a low profile, Edelgard told them, taking both Ferdinand and Annette by the shoulders and gently reeling them back in, then we have no choice but to do nothing. News of Burkhart's arrival in this town has already reached these people. Imagine if they find out that 3 of his siblings are here with him as well. Someone might try to do something drastic. She felt a chill run up her spine. Count Varley knew she was here, and if word reached the townspeople that she had followed Burkhart here, then simply dressing down might not be enough to ensure her low profile. Ferdinand pursed his lips, but relented, knowing the wisdom in her argument. You are right, he said. We must make haste. Before they could put much distance between themselves and the brewing disturbance, though, the crowd parted. Ah, the Knights of Syros, the argumentative man crowed to the woman, equal parts relieved and self-assured, as he nursed a black eye. Now you'll see what the hand of the goddess does to heretics, you odious witch. Standing before the argumentative pair were half a dozen knights adorned with the crest of Syros and splashes of imperial red across their silver armor, and leading them was a brick wall of a man with a warhammer in one gauntleted hand and a heavy shield in the other, his broad-shouldered build made broader by the silhouette of his heavy armor. He was unhelmeted, revealing a serious face with a grave countenance and graying carrot-red hair. Annette gasped, her jaw slack and eyes wide, her complexion suddenly ashen. Is that father? Edelgard and Mercedes both grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her along, and they quickly slipped across the street and through the narrow alley between 2 houses into the adjacent road. From there, the streets were clearer, and they made their way back to the inn as swiftly as they could muster. That man, Ferdinand gasped as he and Edelgard led Annette and Mercedes inside, was Gilbert Pronislav. Do you think he saw us? His chest heaved from both exertion and worry. I attended so many of his seminars, he would have surely recognized us, disguises or no. Edelgard nudged him and pressed her fingers to her lips, carefully scanning the tables for any sign of seeth and flame. Thankfully, it seemed they'd been taken up to their rooms, and the tavern was almost empty save for a pair of men sitting at a table in the corner, neither of which bore any colors on their persons. It wasn't just herself she had to worry about, now that the Knights of Syros were here, but the Empire's 2 captives as well. If they caught wind that their allies were in town, they could do something drastic, perhaps even try to send out a call for rescue. Annette was still shaken, her face nearly as ashen as Mercedes' hair was white. My father is here, she muttered. What's he doing here? Edelgard closed the door behind them. Her heart was still pounding, her pulse still racing. The Knights of Syros were here, doubtless as an escort for somebody representing Anselm's holy Adrestian Empire. They'd surely be meeting with Count Varley at some point soon, if they hadn't already. And Ferdinand was right about Gilbert, or rather Gustav Dominic. He and Edelgard had sat in on enough of his Axefair and Lancefair seminars that he would recognize their faces no matter how dressed down they were, and Annette, of course, was his daughter. If Gilbert discovered that not only Princess Edelgard herself, not only Seeth and Flame, but also his own estranged daughter who'd chosen the kingdom of Faerghus over her faith and her friends over him were here in this town, there was no telling what he might do. She needed to talk to Burkhart and Hephaestus about expediting their departure for Fort Mercers. Edelgard hurried upstairs and knocked on the door to her room. She didn't have to wait long, though with the way her heart was pounding it felt like an eternity, for Hubert to open the door. Lady Edelgard, he said, I hope you and Ferdinand had a what is the matter? Has something happened? Yes. Is Burkhart back from Varley Manor yet? He shook his head. Not yet, but surely he will be soon, unless Count Varley has somehow taken a liking to him, and I find that hard to believe. What about Hephaestus? Hubert grimaced. Edelgard felt her spirits flagging. Something had gone wrong. He, Vul, and Kronia decided to head back to his cabin. What? Kronia was insistent on having the surgical procedure performed. You know how upset she was when we left so suddenly yesterday evening. I just couldn't stomach the thought of having such a procedure done to you in that cellar, Edelgard said, shuddering, though now she cursed herself for it. Then again, if Hephaestus had been telling the truth about the operation having a convalescence period of a few days, then doing it last night would have mired them in this town all the same. I understand, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said. I would rather the procedure were conducted in a room with windows as well. At any rate, they may return tomorrow. Edelgard held a hand to her brow. A setback. In a worst-case scenario, she supposed, she and Hubert could leave immediately and take Seath and Flayn with them, and the Agarthans could follow behind, but splitting up carried its own dangers. What is going on, Lady Edelgard? Hubert asked her, leading her into the room and closing the door behind her. Kasia and Armin, Hedwig, and Pascal's retainers, had been reading in their bunks. It looked as though they had been spending time with their older brother and second or third cousin, respectively, before Edelgard had interrupted, but now their books lay in their laps and their attention lay elsewhere. The Knights of Syros are in town, Edelgard said. The longer we stay here, the worse our chances of remaining inconspicuous become. Kasia was the first to leave her bunk. Armin slid down the ladder after her. The Knights of Syros are here, she asked. Do you think they know about Seath and Flayn? Armin asked. Edelgard shook her head. I don't see how they could yet, though we should probably take every precaution available. At the very least, we should see to it that Seath and Flayn don't find out about them. We'll have to inform Burkhart as soon as he returns. Hubert nodded. It is always one thing after another, is it not, Your Highness? He mused aloud, raising his right hand to the side of his head where his left ear had once been and burying his left wrist deeper in his jacket. The parts of himself Rhea had taken from him must have ached all the more strongly now, sensing his own worry and the creeping dread. The most we can do right now is try to stay one step ahead of everything, she assured him. Armin shared a glance with his cousin. We should help Lord Pascal and Lady Hedwig collect their bags, just in case, he told her. The two of them were both just a few years older than their own lords, and neither, Edelgard could tell, were fully ready for the high cost of physically defending them if need be, especially now that they had seen the toll it had taken on a member of their own family. Kasia nodded. You're right, she said, leaving the room with him. Lady Edelgard, please take care of Hubert, she added, pausing to offer Edelgard a polite bow. Hubert's cheeks reddened just a little. Thank you, little sister, he mumbled through gritted teeth behind his lips. A few light droplets of rain began to tap on the bedroom window as the clouds passed overhead and the light outside faded from sunny gold to overcast gray. Beside the stables behind the inn, visible from the window, 2 wyverns and a pegasus came to a gentle landing. Only minutes later, Burkhart, Victor, Ingrid, and 2 of the Emperor's guards came through the front door, their clothes only lightly speckled with rainwater. He said, meeting her upstairs with a grin on his face and a fire in his heart that the rain could not have hoped to extinguish. I am happy to announce that I think I made real progress. It is all, of course, thanks to your advice. He invited me to go riding with him tomorrow afternoon. I think the little threat we made is working on him. A few more days and I am certain. Edelgard hated to rain on his parade, but there were more pressing matters to attend to right now. The Knights of Syros are here, she said. Burkhart's smile vanished. They're, the Knights of Syros? In armor and everything. Dressed to the nines, I'm afraid, she said. Perhaps as a show of force, Hubert said. I only counted half a dozen, but there's no telling how many more they've brought with them, Edelgard added. Thoroughly perturbed, Burkhart led her into the bedroom with Victor and Ingrid, then went out to bring Annette, Mercedes, Ferdinand, and Bernadetta along so they could all be brought up to speed and a plan of action could be swiftly decided and agreed upon collectively. While Edelgard, Annette, and Hubert recounted their encounter, Bernadetta began to tremble like a leaf, her shoulders quaking. Oh no, she moaned once she'd been fully apprised of the situation, her shoulders quaking as she kneaded her hands worriedly. They're here for Bernie. That's definitely it. They've already tried once. They're here to snatch me up like an eagle snatching a fish right out of the water. They're not here to capture you, Bernie, Annette assured her, taking one of her hands. We're not going to let them, Mercedes added, taking the other. Assuming the knights have only just arrived and considering we went the entire morning without once hearing anything about them, I would consider that likely. I doubt they're here to capture you, Edelgard said. Though they will probably start considering the idea as soon as they learn you're here. We need to decide what to do as quickly as possible. Every person in this town who considers themselves loyal to Anselm could act as their eyes and ears. The knights. Are they here to rescue Seath and Flame? Burkhard wondered. It's possible, but again, I don't think it's very likely, Edelgard said. They would have to know we have them first, and that would have to mean somebody within our ranks told them. The existence of a spy isn't exactly unlikely, Edelgard, Ingrid reminded her with a shake of her head. Our decision to travel through Varley was made quite spur of the moment, practically on a whim, Edelgard argued. Even if a spy within Garreg Mach knew that we were planning on bringing Seath and Flame to Fort Mercers, they would have assumed we would take the easier route through Ordelia and across the Ermid River, not plow through a territory whose neutrality teeters on a knife's edge. And if said hypothetical spy sent a messenger owl as soon as they learned of our actual route, it would have only just reached the Church's forces in Hevering a day or two ago, not long enough for them to muster a rescue force, let alone for that force to intercept us here in Varley. Burkhard stroked his beard. That's, thoughtful, he said. But, then, Lady Edelgard, Victor asked, if that is not what they are here for, then what do you think they are doing here? The same thing as us, I think, Edelgard answered. I think they might be escorting an official of the Holy Adrestian Empire to meet with Count Varley and sway him to their side. That said, we can't allow our theories to make us complacent. We should operate under the assumption that Seath and Flame need to leave immediately. Without knowing the knights are here, I presume, Burkhard said. Of course not. If they knew, they might try to get a message out or leave some trail for the knights to follow. We won't be able to tell them the real reason why we're transporting them so urgently. Ingrid rubbed her brow. And what about you and Bernadetta? She asked Edelgard. We should operate under the assumption that you're in just as much danger of being rescued as Seath and Flame, Burkhard told her. You must go with them. And Bernadetta, she added. And he blinked bemusedly. And Lady Burby, but I'm still working on Count Varley. What if convincing him to side with us hinges on her participation? Bernadetta vehemently shook her head. He already implied that he wants her to join him and Eugen along with me tomorrow. She shook her head even harder. No. That sounds unlikely, Edelgard said, resting a hand on Bernadetta's shoulder. You need only explain that for Bernadetta's safety, she had to be spirited out of Varley. Of course, with the Knights of Syros in town, what reason does he have to discount your words, Your Majesty? Ferdinand asked. Surely even he would understand how prudent it would be. Burkhard looked crestfallen. Well, it is the most sensible action, I'll admit, he conceded. Annie and I should leave, too, Mercedes spoke up. What? Annette looked surprised. No, that's, Your Majesty, if there's anything we can do to help, we can stay here. Mercedes is right, Edelgard said. It appears the leader of this group of knights is Gilbert Pronislav. Ingrid was dumbfounded. That Gilbert? Yes, the same Gilbert Pronislav who taught Lancefare and Axifare at the academy. Or rather. Annette took a deep breath. His real name is Gustav Dominic. He's my father. Ingrid was even more dumbfounded. You'd mentioned him being your father, but I hadn't thought he'd, she sheepishly shook her head. I thought you were a Dominic on your mother's side. Why has he been going by an alias all this time? Annette sighed. Well. That hardly seems relevant to the matter at hand, Edelgard interjected, feeling sorry that she'd forced the issue. She'd had to, though, for the sake of argument. What is relevant is that we all caught sight of Gilbert from across the town square. It is possible he caught sight of us as well. And while perhaps he wasn't able to recognize myself or Ferdinand in our disguises at such a distance, his own daughter. Right, Ingrid said, catching on to Edelgard's argument. He'd have to have recognized her, even for a moment, and he might want to do something about that. Annette nodded shakily, the full extent of her dread seemingly dawning on her. Edelgard knew that she'd felt anxious ahead of the assault of Garreg Mach about the prospect of confronting her father in battle, on opposite sides. Now that anxiety was returning at full force. Burkhard stroked his beard. So, he concluded. Lady Bernadetta, Annette, Mercedes, and you and Hubert, it would be for the best if you all accompanied Seath and Flame the rest of the way to Fort Mercers. I will remain here to continue my parley with Count Varley with Victor. Ferdinand, if you would remain and offer me your assistance, I would be most grateful. And as long as we are doing everything we can to keep everybody safe, I suppose Hedwig and Pascal should go with you as well. Hubert, who'd been silent for a long while, nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be better for you to continue your correspondence with the Count via mail. And flee from Varley with my tail between my legs. Burckhardt wondered aloud. That sounds like something Anselm would wish for me to do. Perhaps he is trying to goad us with this show of force. My younger brother has a point, Victor said, no doubt reflecting upon what the Knights of Syros had done to his younger brother for the crime of keeping Edelgard out of their clutches. Although, would they truly be so bold or so desperate as to attempt to assassinate an emperor in neutral territory? I cannot think of a surer way to galvanize the county's pro-Burckhardt faction. In that case, it would become the pro-Gerlinda faction, wouldn't it? Mercedes asked with a sinister little grin. I understand wanting to leave, Burke, but, Edelgard shook her head. I'm afraid we can't all leave. If we are to remove Seath and Flame immediately, somebody has to remain behind here for when Vul, Hephaestus, and Cronje return so that they know where we've gone and can catch up with us. We cannot simply leave a message behind, it could be intercepted. Ingrid rubbed her brow. Every new Agarthan we meet just seems to make our lives worse, she grumbled through gritted teeth. Emperor Burckhardt, I can escort them to Fort Mercers. Ingrid, it might be for the best if you stayed behind, Edelgard told her, to look after my brother for me. What? Both she and Burckhardt hissed in unison, both equally taken aback. Of course, having somebody to watch our back from the air would help, Edelgard explained, but it would also arouse suspicion for a travel party to leave town with an aerial escort. A Pegasus would raise too many questions, questions that might galvanize the Knights of Syros into pursuing us. And if there are any potential threats to your life here, Burckhardt, then... Ingrid sighed. I don't agree with you, she said. I can leave earlier or later, keep my distance until we're well on our way. Edelgard supposed she had a fair point, but judging from the way Burckhardt was stroking his beard, it seemed he hadn't been swayed. Well, perhaps, he mused. As dutiful a retainer as Victor is, he is only one man. Victor chuckled. Would that there were two of me, he said with a polite bow, I would serve you with all of both my hearts, your Majesty. Ingrid's face fell. Emperor Burckhardt, if you're worried, I'd be honored to stay here by your side and continue defending you, she said, clearly hiding her reluctance behind her words. Edelgard knew that she wanted to stand by her friends Annette, Mercedes, Bernadetta, and herself, but also that she had been having a lot of private conversations with Burckhardt that may have resulted in her hands being tied in that regard. Well, then, I do believe we have everything sorted out, Burckhardt said with a clap of his hands. We shall go our separate ways. I will take a few more days with Count Varley, and perhaps that will be enough to sway him fully over to our side. All of you, prepare to depart. Victor, Ferdinand, Lady Ingrid, with me. You heard His Majesty, Edelgard said to the others. If you haven't started already, get packing. The others promptly left the room. She followed behind them, but before she could leave, Ingrid held her back. Edelgard, she said. She wore an apprehensive smile on her face. Edelgard reached up to take her hand off of her shoulder, but her own hand instead lingered on Ingrid's. I'll take care of them. I promise. And yourself, Ingrid reminded her. Most of all, yourself, Edelgard. Of course. I know what's at stake, Edelgard said. That doesn't seem to stop you. Ingrid mustered a bittersweet little laugh. Well, at the very least. If you're right, the knights aren't going to want to pursue you, anyway. Goddess willing, you won't meet any resistance on the way to Fort Mercers. We can only hope, but of course, be prepared. She nodded. Exactly. But one more thing, though. What is it? Edelgard asked her, noticing the troubled look that crossed her brow. It's just, well, it's probably irrelevant, Ingrid said, glancing away. But that letter from my father, it named names. Baron Dominic was one of the conspirators in. No, never mind. I'm sure it won't be relevant. It just worried me. Perturbed, Edelgard let her words sink in and reflected on them. Baron Oswin Ulster Dominic, Annette's uncle, was Gilbert's or rather Gustav's elder brother. The tragedy of Dusker, the very thing that had torn such a rift between Annette and her father, had been partially by his hand. Yet another noble who had ripped his own family asunder, perhaps inadvertently, in the pursuit of greater heights of illicit power. Perhaps it's enough to make one feel sorry for Gilbert, she mused. Still, he is the enemy. We can only hope no confrontation with him will be necessary. Take care of my big brother for me, Ingrid. Ingrid nodded. I'll do my best. Hopefully, we won't be too far behind. Count Varley makes me want to, she winced. Some men just don't deserve to have their. You're strong enough to endure his repulsive attitude without doing anything rash, Edelgard reminded her. I know you are. If you can put up with me, anything is possible. Oh, don't say that, Ingrid said, averting her gaze as a tinge of red glowed on her cheeks. Nonetheless, she put her arms around Edelgard and pulled her into a hug. I'd take you at your worst over Count Varley at his best. She let go too soon, and then it was Burkhart's turn. Burkhart wrapped his arms tightly around Edelgard, the bristles of his beard scratching his cheek. I'll do my best without you, Elle, he assured her. Whenever I'm in doubt, I'll make sure to ask what you would do. I'm flattered. I wish I could stay and continue advising you. No, of course, you're right. It's dangerous for you to stay here, I'd be a fool to make you risk it all just to help me, as much as I could use it. His lips brushed against her cheek. I love you, Elle. I love you, too, Burke, Edelgard said, wrapping her arms all the more tightly around him and relishing the warmth of his embrace, even through his cool armor and cloak. Take care of Ingrid for me. Of course. He patted her on the back. Of course. Edelgard and the others went out on their way as soon as possible, and as the afternoon dragged on, intermittent drizzles turned the air grayer. It was far from the best weather to travel in, but it was far from the kind of downpour that could turn a road to a muddy mire. Seath, Flane, Hedwig, and Pascal rode in an inconspicuous carriage, hidden from sight. Hubert, Armin, and Kasia sat up front to drive. Edelgard, Annette, Bernadetta, and Mercedes flanked the carriage on horseback, armored under their waxed rain cloaks. Edelgard and Annette kept their axes close at hand and Bernadetta her bow, while Mercedes, of course, needed no weapon save for the scintillating armor that occasionally pulsed with a soft violet glow underneath her cloak. Edelgard had the jars with the hand and eye in them in the back of the carriage, and was grateful Vul had left it behind. This was the carriage she needed to pull Hephaestus along in her direction. If he'd taken it with him back to the cabin, she might not ever get either him or the body parts back. A lone wyvern flew over the road, following its twisting trail through the heather-spotted moorlands of the southern foothills of the Okama Mountains with long, slow flaps of its leathery wings. Bernadetta was quick to put an arrow to her bow, pulling the bowstring all the way back and taking aim. Wait, Edelgard said. Bernadetta, put down the bow. Bernadetta lowered the bow, letting its string go slack. But they could be. That wyvern and its rider bear no colors, Edelgard noted, studying the wyvern as it flew ahead, and it has large bags tied to the saddle. It could just as easily be a traveling merchant as an enemy. We can't afford to shoot it down. Bernadetta turned pale. Oh. All right. Of course. Stupid Bernie, if it was just a normal person, and you shot him down, he'd be furious, she berated herself, rapping her knuckles against her forehead. You're right to be suspicious, Edelgard assured her. We ought to keep an eye on him and proceed with caution. If he makes any further suspicious movements, aim for his wyvern's wing and force him down at once. They followed the wyvern down the twisting road until it got too far ahead of them for them to see, and presumably, by then, it was too far away to see them as well. As the afternoon turned to evening, the cloudy sky began to darken, though no further rain fell. The further south they went, the drier the land became. The rain clouds had not yet come this way, and perhaps they would not at all. The road remained narrow and winding, often with the river on one side and steep slopes on the other, leaving little leeway between them. Edelgard rode aside the front of the carriage, motioning to Hubert. We should stop here and give our passengers some time to stretch their legs before we lose the light, she told him and his fellow Vestras as the carriage reached the bottom of a steep hill. Hubert nodded, and the carriage came to a halt, disgorging its passengers while the horses were fed and given time to rest. The plan was to continue onward into the night until they reached the next town, rest a little there, and hopefully reach the southern border of Varley territory no later than tomorrow afternoon. Even if the situation did turn sour, once they were in the county of Burgleys staunchly allied with Burkhart, the Knights of Syros would be fools of the highest order to dare follow them. Further south of here, the terrain would begin to even out, and the moors of Varley would give way to the verdant fields of Burgleys. Hedwig hung around Flame and Seath, clearly still quite enamored with the thought of defending them, though the way she shivered and the worried look in her eyes made her look even less the part of the soldier she'd disguised herself as. "Hetty, is something the matter?" Edelgard asked her. Hedwig clasped her hands. "Oh, and nothing, IW was just, why did we have to leave us so ss suddenly, again? We received word that another rogue Agarthan agent might have been hiding in town," Edelgard explained to her and Seath and Flame both, the lie dripping glibly and easily off her tongue. "We don't want to risk that they might be hostile, or that they might follow us." Hedwig looked even more worried. "There's nothing to worry about," Edelgard assured her. "If they've followed us, they're well behind us. We'll be in Burgleys by noon tomorrow, and from there, it won't be long before we've reached Fort Mercers." Seath's own worry seemed slightly assuaged. "We are grateful, of course, for Emperor Burkhart's concern for our well-being." Flame nodded. "Yes, I am looking forward to seeing Fort Mercers." There was little genuine excitement in her voice. "Oh, you've never been there, have you?" Edelgard asked her. She shook her head. Of course, Fort Mercers had yet to be built for hundreds of years when she had last been anywhere near its location. "I have been to Gronder, but..." Seath gave her a firm yet gentle tap on the shoulder. "That was a long time ago," she finished. "No, I have never been to Fort Mercers." Edelgard didn't blame Flame at all for sounding less than enthused. The last time she and Seath had been on the road, they had been chased from their destination and hounded all the way back to Garreg Mach, attacked, injured, captured. All of the trauma of that pursuit and Seath's replacement was fresher now, when they were both once again traveling with an alleged Agarthan agent on their trail. "It will be a safe trip," she assured Flame. "I give you my word. And Fort Mercers is absolutely impregnable, there's no safer place in all of Fodlan. I'd stake my pride as a princess of Adrestia on it." Flame smiled a little. "Thank you very much, Edelgard," she said. "Hey, Edelgard." Annette came up to them. "Mercedes and I were wondering, she's getting tired, so could she rest in the carriage tonight?" Edelgard nodded. "There's no sense in running anybody ragged if we don't have to. The question is, who will ride on her horse?" Annette took her by the arm. "Can we work out the logistics over here?" she asked, pulling her away from everyone else and heading a little down the road. She looked weary with worry, her coppery red hair still damp and hanging heavily from her head. "I was thinking, since Hedwig and Pascal are still pretty young, they might not be able to ride in her stead. But do you think Hubert could? Armin and Kasia could keep driving, one of your siblings could go up front with them, and Mercedes could take their place inside." She stifled a yawn. "I think we'll have to keep rotating through the night until we reach the next inn," Edelgard said, not relishing the thought of another night with so little sleep. "It's better to rest and take a little while longer to arrive than to risk fatigue. But, also, I guess I have a different thing I want to talk to you about, if you don't mind," Annette said, nervously twirling a lock of damp hair around her finger to make little ringlets. "Is it about your father?" She nodded. This might be a silly question, but, you didn't notice anything unusual about him, did you?" "Did you?" Edelgard asked. "No. I mean, I didn't get a good look at him, we got out of there so fast," Annette sighed and shook her head. "I'm just, well, it sounds a bit silly to say it, but, anyone returns into a dragon should have pointy ears like yours, right?" Edelgard's hand rose unconsciously to trace the contour and sharp point of her ear hidden by her hair and cowl. "You're afraid she might have done that to him, too?" "Oh, not afraid, Annette said, wide-eyed, shaking her head. No, it's not like dragons scare me. I mean, you're one, Edelgard, so obviously. Okay, I'll just say it. Did you get a good look at his ears back there? Nothing struck me as out of the ordinary about his appearance, Edelgard said, to Annette's visible relief. Good, Annette said. Just that, well, we've fought a dragon once, she said, tracing the faint scar on her cheek with her fingertip, and I don't want to do it again. Especially if that dragon is my father, she added with a nervous laugh. But that reminds me. Edelgard, so, what happened to him in your world? Him and me. The two of you? Well, Edelgard looked at her and saw her future self reflected in her face, a harder and leaner but still full and cheerful face, clear eyes, hair with just a few telltale streaks of gray. Dominic's go gray early, she'd assured her. Your counterpart and I are good friends, but as for her father, there's no easy way to say it. The last battle in the war took place at Fhirdiad. He fought for Rhea to his last breath. He set the city aflame for her. Annette gasped. Was he? He died in the blaze, Edelgard told her. The memory came to her, fresh in her mind, fresh as the scent of ash and the stench of smoke, as the searing heat. Sweat pouring from his brow, nearly cooking in his heavy armor, Gilbert had rung his war hammer against Annette's shield like a blacksmith's hammer against an anvil. Spells had glanced off his armor. His words and Annette's had both been swallowed up in the crackling flames. When Annette had at last gained the upper hand, she'd hesitated, and he'd looked primed to strike her down. Edelgard had been too far away to reach her in time, but the thought had occurred to her that the man truly had no qualms against slaying his own daughter for the crime of heresy. It had been an arrow from ash, impeccably timed and miraculously aimed, that had struck him in the neck right above his armored collar and snuffed out his life in an instant. The fire had burned his corpse beyond recognition. Annette looked crestfallen. I'm sorry, Edelgard said, resting a hand on her shoulder. It was hard for you for your counterpart to lose him. And harder still that she'd lost him so long ago. She knew from the moment she joined me that nothing could turn him away from the church. Annette took hold of her, pressed her face into her shoulder, and shuddered. I'm scared, she whimpered, muffling her voice in Edelgard's damp cloak. I know, Edelgard said, holding her in her arms. I know it's hard. I'm here for you, if you'd like me here. She'd consoled her once before, it almost felt nostalgic. Edelgard. Annette. Bernadetta came racing over to them, eyes wide, interrupting their moment. We have to get going. Something's coming up behind us. Everyone raced for their horses. Seath and Flane were hastily ushered back into the carriage with Hedwig and Pascal. Hubert, Kasia, and Armin returned to the driver's seat. Up the road, cresting a hill to the north, were a dozen knights on horseback closing in fast, and the one leading the formation, heavily armored upon a horse just as heavily armored, could only have been Sir Gilbert Pronislav. No sooner had the carriage begun moving, though, before a blockade came into view a mile down the road, and from the wagons blocking the road a squadron of knights came forth, another dozen in number. A clever trap, Edelgard realized. A classic pincer movement. That wyvern must have been an advance messenger from the knights near Varley Manor to another group farther south, instructing them to blockade the road. And with the territory still rocky and mountainous, moving the carriage off the road would be folly. It was possible that if only she'd allowed Bernadetta to take the risk and shoot that wyvern down, they would have avoided this altogether, but there was no time for regrets now. Move forward, she shouted out to the others. We've no choice but to break through that blockade. Annette, with me to the front, Bernadetta, Mercedes, to the rear. The distance between the carriage and the enemies on both sides steadily shrunk. Edelgard kept an eye on the knights to the rear as best she could, though the lion's share of her focus went to the approaching knights up ahead. They're gaining on us. Armin called out to her, glancing out over the side of the carriage. How could they have caught up with us so quickly? Because they're running their horses ragged, she answered coolly. Look at how laden they are with armor. If we can break this blockade, they'll be exhausted long before they catch up with us. A war of attrition is one we can win. Annette. Full speed ahead. We'll cut a path together. She and Annette rode on, driving their horses into a breakneck gallop. The carriage fell behind, the knights up ahead closed in on them. An arrow zipped through the air, glancing off Edelgard's armored shoulder. There were archers, she reasoned, taking up position behind the wagons and firing through the gaps. By closing the distance, she and Annette could neutralize their advantage. The knights clashed. Edelgard and Annette found their advance instantly halted as they sank into a mire not of mud but of swords, spears, and axes clashing against armor and shields and each other. The screams of horses and men filled the air, mingling with the whistling of arrows and the howling of cutting blades of wind, the crackling hiss of flames, and the ringing tolls of blades against blades like a cacophony of dissonant bells. Fire raced through Edelgard's veins and curled around her fingertips. Her axe's head found purchase in the gap between a soldier's armor. He fell. One of the wagons set up as part of the blockade began to burn, the two archers taking cover behind it fell back. Annette cut one down with a spell, blood spewing from a slash across his chest where razor wind had split his leather armor and flesh open. The other archer squeezed off a shot that, whether by luck or by skill, hit her horse directly in the eye and downed it. In the chaos of battle, Edelgard was unhorsed. She hit the ground and rolled narrowly out of the path of her own steed's trampling hooves, only to narrowly parry the strike of a sword with her axe. Lady Edelgard. She looked up at the man who'd just been trying to kill her. He was distinctly wedge-shaped, broad shoulders, broad smile, narrow waist. She recognized him as soon as she caught sight of his grin. "Lady Edelgard, it's me, Biggs," he cried out. "Hey, everyone. Hey, Wedge. It's Lady Edelgard." With a muttered curse, Edelgard forced herself up and away from him as he tried to grab her. A bigger man came barreling toward her. "Lady Edelgard. You're going right back to Lady Rhea, Your Highness." A jagged lump of blue-white ice sailed through the air and shattered against his helmet with enough force to hurl him backward. He lost his footing on the side of the road, stumbled over the banks of the river, and fell into the water. "Wedge!" Biggs cried out. "Hey, Your Highness, this isn't funny, this is war, you know." "Yes," Edelgard hissed through gritted teeth, her axe striking his armor and leaving a divot on the breastplate, "which is why I'm trying to kill you." She felt another soldier tackle her to the ground, pinning her down with the weight of his armor. She pressed a hand to his breastplate and conjured her fire magic. He began to scream, his armor growing hotter and hotter like a pan on a stovetop, as the heat began to roast him alive. She threw him off of herself and rose to her feet, her crest burning in her blood as talons sprouted from her fingertips. There was a shout. The carriage had come to a stop. Several of the knights, on horses of their own, had ridden forward to intercept it, and behind, Gilbert's men were closing in. Biggs lunged at Edelgard again. "Come on, Lady Edelgard, you have no idea how much Lady Rhea." She buried her axe in his shoulder with all of her might, cleaving through armor down to the bone, and planted her boot on his chest to rip the blade free of his flesh. He fell back, blood spewing from the wound, and joined his counterpart in the river, leaving behind nothing but a plume of water. As the sky grew darker and darker, the shadows crept closer, the fires hotter and brighter. Flashes of violet and white light burned the air as Mercedes' spells tore through the enemy. Bernadetta took aim at one foe after another, felling them with the preternatural sort of uncanny accuracy she almost always found herself possessing under pressure. On horseback, even on this terrain, she was unstoppable. The chaos continued unabated, like a blaze growing out of control, though confined to this narrow strip of rough and mountainous moorland beside the river. The knights' ranks were beginning to thin, the blockade showing chinks in its dwindling armor. Some were felled, some retreated, some chose to leap into the river and sink under the weight of their armor rather than fight. There was a searing flash of an unearthly violet glow, with a keening, ringing roar, a lance of light and shadow shot out and cut through the evening sky, tearing through part of the blockade and leaving little more than charred splinters behind. As the knights scattered from their shattered blockade, Mercedes rode up to Edelgard, a weary grin on her face despite the blood trickling from her nose down her lip and the red blossoms in the whites of her eyes. Wisps of ethereal smoke still wafted from one outstretched hand as the brilliant glow of her armor faded to a dull gray. "Need a ride?" A moment later, pandemonium ensued. A shout not of pain or anger but of surprise ripped through the air. There was a clatter and commotion. Gilbert's voice could be heard over the din. "Get them secure. Ready the warp spells." The carriage's door was ajar, swinging on its hinges. And caught between their captors and their rescuers were Seath and Flayn, with Hedwig in pursuit. For a moment, Edelgard felt as though her heart had stopped. As though the world itself had stopped. And then she tore through the knights with renewed vigor. "Don't let them get away," she barked out. One of the knights grabbed Seath by the arms and hauled him along. "We've got you, sir." "Flayn!" Seath called out. "This way." Flayn ran after him, but tripped and fell. A spear of ice had burst up from the ground and frozen around her ankle, immobilizing her. Edelgard and Annette pressed onward toward her, closing the distance between them. Ahead of them, Bernadetta rushed to intercept her. Edelgard felt the world seem to freeze, almost as though Byleth had just stopped time. A flash of movement in the corner of her eye. The downswing of a mighty hammer. It cracked the earth where it fell. Edelgard was barely able to leap aside. "Prepare the next warp spell," Gilbert called out to his men, raising the hammer again. "I shall hold them off." Edelgard darted to the side, dodging another swing of Gilbert's hammer. He stood before her like a mountain, as tall as one, as wide as one, but the head perched atop his heavy armor, akin to the mountain's summit, seemed small in comparison. He stared down at her with cold, stern eyes. "Lady Edelgard," he intoned. "It matters not who you are. You have turned your sword, your blessed talons, against the goddess herself. If you will not return to Lady Rhea, then I have no recourse but to end you. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't oblige her wishes," she spat. "I shall forgive neither you nor your blasphemous brothers," he said, and Edelgard almost dodged another swing of his hammer. Almost. She felt it crush at least 2 ribs. Her feet left the ground. The world spun around her. An arrow whizzed through the air. The knight who'd been helping Flayn up fell to the ground, struck dead. Edelgard's wings unfurled, she threw herself into the sky, a flurry of black wings propelling her upward in a dizzying arc. She sailed well out of reach of the next swing of Gilbert's hammer and dropped to the ground behind him, running despite the searing pain in her side as the ragged edges of her broken ribs sawed against her burning muscles. As Gilbert whirled around, the ground beneath his feet turned slick and icy, his boots, losing their traction, skidded in 2 different directions and he fell onto his backside. A spear of ice burst from the ground as he fell, shattering against his back. Hubert and Kasia stood before the carriage, clouds of ice crystals swirling around their outstretched right hands. "Hubert von Vestra." Gilbert pulled himself up to his feet. "How much must be taken from you before you realize the error of your ways?" "Would that you had taken both my ears," Hubert retorted, conjuring another blade of ice and hurling it at him, "so I would not have to endure your prattle." Gilbert's hammer shattered the icy spearhead in midair as Edelgard ran past him, every step sending a white-hot, stabbing pain through her side. "You will not escape," Gilbert said, following in pursuit with heavy, pounding steps. "The goddess has granted this humble sinner the privilege of carrying out her will, and—" Edelgard nearly laughed. "You call that humility? Father!" Annette placed herself between her and him. "Annette," he gasped, halting in his tracks. "Father, if you want her, you will have to go through me," she said, standing as tall as her height would allow against the mountain before her, a bloodied axe resting in one hand. "Annette," Gilbert said, swinging his hammer, "if you dare stand against the goddess, you'll kill me? Is that how little I mean to you?" Annette shot back as she hurled a flurry of razor-sharp blades of wind and fire at him. "I will have no choice but to strike you down where you stand." "No. You have a choice. You always had a choice. Just like you chose to abandon Mother and me. That was no choice of mine. My guilt demanded penance." Annette caught the haft of his warhammer on her axe's head and struggled to keep it from falling any farther. "To the flames with your guilt. I never gave a damn about your guilt or your penance. And neither did Mother. How could you tear yourself away from us like that? From your own daughter." "No heretic can call herself a daughter of mine," he retorted. "I can only blame myself for my failure to raise a devout child. Stand aside, or I will cut you down, Annette." Annette was rattled. Her parries were growing sloppy. Edelgard rushed forward to intervene. "Gilbert Pronislav," she shouted out, getting his attention as she forced him back with a swing of her axe, and then another, and another. "Or, should I say, Gustav Dominic. He flinched at the sound of his name. I've tried to feel at least an iota of sympathy for you, but you're not only pathetic, you're the most self-centered, egotistical self-proclaimed sinner I've ever had the misfortune of meeting. She disarmed him, the hammer's haft leaving his gauntleted hands and flying to the ground. Undeterred, he tackled her and pinned her to the ground, drawing a sword from a felled knight whose body had been lying on the ground with the rest of the dead. You do not understand guilt, Lady Edelgard, or the truly unforgivable, he said as she forced herself out of his grip. Perhaps if you did, you would feel rightly ashamed by your own wicked words and deeds. What I do understand, she spat, deflecting a swing of his sword, is that what you call penance has been nothing but an act of cruelty against every person left in this world who has ever loved you. You don't care about anybody's pain except your own, Gustav. My pain is born of the suffering I have caused, he retorted. A girl so young as you cannot understand. My sins are unforgivable, no judge, not even the goddess herself, will bring me to justice for them, so I have no choice but to make things right through service to my faith, even if my own kingdom shall lose its own. Is this making things right? Annette snarled, her face a mess of blood, sweat, and tears, her voice cracking as she parried her father's sword. What is Rhea going to give you for killing your family for her? Did she promise to turn you into a dragon? I can only dream of being worthy of such a boon, Gilbert told her. I serve the goddess for no reward. Return Lady Flame to us, or I will cut you down. If you want her, Edelgard told him, come and claim her. He charged onward. Goddess forgive me, he snarled, for the sin I am to commit in your name. He struck with such force that Annette's knees buckled when she met his blade with the haft of her axe. But she held fast, and for a moment his resolve left him, almost as though the spell Rhea's years of indoctrination had cast on his weak mind had faltered. One, by Bernadetta's arrows, Hubert's ice magic, and Mercedes' mastery of dark and light magic, his allies were dwindling. He was fighting a losing battle, with no hope of victory save for a Pyrrhic one, and for a moment Edelgard could swear that deep within his tortured mind, he was asking himself if Seath and Flame were worth more than the life of his only daughter. Go get Flame back, Annette told Edelgard. I can handle this myself. An arrow cut a shallow gash across Gilbert's brow, blood spilled from the cut down his craggy, stony face, forcing him to recoil. We can handle this. Bernadetta corrected, circling around on her horse to Annette's side. With Gilbert distracted, Edelgard pressed onward. The knights had brought a few mages with them to handle warp spells, but their numbers had been so reduced that only one was left who could warp anybody to safety. Seath was nowhere to be seen, but Flame was rushing over to the mage as quickly as her twisted ankle could carry her. And in pursuit of her, a gangling soldier in ill-fitting armor. Edelgard caught up to the both of them, but to her shock, Hedwig turned around and stood before her, a sword grasped in trembling hands still too young to hold it. The glint of firelight on her glasses hid the terror in her eyes for only the briefest of moments. Hedwig. Edelgard could hardly speak, so dumbstruck she was by the sight that awaited her. She waited for more words to come. They didn't. Hedwig, she repeated, as Hedwig took one hand off her sword's hilt and offered it to Flame to help her back up to her feet. What are you doing? I am making sure SS she's safe. Hedwig stammered, the defiant tone in her voice belied by how it cracked. W with the CHCH church, HH her HH home. Lady Hedwig. Kasia gasped. You can't do this. One of the few remaining knights helped Flame up to her feet and pulled her away while Edelgard and Hedwig stood, both frozen in a standoff, one holding a bloody axe, the other holding a sword which had never seen combat. Let's get you out of here, Lady Flame, the knight said, guiding her along. Wait. Flame cried out. Hetty. Hedwig's head turned in her direction, her mouth agape. SS she's NN not SS safe here, she said to Edelgard. W with us. B because of PP people L like Cronia. JJ just. I want. IW wanted her T to be SS safe, and TH that's why I. Hedwig, this way. Flame called out to her. Aren't you coming with us? In the span of a second, 1,000 nightmarish possibilities ran through Edelgard's mind, each more terrifying than the last. No, she strode forward. Hetty, no. Hedwig pointed the sword at her again. The blade was shaking so much that it seemed the hilt would simply drop out of her grasp at any moment. Now, more than ever, she looked utterly out of place with it in her hands. Her eyes were watering, tears welling up and spilling down her cheeks, little whimpering sounds escaping from her lips. The sound of spells and swords suddenly felt half a world away. Edelgard moved forward. Let go of that sword, Hetty. The roar of a massive lance of dark magic tore through the air. The knight who'd been helping Flayn up keeled over with a massive charred hole burned through his chest, dead before he could hit the ground. And riding upon her pale horse, the Death Knight put herself between Flayn and her remaining rescuers. A sudden gust of wind made her dark cloak flutter and wave as the violet glow of her armor underneath wavered and dimmed. "Hello, Flayn," Mercedes said, a wild look in her bloodshot eyes. "Do you need a ride?" Crestfallen, Hedwig let her sword drop to the ground. I am SSS sorry, she wailed, falling to her knees. Edelgard knelt down in front of her and wrapped her arms around her, holding her as tightly to her chest as she could and shrouding her in her wings. She lifted the helmet away from Hedwig's head and let it fall to the ground beside them, letting her brown hair spill out down her back, as Hedwig bawled loudly into her shoulder. "Are you hurt?" she asked. Hedwig didn't answer, too racked with sobs, taking in and expelling only one shallow breath after another. "Are you hurt, Hetty?" Hedwig finally shook her head, but still couldn't muster a single word through her tears. As Hedwig cried into her arms, Edelgard noticed Gilbert hurrying to the remaining mage with a few of his surviving men. "In my master's name, I cannot allow myself to fall here," he announced to them. "We must retreat." He and the remaining members of the ill-fated rescue party vanished in a pillar of light, leaving behind the detritus of battle strewn about the road and a girl in its midst who was far too young to have deserved to witness such violence firsthand. Edelgard held Hedwig close and ran her fingers gently through her hair, while Hedwig shuddered and shivered from more than just the cooling night air and wept into her arms. Check the description for the links to the author.